He was the first mage emperor in history, a genius who brought an era of hope, only to be betrayed by his own family and left to rot in a dungeon. In his world, magic was a gift from God, a radiant power that pulsed with life. But it was a gift few ever received. True mages were a 1 in 10,000 miracle, and for the first time in the history of the Bariel Empire, a group of these miracles stood united. They were led by him, Ian Vergelian, a prodigy who ascended to the throne at a young age. His eyes held the fire of a born leader and the promise of a better world. It should have been the dawn of a golden age for all mages, but that golden age never came. Instead, we're in a cold, damp dungeon, where the only light is a single flickering torch. A man with a smug, cruel smile looks down, scoffing at the very idea of magic, calling it a power fit only for inferior humans. And on the ground below him, chained and broken, is the Emperor himself. The man taunts him, reminding him how utterly helpless he is without his magic, before leaning in with a sickeningly sweet question. "Isn't that so, Uncle Ian?" Ian glares back, his eyes burning with defiance despite the blood and bruises. "Crony," he spits, his voice thick with contempt. "You haven't changed at all." Crony just feigns innocence, tilting his head as if he has no idea what Ian is talking about. But Ian remembers. He remembers Crony's voice from his childhood, always warning him to hide his powers, claiming it was for his own protection. And like a fool, he actually believed him. But now, lying here in chains, the truth is painfully clear. It was never concern, it was jealousy. A deep, twisted envy for the very magic he now mocks. The accusation hits a nerve. "Shut up!" Crony roars, his fist connecting with a sickening crack. He grinds his heel onto Ian's hand, crushing it against the stone as he gloats about his victory, savoring the sight of the great emperor groveling at his feet. With cold, dead eyes, Crony slowly draws his sword, saying if Ian wants to die so badly he's happy to help. He presses the chilling steel against Ian's throat, offering a twisted sort of mercy. "Since we're family," he whispers, "I'll make it quick." But just as he's about to strike, a guard rushes in, shouting for his attention. Annoyed by the interruption, Crony looks up. The guard, breathless, announces a message from Duke Hillen. Crony clicks his tongue. The chance for the kill snatched away. He tells the guard he's coming, but not before giving Ian's chest one last vicious stomp, leaving the Emperor utterly alone. Darkness. Silence. Ian stares at nothing, a single thought echoing in his mind. So this is how my life ends. All the fight has drained out of him. There's nothing left but empty despair. A fleeting image of his former glory flashes before his eyes. He did everything he could, but it wasn't enough. He only hopes that someone, somewhere, will remember the name Ian Vergelian. Suddenly, a desperate voice cuts through the silence. "Wake up, Your Majesty!" It's Gnome, one of his most loyal knights, her face etched with panic. He weakly asks how she got in, but she just urges him to hurry. But Ian's will is broken. He stops her, telling her it's over. She helped him become a mage, even an emperor. Tears of pure hopelessness stream down his face. "But," he chokes out, "I want to give up now." Gnome refuses to listen. She asks if he remembers the mage's building in the Imperial Palace. Before he can answer, a brilliant golden magic circle erupts around them, bathing the dungeon in an ethereal light. "What are you doing?" he screams. "Gnome!" he yells, watching in horror as she calmly cuts her finger, letting a single drop of blood fall to activate the spell. He begs her to stop, but she tells him it's too late. The offering has been made. His heart plummets as he realizes what she's done. "Gnome, this is forbidden magic!" Just then, Crony storms back in, his face a mask of fury and confusion. "What is going on in here?" Gnome ignores him completely, a calm, peaceful smile on her face as she looks at Ian. "Please," she says, "keep this in mind. God does not give us problems that have no answers." As her words hang in the air, Crony's sword swings down, striking her from behind. Blood splatters across Ian's face, and his despair instantly ignites into pure, unrestrained rage. "Answers?" he screams in agony. "What answers?" He cries out her name, his eyes burning with grief as the magic surges around him. Crony just stands over Gnome's body, his sword dripping. He sneers at Ian to pray he isn't reborn in his next life. But all Ian can hear is Gnome's voice, echoing in his mind. "Please don't forget." "Ah, Your Majesty, God does not give us problems that have no answers." The world around him shatters like glass. Fragments of his life flash before his eyes. His coronation, Crony's betrayal, Gnome's ultimate sacrifice. And then, silence. He feels himself kneeling, enveloped in a soft, warm light. The The cold, dark dungeon vanishes, replaced by a grand, sunlit estate surrounded by pristine gardens. A harsh, angry voice suddenly shatters the peace, screaming his name. "Ian!" A man with reddish-brown hair glares down at him with pure disgust, demanding he get up off the floor. In the distance, a woman and a young boy snicker as the man sneers about taking Ian in out of pity. Ian's head pounds, the noise overwhelming him. The woman tells her husband to watch his tone, but the boy just chimes in, agreeing with his father. His head is spinning. Who are these people? Why are they so loud? He clutches his temples, trying to make sense of anything. He looks around the lavish room, the ornate chandelier, wondering where on earth he is. Then he looks down at his hands and freezes. They aren't the calloused hands of an emperor. They're small, pale, the hands of a child. He catches his reflection and sees a boy he barely recognizes, young, with short blonde hair and wide, confused green eyes. The man, his uncle, keeps yelling at him not to embarrass the family. He mentions something about the emperor, and that one word finally cuts through the fog in Ian's mind. Emperor? He thinks. Me? He looks up from the floor, his young face a mask of utter confusion. His uncle scoffs at his stupid face and shoves a document in front of him. "This," he says with a sigh, "is the emperor's edict." He adds that he didn't show it before because Ian can't read, but he should at least see it. Ian is stunned. An edict? He hasn't issued one recently. His eyes widen as he focuses on the document, a shocking realization dawning on him. His gaze scans the ornate script and lands on the date at the bottom. Year 1100. His heart stops. That's 98 years ago. The forbidden magic. It actually worked. Before he can even process it, the letter is snatched from his hand. His cousin Chell sneers down at him. "Why are you even looking at this? You can't even read." Meanwhile, his uncle is busy flattering a guest, explaining all the trouble they went through to officially register Ian in the family. He warns the boy to behave himself. Ian stands beside a grandfather clock. It's ticking, a constant reminder of the time he's lost and gained. The year is 1100. The insignia belongs to an emperor he doesn't even know. He catches his reflection. A young, unfamiliar face stares back, but the eyes, those are the eyes of a man who has lived, ruled, and been betrayed. There's no doubt. This is Naum's space-time magic. He's been given a second chance, but he's beginning to understand the terrible cost. Later, at dinner, the family is gathered around a lavish table. Ian sits before a perfectly cooked steak. He cuts a piece with practiced elegance, a motion he hasn't made in years. He takes a bite, and his eyes widen almost imperceptibly. His aunt and cousin watch him with open disgust. He thinks to himself, after starving in a dungeon for so long, he'd almost forgotten what real food tasted like. An older, white-haired man at the table, Lord Molan, raises his glass, complimenting Ian's table manners. The uncle immediately jumps in, hoping to score points with their important guest. Lord Molan smoothly changes the subject to philosophy. He turns to Chell and asks for his favorite philosopher. Chell freezes, his mind a complete blank. He begins to sweat, stammering, unable to come up with a single name. The silence at the table is deafening. Ian watches with cold clarity. This isn't small talk. Lord Molan is testing them, and his cousin is failing miserably. Before the silence becomes unbearable, Ian speaks. He calmly discusses the works of the philosopher Philin, his words filled with an intelligence far beyond his years. His family stares, utterly stunned. Lord Molan smiles, genuinely impressed. He tells Ian's uncle that a son this brilliant is a rare treasure. He adds that even the barbarians in the East would value such a sharp mind. Those words, Eastern barbarians, echo in Ian's mind. He knows exactly who he means. The Heavenly Warrior clan, and their territory borders only one place, the Brock family lands. He's back at the very beginning of his tragedy. The memories come flooding back. The Brock family signed a peace treaty with the clan, and to seal the deal, they officially adopted a bastard son into the family hymn. He remembers his uncle's smiling face, calling him a symbol of peace. It was all a lie. They were selling him off as a hostage. With the horrifying truth laid bare, Ian looks at his uncle, musters an innocent smile, and replies with two chilling words. "Yes, father." After dinner, the facade drops. Chell corners. Ian in the hallway, his face twisted with rage. He screams at Ian for making him look like a fool. Ian stands his ground, completely unfazed. He calmly points out that if he weren't here, Chell would have embarrassed the whole family all by himself. His cousin is left speechless. Blinded by fury, Chell grabs a nearby vase and hurls it at Ian, shattering it against the wall. Ian doesn't even flinch. A faint golden light flickers in his eyes. He asks if Chell wants to end up like his mother, a comment that pushes the spoiled boy over the edge. A powerful wave of golden mana explodes from Ian's small frame. The sheer force sends Chell flying backward, staring in terror at the boy who suddenly feels like a monster. Ian steps forward, his voice low and dangerous. "A shorter tongue might suit you better." His cousin screams, scrambling away, begging him to stop. Ian just watches him, his expression cold. The power difference between them is absolute. Just then, the door creaks open. It's Lord Molan, holding a tray. He stops dead, his eyes widening as he feels the immense magical pressure still lingering in the air. Ian's aunt and uncle rush in, drawn by the noise. They see their son trembling on the floor. His uncle demands to know what happened, his gaze shifting between his terrified son and the unnervingly calm Ian. Chell can only stammer, pointing a shaking finger at Ian. Instantly, Ian's demeanor changes. He grabs Chell, pulling him to his feet with a look of fake concern, telling him he should have been more careful. Chell can only grit his teeth, completely submitted. The uncle, utterly bewildered, orders a maid named Hannah to take Ian back to his room. Hannah bows nervously, gesturing for Ian to follow. "All right," Ian says, his calm composure perfectly restored. As they walk away, Lord Molan watches them go. He scolds Chell for being clumsy, but his sharp eyes are fixed on Ian's back. He saw everything, and he knows this was no accident. Hannah leads Ian down a series of plain, unremarkable hallways. They arrive at a small, sparse room, more of a servant's quarters than a proper bedroom. What a bleak room, Ian thinks, taking in his dreary new reality. The maid, Hannah, fidgets nervously before speaking. Sir Ian?" She asks if he has the letter for his mother. Ian is confused. She explains that his younger self used to cry every day, begging her to send letters since he was forbidden from leaving the estate. It all clicks into place. This body wasn't just being abused, it was being held prisoner, ensuring he couldn't escape before they could trade him away. Ian looks at the young maid, his expression softening just a fraction. He tells her not to worry, that he won't be crying anymore. But as he says this, she suddenly collapses to her knees, weakly asking for her pay. She bows her head to the floor, her voice trembling. She explains that her 5 younger siblings depend on the leftover food he gives her. She's begging him for pity. "Please," she pleads, "at least just for today." Ian stands in silence for a moment, processing yet another layer of this family's cruelty. Finally, he speaks. "Fine," he says, "but on one condition." He tells her she'll have to help him later when he asks for it. Overjoyed, she immediately agrees. She thanks him profusely before hurrying out of the room. Alone at last, Ian sighs. What a pain. He reflects on his bizarre situation. Naum's magic sent him back, but to this weak body, in this miserable place. Why here? Why now? Then he remembers Naum's last words about finding answers. If he wants to understand what happened and how to change his future, there's only one place he can go. The Imperial Palace's Ministry of Magic. A look of pure determination hardens his young face. He has a goal, and he will get there, no matter what it takes. Alone in his room, Ian begins to piece together the fragments of his new reality. He holds out his hand, and a swirling ball of golden mana ignites in his palm. It's raw, powerful, and wonderfully familiar. A confident smile touches his lips. He clenches his fist, the light vanishing. It's confirmed. This young body can wield magic. The pieces are starting to fit. A boy who can use magic, who also happens to be named Ian. Is it a coincidence, or is there a reason he was sent here? A knock at the door breaks his train of thought. It's the maid, Hannah, with his meal. She nods quietly. Understood, Sir Ian. After she leaves, Ian looks at the meager tray. A couple of small rolls and some milk. He sighs. They sure took a big chunk as a fee, he remarks, knowing the rest went to her family. Still, the portion is pathetic. Isn't this a bit too little for a growing boy? His mind flashes back to the feast from earlier, a table overflowing with roasted meats and fine delicacies. And in that moment, a stunning realization hits him. He remembers that even at that grand feast, there was no gula, a common plant that eventually becomes a staple food, saving millions from starvation. But the method to safely prepare it won't be discovered for another 50 years. With the knowledge he holds, he could single-handedly erase the Empire's history of famine. His power isn't just magic, it's the future itself. Later, he's summoned to his uncle's office. The Count informs him of another feast with more aides from the capital. Ian simply promises not to cause trouble. As he turns to leave, his uncle stops him, claiming he has something from Ian's mother. The Count hands him a small pouch containing a few coins and a letter, adding a cruel jab about needing a tutor to read it for him. He dangles a twisted promise, behave, and maybe he'll let Ian see his mother before he's shipped off. Ian takes the pouch without a hint of emotion. Understood. The Count watches him go, his expression cold and indifferent. Once the door closes, the Count's shoulders slump. He can't get a read on the boy at all. For a fleeting moment, he almost feels pity for the child's mother. Back in his room, Ian holds the pouch from his mother. He pulls out the letter, his fingers tracing the elegant script. He holds it, his expression thoughtful. He examines the expensive paper, the ink. Something is very wrong. And then he sees it. Hidden beneath the letter is a second document, an account book. He understands instantly. His uncle is stealing tax money from the central government. With a grim smile, Ian realizes this is why Lord Molen is truly here. It was never about him. It was an investigation. And now he holds the proof in his hands. This changes everything. That night, the magical lights in the Count's office flicker and die. As the Count moves to light a candle, he trips and falls, papers scattering everywhere. He blames his own clumsiness and tells his butler to just pick up the documents. But as the papers are gathered, the Count freezes. Something is missing. He frantically searches his desk, panic rising in his voice. Unseen in the shadows behind him, Ian watches. When the lights flicker back on, and in his hand, he now holds the pouch of coins his mother sent. The Count stares at his perfectly neat desk. The secret account book is gone, but the letter from Ian's mother is sitting right on top. He whirls around to find Ian standing there calmly. When he demands to know what the boy is doing here, Ian's reply is simple and sharp. "You never told me to leave." The Count dismisses the matter, telling Ian to just send pre-written letters to the barbarian tribe to keep them happy. He waves a hand, dismissing him. "You can leave now." Ian turns to go. Walking down the hall, Ian thinks about the letter. His mother is supposedly blind, yet she writes on such expensive paper. He doubts she wrote it at all. He reads the hollow, sentimental words. But at the end, a strange request catches his eye. "If you go to the great desert." He lets out a short, sharp laugh. His suspicions were right. Now he just needs to confirm them. The night of the feast arrives. Lord Molen greets two aides from the capital, a man named Decor and another named Mac. They exchange pleasantries before heading inside. At the dinner table, Lord Molen once again compliments Ian. Mac, the man with glasses, asks what a boy from the countryside could possibly be curious about. Ian looks at them with a calculating gaze, thinking, let's see what you're made of. He asks a simple question. What kind of food do you eat in the capital? Decor replies that it's the same everywhere. The rich eat well and the poor starve. Ian muses that it would be nice if everyone could eat their fill, speaking with a wisdom that startles the men. The three aides stare at him, surprised by his profound words. Max smiles. You speak the same words as the prince. Ian asks which one. Decor clarifies, the second prince, Gale. The name hits Ian like a physical blow. Second Prince Gale. He knows that name. A traitor who led a failed uprising with rogue mages. So, these men are part of his faction. Ian files the information away. Traitors or not, they can still be useful. The feast eventually comes to an end. As the guests leave, Lord Molen turns to the Count with a small request. May I have a word with Sir Ian alone? The Count is visibly flustered. He quickly tries to push his own son forward, but Lord Molen simply agrees, much to Chell's terror. Later, Chell is stumbling through the moonlit gardens, already exhausted. Mac assures him they're almost there. Seeing Chell's pathetic state, Lord Molen suggests a break. The two aides offer to stay behind with Chell, leaving Lord Molen and Ian to walk on ahead. Ian plays the part of the caring brother, telling Chell to rest well. Once they are alone by a shimmering pond, Lord Molen gets straight to the point. Sir Ian, I saw your eyes turn gold the other day. He stops and looks directly at the boy. Are you a magic user? Ian just gives him a serene, unreadable smile, playing dumb. Lord Molen presses on, saying Prince Gale would be very interested in meeting someone with his talents. Ian's smile turns sly. Is that the only reason? He asks, his tone changing completely. Lord Molen is taken aback. Ian continues, is that all you're curious about? The power dynamic has completely flipped. I'm sure there's more you want to ask me. Lord Molen is silent, his calm facade finally cracking. This is no ordinary child. Ian drops the bomb, his voice calm, but his words landing like a thunderclap. Aren't you here to investigate the fake accounting? Lord Molen's hand clenches. He's been exposed. With all the cards in his hand, Ian smiles, a look of pure confidence on his face. It just so happens that I desire something. He looks the old nobleman right in the eye and makes his move. How about we make a deal? The air is thick with tension. Ian stands before Lord Molan, his deal laid bare. He wants something in exchange for the ledger. When the old man asks what a child could possibly offer, Ian's smile turns cold. He points out that tax fraud is a crime that could easily implicate the royal family. The threat is unspoken, but crystal clear. Lord Molan offers him an easy way out. He can simply block the adoption, and Ian will be free. No death penalty, no exile to the Heavenly Warriors. But Ian rejects it flatly. That is not what I want. He doesn't want freedom. He wants power. He wants to own this entire territory. His plan is audacious. He will go to the Heavenly Warriors as planned, but on his own terms, and turn them into his personal army. Lord Molan questions if he truly understands the danger. Ian confirms he does, laying out his logic with chilling precision. The moment the fraud is reported, his uncle will suspect him. To survive, he must go to the Heavenly Warriors, a clan that hates both the Brock family and the Imperial Palace, making them the perfect allies to win over. He pictures their ancient symbol, a formidable fighting force, an excellent card to have in his hand. He looks Lord Molan dead in the eye, his smile sharp. "After all," he says, "you're not going to protect me and my mother, are you?" The old man is speechless, completely outmaneuvered by the boy's cunning. Trying to regain his composure, Lord Molan notes that Chell is late. Ian takes his cue to leave, knowing the old man never expected such a response. But Lord Molan asks him to stay a bit longer, suggesting he see more of his hometown before he leaves. Ian understands. The deal is accepted. He coolly tells the old man, "Then you may leave." As Lord Molan walks away, his mind reels. He just made a deal with a child who thinks like a seasoned politician. Ian watches him go. He remembers this from his past life. This was when the Brock family began to fall. He knows he can't just walk into the Imperial Palace as he is now. He has to seize this chance. By giving Lord Molan the ledger, he will help destroy this family from the inside. And in the chaos that follows, he will take everything they have for himself. But first, he needs a true ally, a strong foundation before he can approach the Heavenly Warriors. This, he realizes, is his shortcut, his first step toward reclaiming his power and starting his revenge. The scene shifts. Later that night, Ian waits on a balcony as a hooded figure approaches. Ah, it's her, he thinks, recognizing her at once. A woman with blonde hair, clutching a pot of red flowers. The maid, Hannah, delivered his message. He reaches out and gently takes her arm. She turns, startled. He greets her with a warm smile. "How have you been?" Her eyes widen in recognition. "Ian," she whispers. It's his mother. Tears well up in her eyes. She asks if he's been all right. She tells him how happy she is to see his face. A brief flashback shows Hannah delivering Ian's message, asking his mother to meet him by the lake. Hannah recalls how overjoyed she seemed. Back in the present, Ian tells his mother he's fine and gently touches her face. He apologizes for not being in touch, a gesture so mature it seems foreign coming from her young son. He asks about the pouch of gold his uncle gave him. When she looks confused, he shows her. She's shocked, saying she could never have gathered so much. Ian tells her to take it and prepare to leave. He'll send word through Hannah when the time is right. Worry fills her eyes. She tells him if he wants to run, he should just go. She can't bear to see him suffer here any longer. He reassures her, his eyes glowing with a faint golden light. "I won't run away," he says firmly, asking her to trust him. Just then, Chell's voice calls out from a distance. It's time to go. Before leaving, Ian tells his mother to start gathering gula seeds, saying they'll be very useful soon. She watches him leave, stunned by the man her son has become. Hannah is waiting with the flower pot his younger self used to care for. Ian takes it with a genuine smile. "Thanks for bringing it to me." A small piece of his forgotten past, now in his hands. The next morning, Ian walks with Chell, having convinced his terrified cousin to join him at the training grounds. Chell nervously asks if training is really starting today. Ian reassures him it will be light. They approach a man with a scarred face dozing on a bench. The man startles awake, surprised to see the young masters. He asks what brings them here. Chell puffs out his chest, trying to act important. The captain, Theo, is unimpressed, pointing out that Chell reeks of alcohol. Chell weakly argues that as the successor, he needs to be prepared to defend himself. Theo just shrugs and agrees to give them a tour. He points out the various training facilities. Then, Ian's attention is caught by the sharp crack of a whip. He sees a group of ragged boys being forced into hard labor, an overseer screaming at them to work harder or starve. Theo explains casually that they're just orphans. He then turns to Chell with a cruel smirk, remarking that Ian could have easily ended up right there with them. Chell weakly tells him to stop, but Ian's gaze is fixed on the scene. He notices one boy in particular. While the others are slumped in exhaustion, a boy with vibrant red hair is still standing tall. Theo follows his gaze and grunts. "That's Barrick," he says, "a real headache." Ian looks at the defiant boy, a spark of interest in his eyes. He sees potential. Suddenly, a pained scream cuts through the air. Chell flinches, startled by the brutal sound of a whip striking flesh. He watches Barrick get beaten, remarking on the sheer rage in the boy's eyes. Theo just picks his nose, completely bored. He admits the boy is good for hard labor, but that's about it. But as the whip is raised again, Ian's voice cuts through the air, sharp and clear. "Stop!" The captain lets the whip fall. He glances over at Barrick, panting on the ground, and adds that the boy has no skill. Even through the pain, Barrick glares back, his eyes burning with pure, untamed hatred. "Since he has no talent," Theo finishes, ignoring the defiant stare completely. He launches into a cynical lecture, saying that some people are just born to fail. It's better to know your place and when to give up. Ian listens, his expression unreadable, as Theo tells them all to just stay in their own lane. But Ian sees right through him. It's the look of a man who tried, failed, and now projects his own disappointment onto everyone else. Ian steps forward, his voice calm but authoritative. He tells the exhausted orphans that training is over, and they should all go rest. Chell watches him, a strange feeling creeping in. He sees himself in Barrick, powerless and beaten down. He remembers what Theo said, and a chilling thought crosses his mind. If things had been different, he could have been the one on the ground. For the first time, he understands the brutal reality of his world. Ian approaches the red-haired boy. "You're Barrick, right?" he asks. He offers a gentle smile and extends a hand. "Can you get up?" Barrick looks up, suspicious. "Who are you?" he growls. "Get lost!" Barrick spits back. Chell is shocked, but Theo just sighs, used to the boy's attitude. Ian remains perfectly calm. He grabs Barrick's chin, his voice dangerously low. "I'll let it slide, since you're annoyed at everything right now." He lets go, and Barrick flinches away, completely unnerved by this strange, noble kid. He pushes himself away, just wanting to be left alone. Ian watches him, a theory forming. People with even a faint affinity for magic will naturally reject another's mana. He pulls out a flask of water. He subtly infuses the water with a tiny amount of his power. "Let's see how he reacts," he thinks, holding it out. The moment Barrick touches it, his eyes snap open. He feels it, a faint, strange spark of energy. He instinctively slaps the flask out of Ian's hand. The water splashes across the ground. Barrick gets right in Ian's face, his eyes narrowed. "What did you put in that water?" he demands. Ian just looks at him placidly. "Nothing." He stands, brushing himself off. "Since you've regained your strength, I'll be going now." Barrick is left confused. He looks at his hands. He does feel more energetic. "What?" He calls out for Ian to wait, but the boy is already walking away. Ian glances back, a small, knowing smile on his face. He was right. Barrick has talent. Later, Ian is in the library with his new tutor, practicing his writing. He carefully forms the letters with a quill. The tutor smiles, praising his work. Ian thanks him, though the task is laughably easy for him. He watches his tutor with a keen eye, commenting casually that he seems busy today. "It looks like you have somewhere urgent to be." The tutor is surprised by the question. When the tutor admits he does, Ian smiles, saying he only asked because the man seemed distracted. Then, Ian drops a bombshell, mentioning the tutor's connection to the Central University. The tutor is left flustered, unable to form a reply. "I understand. You may go," Ian says, dismissing him. The tutor practically flees the room. Ian sits alone in the grand library, the letter he wrote on the desk. But it's not just a letter. It's a coded message about future events, disguised as a poem. He knows the tutor is a spy for Lord Molan. This will be his proof, a way to build their trust. The next day, training continues. Chell is gasping for air after only a few minutes of running. He's completely out of shape, wheezing with every step. Theo yells from the sidelines, "You have 40 minutes left. Keep running." While the others struggle, Ian runs with an easy, steady pace. Suddenly, he sees Barrick charging past him with a wooden plank, heading straight for one of the knights. "Stop, Barrick!" But Barrick is blinded by rage, letting out a primal scream as he swings. The knight, Mayral, easily blocks the attack and begins beating Barrick down with his own wooden sword. Barrick is completely outmatched. Mayral grunts, clearly enjoying the one-sided fight. He brings the sword down one last time, sending Barrick sprawling. He stands over the defeated boy. "Stop throwing tantrums!" He warns Barrack that this pointless defiance will get him killed. But Barrack slowly, painfully, pushes himself back up, ready for more. Mayral sighs, fed up. "You really want to die, don't you?" He delivers a vicious kick to Barrack's side, sending him flying as the other knights laugh. Mayral spits on the ground in disgust. "Keep acting up, and you won't live long." Later, Ian finds Barrack nursing his wounds. Another orphan scolds him, but Barrack just grits his teeth, his pride more wounded than his body. "You again?" he growls as Ian approaches. Ian crouches down and tells him if he wants to win, he needs to find a better way. Barrack scoffs, thinking Ian is suggesting he cheat. He grips his wooden sword. "Keep talking and I'll kill you." Ian sighs. In a flash, he pins Barrack against the crates, easily overpowering him. Barrack struggles, shocked by his strength. Looking him dead in the eye, Ian makes his offer. "I'll help you." His eyes begin to glow with a faint golden light. "But in return, you need to help me." He places a hand on Barrack's head, and a wave of pure mana flows into him. Barrack gasps, his eyes flying wide as a power he's never known awakens within him. A slow, predatory smile spreads across Barrack's face. He finally understands. This isn't a cheap trick. This is real power. Ian kneels before him, his hands still glowing. The pact is sealed. He stands, a confident smile on his face. Just as I thought, in the next moment all hell breaks loose. Mayral and his cronies charge, but Barrack meets them head-on with a roar. Ian calmly thinks to himself, he's a mage swordsman. Mayral can't believe what he's seeing, barely managing to stammer out the boy's name. Barrack moves with blinding speed, catching the knight's punch in midair. He looks up, his face a mask of pure, manic joy. With a single powerful shove, he slams Mayral into the ground, cracking the stone beneath them. Mayral can only stare up in disbelief, gasping his name. Before he can recover, Barrack lands a vicious punch right across his face. The other knights can only watch in stunned silence as the boy they used to bully for sport transforms into a monster. "Is this guy crazy?" one of them finally screams. Mayral, dazed and bleeding, demands to know how he got so strong as they all charge in. But Barrack just laughs, a wild, unrestrained sound of pure ecstasy. "Yes, this is what I've been waiting for." He sends another knight flying with a single blow, as Theo watches from the sidelines in utter disbelief. He stares at the scene, his cynical worldview completely shattered. Later, Theo approaches Ian, his face grim. "Sir Ian." Ian turns, playing innocent. "Did he do something wrong?" Theo shakes his head. "The boy just got a verbal lashing, nothing more." As they walk away, Ian glances at Barrack. A baker's son with no connections. Perfect. It's much easier to use someone who owes everything to him. The scene shifts to a lavish drawing room. Lord Molan and his aides meet with Ian. "So," Lord Molan asks, "have you made your decision?" He warns Ian that they need solid, irrefutable evidence to bring the count down. He looks at the boy, his expression serious. "So, we will need your help, Ian." Ian agrees without hesitation. He calmly lists off everything he'll gather. Data on grain harvests, mining output, farmer taxation, everything they need to seal the Count's fate. Lord Molan smiles, pleased. He tells Ian this decision will shape their future. Ian thanks him, his mind already piecing things together. The seal on Lord Molan's ring is the same one that was on the letter his tutor accidentally dropped. He was right. He takes a sip of tea, a cunning smile on his face. "I'll make use of this later." As Ian walks down a sunlit corridor, his mind is already on his next move. Suddenly, a hand grabs his shoulder, spinning him around. It's the butler, looking utterly confused. He asks another servant if he heard something, but gets brushed off. While they're distracted, Barrack emerges from the bushes, grabbing Ian by the collar. Ian just looks at him, unfazed. An odd way of saying hello. "How did you get in here, Barrack?" Ian asks calmly. Barrack explains he made such a scene that the head butler finally caved and gave him permission to enter any time. Ian understands. His uncle is already paranoid, using the butler as a spy. He looks at Barrack, his expression turning serious. Barrack gets right in his face. "You drugged me, didn't you?" He demands the truth, saying his body has felt strange every time they've met. Ian scoffs. "I don't use such cheap methods." He explains that all he did was place a hand on his head. Barrack's eyes widen. "Then that?" Ian grabs his wrist. "I can tell you what you want to know." His eyes begin to glow with that familiar golden light. "But first you have to promise me you'll keep quiet about my golden eyes." Barrack is so startled he shouts, "Yes, those eyes!" Ian sighs, exasperated. "I'm not finished talking. Listen." He lays out his final condition. "You will stay by my side as my bodyguard." He touches Barrick's chest, a massive golden magic circle appearing behind them. The power you felt, the power hidden within you, I'll help you make it your own. Barrick stares, dumbfounded, as he feels that incredible energy swirling inside him again. My power? Ian asks if he's ever heard of magic. Barrick admits he hasn't. Ian pinches the bridge of his nose with a deep sigh. This is going to be harder than he thought. All right, I'll explain everything, so listen closely. Barrick nods, finally ready. Ian begins. Some people can resonate with the power in their soul. They call that magic. Barrick has that potential, but his own magic is rejecting his physical energy, which is why his training has been useless. To become truly strong, he must learn to use the magic within. Barrick looks confused. But you said the magic is blocking my power, Ian explains. They need to forge a path connecting his body and soul. Once they are in harmony, he will be unstoppable. The deal is simple. To protect Ian, Barrick will train and fight alongside him. Barrick agrees without a second thought. He has nothing to lose. Ian smiles. I like that. He holds out his hand. Barrick takes it, a wide, reckless grin spreading across his face. Ian thinks to himself that Barrick is stubborn and reckless, and that's exactly what makes him perfect. The greatest mage swordsmen never accept defeat. They never pass up a chance to fight, and there's no match for a warrior who doesn't fear death. As they shake hands, a surge of golden energy envelops them both, sealing their pact. Barrick looks up, his eyes shining with newfound purpose, ready to follow his new master into whatever comes next. Ian watches his first subordinate, a satisfied smile on his face. The first piece of his new life is in place, their hands clasp, sealing the pact. I look forward to our future together, Barrick, Ian says. The scene shifts to a lavish dinner. Ian sits at the table, but his mind is elsewhere, haunted by the memory of his other uncle, Crony, and his cutting words. He winces. Even after all this time, the phantom words still sting. His uncle's voice cuts through his thoughts, sharp and annoyed. You're spacing out again. He's fiddling with a large, strange ring, and Ian's eyes are immediately drawn to it. Ian's mind races. The Count never wears jewelry, but he always has that ring on. The jewel is dull, not for show. It must have another purpose. He remembers the faint clicking sound from his uncle's office that night. He stares at his uncle, a suspicion forming. The Count notices his stare and tells him to focus on his meal. Ian quickly apologizes. His uncle then changes the subject, a sly look on his face. By the way, it seems you've made a friend. Ian knows exactly who he means. He plays it cool, explaining they met while training and simply got along. The Count probes further. Ian tells him bluntly that Barrick assaulted a knight. His aunt scoffs at his choice of friends. Ian just smiles politely, reassuring them he won't neglect his studies. But his uncle isn't finished. His voice turns cold, a dark threat lacing his words. He gives Ian 1 month to master reading and writing. If he fails, he says he'll consider it Barrick's fault and have him eliminated. The message is clear. Barrick is now a hostage. Later, in the garden, Lord Mullen gives instructions to Ian's tutor. I'll leave it to you then. The tutor bows nervously. He lets out a relieved sigh once Lord Mullen is gone. I was wondering where you were, Ian's voice says from behind him. The tutor jumps, startled. Ian casually points out how long his small talk with a capital official was. The tutor starts sweating again as Ian's veiled accusation hangs in the air. Ian offers him a deal. He'll pretend he saw nothing if the tutor does 2 small things for him. First, he'll get him a map of the Heavenly Warrior's territory along with climate data. He gives the tutor a knowing smile. I'm sure a smart person like you understands what I'm saying. The tutor is caught. He has no choice but to agree. With his plans in motion, Ian returns to his room to solve the problem of the ring. He uses magic to recreate its image, analyzing every detail. A perfect, glowing replica hovers in the air. The challenge now is to draw it accurately. He sits at his desk, the magical image illuminating the paper. I suppose I'll give it a try, he says, picking up his quill. He gives the finished drawing to Hannah, who looks at it with worry. She recognizes it immediately. The Count's ring, the one with the jewel he called a little diamond. Ian praises her keen eye. But then a thought strikes him. Why would you make a key out of diamond? Unless, he suddenly remembers a key scientific fact. Diamonds don't conduct electricity. It all clicks into place. The drawer must have a magical security system, and only a non-conductive key can bypass it. Hannah, thanks to you, I've got a great idea, he says. He instructs her to have a carpenter make a wooden replica and coat it with rubber. She agrees enthusiastically. That night, Ian puts his plan into motion. While the tutor keeps the Count busy with a long, pointless conversation about garden sculptures, Ian prepares to make his move. As they walk away, Ian slips out from his hiding spot and heads for the now empty office. Hannah is waiting. "Here it is," she says, handing him the wooden ring. "It's perfect. The size, the rubber coating. The carpenter is very talented," he remarks. He gives her a pouch of coins and tells her to stand watch. He turns to the shadows. "Beric, are you ready?" Beric steps out, sighing dramatically. "Why do I have to do this?" Ian tells him to make sure no one comes this way. Beric grins. "Of course!" Ian gives him a look. "You look like you want someone to come. I'll be quick," Ian promises. Inside, he goes straight to the desk and feels along the underside. Found it. A small, hidden keyhole. He inserts the rubber-coated ring. There's a soft click. A secret drawer slides open with a quiet thud. He looks inside, relieved. Good. It's not as intricate as I feared. Inside, he finds a stack of letters written in a script he recognizes instantly. They're from the Heavenly Warrior clan. No time to read them now. "I'll copy it," he decides, quickly getting to work. He works quickly and quietly, his face a mask of concentration. Then he finds his true prize, the tax ledger. He copies the fraudulent numbers and even uses the Count's seal to make his own document look official. He carefully puts everything back and closes the drawer. But just as he's finishing, the door creaks open. It's the butler. "My lord, are you in there?" Ian freezes. He's been caught. The butler steps in, but the room is empty. In Ian's place, a vortex of golden magical energy swirls and vanishes. He's gone without a trace. In the aftermath of the break-in, the mansion echoes with the Count's rage. "How dare he go through my study after I took him in?" he screams at his aide, who is sprawled on the floor. "What were you doing that you lost your mind?" The butler stands by calmly as the Count slams his fists on the desk, completely unhinged. He orders the aide to be thrown out, his life and career ruined in an instant. Outside, the commotion is impossible to ignore. Ian is with Beric, who casually munches on an apple, asking if the chaos is over. Ian replies that it was a close call, but everything is resolved. Beric grumbles that he was the one who almost got caught. He asks if the Count found out about Ian. Ian just shrugs. Who cares? He thinks the aide did it. In the end, it all worked out perfectly. The Count now suspects a scapegoat, leaving Ian completely in the clear. The real issue is the information he gathered. His tutor delivered the map and weather data he requested, along with a translated memo from the stolen letters. It asks a single, crucial question: who will succeed the matriarch? Ian rereads the text. Why would something this important be hidden in his uncle's safe? It's a letter discussing the internal politics of the Heavenly Warrior clan. And suddenly, a piece of the puzzle clicks into place. "I get it now," he says to himself. Later, he's teaching Beric the absolute basics of reading. The black part is the writing, the white part is the paper. Beric struggles, but he's trying. Ian glances at his clumsy handwriting. Not bad. "Enough small talk," Ian says, his tone shifting. "Do you remember your instructions?" Beric snaps to attention. "Of course!" Ian gives him the list. Burn the replica key, deliver the copied ledger to Lord Molan, and send a coded message on his way back. Beric's eyes gleam with excitement as he recites the last part. "Tell my mother to go into hiding immediately and gather the gula seeds." The plan is in motion. As Beric leaves, he boasts that, "It's an easy job." Ian smiles. "Good, I have a good guard." But as soon as he's gone, Ian's smile fades, replaced by a look of concern. A lone horse is led through the courtyard. Beric is ready to leave. Ian stops him, telling him to use the back gate. The Heavenly Warriors have already arrived. A sharp, intimidating eye peers through a carriage window. Ian watches from his own window, a smirk on his face. Looks like the front gate is going to be loud today. That night, the envoy has arrived. The Count orders Ian to give his greetings. The man before them is Balame, brother of the Heavenly Warriors clan, head tall, imposing, and covered in scars and tattoos. Ian introduces himself politely. The pleasantries end there. Once they are seated, Ian asks what urgent matter brings them here. Balame gets straight to the point. Their vice-head, Winchen, is dying. They need to secure the peace treaty before he passes. He explains this isn't just a simple discussion. In their clan, the vice-head is their spiritual guide. When he dies, the entire clan will mourn for a year. They need peace before that happens. The Count scoffs, annoyed. Why should he care about their funeral customs? Balame explains that, as part of their tradition, a young master like Ian would be expected to make eye contact with their spiritual leader as a sign of respect. The Count immediately gets defensive, but Balame cuts him off, saying he has yet to see any official paperwork. One of the Count's men explains that Ian is the son of the late second wife. Ian chimes in, his voice calm and polite, subtly reminding them of the Emperor's authority behind the official documents. But Balame isn't convinced. He reveals their true purpose. With Winchen's Eye of Truth, they can magically verify Ian's bloodline. Ian understands instantly. It was never about paperwork. He analyzes the situation. If Winchen dies, the treaty is in danger. This gives him an opening. Ian stands, placing a hand on his uncle's shoulder. I understand the situation, he says, taking control. He suggests they rest for the night and continue talks tomorrow. The Count, trying to save face, orders the butler to escort Ian to his room. Balame simply says, "Thank you." He leaves them with a parting shot. "I hope you make the right decision for peace." Once they're gone, the Count explodes in anger, calling them barbarians. He tells Ian his only job is to play nice with the envoy while he rushes to get the official documents. Ian agrees. He watches his uncle's carriage speed away with a cunning smile. His uncle is doing exactly what he wanted. Perfect. Now, he can finally have a private conversation with the heavenly warriors. He hosts a lavish dinner for the envoy, playing the part of the perfect host. As they eat, he says he has a small favor to ask. "I have someone I wish to bring with me as my personal escort," he declares. Balame is confused, stating they only agreed to take Ian. Anyone else would be a burden. Ian just smiles. "A burden? I am certain he will be of great help to you," Ian says with complete confidence. And just then Beric returns, a bag slung over his shoulder, a confident grin on his face. His escort has arrived. Balame, the heavenly warrior envoy, considers Ian's request to bring Beric. "Capable in battle?" he asks, his tone dripping with skepticism. He lets out a short, mocking laugh. "You certainly know how to make people laugh," he says, a condescending smirk on his face. Ian just smiles back. "How so?" Balame's friendly facade vanishes. He gestures to his own elite warriors, his voice turning to ice. He tells Ian that he and Beric are nothing but a liability in the harsh desert, unable to resist poison, unable to last without water. Ian isn't fazed. "What are you so worried about? I know the risks." He explains that Beric's simplicity and strength are exactly what make him useful. He assures the envoy they won't be a burden. Balame considers this for a moment. He makes his decision. "Fine, I'll consider it if he can win a fight against one of my warriors." The scene shifts to a moonlit courtyard. A young woman with short green hair stands opposite Beric, looking annoyed. "Ugh, why me?" she grumbles. Her name is Sue. She tells Beric he has 5 minutes. Beric, meanwhile, is fuming. He can't believe they're making him fight this little brat. Ian stands by, watching. He warns Beric not to let his guard down, noting the complete lack of an audience. "You'll regret it if you lose because you underestimated her," Ian warns. The fact that no one is watching means they don't think it's even a real fight. They believe the power difference is just that great. Beric turns to Ian, asking if he's the one in charge. Ian tells him Balame is watching from the window above. Beric gets angry, seeing it as a sign of disrespect. "All you have to do is win," Ian says, his voice steady and confident. His eyes begin to glow with golden light. "Listen closely. I will teach you how to win." A silent, magical connection forms between them. Beric looks up, understanding. Sue cracks her knuckles. "Ready?" She pulls out a pocket watch. "Like I said, you have 5 minutes." She grins. "Knock me down in that time, and I'll acknowledge you." Beric smirks. 5 minutes is plenty. Just don't go crying," he taunts, cracking his own knuckles. But before he can finish his sentence, Sue is on him. A whirlwind of kicks and punches sends him flying. Beric has no idea what just hit him. He realizes in that instant the one who'd be crying is him. Sue is impossibly fast, appearing behind him in a blur. He whirls around, completely disoriented. He throws a wild punch, but she ducks under it with ease and lands a solid blow to his gut. He stares in disbelief, unable to track her movements. "Where are you swinging?" "Right here," she says, already behind him again. She sweeps his legs out from under him and follows up with a brutal kick to the head. Beric grunts in pain, the impact rattling him. He stumbles, completely overwhelmed. He's purely on the defensive, barely blocking her strikes. Sue mocks him, asking if he plans to just be a punching bag for 5 minutes. She smirks, but Beric just grits his teeth, his determination unbroken. The one-sided beatdown continues, with Ian watching calmly from the sidelines. As expected, he thinks. Beric is losing completely. Sue lands blow after blow, and Beric can do nothing but endure. Another powerful kick sends him staggering back. Ian watches, his eyes glowing. He's not just observing, he's waiting. And then, his voice echoes in Beric's mind, clear and sharp. Now, Barrick. Barrick's eyes snap open, his focus absolute. As Sue comes in for another kick, he moves. He catches her leg in midair, her eyes widen in shock. "What? Got you," he says with a grin. Sue is completely bewildered. How did he know? Using her own momentum against her, Barrick roars, "Now it's my turn," and flips her over his shoulder. He slams her to the ground and pins her. "Hey, redhead, get off me," she yells. Barrick just sits on her, grinning triumphantly. "Ian said all I had to do was grab you. Now hold still." He leans in close, a manic grin on his face. "You'd be dead if this were real." Sue is utterly humiliated, her face flushed with shame and anger. "Damn it," she mutters. Ian thinks to himself that they sent their youngest on purpose, to avoid any real harm. He approaches the defeated Sue. "You!" she starts. He calmly tells her he'll give her something for the bruises after she reports their victory. He straightens his collar, a playful glint in his eye. "Though it doesn't look so bad. Makes you look unique." Sue can only lie there bruised and fuming. Barrick is still celebrating as she struggles beneath him. Up in the window, Balame has seen everything. He watches Ian, a new respect in his eyes. Ian looks up, meeting his gaze with a confident smile. The first negotiation is a success. In the aftermath of the fight, the air is thick with humiliation. Sue is fuming, feeling like she's been made a fool of. Balame stares her down, his expression unreadable, as Ian calmly asks if the envoy truly feels mocked. Balame thinks about the pigment used in the fight. If that had been a real blow, it would have been a serious injury. The tension hangs in the air. Suddenly the tension breaks. Balame's serious expression cracks into a grin, and he throws his head back in a hearty laugh. He's not angry, he's impressed. Still chuckling, he looks at Ian and Barrick with newfound respect. He admits they have guts. "Fine," he says. "You got us." Barrick's face lights up with pure joy. Balame officially declares that Barrick will be allowed to accompany Ian to the Great Desert. Ian closes his eyes, a small, satisfied smile on his face. His plan worked perfectly. "Thank you," he says quietly. Sue, however, is not finished. She explodes in a comical burst of anger, screaming that she's going to make Barrick's life hell once they're in the desert. Barrick just smirks, completely unfazed, striking a goofy pose in response. With that settled, the formal business continues. The official peace ceremony will take place in 1 week. Because time is short, preparations will be minimal. Everything is now moving at a rapid pace. Balame thanks them on behalf of the Heavenly Warriors. They shake hands, sealing the agreement. A promise is made, a blessing from their god to sanctify the treaty. 1 week later, it's the day of the ceremony. The day Ian finally leaves this place behind. Before he goes, he shares a quiet moment with the maid, Hannah. She hugs him tightly, her voice filled with worry as she begs him to come back alive. She just wants him to be safe. But Ian looks at her with a serious expression. He has one last instruction. He tells her to quit working here while he's gone. She's confused. He explains that it will be better for her to disappear quietly now. He gives her a gentle smile, thanking her for everything. He knows that once he's gone, anyone loyal to him will be in danger, and he's making sure she's safe. This chapter of his life is finally over. He turns his back on the room, his path now set. Let's go. His destination, the land of the Heavenly Warriors. The scene shifts to a vast, sun-scorched desert where a grand city of stone rises from the sand. This is the home of the warrior clan. A powerful man with a red tattoo over his eye greets them. He is Kakantir, chief of the Heavenly Warriors. Ian's uncle stands opposite him, and the ceremony begins. A formal document is laid out, detailing the terms of peace. To prove Ian's lineage, a magical potion is used. A drop of blood is mixed in, and the liquid glows with a bright blue light. Kakantir watches with skepticism as his brother, Balame, whispers something to him. He nods, saying, the potion is fine, but their own vicehead must also confirm the lineage. The Empire's representative scoffs internally but agrees. To seal the pact, a hand is cut, dripping blood onto the document. The Count looks on with disgust, while Ian watches everything with his usual unreadable calm. A bloody thumbprint makes it official. With the ceremony done, Ian and Barrick are handed over to the clan. Before leaving, the Count pulls Ian into a hug. "Stay safe, son," he says, before his voice drops to a chilling whisper. "And always remember why you are alive." Ian's eyes narrow. He understands the threat perfectly. He's not a son, he's a tool. "Of course," he replies, his voice clipped and cold. Everything he does is meant to be for the glory of the Brach family. A chain his uncle is trying to lock around his neck. As the Count's carriage rides off, Ian and Barrick stand at the edge of the desert, ready to start their new life. The desert stretches out before them, an intimidating but new beginning. They finally arrive at the clan's settlement. As they ride in, a shout goes up. "Chief Kakantir is back!" The clan members rush out to welcome them, their eyes drawn to the two outsiders. They whisper among themselves, guessing the blonde boy must be Ian, because the redhead just looks like trouble. Someone asks about the vice head, Winchen. Kakantir replies that he's heard Winchen is doing better. Then he turns his serious gaze to Ian. "Follow me." Ian follows without a word. Kakantir leads him to a quiet room where an old, frail person is lying in bed. This is the spiritual leader of the clan, Vice Head Winchen. Kakantir formally introduces Ian, explaining he's here as part of the treaty. He gently helps the old vice head sit up. Kakantir explains that Winchen is unwell and will only speak their ancient dialect. He translates the frail whisper, "Ian, I will confirm if you are worthy. Come closer." Ian slowly walks across the room, approaching the bedside. Just as he gets close, Winchen's hand darts out, grabbing his wrist with surprising strength. The vicehead's eyes fly open, wide with shock, asking if he is here, by the will of God. And in that moment, Winchen doesn't see a small boy. He sees a vision, a powerful, regal adult radiating an almost divine aura. The image of the man Ian once was, and the man he will one day be again. In this mystical space, Winchen's voice echoes, asking if he is truly the one who carries the blood of Derga Brach. Ian confirms it, but she cuts to the heart of the matter. "Does your presence signify peace?" And Ian, meeting her gaze, swears that it does. Her grip finally loosens. The vision fades, the test seemingly passed. Back in the quiet room, Ian bows respectfully, telling her he will now take his leave. Outside, Beric waits, his nerves shot, chugging from a water skin. The door creaks open, and Kakantir emerges, followed by Ian, who looks as if nothing out of the ordinary just happened. Kakantir orders a man to prepare rooms for them, then turns to Ian. "There's a welcome celebration tonight, and he better not be late." Ian just watches him go, his expression unreadable. The first trial is over, but this is only the beginning. The moment Kakantir is gone, Beric rushes over, desperate to know what just went down. When Ian calmly mentions the party, Beric's face lights up. A celebration means food, and for a boy who's been hungry most of his life, that's the best news possible. Later that night, the hall is alive with music and laughter as the warriors feast. Kakantir spots Ian and Beric and calls them over, looking far more relaxed now. He asks if they've rested, and Ian politely thanks him for the hospitality. The clan chief praises the desert map the Brock family provided, asking if it's all right for them to use the supplies as well. Ian, of course, agrees to everything. Kakantir takes a drag from his pipe, remarking that Count Brock at least did one good thing by raising such a fine son. But that single word, son, sparks a cold fury in Ian's eyes. He knows the real reason for his uncle's so-called generosity. It was all about the gurut leaf, a sacred herb the warriors use, but one that works as a powerful stimulant on regular soldiers, a prize his uncle would do anything to get his hands on. His mind flashes back to a package he received just before leaving, supposedly a gift from his mother. But it was a trap. Inside was a letter, supposedly for her illiterate son, asking him to get some of the gurut leaves. But the handwriting was too clean. It was a coded order from his uncle. Become a spy, steal the contraband, or his mother would pay the price. Ian. Kakantir's voice snaps him back to the present. The chief leans in, his tone dropping to a serious whisper. He's giving Ian a warning. Show absolutely no interest in the gurut leaf. He explains it's a sacred item for warriors heading into battle. An outsider can't get it, and he won't even tolerate curiosity about it. Ian puts on a perfect, disarming smile and agrees immediately. Kakantir seems satisfied, thinking the boy is quick on the uptake. But inside, Ian's mind is already turning. If he can use this situation correctly, he might be able to shatter the treaty between his family and the clan for good. Just then, he catches someone staring from across the room. A man with long brown hair and a hostile glare. Ian leans over to Sue, the green-haired warrior, and quietly asks who he is. She tells him that's Bolmart, a distant relative of the clan leaders and, more importantly, the man in charge of their food supplies. Ian files the information away. Another potential enemy on the board. Suddenly, the celebration is cut short. A man rushes to Kakantir's side, whispering urgently. Kakantir's face darkens. He stands and leaves without a word, a look of deep concern etched on his face. Sue explains that the man was a physician. Vice. Head Winchen's condition has worsened. They don't know when she might pass. Ian realizes it must be serious. He asks if there's any treatment. Sue looks away, her expression grim. She tells him there is one possibility, a mythical flower called silask, but most believe it doesn't even exist. A flower that blooms forever. The image of a beautiful, perpetually blooming pink flower comes to mind, like something from a forgotten legend. The scene shifts to Winshen's room where she lies unconscious. Word is spreading fast. She hasn't woken since last night. The clan leadership is in chaos. Kakantir's advisors are arguing, some demanding they send more search parties for the silisk flower, others shouting that it's hopeless. They are out of time and out of options. And that's when Balame enters the tense meeting with Ian standing calmly at his side. He asks Kakantir why he brought the boy here. Balame explains. Ian claims to have an idea about the silask. The entire room falls silent. Every single eye is now fixed on the small boy who has just walked into the center of their crisis. The elders begin to whisper, skeptical that a child from the outside could know anything about their sacred flower. Kakantir explodes with fury, slamming his hand on the table. "This is not your palace," he roars, telling Ian he has no right to be here. He orders the boy back to his room, but Ian doesn't move an inch. Instead, his calm voice cuts through the tension. The flower that doesn't wither once it blooms is called silisk. He looks directly at the furious clan chief and asks a single, devastating question. "Is the flower red by any chance?" The question hangs in the air, and Kakantir freezes, his face a mask of pure shock. The anger drains from his face, replaced by desperate intensity. "Have you seen it?" he asks. Ian plays it cool, saying it's just a guess, but he thinks he's seen a similar flower back in the Brock territory. He has them hooked. But before he says another word, he tells them he has a condition. He reminds them that the Brock family is part of the great Bariel Empire, and that the imperial palace itself is aware of this alliance. Therefore, he makes his demand. He wants his safety and authority guaranteed, not as a guest of some minor family, but as a formal guest of the entire Bariel Empire. He is no longer a hostage. He is a key player. Kakantir stalks towards him, menace in every step. He wonders to himself, if this boy were to die right here, would the Empire really go to war for him? In a flash, Kakantir's hand shoots out, grabbing Ian by the collar and lifting him from the ground. Face to face, his voice is a low growl. "You really think they'd start a war over one little boy?" Ian doesn't even flinch. He calmly replies that an army might not come, but it would absolutely become a major incident. And then, he makes a statement that is both utterly insane and completely convincing. The soul of the imperial palace, the very essence of its power passed down for generations, resides within me. He explains that while his body may be from Brock, his soul belongs to the palace. He's claiming a divine right, if not a royal name. Kakantir's face twists in a snarl. The soul of the imperial palace? Don't make me laugh. The idea is just too absurd to entertain. But an elder speaks up, his voice filled with awe. He says it's because of unbelievers like Kakantir that their god sent them Madame Winshen in the first place. The argument is cut short as a man bursts into the room, rushing to the unconscious vice-head's side, crying out her name in panic. The aide quickly explains the situation to the frail woman, telling her that this boy Ian claims to know about the legendary silisk flower. And not only that, he claims to have the soul of the imperial palace. His voice trembles as he begs her. Is any of this true? Something shifts. Winshen's eye flutters open, a galaxy of stars reflected in her gaze as her trembling hand reaches out toward something only she can see. Then, with impossible strength, she lurches forward, trying to sit up as everyone in the room gasps. Her gaze is locked on Ian, who seems to shimmer with a golden aura. For a breathtaking moment, it looks like a miracle, but the moment is tragically brief. Kakantir calls out her name, his voice laced with confusion. A choked gasp escapes Winshen's lips as her body is racked by a violent cough. She collapses back onto the bed, her newfound strength vanishing as quickly as it came. Panic erupts. Her attendants scream her name, the fragile hope from moments ago completely shattered. And in the heart of the chaos, a single voice cuts through the noise. Ian's. The silask is in my room. Kakantir whips his head around, his eyes wild with desperation. "Go to the heathen's room," he roars at his men. "Find a red flower, now!" All pretense of control is gone. He's a chief grasping at any chance to save his spiritual mother. Hearing the commotion outside, Barrick is completely lost. He asks Ian what's going on, suggesting they should probably get out of there. Ian just gives him a cool, confident smile, because everything is going exactly to plan. "It's fine. he says calmly. This beautiful, potted red flower is his first gift to them as a newly recognized guest of the Boreal Empire. He had it all along. Later, after the flower has been delivered, Kakantir sits with Ian, his entire demeanor changed. He formally thanks him, but Ian points out the flower alone isn't enough. When Kakantir asks if he can get more ingredients, Ian feigns uncertainty. He taps his chin thoughtfully, claiming he can't make any promises. The flower pot is his, but he spins a story about how long he's had it, saying his memory is fuzzy. He mentions someone who might know more, but he can only contact them a month after the full moon. Kakantir sees right through the lie. A month, a trip to Brach would take 4 days at most. Ian drops the act. With a sly smile, he lays down his terms. If Kakantir wants to know more, he has to make him a promise. Kakantir listens, holding his pipe. He knows he's being trapped, but he has no other choice. Please, say it. From now on, Ian says, when you deal with Brach, give me priority, not my uncle. He's asking the clan to betray its treaty partner. Kakantir's eyes narrow. He understands perfectly. Ian wants to usurp his own family. Ian coolly replies that the heavenly warriors, of all people, should understand the principle of the strong taking charge. A small, intrigued smirk plays on Kakantir's lips. The boy has guts. But he refuses. Ian commands no soldiers, controls no supplies. In Kakantir's eyes, the boy has no real power to offer. Ian's expression doesn't change. He expected this. All right, he says, then I'll tell you this. He leans in and drops the bombshell. Soon, the Empire's inquisitors are coming for Brach. He reveals the charge is treason and that the Brach name itself could disappear within a month. Kakantir is stunned, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his face. Is that true? He whispers. I swear to the heavens, Ian replies, his voice steady as steel. It is the truth. Kakantir demands to know how he could possibly know this. Ian explains he overheard it from the officials led by Lord Molan, who came to vet him for the peace ceremony. The chief finds a flaw. If the Brach family falls, then Ian, who shares their name, will fall with them. Ian smiles. A small, knowing smile. And then he reveals the masterstroke of his entire plan. Though he is Durga's son by blood, he is not his son by law. He was never officially adopted. Kakantir and his aide are speechless. The implications are staggering. His name isn't Ian Brog. It's just Ian. Ian continues, his smile turning predatory. This means the Empire has no legal grounds to charge him with treason alongside his uncle. And with the current Lord out of the picture, he is perfectly positioned to become the new Lord of Brach. Kakantir finally gets it. The Brach family sent a son who wasn't legally theirs, deceiving the clan from the start. Ian presses his advantage, reminding the chief that he now holds all the cards. Seeing Kakantir still hesitates, Ian decides to lay his entire strategy bare. He leans over the map on the table. Once my uncle is gone and the territory is without a leader, take your warriors and invade Brach with me. It's a flawless political move. The Empire will want to avoid a war with the Desert Warriors. To the world, it will look like the clan is simply supporting an ally who has become one of their own. And to sweeten the deal, he promises them the most fertile lands in his territory, a priceless gift. He offers them a true, unbreakable alliance. He looks Kakantir dead in the eye. There is no longer a need for us to have differences. This won't be a fragile alliance based on trade and paper treaties. It will be a partnership of 2 leaders, paving the way for an era of true peace. Kakantir's advisor raises the final obstacle. Their treaty with Count Brach legally binds them to help him. It seems they're at a stalemate. Ian just smiles. He holds up a single, rolled gruet leaf, the very contraband his uncle ordered him to steal. I have a justification we can use to break the treaty. Checkmate. Every good plan needs a perfect excuse, and Ian's is a betrayal delivered straight from his own uncle. He begins to explain the secret order he was given. He reveals the contents of the letter, a command to bring back Gurut leaves when he returned for his birthday next year. To order a boy sent as a symbol of peace to smuggle contraband, it's a blatant insult. Ian looks Kakantir in the eye and asks, isn't that reason enough to break the alliance? A sharp, humorless laugh escapes Kakantir's lips. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he exhales a cloud of smoke. More than enough, he says. In fact, just breaking the alliance isn't good enough anymore. He's thinking bigger, but he's still a cautious leader. He needs proof. Ian admits he has no physical evidence, but says, Miss Winchen's powers can confirm everything. Kakantir's gaze is intense. This is a claim Ian would need to swear to a god. Ian meets his stare without a hint of fear. If you wish, I can do that too. That settles it. Kakantir laughs, finally and completely convinced. The boy's confidence is absolute. A genuine smile touches his lips. He always thought the Brock family was a bunch of fools. But this one is quite extraordinary. He's looking at Ian with a new kind of respect, seeing not a hostage, but an equal. He asks if a statement of support from the clan is all Ian wants. Ian confirms it, telling the chief that he can handle the rest himself. But Cockatier isn't done. He leans forward, his expression turning serious. He has one more question. Why are you doing all this? A question that cuts through the politics, straight to the heart of Ian's motives. Ian explains that he's building a power base far from the capital, a foundation that will support him when he finally makes his move on the Empire. Cockatier taps his fist lightly on the table, not in anger, but to make a point. The heavenly warriors don't intend to spill their blood just for his sake. Ian calmly agrees. He doesn't want that either. This is a partnership, not a rescue. Cockatier looks at the small boy before him, a child who speaks of war and death like a seasoned general. Are you not afraid to die? Not at all. Ian looks up, a faint, sad smile on his face as the memory of a cold, dark dungeon flashes through his mind. I've already died once. The answer takes Cockatier by surprise, but a slow smile of deep respect spreads across his face. I like your determination. He extends his hand. Ian takes it. The deal is sealed, an alliance forged between a warrior chief and a boy who has lived 2 lifetimes. With the business concluded, Cockatier leans back, a thoughtful look on his face. He has another question. He asks if Ian's ambition to go to the capital has anything to do with the Emperor's current state. He's probing, testing the true depths of Ian's plans. Ian simply turns away, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he looks out into the sun. He doesn't need to say a word. The smile says it all. Later, as Ian and Barrack walk through the settlement, they overhear whispers. The clan members are shocked to see the outsider still alive and walking so freely. Ian ignores them, scanning the crowd. His new status is secure. Now, it's time to strengthen his assets. He spots Sue, the green-haired warrior, and approaches her. He asks if she might have time to help them with something. Training Barrack. Sue's eyes light up with a fiery excitement. A chance to beat down the redhead who embarrassed her? She is more than happy to help, and so the training begins. It's less of a lesson and more of a one-sided beatdown, with Sue relentlessly taunting Barrack as she easily dodges his clumsy attacks. From the sidelines, Ian watches Barrack, bruised but defiant, shout that she's going to regret this. Ian calls out to see if Barrack is all right, only to be told to shut up. He sighs, a small smile on his face. How peaceful! He thinks about how his original plan was much more difficult, but the Silisk flower changed everything. He closes his eyes, enjoying a rare moment of rest. But when he thinks of his past life, the peace vanishes. The scars are still there. Later, he is summoned to see Vicehead Winchen. She's sitting up, looking much healthier. She wants to continue their conversation from before. Ian confirms that everything he told Cockatier was the truth, but Winchen looks at him with an ancient wisdom in her eyes. Our God, she says, said to change everything about you. Ian is confused. Sorry? Winchen's voice is filled with reverence. Even if, she continues, her hands clasped in prayer, it means altering your entire existence. The meaning hits him like a shockwave. It wasn't a vision. It was a divine message delivered directly through their shaman. A divine message to change everything about him. He realizes with a start that his regression, his entire second chance, might not have been a coincidence at all. Unexpected things always seem to happen in the desert, and this changes everything. While Ian is still reeling, a maid approaches him with a basket of fruit. She tells him that thanks to him, Winchen has recovered, and everyone is incredibly grateful. A banquet is being prepared to welcome him properly. He is their savior now. She also informs him that once he's rested, the clan leaders wish to see him to finalize the new negotiation rights. His plan is officially in motion. A loud crash from the training grounds interrupts the moment. Barrack is still getting pummeled, screaming that he's not done yet. As the maid is about to leave, she stops, remembering something else. She found something in the pot when she was repotting the Silisk flower. She holds out a simple chain necklace with an amber pendant. Ian's eyes widen. It's a piece of his past, a memory he thought was long gone, now returned to him in this strange new life. Even a perfect plan can be shaken by a single detail from a past you never knew. Ian stares at the necklace, a beautiful, unfamiliar object that has just thrown his world off balance. He remembers his past life as a prince. Even then, he'd never seen a gem like this. How could a poor child from the slums possibly own something so valuable? The questions spiral. Why was a child from a brothel growing a legendary Silask flower? And why was this hidden inside? He knows the original Ian would have sold it in a heartbeat just to survive. This means someone else must have hidden it. Someone who was taking care of the flower and, perhaps, taking care of him. His memories of that time are a blur. For the first time in a long while, the master strategist has no answers, no clues, and no plan. He just hopes this new mystery doesn't interfere with the one he's already set in motion. Just then, Barrick runs up, fresh from training. He sees the necklace and asks what Ian is doing. Ian quickly tucks it away, saying, "It's nothing." He asked Barrick if he's done getting beat up, and Barrick, of course, insists it was a close match. Ian just tells him it's time to go. He makes a mental note. He needs to ask Barrick about the Heavenly Warriors later. The boy is the perfect person to gather information for him. He looks at his loyal guard, who is still nursing a sore jaw. Barrick has a long way to go to become the strongest in the world, but he has Ian's to mold. For now, Ian can relax. Everything is going exactly according to plan. He can finally focus on what comes next. And right on cue, miles away at the Brock estate, chaos erupts. A servant bursts into the Count's office, screaming that there's a huge problem. The Count snaps at him to shut up, but the servant is frantic. The royal investigators are here. A flicker of pure fear cuts through the Count's anger. What? The word echoes in his mind, laced with disbelief. Down in the main hall, a troop of stern-faced investigators stands in formation, their presence filling the opulent room with cold authority. At their head stands a woman with reddish-pink hair and an unyielding expression, Captain Buddy Erica of the Royal Investigators. She looks down at the Count and asks if he is Durga Brach. He stammers that he is. Captain Erica presents an official scroll. She declares she's here to investigate treason through tax evasion. "Absurd!" the Count yells, outraged. He's been guarding the frontier for years. The accusation is so unexpected he can barely process it. But then, Captain Erica unrolls another document, a report on the Brach family's tax evasion, stamped with the Count's very own seal. He stares in horror. "What is this?" She ignores his sputtering, glancing around the lavish hall with disdain. "This is a nice place. We'll be taking over the estate while we investigate." She informs the stunned Count that he, and everyone who works here, will now follow their orders. Without waiting for a response, she barks orders to her soldiers to start from the top floor and head for the main office. An investigator shoves a terrified maid aside, shouting at her to stay quiet and follow. The Count tries to protest, stammering for them to wait. But it's useless. The sounds of panic fill the air as his staff are rounded up. His authority has vanished in an instant. He realizes they already knew where the office was. They must have gotten information beforehand. And that means Molen. It had to be that old man. But how did Molen get the seal? He wonders if there's a traitor in his house. The aide who had it should still be unconscious. So who? A memory flashes in his mind. Lord Molen standing with a small, blonde-haired boy. A boy who looked back with an unnerving, knowing smile. The realization hits him like a physical blow. "Ian!" His roar of fury echoes through the grand estate he is about to lose. Back in the desert, a rider approaches under a starry sky. A message has arrived from the Brach estate. The messenger is brought before Cockentier. He announces that Count Brach is asking for help. He explains that due to a misunderstanding, the Count is being charged with treason, and he pleads for the clan to lend their strength. Cockentier remains calm. He points out that if the clan gets involved and the charges turn out to be true, they'll be making enemies of the royal family. The messenger relays a chilling message from his master. The Count will prove his innocence through the death of his son. He's planning to use Ian as a scapegoat. Cockentier just scoffs. The messenger is confused by his reaction. Cockentier waves him off, playing his part beautifully, telling him they'll be in touch. Once the messenger is gone, Cockentier turns to his own men, telling them to do as they please with the Count's people. He adds that he doesn't want the blood of a warrior who lived with them on their hands, even if Ian is just a token of peace. The messenger, listening from a distance, grips the hilt of his sword. He remembers his true orders. Take action if the clan refuses to help. He smirks. Good. He believes the clan chief just gave him permission to kill Ian. A short while later, Ian is summoned. He enters a room to find Cockentier waiting. "That's right," Cockentier says calmly. He gestures to the messenger standing nearby. "This person is here to kill you, Sir Ian." Ian isn't surprised in the slightest. He gives a small, knowing smile. "As expected." The assassin is completely thrown. "Sir Ian?" His mind races to understand what's happening. Cockentier just grins at him. "Since you're planning on killing him, I've laid out the place for you." It's a trap. A chill runs down the assassin's spine. Something is very wrong. The boy is impossibly calm, and the clan chief seems to know everything. And on top of that, why does he keep calling him Sir Ian? Damn it, he thinks. Did something happen between those two? He decides it doesn't matter. He draws his sword with blinding speed, intent on finishing his mission. He lunges, his blade aimed straight for Ian's heart. But in a flash of red, his path is blocked. Ah! The assassin gasps in surprise. Beric stands between them, his own sword drawn, his eyes glowing fiercely. You'll have to face me first. Behind his loyal guard, Ian watches with a calm, satisfied smile. He knew this was coming. He was ready. I'll be waiting. Ian knows a fundamental truth about combat. Training can only take you so far. A real fight won with true killing intent is a different beast entirely. Beric stands ready, facing down a trained killer. He's nervous, but his eyes burn with grim determination. This is the only way for him to truly grow, a trial by fire. From a safe distance, Ian and Kakantir watch like emperors observing a gladiatorial match. Ian's expression is calm, almost serene. He has absolute faith in the outcome. The crowd of warriors jeers, one of them shouting that Beric is going to die. Ever defiant, Beric just flips him off, telling him to go die himself. The warriors laugh, impressed by his spirit, and start cheering for the assassin to take him down. The assassin is disgusted, muttering about being treated like some gladiator by these barbarians. Beric warns him he'll be going all out. The assassin scoffs, but then his eyes widen as a powerful aura of energy explodes from the boy. Beric unleashes his signature spinning attack, but this time, it's infused with far more raw power. The assassin is shocked by his relentless ferocity, but Beric just smirks through the flurry of blows, taking it as a compliment. But raw power is no match for experience. The assassin finds an opening, ducks under Beric's guard, and lands a brutal punch to his gut, followed by a vicious slash across his chest. Beric stumbles back, clutching his wound, and collapses to his knees. The first exchange is a decisive loss. Kakantir remarks that the assassin got him good, but Ian just shouts encouragement, yelling at Beric to get back up. Spitting blood, Beric struggles to his feet and surprises the assassin with a dirty trick, kicking sand into his face. The assassin stumbles back, momentarily blinded. Beric presses the advantage with a solid punch, but the assassin just growls in frustration. The boy's persistence is becoming a problem. He grips his sword, his patience worn thin. In a real battle, every second counts. He doesn't have time for this, and the kid is surprisingly tough. With a furious roar, the assassin decides to end this now. He leaps into the air, bringing his sword down in a powerful arc, aiming to cleave Beric in two. The impact of steel on steel sends a shockwave through the ground. But the force is too much. The assassin's blade slides past Beric's defense and sinks deep into his shoulder. The assassin smirks. You're skilled, but this is the end. The crowd murmurs. He could have made it a clean kill, but he's just toying with the boy. Blood pours from the wound where the sword is lodged deep in Beric's body. His vision starts to blur, sweat and blood mixing on his face. He collapses to the ground, and the assassin stands over him, victorious. He turns his attention to his real target, Ian. There is no time, he says. I must prove the Count's innocence with your death. But Ian's eyes are sharp, focused. This isn't over. Just as the assassin raises his sword, Ian's voice rings out in Beric's mind. He's underestimating you. Make him pay for it. A new fire ignites in Beric's eyes. The assassin's sword strikes nothing but dirt. Beric has moved with impossible speed, leaving a crater where he once lay. What? The assassin gasps. He turns to see Beric, standing tall, the blade still sticking out of his shoulder. How is this possible? He whispers. I'm not finished yet. With a primal roar, Beric grips the blade embedded in his shoulder and rips it free. The assassin curses his persistence, absolutely furious. Beric's eyes glow with a golden light. He remembers the warrior's creed. A warrior lives each moment preparing for death. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he charges. Ian watches, his plan reaching its climax. Every battle needs an ignition point. To rise to another level, no, you need to burn everything you have. Beric's hands are slick with his own blood as he grips his sword for one last strike, even if that includes his own life. Kakantir finally understands. He turns to Ian, his voice filled with awe. I see why you brought him. He has the markings of a true warrior. Ian just smiles. He knew it all along. After all, no one in the world can match Beric's stubborn, ill-tempered will. The battle is over. Beric lies on the ground, exhausted and bleeding, but alive. He won. Good job, Barrack. A cornered man will do anything to escape his fate, even if it means burning his entire world down around him. And tonight, under the cold sky of the Brach estate, the fuse has just been lit. Inside, the air is thick with tension. Count Brach paces like a caged animal, his nerves completely frayed. His wife can only watch in silence, her fear a quiet shadow in the grand room, waiting for news that will either save them or seal their doom. Suddenly, the door bursts open. A panicked woman stumbles in, and the Count whirls on her, demanding to know where his knight is. But she shoves a cloth-wrapped package into his hands. "Take this!" she says, her voice strained. It's Cockentier's response. He snatches it, his voice cracking with desperation as he pleads, "What did the clan leader say?" But the messenger is already gone, leaving him alone with his rising dread. A deafening silence falls. He stands there clutching the package, the last shred of hope draining from his face as a cold, sickening realization sets in. This is not the answer he was hoping for. His hands tremble as he unwraps the simple letter. This single piece of paper holds the fate of his entire family. The message is short, blunt, and utterly devastating. It confirms the Heavenly Warrior clan knows everything. They know the Brach family broke their word, sending an illegitimate child as a false token of peace. Worse, they discovered his plot to smuggle the forbidden Gurut leaves using that same child. His wife gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. Their darkest secrets are all laid bare, and the final line is a death sentence to his plans. The alliance with the Brach family is officially null and void. The words hit him like a physical blow. The room seems to twist around him as the full weight of his failure comes crashing down. He's been completely outplayed. His face contorts into a mask of pure fury. His knuckles turn white as he crushes the letter, the parchment groaning under the pressure. A guttural roar rips from his throat, echoing through the mansion. "Those damn traitors! I'll kill them all!" Outside, the guards flinch, hearing the sound of a man who has just lost everything. The room is left in shambles, a perfect reflection of his collapsing world. But as the rage subsides, it's replaced by something colder, more dangerous, a desperate resolve. He thinks to himself, if they want to fight, they'll get one. Since he's already a traitor in their eyes, he might as well go all in. He doesn't need their help. He'll drive out the royal investigators and the capital's army with his own forces. And in a final, defiant thought, he declares he will gain complete independence from the empire itself. This is no longer about saving his position. This is the start of a rebellion. He turns to his wife, handing her a bag of gold and ordering her and his son to their secret storage room. They plead with him to come, but he silences them with a harsh command. "Time is running out," he tells them. "There's no room for argument." From the balcony, he watches them hurry into the darkness, his expression grim and set in stone. He turns back to the empty room, his mind racing. He has to deal with the royal investigation team, and he has to do it now. He grabs a lantern, the flame casting a hellish glow on his face. He has to strike before the capital's main army arrives. His plan is an inferno waiting to be unleashed. At that exact moment, an investigator bursts in to find Captain Erica. "Captain, there's a problem," he yells. Count Brach set the mansion on fire and is on the run. Below them, the estate is already being consumed by roaring flames. Captain Erica just clicks her tongue in annoyance. She isn't surprised, just irritated. "He's shortening his own lifespan," she mutters, more disappointed in his stupidity than anything. She immediately barks out orders, telling one man to report to the capital and the rest to begin a full-scale search. Her command is chillingly clear. Make sure he doesn't escape the territory and kill him if necessary. She clenches her fist, a look of disgust on her face. Damn it, she thinks. It would have become my mansion once this was all taken care of. Her personal ambition twists into anger. How dare he set fire to what she already considered her prize? While she fumes, her soldiers leap into action, spreading out through the burning estate to hunt down the Count. From inside the blazing mansion, panicked screams echo out. The Count's servants are trapped, begging for anyone to save them. Captain Erica hears their cries, but her face remains a mask of cold indifference. She makes a ruthless calculation. They would have died with him anyway, she declares, ordering her men to forget the rescue and focus everything on finding the Count. With her command given, the main force moves out, leaving the mansion to burn to the ground, the screams of the trapped slowly fading into the roar of the flames. Meanwhile, Count Brach gallops through the dark woods on horseback, putting as much distance as he can between himself and his burning home. His mind races, going over his last-ditch plans. He remembers what he did just before the investigators confined him to his estate. He had sent out letters through his butler. One was the failed plea to the clan, but the second was addressed to the first Prince Marev. He still has powerful allies to call on. And there was a third letter for someone named Theo. He reins in his horse and calls out, "Theo! Theo!" Just as frustration mounts, a voice calls out, "My lord!" Armed soldiers emerge from the trees. It's Theo, his loyal man, asking if the Count is all right. "It's fallen through," the Count says grimly. "They've betrayed us." He tells his men their only option is to stall for time until he gets a response from the first prince. He rallies them, explaining they need to attack the royal investigators now, before the main army arrives. It's a small team, far from home. A swift battle could give them the advantage, reminding them that his soldiers are the best elites trained to fight the Heavenly Warrior clan. His words light a fire in his men. "Yes, my lord," they shout in unison, their loyalty renewed. One of the commanders smirks. If they win this, command of this new, independent army will be his for the taking. With his sword raised high, Count Brock gives the order. "Let's go!" he bellows, leading his men into a desperate battle for their very survival. As they charge into the night, a large eagle soars high above the forest, a silent observer to the chaos about to unfold. The eagle lands on the arm of a cloaked figure watching the mansion burn from a distance. Someone else is pulling strings from the shadows. The scene shifts, far away from the fire and rebellion, to a quiet, candlelit room within the Heavenly Warrior clan's lands. Here, Beric lies unconscious, pale and covered in a cold sweat. Ian sits by his side as a doctor tends to him, promising to return with more medicine. As she leaves, she's met at the door by Chief Cockatier, his expression serious as he looks at the wounded boy. "How long until he can get back up?" Cockatier asks quietly. "The doctor's diagnosis is grim. It'll take 3 to 4 months." She explains that his injuries were severe enough to have ended any ordinary person. It's only Beric's incredible life force that's keeping him holding on. Cocantier's brow furrows with worry. 3 to 4 months is a lifetime for Ian, who is just starting to build his power. Beric is his only soldier. This is terrible news. But from the bedside, Ian's voice cuts through the concern, calm and completely confident. Not at all. A small, knowing smile plays on his lips. He looks down at his loyal knight. "Where there's a will," he says softly, "there's a way." And as he speaks, a brilliant, golden aura pure, condensed mana erupts from his hand as he places it over Beric's chest. This isn't just watching and waiting. This is the former Archmage deciding that fate will bend to his will. Even for a former emperor, some things have a cost. A brilliant golden mana flows into Beric's chest, but the effort is taking a heavy toll. Ian grinds his teeth, realizing this is no good. If he pushes any harder, his own small body might just break. Just then, the door creaks open. The doctor and Chief Cockatier step into the room, their eyes falling on the scene. The doctor rushes over, instantly noticing how pale and drained Ian looks. She asks if he's okay, but he just waves her off, claiming he's only a little dizzy. As she turns to check on Beric, her eyes go wide. He's sleeping peacefully, his breathing steady, a miraculous improvement from just moments ago. She looks from the sleeping boy back to Ian, completely baffled. "What in the world is going on with him?" she asks. Ian just calmly says Beric's name, and the doctor snaps back, annoyed, making it clear she's asking for an explanation, not his name. Ian looks over at his friend with a faint, tired smile. He knows Beric isn't the type to recover easily, but now he understands why everyone who fought him called him persistent. The kid just doesn't know how to quit. Cockatier steps forward, holding out a single, dark green leaf. "This might not be enough," he says grimly, seeing the state Ian is in. He tells Ian he should have brought more. Confused, Ian looks up and asks what it is. "It's a gulroot leaf," Cockatier explains, placing it directly into Ian's mouth. The very thing his uncle tried to smuggle, now given freely. "This," he says, his voice low, "is how the Heavenly Warriors cheat death." Ian asks if it will work on Beric, too. Cockatier can only admit he isn't sure. Ian and Beric are the first outsiders ever allowed to use it. The weight of that trust is not lost on Ian. He looks at the clan chief, a genuine gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Kakan," he says softly. Inwardly, he's stunned. He can't believe Cockatier would share his clan's most valuable secrets so readily. This goes far beyond a simple alliance. It's touching. Cockatier changes the subject, giving Ian an update. Just as Ian predicted, Count Brock is cornered and is gathering his soldiers for a fight. There's no word on the Central Army yet. Ian knows they need to keep an eye on both forces to plan their counterattack. As he chews the leaf, Kakantir tells him to rest. They have a few days before they need to move. Ian watches the chief leave, the effects of the leaf and his own exhaustion finally starting to hit him. He sits by Barrick's bed, the silence of the room settling around him. The doctor gently places a hand on his shoulder. She carefully lays him down in the bed next to Barrick, pulling the covers over them both. Surrounded by allies, he looks less like a calculating emperor and more like a child who simply needs to rest. Outside, the full moon hangs high in the starry sky. The night is quiet, peaceful, but that peace is suddenly shattered. Ian's eyes snap open. He sits up abruptly, his senses screaming a warning. He calls out Barrick's name, but his friend remains lost in sleep. Ian's gaze darts towards the door. Something is wrong. He doesn't get it. The heavenly warriors have been nothing but friendly. So why? Why does he feel such a powerful, murderous aura coming from right outside his room? Before he can react, a figure lunges from the shadows, a blade flashing inches from his face. The dagger is aimed right for his throat, moving with deadly speed and precision. Ian gasps, barely twisting away as the cold steel grazes his neck. His attacker, a clan warrior in a fur-lined cloak, pins him down, his face a mask of rage. He snarls at Ian, telling him he should have kept his head down like the worthless brood he is. "How dare you make schemes?" he spits. He leans in close, his eyes burning with hatred. "You're just like your father, Durga." The name hangs in the air, a crucial clue dropped in a moment of pure rage. In that split second, as the man's hand tightens around his throat, a brilliant golden light erupts from Ian's body. An instant later, a massive explosion rips through the room, blowing the door and wall clean off their hinges. Clan members down the hall are thrown by the blast. "What was that noise?" one yells, scrambling to his feet. "It came from Sir Ian's room." Kakantir and his men burst into the ruined room. Ian is on the floor, coughing amidst the rubble, his attacker lying unconscious beside him. "Sir Ian!" Kakantir calls out. Clutching his throat, Ian explains that the man suddenly tried to kill him. Kakantir immediately orders his subordinate to check on Ian and identify the attacker. He stares at the scene, completely bewildered. How did this small boy subdue a grown warrior? And what in the world caused that massive explosion? As the subordinate turns the attacker over, his face drains of all color. He knows him. Stammering, he tells Kakantir who it is. Kakantir's expression hardens into cold fury. He knows this man. His voice is dangerously low. "Move, Boomart, to the prison," he commands. "I will personally interrogate him tomorrow morning." The next morning, Boomart is woken with a splash of cold water to the face. He opens his eyes to see one of the clan's high-ranking warriors looking down at him. It's time to face the chief. Boomart is dragged into the main hall and forced to his knees before Kakantir with the entire clan leadership, and Ian watching. He pleads to be untied, but a warrior cuts him off with a single sharp question. "Is it true that you attacked Sir Ian at dawn?" Kakantir watches him, his face an unreadable mask, waiting for an answer. Boomart grits his teeth, knowing he's been caught. He collapses to the floor, defeated. "I won't make excuses," he says. He tells Kakantir to punish him by taking his arm, but to ask no more questions. But then he adds a warning, his voice filled with a strange urgency. "But Kakan, be wary of Ian. He wields a strange power." He recounts the attack, describing how Ian's eyes turned golden right before the mysterious explosion. Kakantir listens, admitting to himself that Ian is indeed a suspicious person. But Ian sees right through it. Boomart is avoiding the real question, trying to deflect by making him seem like the threat. His goal isn't to escape, it's to survive this and plan for the future. Ian steps forward. "Kakan, may I say something?" The chief nods, giving him permission to speak. Ian's mind is racing, putting the pieces together. He recalls Boomart's angry words. He definitely mentioned Durga. He explains that Boomart called his proposal a scheme. The only person who would see it that way is someone colluding with Count Durga Brach. And then, the final piece clicks into place. The letters. Count Brach sent letters out before his rebellion. One for the clan, one for the prince, and a third for his accomplice inside the clan. As guards drag the silent Boomart away, Ian turns to him, his voice cutting through the tension. "That letter," he says, his gaze sharp as steel. "Did you send this letter to Durga?" Boomart freezes, his face a perfect picture of pure shock. The trap has been sprung. Ian's question hangs in the air, a perfectly aimed arrow that hits its mark. He asks again, his voice echoing in the stunned silence. "That message about who would succeed the female chief, were you the one who sent it to Durga?" Boomart's face twists in horror. He's been completely exposed. Ian presses his advantage, his voice cold and sharp. Were you perhaps the one who… But before he can finish, Boomart begins to tremble violently. He knows it's over. From their thrones, Ian and Cockatier watch as he makes his final, desperate move. A sickening crunch echoes through the hall as he bites down on his own tongue. Clan members rush forward, stuffing cloth in his mouth to stop him from taking his secrets to the grave. Cockatier rises, his voice booming. He reveals that Boomart was in charge of their food supply, and he believes that is how Winchen's condition worsened. He was poisoning their spiritual leader. Ian pieces the rest together. Boomart was promised the position of chief, and Count Derga was supposed to get money from the deal. A simple, greedy, and treacherous plot. Ian steps forward, his expression unreadable as he watches the scene unfold. He asks about Winchen's current state. One of the men replies that she's resting for now. But Cockatier has had enough. He grabs Boomart by the hair, his face a mask of cold fury. He drags the traitor out of the hall, giving a chilling order. Until I say otherwise, no one is to enter Miss Winchen's room. He pulls the struggling Boomart down a dark corridor, his patience clearly gone. He stops before a heavy, closed door. Boomart tries to cry out, but it's too late. A sickening sound and a flash of red light signal the end. Cockatier emerges, his face and clothes splattered with blood. He gives a final, brutal command. Throw the corpse in the desert and bring Boomart's family here. In the clan, the price for treason is absolute. As the guards drag the body away, Cockatier turns his attention to the small boy who unraveled it all. Sir Ian, he says, his voice low. He gets straight to the point, the explosion during the ambush. Was that your doing? Ian doesn't hesitate. He looks Cockatier straight in the eye and, after a brief pause, answers with a simple, honest, yes. Cockatier's eyes narrow. In the Empire, people who can create miracles like that are called mages. Ian confirms it, stating he does not wish to lie. But he can't reveal everything just yet. He tells Cockatier he'll explain the full truth when the time is right, knowing it would be too difficult to understand now. Cockatier is silent for a long moment, processing this. He's being asked to trust a mystery, a child who wields impossible power. Finally, he speaks. I will need to change the plans, he says. Cockatier explains that the original plan was simply to support Ian from the shadows. But now, with a traitor in their midst and Winchen's life on the line, everything has changed. He declares that the Heavenly Warriors will become an unbreakable shield for him. Ian understands. With his uncle's actions now ruled as treason, the Empire won't stand in his way. If Ian can seize the territory, he'll be its rightful ruler. Cockatier places a hand on his shoulder. He tells Ian he will help him achieve that goal. It's no longer just about politics. It's about securing their future. I'm requesting for your help, he says. A confident grin spreads across Cockatier's face, a new fire in his eyes. All right, let's do it. He speaks a single word, a sacred oath of the clan, Demosha. Ian looks down at Cockatier's outstretched, blood-stained fist. This is a bond sealed not with words, but with a promise of shared battle. Yes, he says, his voice quiet but firm. Demosha. He bumps his fist against Cockatier's, sealing their pact. A child and a warrior chief, now bound together. Later, Ian finds Barrack awake. He rushes over, asking if he's all right. Barrack just groans that he thinks he's dying. Ian deadpans that he should be grateful he's awake at all. Barrack complains about feeling nauseous, accusing the doctor of messing with his medicine. The doctor, furious, yells that it's a miracle he's even awake, let alone speaking. Ian watches the bickering, a thoughtful look on his face. It is strange. He knows mage swordsmen heal faster than normal people, but this is something else entirely. Is it really supposed to be this fast? He asks Barrack if he remembers his parents. Barrack says he does, though they're both gone. Ian probes, trying to figure out if there's non-human blood in his lineage, but the cause of his rapid healing remains a mystery. Barrack, oblivious, asks when they're going back to Brosh. Soon, Ian replies casually. Could be tomorrow. Barrack's eyes light up. Ian turns to him, his expression suddenly serious. Barrack, I'm telling you this in advance. He places a cool cloth on Barrack's forehead. But you can't come with me. Barrack bolts upright, protesting, but Ian just pushes him back down. He's in no condition to fight. Barrack argues fiercely, but Ian is firm. Too bad, he says flatly. He explains that they'll be fighting two armies, and Barrack is useless in his current state. He orders him to focus on getting better. Furious, Barrack calls him a traitor and a poophead, but Ian just lets out a small laugh. Barrack reminds Ian of his promise to teach him mana, but Ian has one last card to play. Did you forget? He asks. You used mana on your own back then. Beric stares, speechless. I did. Ian just confirms it with a simple yes. Just then, a clan member appears at the door, telling Ian he's needed outside. He has a message. There's a letter from Brock. Outside, Kakantir receives the letter from a messenger hawk. The war is moving faster than they thought. The timing is perfect, Kakantir says. The letter confirms Count Brack has trapped the investigation team in the old mansion. They're likely holding out for reinforcements. The problem, Ian notes, is the citizens still inside the territory. Ian explains that Brock's forces have gathered at the Hymas Bank, the financial heart of the empire. It's inviolable territory, a neutral zone where no conflict is allowed, meaning the investigation team can't touch them there. So it's a kind of holy area, Kakantir observes, but we'll need to hurry, Ian urges. The longer this goes on, the more the unprotected citizens will start to side with his uncle out of fear. The path forward is clear. So, Ian says, looking up at his powerful new ally, we'll leave for Burial. Tomorrow. As the sun sets over the vast desert fortress, the stage is set. The final confrontation is about to begin. In the heart of the Brock territory, the world is burning. Flaming arrows rain from the sky as Count Brock's soldiers lay siege to the royal investigators. Orders to light the arrows and keep shooting echo through the chaos as the rebellion reaches its bloody peak. Inside his command tent, Count Brock is growing desperate. He demands to know why his reinforcements haven't arrived. The news is bad. The neighboring territory has sealed its gates. The Count curses them as cowards, his plans unraveling by the second. Just then, a knight stumbles in, his face pale with terror. He has dire news. In the distance, an army marches under the banner of the Empire. The capital's main forces have arrived, far sooner than anyone expected. The Count's face twists in a snarl of pure panic and rage. Everything is falling apart. Damn it, he seethes. Meanwhile, the city itself is in turmoil. A messenger hawk soars over chaotic streets as the Count's soldiers blockade the bridges, trapping everyone inside. This is Portlow Street, right in front of the Hyman Bank, the financial heart of the territory. Civilians scramble, pushing past each other in a desperate attempt to find safety. Rumors spread like wildfire that the people from the capital are killing everyone, that they burned the mansion staff alive. The fear is palpable. In a small, boarded-up room, a young woman clutches her little brother, trying to shield him from the sounds of the chaos. The little boy tugs on her sleeve, his eyes wide. "Sister, look!" he whispers, pointing towards a crack in the window. Through the gap, they see a silhouette against the smoky sky. "It's a big bird," the girl says, a flicker of awe in her voice. A single black feather drifts down, and in the reflection of her eye, we see the impossible sight more clearly. It's not just a bird, it's Ian. Down below, the chaos continues. A man snatches bread from a crying child. Desperation has turned neighbor against neighbor. Ian and Kakantir land amidst the turmoil. Kakantir remarks that it's worse than he'd thought, but Ian, his face hidden under a hood, calmly replies that it's pretty much exactly what he expected. A citizen spots them, his eyes widening in terror at the sight of Kakantir's warrior markings. "It's the barbarians," he screams. "The barbarians are invading!" Panic erupts as people scramble to get away. One of Kakantir's men grumbles about the shouting, but Kakantir tells him to stay focused. As they move forward, a small boy trips and falls right in their path. Kakantir immediately reins his horse in, his expression sharp with concern. The boy looks up from the ground, frozen with fear. Ian dismounts and approaches him, his voice gentle. "You should get up," he says, helping the boy to his feet. "The floor is cold." The boy's father rushes over, scooping him into his arms. He looks at Ian, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Sir Ian?" he stammers. "It's Jason, a former stable worker from the mansion." Ian remembers him and leans in to whisper a mission in his ear. Jason reunites with his son, while Ian watches from a distance, the wheels of his plan already turning. Another man grabs Jason, asking if he knows the boy in the hood. Jason confirms it. "It's Sir Ian," the crowd murmurs. "The boy who was sold off to the Heavenly Warriors." The man demands to know what he said. Jason looks out at the fearful faces around him, his expression slowly changing from confusion to hope. "I think he said," he announces, his voice growing stronger, "that the Heavenly Warriors will help us." With the seeds of hope planted, Ian and his allies arrive at the headquarters of the Royal Investigators. And it seems Beric came along for the ride after all, tied up and slung over a horse, giggling madly. One of the warriors asks why they brought him. Ian just sighs. "What can I do? He'd probably cause more trouble if we left him behind." An investigator meets them at the door, drawing his sword in shock. "Who is it? Is it the barbarians?" he demands. Kakantir places a hand on the hilt of his weapon, ready for a fight, but Ian steps forward, pulling back his hood. "I'm the son of Count Brach, Ian," he declares. "We're not here to fight." He looks the guard dead in the eye, his gaze unwavering. "I want to have a talk." His voice, though a child's, carries a king's command. "Notify your master of our presence." Inside, Ian and Kakantir are brought before the leader of the investigators. A woman with reddish-pink hair and a bandage on her cheek turns to face them. "Are you Ian Brosh?" she asks. She corrects herself with a smirk. "Ah, since you aren't acknowledged, I should just call you Ian. I've heard of you from Sir Molan. I'm the captain of the Royal Investigators, Erica." Ian asks if she works for his ally, Sir Molan. She gives a vague, non-committal answer. "Well, I guess, in a way." Ian cuts to the chase. "What's happening on the outside?" Captain Erica sighs. "As you can see, we ran into a little problem," she says with practiced ease. "But we should be wrapping things up soon." She admits the Count's knights are proving to be a bit troublesome. She then turns her sharp gaze on Ian. "That's that, but what are you doing here? Are you here for the execution?" Ian puts on a masterful performance, his expression soft and sincere. "To me, Brock is a precious hometown," he says, claiming the heavenly warriors followed him out of a shared sense of duty. Erica just scoffs. "What a load of bull," she mutters. "Everyone knows the Heavenly Warrior clan and the Brock family are at each other's throats. Aren't you living proof of that? An illegitimate child sold off to the desert." Ian lets out a small, almost amused puff of air. Erica's eye twitches in annoyance at his calm demeanor. Ian offers a fake apology, but his words are laced with condescension. "The way you talk is quite grand," he says with a slight smile. Then he delivers a devastating blow. "Are all the captains these days of lowly birth?" Her face contorts with pure rage. "What?" she snarls, completely losing her composure. But before she can retaliate, a calm, deep voice cuts through the tension. "Look here, Captain. It's Kakantir." He leans forward, his eyes burning with an ancient authority. "I'm the center of the Great Desert," he states, not as a boast, but as a simple fact. A golden, intricate magic circle flares to life behind him, a visible manifestation of his immense power. He gives her an order, his voice a low growl. "You should watch your tone. If you've verified his treason, be done with the rebellion and leave. We'll clean up things here in Brach. Power isn't about swords, it's about who can break whose will first. And in this room, a war of words is about to get bloody." Captain Erica slams her hand down, her voice shaking with rage. "Are you insane?" She rounds on Kakantir, her face contorted in fury. "Where do you think this is, you beast-blooded bastard?" She screams, claiming his words are a direct insult to the Empire. Kakantir's expression remains cold, hard, and utterly unimpressed. "Watch your words," he says, his voice a low growl. He tells her she should be grateful he's even bothering to ignore her. Erica's hand clenches into a tight fist. She's been publicly humiliated and is struggling to regain control. From the throne, Ian's voice cuts in, deceptively calm, asking if she wants her throat sliced along with his father's. A chilling reminder of how little her authority means here. She whirls on Ian, her anger finding a new target. She reminds him he's a traitor's son. Anyone who kills him won't be blamed, so don't act so arrogant, she seethes. "Know your place, you bastard!" Ian just smiles, a serene, almost pitying look on his face. "I know my place very well," he says. He agrees he has Brach blood, but he's not part of the family. He is a unique citizen of the Empire with a direct line to the Heavenly Warrior clan. He's turned her insult into his greatest asset. He leans forward, pressing his advantage. He tells her that her job is to punish the Count, not clean up his territory. "Does telling you to leave after your job is done cross the line?" he asks, his logic infuriatingly perfect. Behind her, Kakantir lets out a dismissive scoff. "This arrogant country bumpkin?" she thinks, grinding her teeth. Kakantir tosses a scroll onto the table. "This is the perspective of our clan." Erica snatches it up, her lip curling in a sneer. "Ha! How shameless," she mutters as she reads the official declaration. Kakantir explains it simply. Their treaty was with Brock. Now that the Count is a criminal, they are no longer obligated to help him. Instead, they're helping her. And he lays out their one condition. Since Ian is the bridge connecting them, they want her to grant him the right to rule Brach. "What do you think?" he asks, the question hanging in the air like a death sentence. Erica lets out a choked, incredulous laugh. "Did I just hear you wrong?" She looks at Ian, sitting on the throne like a king, radiating unshakable confidence. "I think I just heard you say that you want that bastard son to become the Lord of Brach." "You're seriously crazy," she says, but her voice has lost its edge. The gears are turning in her mind. She's forced to admit to herself that, annoying as it is, there are no faults with Ian other than his bloodline. The people of the territory are on the verge of rioting. But if someone with Brock blood like Ian steps forward, he could take control. On top of that, he has the backing of the clan. It's a perfect solution. Even still, she thinks, struggling to find a flaw. She clutches the scroll, making one last stand. "Appointing a lord is the responsibility of the emperor," she states. "I know that," Ian replies with a sly grin. "And until the emperor appoints someone, nobody has authority over the territory." Erika's expression darkens. His voice drops, filled with menace. Although nobody has the authority, everyone has an opportunity. A threat and a promise all in one. Erika finally breaks. "Fine," she says, her voice strained. "I can roughly see what you want." She explains her situation. The Count, his wife, and his son have all escaped. She has a duty to capture them. "All right," Ian says, standing up. "I will help you capture him." He declares that his forces will take over the cleanup afterward. Erika gives him a warning. "Don't try anything stupid." Ian just smiles. "It seems you don't know much about our relationship." He turns to leave, his eyes glowing with cold determination. "Don't worry," he says. "I'll drag him over here with my own hands and prove just how sincere I am." As the doors close, Erika is left fuming, completely outplayed. "Deputy!" she screams. "Bring me a map of Brock right now." Meanwhile, deep in a sun-dappled forest, Count Brock and his few remaining soldiers are on the run. Their only option is to flee to the neighboring kingdom. The Count clutches a bag of gold, cursing his luck. He thinks to himself that he'll just bide his time, and then he will return to Brock. But his dreams are cut short by the shadow of giant wings passing overhead. A split second later, a blade flashes through the air with a sickening whoosh. One of his knights crumples to the ground. "It's an ambush," he screams. "Protect the Count!" From the cliff tops, the heavenly warriors descend. Kakantir watches with a grim smile. What a pathetic sight. The Count's men panic. "It's the heavenly warrior clan! Defensive formation!" a knight yells. "Protect the coup!" But his cry is cut short by the sound of steel meeting flesh. Another knight is sent flying, his shield cracking under a powerful blow. "Ouch," a familiar voice grumbles. The knight looks up into the grinning, battle-crazed face of Beric. "Hey," Beric says, his voice dripping with malice. "Remember me? You beat me up at the training grounds." Ian, protected by a guard, calls out, "Beric, are you all right?" Beric just waves him off. Yeah. So stay behind me, owner." Ian steps out, a bright, chilling smile on his face as he looks at his uncle. "I'm back, father." The Count stares, his eyes wide with pure, undiluted hatred. "You!" He lets out a guttural roar, Ian, and charges, his sword raised. But with a deafening crack, his shield shatters, and his rebellion is over. Back at the headquarters, the doors swing open. A heavy sack is dumped on the floor, muffled groans coming from inside. "Here," the man says. "I brought him." Captain Erika stares, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The sack is pulled back to reveal the furious, gagged face of Count Brock. Ian gestures to the bodies of the Count's knights. "I've left the corpses in the front yard. Am I a bit more trustworthy now?" Erika just scoffs. "It looks like you're not entirely useless." Ian tells her to start the trial and leave, but she just calls him arrogant. "I'm not done with my duties yet," she says, her eyes turning cold. She reveals she was tasked with the destruction of Brock. And she still hasn't found the Countess or their son. Ian asks what the chances are they escaped. "None," Erika replies. "No women have passed through the castle walls since they disappeared." Ian turns to leave, his tone dismissive. "If you have nothing to do, why don't you look for them in the village?" He's kicking her out of her own command center. He and Kakantir walk away, leaving a fuming Erika behind. She turns to her deputy, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper. "Look through the corpses too. We must find them first, dead or alive." She gives him a knowing look. "You know what to do, right?" He nods. Until the Imperial Edict arrives, they have to hide them so no one can find them. Far away, hidden in the shadows, the Countess holds her young son close, completely unaware that she is now the target of a ruthless hunt. With the Count captured, the physical battle is over, but the real war for the territory has just begun. Back in the mansion, Kakantir discusses their next move with Ian. He can see that Captain Erika is aiming to become the new lord herself, a risky gambit her superiors might not approve of. But Ian knows it's only a matter of time. Kakantir's eyes narrow, seeing the urgency. "So you're saying we don't have time?" he asks. Ian simply smiles, his confidence unwavering. "You're right. It's only a matter of time before I become the Lord." Turning away, Ian clarifies his strategy. As he sees it, that ticking clock is their biggest advantage. "That means," he explains coolly, "if we can just secure enough time, we have a real chance to win this." He lays out the timeline. It'll take at least 15 days for news to reach the capital, giving them a precious window. But Kakantir isn't convinced, reminding him of the grim reality. The Countess and her son are missing, and the royal investigators are still occupying their mansion. This hardly seems like a favorable situation. But Ian knows exactly why Erica is sticking around. Her cold words from before echo in his mind. Her true mission was the complete destruction of the Brock family, and she still hadn't found the final heirs. "That's what she said," Ian tells Kakantir, a knowing grin spreading across his face. He'd already seen through her entire scheme, steps ahead, as always. He explains that Erica's team is only staying because they're certain the Countess and Chell are hiding somewhere within the territory. If the heirs were to escape, the investigators would have no choice but to give chase, abandoning the mansion. Ian holds up a small wooden doll, a stand-in for the Countess. The final piece of his plan clicks into place, a brilliant and ruthless checkmate. "So," he declares, "if we secure Mary and Chell first, we can use them as bait to control their every move." A small laugh escapes Kakantir's lips, a sound of pure admiration for the young boy's cunning mind. "I see." Satisfied, Kakantir agrees to keep his men on standby, trusting Ian's strategy completely. With his most powerful ally on board, Ian has cleared his first major hurdle. "So, what will you do now, Sir Ian?" Kakantir asks, curious to see the master strategist's next move. Ian turns to leave, his mind already on the next phase. "I have some errands to run, so I'll be going now." He mentions he's meeting Barrack outside and tells the Heavenly Warriors to get some well-deserved rest. As he walks, Ian's mind races. He's certain the Countess and her son are hiding in the mansion itself. After all, the darkest place is always right under the candle. But with all the long-serving staff who might have known of its secrets now gone, he knows it's faster to find the passage himself. Out in the bustling town, Barrack's voice cuts through the noise. "Ian, he's waiting impatiently by a horse." "Oh, you're here, Barrack," Ian greets him. Barrack, trying to tame his wild red hair, reports that his task is done. I checked the forest. "Everything's fine." He leans in to whisper, "And your mom, Philia, is doing well. Living alone seems to suit her." Ian quickly shushes him, a reminder to be careful even here. Barrack just waves it off before glancing around the dilapidated area. "But why are we in a slum?" Ian pulls up his hood, his expression turning serious. "Right. We're here to find Hannah." "Lead the way." Barrack looks confused for a second before nodding. "Hannah? All right." He gestures for Ian to follow, but then he hesitates. "But do I have to do it?" Ian's reply is sharp and simple, leaving no room for argument. "Would you rather I do it?" Walking through the narrow, crowded streets, a reluctant Barrack starts asking the locals if anyone knows a girl named Hannah. Their search finally leads them to a small, unassuming door at the edge of the slum. Inside, the sound of a wailing baby fills the tiny room. A young woman is desperately trying to soothe the child, whispering, "Oh my, why are you crying again?" There. Ian steps inside and calls her name. "Hannah?" The girl turns, startled, clutching the baby protectively. Her eyes widen with recognition, and a wave of relief washes over her face. "Young master, Barrack, I'm so glad you're safe." Ian simply nods. "I should be the one saying that." "You made it out." Hannah looks down at the child in her arms, then back at Ian, worried. She asks if he's in danger, being here as the son of a known traitor. "I'm fine," Ian reassures her. "Calm down." He gets straight to the point. "I need to ask you something. Do you remember any rumors or ghost stories from the mansion? Anything about secret passages or hidden spaces?" Hannah thinks hard but shakes her head. "No, nothing like that." A flicker of frustration crosses Ian's face. If only the old butler were still alive, this would be so much easier. At the mere mention of the butler, Hannah's expression darkens with sadness. "Did the butler pass away?" she asks, her voice trembling. Ian explains what happened, and a look of immense guilt appears on Hannah's face. Actually, she confesses, I feel a bit guilty towards the late butler. She admits that she secretly borrowed something of his before she fled the mansion. In the corner of the frame, Barrack can't help but think she totally stole it. She pulls out a small wooden box, explaining that the Countess had become violent and she couldn't stand serving the family any longer. Figuring no one would notice it was gone, she took the box when she left. When I opened it, there were only letters and drawings, she says sadly. I felt terrible, like I had stolen his memories. She asks if they can burn it with his remains at his funeral. Barrack takes the box, but as he does, Ian warns him not to be careless. Annoyed, Barrack retorts, "Why not?" And in that exact moment he trips, sending the contents of the box scattering across the floor. "Oops, Gilla here, I'll put it back," Ian says, kneeling to help clean up the mess. But as his fingers brush against the scattered papers, he suddenly freezes. Wait a moment. He holds up a large, rolled-up piece of parchment. His eyes scan the faded ink. This floor plan of the mansion, it looks strange. Barrack and Hannah lean in for a closer look. "What's strange about it?" "It looks the same to me," Barrack says. Ian points to one specific area. "Exactly. It's strange that there's almost nothing drawn in the garden." Barrack offers a simple explanation. Landscaping changes too often to be included in detailed plans. But Ian knows there's more to it. It's this kind of sharp observation that sets him apart. He points to a single, meticulously drawn tree on the otherwise empty map. "But this tree," he says, his voice low with discovery, "this one is actually there." His green eyes narrow, the pieces of the puzzle snapping into place with breathtaking speed. A memory flashes in his mind, a huge, ancient tree standing alone in the mansion's garden. The lone drawing, the missing heirs, it all made sense. Could it be? Meanwhile, in a dark, hidden room, the Countess paces like a caged animal. Her son, Chell, huddles on a small cot, weak with hunger. "Mom, I'm hungry," he whimpers. The Countess gives him the last piece of dried meat, her own face gaunt with fear. She tells him to hold on, promising her powerful family, the Carollis, will come to rescue them soon. It's a desperate hope, and her only one. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes from beyond their hidden wall. The Countess freezes, grabbing Chell as her eyes widen in absolute terror. An audible click echoes through the small space as a key turns in a hidden lock. With trembling hands, the Countess raises a heavy fireplace poker. "Durga, is that you?" she whispers, praying it's her husband. "Come to save them from this nightmare." The hidden door swings inward, revealing a dark, stone corridor. The Countess and Chell stare into the shadows, frozen somewhere between hope and fear. A lone figure steps out of the darkness, holding a lantern that casts an eerie glow on his small, composed face. It's Ian. A faint, knowing smirk plays on his lips as he looks at them, his plan having come to perfect fruition. "There you are." Inside the dark, cramped passage, Sue, the green-haired warrior, looks around in awe. "Wow, they dug a whole underground tunnel?" she remarks. It seems the Count was more prepared than they thought. But as the warriors talk, the Countess grips the fireplace poker, her hands shaking with a terrifying mix of fear and pure rage. With a horrifying shriek, "Ian!" she lunges, swinging the heavy poker wildly. But Sue reacts in a flash, catching her wrist and twisting her arm back. The Countess screams in pain, but Ian just watches, his expression completely blank. He'd heard she'd become aggressive, but this was far worse than he imagined. Sue easily holds the struggling Countess, looking more annoyed than threatened by the desperate attack. "Sue, let her go," Ian says calmly, then sends another warrior to fetch Kakantir. The moment she's free, the Countess lunges for Ian again, her fingers reaching for his throat. "Die," she hisses. "This is all your fault." But Ian doesn't even flinch. "You better stop," he warns, his voice dangerously low. He reminds her that if she makes a scene, the investigators will find them, and he'll have no choice but to hand her over. Chell, her young son, finally speaks up, his voice small and terrified. "Ian, are you helping us? What about Father?" Ian's gaze softens slightly. He tells the boy his father has been captured and that there's nothing more to be done. He then orders them both to be ready to leave at dawn. The Countess, defeated, asks where they could possibly go, whispering the name of her family estate like a prayer. "Fontrelay." Ian quickly calculates the journey. Funtrol is to the north, a 2-week ride if they have to detour around the neighboring territory. But the Countess, completely oblivious to the political reality, insists they stop at the neighboring territory of Marilof for supplies. Ian shatters her fantasy with a single, cold fact. Marilof has completely shut down their gates. They killed the butler and have gone on lockdown, he adds. The words hit her like a physical blow. Her family's oldest allies, her last hope for sanctuary, have abandoned her to her fate. She refuses to believe it, her mind retreating into frantic denial. "No, there's no way," she mutters, insisting they can still stop by her old room in the mansion before heading for Mirloff anyway. She's lost in a complete delusion, convinced that as long as her husband is alive, the palace will surely help them. "They won't be able to kick us out," she rambles. "No, they dare not." Ian has heard enough. He grabs her chin, forcing her to look at him. His eyes are like ice. "Mother," he says, his voice stripped of all warmth, "if you don't shut your mouth, I'm going to shut it for you." He turns away, disgusted by her inability to grasp their situation. Finally broken by the harsh truth, the Countess collapses against the wall, her hands covering her face as sobs rack her body. Later that night, the willow tree in the garden sways under a pale moon, its branches hiding the entrance to the secret passage. Kakantir is waiting for Ian when he emerges from the darkness. "Was it inside?" he asks. Ian confirms it with a firm handshake. "Yes, thanks to you." Kakantir nods, satisfied. "We can send them as soon as the sun rises. The plan is set." He leans in, his instructions for his warriors grim and precise. "Make sure to do it as far away as you can. Bury it deep so that no one can find it." At the first light of dawn, 2 figures disguised as the Countess and Chell gallop away from the mansion, the perfect decoys, leading their enemies on a wild goose chase. Moments later, an investigator bursts into Captain Erica's office. "Captain, Mary Brock and her son were found." "What? Where?" she demands, rushing to a map. The soldier reports they were spotted heading north, accompanied by 4 knights. Erica quickly deduces their destination must be Fontrole, the Countess's family home. Her ambition blinds her to any possibility of a trap. "How many should we send to chase them?" her deputy asks, eager for the kill. Erica considers it. She can't send too many, or the clan might take the mansion. "About 20, she decides. Her orders are ruthless. Try to keep them alive. If not, at least bring their corpses. Even their heads will suffice." As her deputy leaves, a cruel smile plays on his lips. He can already taste the victory. If he's the one to capture the last of the Brocks, the lordship will be his for the taking. He imagines himself crushing all his rivals, especially Ian and those darn savages from the clan. But his fantasy is cut brutally short. As his team gallops through the forest, they ride straight into a deadly ambush. The aftermath is a scene of total devastation. Back at the mansion, the deputy, battered and bleeding, delivers his report. "All of the people in the tracking team died?" Erica asks, her voice tight with disbelief. He claims to be the sole survivor, spinning a tale of a swift, brutal attack by skilled warriors calling themselves the Knights of Derga. Erica grills him for details. He confirms seeing Marion Chell and says he remembers the location. "We'll form a second team," she declares, dismissing him with a wave. But the moment he's gone, her face twists into a mask of pure fury. She crushes the handkerchief in her hand, utterly humiliated by the devastating loss. Her aide tries to calm her, complaining that the capital is dragging its feet on her appointment. It's a bitter reminder of how precarious her position is. She fumes, realizing that while she was chasing ghosts, Ian has been quietly winning the support of the people. And then, a sickening thought strikes her. Wait, something's off. Why would the Countess and Chell, after hiding for so long, suddenly make such a bold and obvious escape? Did that little monster, perhaps? The horror of being played dawns on her face. She screams for her men to bring the stable groom to her office immediately. She slams her fists on the desk, enraged at her own stupidity. "I should have checked Brock's horses too." She had been so focused on her prize that she'd missed the obvious signs of a trap. A knock at the door interrupts her rage. "Yeah, come in," she grumbles, expecting the stable groom. But the door opens to reveal Ian, an innocent, almost pleasant smile on his face. "Miss Erica," he says politely, "have you made any progress with the chase?" "Why do you ask?" she replies, her voice dangerously wary. Ian just shrugs. "I'm curious. If those two were alive, I might not be so safe, you know." He leans forward, his expression turning serious, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "However, the ones that ran away with them, are you sure they were Brock Knights?" He pauses, letting the question hang in the air. "Are you sure there aren't any traitors on your side?" The question hits her like a physical blow. The chase team was handpicked. If they weren't Brock Knights, that means someone from her own ranks betrayed her. In that moment, Ian doesn't just defeat her, he turns her own paranoia into his greatest weapon, tightening the brilliant psychological net he's cast around her. Captain Erica's mission was simple: oversee the fall of Brock and eliminate the last heirs. But now, with Mary and Chell having seemingly vanished into thin air, she's trapped. Unable to move forward, unable to retreat. Without proof of their life or death, her mission is stalled indefinitely. Her entire career now hangs in the balance, and the sickening realization dawns on her she's been dancing to someone else's tune this entire time. Her composure finally shatters. She grabs Ian, pressing the flat of her blade against his throat. "You dirty, illegitimate child," she snarls, her voice shaking with rage. "How did you know where they were?" Ian just stares back, a mask of perfect innocence. "What are you talking about?" She accuses him of working with the clan, but he just scoffs. "Me? With the Heavenly Warriors? How can you blame a child for your failures?" Ian coolly pushes her blade away, his confidence unshakable. He tells her to go ahead and count every single clan warrior in the territory if she doubts him. "Aren't you going to check?" he taunts, hitting her exactly where it hurts her pride. "You!" she seethes, completely backed into a corner. Just then her deputy peeks in, his face pale. "Lady Erica, he delivers the final piece of the puzzle." The stable master confirmed it. 2 of the Brock family's horses are gone. A chilling, triumphant smile spreads across Ian's face. He sees it, and she sees him. The bait was taken. It was a trap all along. She points a trembling finger at him, stammering, You! Ian cuts her off, his voice dripping with false concern as he cruelly mimics her own threats back at her. "I'll be the one to kill you for sure." "I'll kill you! Don't be like that! You're scaring me!" And with that final, devastating psychological blow, he turns and walks away, leaving her to drown in her own fury. His complete control over the situation is absolute. She's completely lost it. Storming out of the office, she barks her orders. "Gather the soldiers, leave a skeleton crew, and have everyone else chase them down now." Her aide tries to protest the reckless move, but she's far beyond listening to reason. She's convinced the decoys and their escorts are heavenly warriors in disguise. Her plan is simple: catch them, expose the clan, and keep Ian under lock and key. She's going all in, betting everything she has, just as he predicted. As the investigators scramble to assemble, a lone eagle takes flight from the mansion rooftop, carrying a message that will seal their fate. Miles away, Cockatier reads the note. "The investigators are moving, just as you said." Ian's plan is unfolding flawlessly. He turns to his brother, Balame. He needs to send another message to his warriors, telling them to get rid of the real Mary and Chell. Balame suggests a specific hawk, but Cockatier hesitates, noting the bird has been acting strange. A small detail, but one a leader never overlooks. "Do you not trust your own men?" Balame asks. "Of course I do," Cockatier replies, taking a bite of an apple. "I'm just being overly cautious. It's this caution that has kept his people safe for so long." He watches the falcon disappear into the sky. Once the Central Army leaves, they can finish things here. "We can't leave our home empty for too long," he says, his thoughts already turning towards the future. Balame looks out over the unfamiliar landscape, a thoughtful expression on his face. A crucial question has been on his mind. If Ian goes to the palace as planned, who will be left to lead this territory? Cockatier muses that Beric will likely go with Ian, and the boy is too young to be left in charge anyway. He then glances at his brother, a knowing look in his eye. Balame understands immediately. "I don't want to," he says flatly. "You're asking me to stay here, aren't you?" Cockatier just smirks. "Oh?" Is that how you saw it? Balame admits that having one of them stay would be best for the clan's future here, but he's not sure Ian would approve and, more importantly, I don't want to. It's cold here. Kakantir lets out a laugh. Aha, that is an important factor. Kakantir sighs, wishing the official appointment for the new lord would just arrive already. It seems like it's really being delayed. He wonders aloud, I wonder what those people in the palace are up to. Far away, in the heart of the empire, a red banner bearing a white crest flutters over a grand, imposing palace. This is Central Baril, the residence of the first prince, where the true games of power are played. Inside, a calm, authoritative voice says, "Come in." An aide enters, bowing low before Marev Voroshan, the first prince of Buriel, a man with long blonde hair and the intelligent, calculating gaze of a master strategist. The aide presents a secret letter, sent by Count Brock in his final, desperate hours. It was sent with the family treasure to prove its authenticity. Prince Marev analyzes the letter, effortlessly separating truth from lies. The part about Sir Molan joining forces with his younger brother, the second prince, this part must be true. But the part where the Count claims he was framed, all out of loyalty to Marev himself? This part is a lie, the prince says coolly. He knows the Count was never that close to him. He was a pawn, nothing more. The aide agrees. The tax evasion was almost certainly real. The report also confirms Captain Erica is one of Molan's people, solidifying the connection to his brother's faction. Then the aide asks the question on everyone's mind, are the rumors about Prince Gale planning a coup true? Marev simply looks at the letter, his expression unreadable. I wonder. He orders his aide to bring him every recent report on the Brock territory, especially those submitted by Sir Molan. He needs to see the full picture. And then he makes a decision that will send ripples through the entire empire. Inform the council, he says calmly. I will be attending the meeting this morning. His thoughts turn to his ambitious younger brother. Gale, I hope he doesn't do anything foolish. Later, the royal meeting begins, and the air is thick with tension. The assembled nobles whisper amongst themselves, confused and unnerved by the first prince's unexpected appearance. His presence alone changes the entire dynamic of the room. Prince Marev just sits there, listening with an enigmatic smile, a silent predator observing his prey. The final topic is the treason of Count Brock. A minister reports that the Count has been captured after resisting the investigators. The nobles are outraged. It was bad enough to evade taxes, but to resist? One exclaims. He must be charged severely. But just as they move to take the matter to the emperor, a single hand goes up. It's Prince Marev. I have a question, he says, his calm voice cutting through the noise. Are the only ones to be executed the Count, his wife, and their son? He mentions Ian, the illegitimate child who made a deal with the Heavenly Warriors. It's a seemingly innocent question, but it's a strategic probe designed to test the waters. The conversation shifts to the future of the Brock territory. One noble suggests appointing a new ruler from the palace to prevent a neighboring lord from absorbing it. Prince Marev leans back, a thoughtful, almost worried expression on his face. He understands the true complexity of the situation. The locals and the clan have already fought side by side. A new ruler from the capital would be seen as an outsider, an enemy, and more practically, who in the palace could even negotiate with the Heavenly Warriors? Then, a clear voice says, offering a solution before one is even asked for. It's the Minister of Magic, Wesley, one of the prince's key allies. She asks if he has a suggestion. Marev just smiles. Let's postpone the decision on the new Lord of Brock for now, he says, his words carrying the weight of a royal decree. With that single sentence, he subtly seizes control of the entire situation. The game has a new player, and he's already 3 moves ahead. In the capital's Grand Assembly, the debate over Brock continues. Minister Wesley argues that leaving the territory without a leader is a recipe for disaster. But Prince Marev calmly counters, suggesting they send a temporary advisor first. He wants to gauge the reaction of the locals and the clan before making any permanent moves. When another minister points out Captain Erica is already there, Wesley dismisses the idea immediately. In the eyes of the civilians, the captain of the investigation team is a murderer, she states coldly. She reminds them that Erica has failed in her mission to capture all the heirs, a mission ordered by the emperor himself. For the honor of the empire, this problem needs to be solved quickly and efficiently. The head of the assembly, an old man weary from years of politics, sighs. "Both of your opinions make sense," he says, asking for the other's thoughts. The nobles murmur amongst themselves, caught between the prince's caution and the minister's pragmatism. Finally, the gavel comes down, its sound echoing through the hall. "It seems we have all given our opinions. Now, let us conclude this." Prince Marev and Minister Wesley exchange a subtle, knowing glance. Their plan worked. The appointment of a new lord for Brock has been successfully postponed. Meanwhile, back in Brock, the last of the capital's army is marching out. The citizens watch them go, whispering that they're off to chase the escaped countess and her son. The decoy plan has worked perfectly. The mood in the streets is a strange mix of relief and resentment. Some cheer, overjoyed to see the soldiers leave, while others scream curses after them, blaming them for the loss of their loved ones. High above, on a balcony, a lone woman watches the chaos unfold. "It's Captain Erica. They're all so excited," she thinks bitterly. Her only hope now is that her men succeed in their hunt. But as she turns to go back inside, a large wooden staff suddenly blocks her path. One of Cockantier's warriors stands before her, his expression impassive. "What is this?" she stammers. He gets straight to the point. "We'll be using the mansion from now on." He tells her that since her army is gone, she and her 5 remaining investigators can use the tents outside. Erica explodes. "Are you out of your minds?" she screams. But the warrior is unfazed. "If you have any complaints, take them to our chief." She grits her teeth, her pride stung. "Fine, I will. Take me to him." She storms into the main hall, ready for a fight. "Hey, are you kidding me right now?" She finds Cockatier and Ian lounging comfortably, as if they own the place. "You're going to use the mansion? As if you're the ones who belong in tents." Cockatier looks up from the couch, a lazy, arrogant smirk playing on his lips. "If you want to use the mansion, there need to be less of you," he says, his voice a low, dangerous threat. He sits up, offering a deeply condescending compromise. "If you want, I can grant you a room," he says, pointing down the hall. "There's still a storage room available." His eyes flash with a menacing red energy. "If it's too hard to lessen your numbers, I can help." Erica trembles with rage, her knuckles turning white. "You savages," she whispers. "All she needs is the letter of appointment from the capital. If she just had that one piece of paper, she could wipe these arrogant fools from her sight forever." Right on cue, her deputy bursts into the room, his face beaming with excitement. "Captain! Captain! It's finally here!" he exclaims. What's here?" she asks, a flicker of desperate hope igniting in her eyes. "The letter from the capital." Her face lights up with pure joy. "Finally," she cries, as her men begin to celebrate. They truly believe their victory is at hand. Her deputy presents the official letter on a silver tray, a symbol of the authority she is about to receive. But as she opens it, her triumphant expression freezes. It cracks, then shatters completely. She turns to stone, the letter clutched in her hand, her dreams turning to ash. Her men watch in confusion as she stands there, motionless and silent. "Captain," one asks, the celebration dying on his lips. Her deputy, now deeply worried, asks, "Did I do something wrong?" The letter isn't a promotion, it's an order. Advisors are being sent to manage the territory. Another group will oversee the punishment of the traitors. Her role has been reduced to a mere assistant. The words burn in her mind, a final, crushing humiliation. Before she can even process her utter defeat, the letter is snatched from her hand. "Hey, what the heck?" "Give it back," she yells, but it's too late. Cockatier already has it. "A letter from the assembly," he says, his eyes scanning the contents with amusement. He walks over and hands it to Ian. "Sir Ian, read this." Ian takes the letter, his expression calm as he absorbs the information. Cockatier sums it up for him. "They're pushing off the appointment and sending advisors to take over instead." Ian looks up, intrigued. "Advisors? What will they do?" Cockatier asks. Ian explains that they'll be in charge of reconstruction, and more importantly, they'll be here to evaluate him and the heavenly warriors. This is a test. Cockatier glances back at the stunned, powerless Erica. "So, they're more important than her," he notes with satisfaction. Erika's ambition, her entire reason for being here, has been crushed. She's been sidelined, made completely irrelevant. How did it end up like this, she wonders, her world collapsing around her? It is at this moment, her lowest point, that Ian approaches her. Then, shall we talk? He makes her an offer she can't refuse. I can't help you with anything else, but I can make sure you're the one in charge of executing Durga. She looks up, shocked by the audacity of the boy who ruined her. What? Ian lays out his terms. They need to execute the Count before the new commanders arrive, and no one from the royal family can be allowed to speak with him. However, the actual killing blow will be delivered by the heavenly warriors. After all, he reasons, does it really matter who holds the sword? Erika is silent for a long moment, weighing her shattered pride against this one last chance for a victory. I'll consider it, she says finally. I don't think I have a choice, though, she thinks as she walks away. She's then stopped by Sue, the green-haired warrior, who is nervously holding a small, black bundle. Ian spots them. What are you doing? He asks. Sue stammers, trying to come up with an excuse. Kakantir holds up the bundle. It's a dead bird, a messenger hawk. Is this also from the palace? He asks, an annoyed edge to his voice. He turns to Sue. You can never go long without causing trouble, can you? She apologizes sheepishly, explaining that it kept pecking at the window, and she got annoyed. Ian ignores the excuse and calmly takes the message tied to its leg. It's from Lord Molan. He explains that the Count's letter to the first prince completely derailed their plans. He warns Ian that he is on his way to Brock, hoping to salvage the situation for his own faction. Ian reads the letter aloud to Kakantir. I knew things were going too smoothly, Kakantir grumbles. A fight for power. Ian explains that the first prince has outmaneuvered everyone, but that this new development is actually in their favor. He knows they have to play this carefully. The first prince likely assumes that he and Molan are working together for the second prince. This puts a target on their backs. Kakantir understands immediately. Molan now sees them as a rival, an obstacle to be removed. That's why we need to make our position clear, Ian says decisively. We can't afford to make an enemy of both sides. He looks out the window, a grander strategy already forming in his mind. He must choose a side. We're siding with the first prince. He's the most qualified, and he is the rightful heir. Kakantir notes that the new advisor's report will be crucial for the clan's future here. Ian agrees. Their primary goal will be achieved once the Count is dead, and he plans to send many of the warriors home before the autumn harvest. Kakantir gives him a sharp, appraising look. That means it's mostly up to you to play these mind games well enough to get appointed as the new lord. You're aware of that, right? Yes, Ian says, his voice calm and certain. Don't worry about it. As a war eagle soars over the territory, the pieces are falling into place. A few days later, news arrives that the decoys, Mary and Chell, are confirmed dead. The stage is set. The Count's execution is about to begin. The end of one story is often just the beginning of another. And today, a traitor's story ends with the sharp crack of wood and the tightening of a rope. Deep below the mansion, in the cold stone of the dungeon, a man awaits his fate. Heavy footsteps echo down the corridor, stopping before a single, darkened cell. Inside, Count Brock lies on the floor, bound and gagged. His eyes, wide with a terrifying mix of hatred and fear, fixate on the figure in the doorway. Ian stands before the cell, his silhouette framed by the flickering torchlight. Today is your execution day, he announces, his voice completely devoid of emotion. He leans down, a cold, chilling smile on his face. You sent a letter to the palace in that short amount of time, didn't you? Trying to get the first prince on your side. The Count's eyes flare with shock. How could he possibly know? Thanks to you, I'm actually grateful, Ian continues, his voice dripping with condescending sweetness. Because of your little letter, Captain Erika didn't get her promotion. He twists the knife, letting his uncle know that his final, desperate gambit only helped seal Ian's victory. Oh, and Mary and Chell are dead. You are the last one who carries the name of Brock. The Count's world shatters. A muffled scream of pure animalistic agony escapes his gag as he lunges forward, only to be stopped by his chains. Don't be too upset, Ian says, his voice turning to ice. He plants his boot firmly on the Count's head, grinding his face into the cold, unforgiving stone of the dungeon floor. He leans down, listing every sin, every cruel act that led to this moment. Selling a child, mistreating his own mother, abusing his power for petty greed. "Isn't it all just karma?" he whispers, watching the man who tormented him for years finally break completely. One of Kakantir's men appears at the cell door. "Ian, it's time!" Ian gives one last look at the sobbing, defeated man on the floor. "Okay, let's go." As he walks away, the Count's muffled cries fade behind him. Ian's face is a cold, unreadable mask. One chapter of his long revenge is now officially closed. He emerges from the darkness of the dungeon into the pale morning light, the execution platform looming before him. He calmly adjusts his collar. His expression is serene, as if he'd just concluded a simple business meeting. For a fleeting moment, something dark and ancient passes through his eyes. The Emperor within is fully in control today. The scene shifts to a grand office, where a nobleman fumes in utter frustration. It is Lord Molin, Ian's supposed ally in the capital. He slams his fist on the desk, his carefully laid plans now in ruins. The situation has spiraled out of control, he thinks. He can't understand why Erica hasn't contacted him, why none of his agents are responding. He knows he can't stay in Brock, not after today's execution. His influence here is gone. Back in the mansion, an investigator reports to a woman standing by the window. "Erica, preparations for the execution are complete." She turns, her face a mask of cold, bitter resignation. "Understood," she says, her voice flat and empty. She takes the official scrolls, the last vestiges of her authority in this territory. "Take the lead," she commands. Her brief, ambitious dream of power has been reduced to nothing but ash. Under a dark, oppressive sky, a massive crowd has gathered. The wind howls, carrying dead leaves and a sense of grim finality through the air. Captain Erica stands before them, her voice ringing out with forced authority. "Bring in the sinner." Count Brock is dragged forward, stumbling in his shackles, a blindfold covering his eyes. The crowd murmurs in shock. They see not a fearsome lord, but a pathetic, broken man. "That's Count Brock. He looks worse off than us," they whisper among themselves, believing the rumors that his wife and son were also caught. They believe that once this is over, the outsiders will finally leave, and their lives can return to normal. Our daily life is coming back. The trapdoor opens, and the Count is positioned over a dark pit. The noose above him dangles uselessly. This will not be a simple hanging. Erica begins to read from the scroll, her voice a passionless monotone. "I am Buddy Erica, head of the Imperial Investigation Team. In the name of His Majesty the Emperor, I will now list the crimes of Durga Broch." But the crowd is barely listening. They only care that the man who betrayed them is about to pay the price. Suddenly, there is a sharp, mechanical crack from below the platform. From the pit beneath the Count, a massive, sharpened spear lurches upward with incredible force. It finds its mark, delivering a brutal and horrifying end. Blood sprays across the platform. A clan warrior watches from below, his grim work now done. The message is clear and absolute. This is the price of treason. Kakantir and his men watch from the crowd, their faces grim and unmoving. The clan's justice has been served. The citizens scream, a mixture of terror and cathartic shock at the brutal sight. One of Kakantir's men turns, his expression softening slightly. He walks over to where Ian is standing alone. "Sir Ian, are you okay?" he asks, his tone respectful. Ian looks up, surprised by the question. "Huh," the warrior continues, gesturing to the rocks and rotten food thrown by the crowd. "You didn't throw anything? I thought you would want to be the one to end him yourself." Ian looks up at the corpse of his uncle, his expression thoughtful. "I don't know," he says softly. "Seeing him die feels strange. It made me remember things I couldn't say." A memory flashes in his mind. His mother, from this timeline, her face full of love and worry, telling him, "Be sure to ask Ian for forgiveness." But she didn't mean he should ask for forgiveness himself. She meant he should ask forgiveness from the real Ian. He thinks about the boy whose life he has now irrevocably changed. In the original timeline, that innocent child was sold across the border, dying alone and forgotten, becoming nothing more than a handful of sand in a vast desert. He sees a vision of himself standing on a lonely dune, looking out at an endless sea of sand. The tragic fate he has rewritten, but also the life he has stolen. Kikantir joins him, breaking the somber silence. Isn't it refreshing now that it's over? Ian turns, a small, weary smile on his face. That's true, but he looks up at the sky, where a lone eagle soars against the bright sun. I know that this is just the beginning. The first battle has been won, but the war for the Empire has only just begun. The blood has dried on the execution platform, and a fragile peace has settled over the territory. But for those still playing the game, there are a few loose ends left to tie up. Captain Erica stands amidst the aftermath, a grim look etched on her face. Her deputy approaches with bad news. The Central Support Force has arrived, but there's a problem. The trail for Mary and Chell has completely disappeared, he reports. Erica clutches her head in frustration. What the heck? From where? He explains. The trail went cold at a nearby valley. Worse, the support force received new orders from the capital. If the pursuit is delayed any longer, they are to be recalled immediately. Erica is stunned. What? Her deputy confirms it. All dispatched soldiers are being pulled back. It's a decision that came from high above. Erica just lets out a tired, hollow sigh. She realizes that even with reinforcements, she failed. How could she possibly track them down now with just her small team? Then, her deputy asks a crucial question. By the way, Captain, have you received Lord Molin's letter yet? She looks at him, confused. What letter? He explains that the commander of the support force was expecting instructions from Lord Molin, but nothing ever arrived. A memory flashes in her mind, a white pigeon, a secret message, and then a dark, predatory falcon. The pieces click together with horrifying clarity. She storms into the mansion, her face a mask of pure fury. Ian, she yells, bursting into his office without warning. Ian and a clan warrior look up, unfazed by her entrance. What's the matter, Erica? Ian asks calmly. She gets right in his face, her voice shaking with rage. I'm going to cut open the stomach of every single falcon in this territory. The warrior beside Ian snarls. Stop joking around, I'll rip your stomach apart first. But Erica shoves him back. This is serious. Your falcon ate the messenger pigeon. Ian just looks on, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Ah, the pigeon. You knew about it? She asks, her voice dropping. Ian calmly places a sealed letter and a small magic stone on the table. To be exact, it wasn't eaten. There was an accident. I buried the pigeon and recovered the message. Erica lunges for the letter, enraged. How dare you steal a letter from the Imperial Palace? But Ian simply pushes her back. It wasn't from the palace. It was sent personally by Lord Molin. He explains that since it wasn't official business, he suspected it might contain evidence of treason. She demands he give it back, but he already has her exactly where he wants her. Of course I will, he says, leaning on the desk with a triumphant smirk. On one condition. You and your men leave Brach within 3 days and don't come back. Erica fumes, completely and utterly outplayed. She knows the letter from Molin is urgent, her only lifeline. She realizes he's using her own desperation against her. He'll only give her the letter if she agrees to leave for good. Okay, she says, the word tasting like ash in her mouth. We'll retrieve the body tomorrow and leave immediately. Ian casually tosses her the letter. Well thought out. But as she turns to leave, he calls out to her. She turns back, her face a mask of contempt. You too will have to leave before the advisors arrive, he warns her. Don't think you're safe just because you're not from this territory. He reminds her of her humble origins, a cutting remark designed to remind her of her place. An official advisor from the capital is far above her station. Do not use that word, Erica snaps back. And when the advisor asks where you are, what should I say? That you're dead? I see you still can't grasp the situation. I will definitely be back, so you should be prepared for that. I don't think that will happen. A brilliant golden aura of pure mana suddenly erupts around Ian, filling the room with overwhelming power. Erica, he says, his voice echoing with an ancient authority, don't hold out false hope of ever returning here. Go find the bodies of Mary and Chell, and perhaps you can salvage what's left of your career. Erica stares, her mind reeling in shock and terror. A magic operator? The undeniable proof of his immense power swirls around him. Now go, he says, dismissing her like a servant. She stumbles out of the room, completely shaken. Her deputy rushes to her side. Captain, are you okay? What did he say? A magic operator, she thinks, the reality finally sinking in. Was that the source of his confidence all along? She realizes now that she never stood a chance. He wasn't just a clever boy, he was a monster hiding in plain sight. She turns to her deputy, her resolve hardened by fear. Pack your bags. He's confused. Huh? She takes the reins of a horse, her path now clear. After we hand over the Count's body, we will continue the hunt for Mary and Chell. No matter what, she says, her voice grim, we have to show our sincerity to the capital. It's the only way we survive this. As her small team gallops away from the territory for the last time, Ian watches from a window. The final loose end has been neatly tied up. It's been roughly sorted out, he thinks, clutching a familiar, ornate necklace in his hand. Now it's time to go see her. Deep in a lush green forest, Ian and Barrick make their way down a hidden path. Barrick, are you sure this is the right way? Ian asks. Barrick, leading ahead, replies, I think so. Ian is skeptical, but Barrick points to a small sign carved into a stone, nearly swallowed by moss. See? It's hidden. No one would ever find this place. He spots their destination just ahead. Ah, there it is. They arrive at a small, secluded cabin nestled peacefully in the woods. Barrick looks around, his hand on his sword. Did she go out for a moment? Ian takes a step towards the door. It creaks open under his gentle touch. Inside, the cabin is simple, rustic, and for the moment, empty. Did she go out? Ian wonders, looking at the neatly made bed. Suddenly, the sound of a falling basket of berries makes him jump. A woman with long, beautiful blonde hair stands in the doorway, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ian? It's his mother, Philia. He smiles, a genuine warmth in his eyes that we have never seen before. Have you been well? Ian! My Ian! She cries, rushing forward and pulling him into a tight, desperate hug. She peppers him with questions, asking if he's eaten, why he looks so thin. Barrick watches on, bewildered by the pure maternal instinct. For the first time in a long time, Ian just lets himself be held, a rare moment of peace in his turbulent new life. It's a long story. Let's sit down and talk, he says gently, guiding her outside to sit by the fire. As the sun begins to set, Ian explains everything, the treason, the execution, the political games that now swirl around them. He takes her hand, his expression turning serious. So, I have something I need to tell you. She looks at him, her eyes full of unconditional love. Tell me anything. The Count is gone, but there is still so much to be done. Advisors are coming down from the capital, and later, I plan to follow them back. He looks at her, the weight of his future pressing down on him. I'm not sure if I'll be able to be with you in the future, Mother. His journey is just beginning, and it will take him far away from this small cabin, this brief pocket of peace. He is leaving his childhood behind for good. He looks her in the eye, delivering the difficult truth. I'm not sure if I can stay with you anymore after this. His mother, Philia, takes a sharp, pained breath. But in an instant, her love for him overpowers her own sorrow, and her expression softens. We'll still be able to see each other, right? She asks, her voice gentle but filled with hope. Ian hesitates for just a moment, a flicker of guilt crossing his face at the lie he is about to tell. Of course, he says, squeezing her hand reassuringly, choosing to spare her the harsh reality of his dangerous path. Then it's okay, she says with a gentle smile. That's enough for me. She tells him the most important thing is that he is finally safe and standing up for himself. Ian looks at her, a rare, genuine warmth filling his eyes. The kind of look reserved only for her. He squeezes her hand back, a silent promise to make her proud, to make all this sacrifice worth it. He promises her that soon she'll be free and he'll provide a proper place for her. But she just shakes her head, content with her quiet life. A war broke out and the Count died, she thinks to herself, her heart aching. Despite all that, my Ian is okay. For that, I am so grateful. As the wind rustles the leaves, she suddenly remembers something. Ah, there was something I wanted to ask you. What is it? Ian asks, his curiosity piqued. Do you remember where you got that red potted flower you gave me? She asks. Ian instantly recalls the Silask flower, the very key to his alliance with the clan. I remember, she continues. You got it in return for doing a chore for some merchant union. Ian's interest sharpens. What merchant union? She can't remember the name, only that it was a massive union, so short-staffed, they even hired her to help. They paid very well and gave us that plant as a bonus. Ian presses for more details. She recalls hearing about someone important in the union, with a name starting with an M. All she knows for sure is that Ian was very happy about getting that plant. I see, Ian says, his mind already piecing together the clues. He's not certain, but he suspects a connection between the Silask flower, the jewel's original owner, and this mysterious merchant union. If the union was as large as she said, someone in the village might remember them. It's a new thread to follow in his grand design. He stands to leave. I have something to do. I'll come see you again soon. Right, Ian, his mother calls out, stopping him. She holds out a massive sack filled with seeds. Do you still need any gula seeds? You told me to gather some before. She proudly presents him with 3 enormous bags. There are 2 more besides these. Ian is stunned. Mother, you really have a green thumb. I have a lot of time on my hands here, she says, handing him a few. These are edible, they're not poisonous. Ian casually pops one in his mouth like a piece of candy. Like this. Barrick immediately panics. Hey! Barrick grabs his face, trying to pry his mouth open. I look away for 1 second and you're eating strange things? Spit it out. He tries to force his fingers into Ian's mouth, but it's too late. Did you just swallow? Ian just gives a little nod. It's good. He pats a stunned Barrick on the shoulder. Barrick, good luck. Barrick looks at him, horrified. With what? Carrying you after you pass out? Ian just smiles. No, carrying all these gula seeds back to the mansion. A tiny, defeated Barrick looks up at the mountain of bags he now has to carry as they ride away. Far away, a carriage rattles along a dusty road. Inside, a man named Romandro, the new reconstruction advisor, is complaining. For goodness sake, His Highness Marev is so cruel. He whines that he just got back from a disaster relief mission. He's been sent straight to this backwater territory. Honey, I miss you, he moans, already homesick. His aide, an old man with white hair, asks what he thinks they'll find in Brach. The old man, who we now see as Lord Molen, notes that Captain Erica's reports were dire. He just hopes they don't get stoned by angry villagers when they arrive. Molen's face darkens. My simple plan was ruined, he thinks, all because of that illegitimate child. I hope there will be no surprises awaiting us. But as their carriage rolls into Brach, they are greeted by the intimidating sight of heavenly warrior guards at the gates. Romandro screams in pure terror. Isn't that the heavenly warrior tribe? I didn't hear anything about them being here. Lord Molen just sighs, unimpressed by his cowardice. That's probably because you'd be this scared if you knew. A sharp knock on their carriage door makes Romandro jump out of his skin. A young man with glasses greets them. Are you Advisor Romandro? I am your temporary aide. They are escorted into the mansion, where they find Lord Molen's own men already waiting for him. A young boy with blonde hair turns to greet them. Ian Brock, Molen says, his voice dripping with venom. But Ian just smiles. Please be careful. No one uses the name Brock anymore. Ian takes control of the situation immediately, his calm authority surprising the newcomers. I assume the latest report has yet to reach you. I will explain everything once we are inside. Inside, Ian makes the introductions. Sir Romandro, this is Kakantir, chief of the Heavenly Warriors. Romandro shakes his hand, looking absolutely terrified. Ian explains that Brock and the clan are now allies. Molen adds that the clan's help was unavoidable, given how badly the investigators were struggling. Romandro asks about Captain Erica. Ian simply replies, she is currently tracking down the Count's wife and son. Lord Molen reaches into his coat, his expression hardening into a cold mask. He pulls out an official imperial scroll. This is an order to eliminate you, he says, his voice as sharp as a blade. He declares that according to imperial law, Ian is technically a slave of his bloodline and therefore must be dealt with as a remnant of a traitorous family. But Ian is completely unfazed. "I am someone who has been outside the empire," he says, a golden aura beginning to glow around him. "My heart may be in the empire, but officially, I am from the great desert." He lays his trump card on the table. "If you wish to eliminate me, I will simply return to the desert." "Who said you can do that?" Molin scoffs. A deep voice answers from across the room. "I did." Molin turns to see Kakantir glaring at him. "This territory has stabilized," Kakantir says calmly. "We are planning to return to our home soon as well." The threat is crystal clear. Touch Ian, and the clan walks. Romandro frantically tries to de-escalate. Let's not jump to conclusions here." Right. The situation is much better than I expected," he says, trying to placate the powerful chief. "The first prince himself appointed me, so—" But a loud slam interrupts him. "Romandro, it's Lord Molin, absolutely furious. This is a serious issue. This boy led a savage tribe into the empire. Do you intend to let them run this territory?" "No," he bellows. "We are in the Bariel Empire, so we will follow Bariel law." He turns to Ian. "Even if you run to the desert, I have no choice but to carry out this order." Romandro's aide watches the chaos, understanding the true stakes. For the reconstruction to succeed, and for the first prince to maintain an upper hand against his brother, they need this boy. Ian looks at Lord Molin, a cool, calculating expression on his face. "It would be very bad for you if I were to return to the desert." Molin realizes it instantly. The boy is far sharper, far more dangerous than he had anticipated. He knows that to regain any control here, he has to get rid of Ian. He turns to Kakantir. "I will let the Imperial Palace know that you were of great help." But Kakantir just scoffs at the empty gesture. "It would be best for you to leave." As the advisor said, the reconstruction is already underway. There is no longer a need for you here. Lord Molin's imperial scroll bursts into golden flames consumed by Ian's magic. He sits there, a faint smile on his face, surrounded by a swirling vortex of power. "I am simply repeating what I have read and heard. Now, if I were to return to the desert, the first move has been made, and Ian has won, leaving his enemies completely outmaneuvered." Lord Molin is left utterly speechless, staring at the golden aura of magic swirling around the small boy. "So," he stammers, his mind refusing to accept the impossible sight, "you are a magic user." Romandro, the advisor, leaps to his feet, his own shock instantly turning into frantic excitement. "Since when?" he yells. Ian just gives a practiced, humble reply. "I'm not sure. It's a power I've naturally been able to use for a while." Romandro is completely starstruck. "What in the world? To think I would see a magic user outside of the Ministry of Magic! This is incredible." He rushes over to Ian, his eyes wide with pure admiration. "I knew he seemed mature for his age," he thinks. "Everything that's happened here must have revolved around this child." He eagerly asks, "Can I shake your hand?" Ian graciously accepts. But as Romandro daydreams about his good fortune, Lord Molin seethes in the background. "I saw incorrectly that time," he thinks, his knuckles turning white with rage. He realizes his entire strategy has just crumbled. With magic in the equation, arguments about bloodlines and legitimacy are now completely worthless. Does he really plan to become the next Lord of Brach? Molin wonders, his mind racing to catch up to this new, terrifying reality. Romandro, oblivious to the tension, asks Ian directly, "Excuse me, but are you in line to become the next lord?" Romandro explains that his mission is to reconstruct the territory and recover the missing taxes. He admits he thought it would be an impossible task, but now things are looking up. He grabs Ian's hands, bubbling with excitement, "Especially since I've met a brilliant magic user like you." Ian just laughs along, playing the part of a gifted, innocent child to perfection. Romandro then lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, revealing the political game at play in the capital. He asks Ian directly, "Are you following the will of the first prince?" He admits he's a supporter of Prince Marev himself. "I see," Ian says smoothly, seizing the opportunity. "It's an honor. I will help you to the best of my abilities." Romandro is thrilled, but behind them, Lord Mullen's face is a thundercloud of pure fury. Ian has just declared his allegiance to the opposing faction, right in front of him. Ian suggests they discuss the details after dinner, allowing them to rest after their long journey. As the advisors are shown to their rooms, Ian watches them go, his expression unreadable. But before they're out of earshot, he calls out to his former ally. "Lord Mullen!" Ian's expression is now cold, all traces of boyish charm gone. "I'd like to have a word with you." He has Kakantir stand guard at the door, a clear and deliberate show of power. The two of them are left alone in the grand, empty room, the air thick with unspoken history. Mullen immediately goes on the attack. "What are you doing? Why did you make things so complicated?" "What do you mean, complicated?" Ian asks calmly. "I gave you the criminal you wanted, and you gave me my freedom in return. That was our deal. We didn't have any agreements on what would happen after that," he adds, his words cutting Mullen to the core. "Their business is concluded." Mullen sputters, grasping at straws. "At that time, you definitely said you didn't know anything about magic." He accuses Ian of coveting the territory, claiming that if he'd just been honest from the start, things wouldn't have gotten so twisted. "Did I have any obligation to tell you everything?" Ian asks, his voice chillingly detached. "I was simply choosing the best path forward for myself. Your plans have nothing to do with me anymore," Mullen finally breaks. "What do you want?" he asks, his voice strained with defeat. "That's what I want to know," Ian replies, taking a step closer. "What do you want, Sir Mullen?" Mullen lays his cards on the table. He needs the next lord to be loyal to his faction. He tells Ian they need to come to a new agreement. But Ian just scoffs. "How could you say that? The duty of a lord is to follow the will of the emperor, is it not?" He throws Mullen's own political rhetoric back in his face. Their tense standoff is interrupted by a knock at the door. "Sir Ian, a letter has arrived from Mariloff." Ian dismisses Mullen with a polite but pointed farewell. "You must be tired from your journey. You should rest. I'll make sure you are treated well as a guest from the palace." He leaves, and Mullen is left alone, trembling with impotent rage. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. Their alliance is not just broken, it's been shattered beyond repair. The scene shifts. Later that evening, Romandro is in his study, trying to make sense of the situation. He stops writing, his stomach rumbling. A servant announces, "Sir Romandro, I've brought your dinner." "Ah, come in," Romandro says gratefully. The servant brings in a simple meal, a large wheel of cheese, cured sausage, and some hard bread. "Does everyone in the manor eat like this?" Romandro asks, a little surprised. The servant confirms that with so many soldiers and warriors to feed, supplies are low. Romandro examines the food. All preserved, no fresh fruits or vegetables. He realizes the food supply is still unstable after the revolt. But he doesn't seem to mind. "So what?" he thinks, taking a happy bite. "It's delicious. And sleeping in a warm bed is the best." A knock at the door interrupts his meal. "Sir Romandro, it's Ian. May I come in?" Ian enters, looking cheerful and polite. "Is the food to your taste?" Come in, Romandro says, happy for the company. Ian presents him with a large, leather-bound book. "I've come to bring you this. I've compiled all the information about the reconstruction efforts so far." Romandro asks about the food supply. Ian explains that the armies put a heavy burden on their stores, and they'll soon run out. He recommends lowering the tax rate this winter to help the people recover. He adds that if the palace exempts them from this year's taxes entirely, the territory could recover even faster. Romandro is stunned by the level of detail. "Did you calculate all of this yourself?" "Yes," Ian replies simply. They called him a low-born child, Romandro thinks, amazed. But this plan is detailed enough to be implemented immediately. He's a genius. However, he has his orders. "My mission is simply to return things to normal. I don't have the authority to make such drastic changes." "Then we'll have to go with the next best option," Ian says, a sly look in his eye. He explains that the letter he received earlier was from the neighboring territory of Mariloff. He had already reached out to them to arrange a trade deal for food. Romandro is utterly flabbergasted. This boy, he does things so well. He reads the report, realizing that with this trade deal, he might be able to finish his work and return home before the first snow. He tells Ian they'll need to find the funds for the trade. Don't worry about that. I have some reconstruction funds set aside. We'll be able to buy 2 months' worth of food. Then I'll let them know in my reply. Ian leaves, closing the door behind him, his plan a complete and resounding success. But as he walks down the hall, his confident expression fades, replaced by a look of concern. Beric and Kakantir are waiting for him, their faces grim. Kakantir speaks, his voice low and serious. "We have a problem." Beric immediately steps forward, his hand on his sword. "What is it?" The warrior explains that Lord Molan is refusing to cooperate, claiming his objectives are fixed and cannot be changed. Kakantir glances at Ian, a silent question in his eyes. "Did you not see this coming?" Ian lets out a sigh. He admits he was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but it seems they'll have to go with their second-best option. Beric, ever the practical one, asks about the money. Ian confirms Molan sent 3,000 gold for reconstruction. Beric's eyes light up. In his mind, for sending the money, Molan can't be all that bad. But Ian's mind is already on the next move. He needs to assess their other guest, Ramandro. He lays out the political landscape. Ramandro was sent by the first prince, Marev. That automatically puts him at odds with Lord Molan, who is a known supporter of the second prince, Gale. He continues his analysis. Ramandro probably assumed Ian was on Molan's side at first, but after seeing Molan immediately try to have him eliminated, the advisor must have realized that he and Ian should be on the same side. Ian concludes that if they can win Ramandro over completely, everything will go according to plan. He then admits to Kakantir that one thing honestly surprised him. He was shocked by how well the Empire treats magic users. Kakantir, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the noise. He agrees that becoming the official lord isn't possible for Ian just yet. They'll have to drive a wedge in the opposition first. He orders his men to watch Lord Molan and his people closely. Later that night, under the light of a full moon, Ian meets with Beric. He confirms that Beric has planted the magical eavesdropping stones. With their trap now set, Ian says, "Nice. Then, let's move." Meanwhile, in another room, Lord Molan's faction is in a state of panic. One of his men is pacing nervously, at a complete loss. An older man tells him to calm down, but he just snaps back, his nerves completely frayed. They realize Ian has them cornered. He's using the Heavenly Warriors as a shield and has already gotten close to Ramandro. It's clear they've been sent here to keep an eye on each other. One of them suggests pushing for someone else to become the new lord. But his mentor immediately shoots him down, reminding him just how dangerous Captain Erica is. He explains that Erica isn't driven by loyalty, only by her own ambition. If they don't give her what she wants, she could become an even bigger problem. She is a dangerous but necessary piece in their game. Lord Molan listens to all of this in silence, his expression hard as he sips his wine. He finally speaks, his voice low and determined. "If the obstacle in our path refuses to move, and there is no way to go back, then we have no choice but to break through what's in front of us and keep moving forward." Another advisor agrees. Since their opponent is a magic user, it would be cleaner to get rid of him now, before he grows any stronger. Molan nods. If Ian grows too powerful for them to control, he will become a major obstacle for their prince. His voice drips with contempt as he raises his glass. He declares that without Ian, the clan will leave, and Ramandro will be powerless. The thought of some low-born child daring to block their path is something he simply will not tolerate. He turns away, his decision made. "There are always ways," he says, telling his men to simply observe for the next few days. But beneath their table, a small red gem glows faintly, capturing every single treacherous word. The tiny magic stone is linked to another, a device disguised as a simple earring, worn by one of Ian's maids standing guard just outside the room. She calmly adjusts it, listening intently. Ian's net has been cast, and his enemies have swum right into it. We then see a map of the region. To the west of Brach, across a vast desert, lies the neighboring territory of Merilof. Because of its location, Merilof is a territory with a lot of active trade, a bustling hub of commerce. As Ian's carriage approaches the territory's gates, a heavily armored guard steps forward. "Halt! State your business." A man announces their arrival. An imperial advisor from the former Brock territory is here to see the Count. The command rings out to open the gates, and the large, ornate doors slowly swing inward. Inside the carriage, Romandro confirms with Ian that Mariloff has been silent since the rebellion, most likely wanting to avoid the hassle. Ian notes that they did send one letter, though, a small gesture to scope out the situation and see who came out on top. He deduces their true intentions. If an imperial advisor hadn't come, Mariloff would have tried to swallow up the Brock territory in the chaos. A classic vulture move. They are led into a lavish hall, where an elderly man with glasses and a stern expression greets them. He introduces himself as Count Carlo Mariloff. Romandro steps forward and introduces himself as an advisor acting under the Emperor's orders. He then gestures toward the small boy beside him. Count Mariloff's eyes narrow behind his spectacles, focusing intently on the boy. "You must be Ian," he says. Ian bows his head respectfully and greets the Count. The Count scoffs. "You don't look anything like your uncle," he says with disdain. Ian just smiles politely. "Thank you for the compliment." The Count dismisses the pleasantries and asks if they're here for food. Ian confirms they are, explaining that the situation back home is dire and they came hoping for help. He explains that if they can just solve the food issue for the next 2 months, the reconstruction can be finished before winter. The Count listens, then slides a document across the table. He says he's compiled a list of what they can buy, and at what price. It's clear this is a business transaction, not an act of charity. Romandro, looking flustered, asks for a moment to discuss it among themselves. Count Mariloff bursts out laughing. "Surely you don't mean you're going to discuss it with him?" He mocks the idea of an advisor consulting a child, but Ian's expression remains perfectly calm. The Count agrees and adds a parting shot, saying they should eat well while they're here, since they won't be able to when they go back. As soon as the Count is gone, Romandro is fuming. "That man calls himself a noble," he sputters, crumpling the list. Ian calmly asks to see it. Ian scans the list. The problem is immediately obvious. There are no staple grains, only potatoes, and everything else is being sold for 5 times its normal price. Romandro is speechless with rage. He says that even with their own losses, this is blatant price gouging. Ian closes the book with a soft thud, his expression unreadable. He looks at the furious advisor and says his title calmly, "Advisor." A confident, knowing smile spreads across Ian's face. "Trust me," he says, "I can tell you a much more efficient way to use your funds than on something like this." Romandro looks completely confused. "What are you talking about?" Ian simply motions for him to come closer. Ian leans in and whispers his new plan into Romandro's ear. Romandro listens, his expression shifting from confusion to disbelief to wide-eyed, jaw-dropping shock. The plan is so audacious, so completely unexpected, that all Romandro can do is let out a massive, echoing, "What?" that fills the entire room. From his mansion window, Count Carlo Mariloff watches the small figures of Ian and Romandro depart. He turns to his butler, a sneer of disbelief on his face. "Are they really just leaving like that?" The butler confirms they are, stating they wish to act as if the negotiation never even happened. The Count scoffs, convinced this is nothing more than a childish bluff. He knows the Brock territory is starving, and their allies will soon leave. In his mind, the boy has nowhere else to turn. When the butler asks if he should see them out, the Count waves a dismissive hand. "No, just let them go." He's certain they'll come crawling back to him begging for help. He continues to watch from the window, his gaze fixed on the small, blonde-haired boy. This has become more than just a simple trade for supplies, it's a test of power. The Count's true ambition sharpens in his eyes. Mariloff's distance from the capital has always been its strength, giving him freedom. But a new lord in the neighboring Brock territory would bring imperial oversight, restricting his influence. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. He must take control of Brock, no matter the cost. Outside, Ian stands with a calm, knowing smile. Romandro, still on edge, points out that angering their allies, the Heavenly Warriors, would be a costly mistake for the Count. But Ian knows the mind of a greedy man. He calmly explains that for someone like the Count, the potential reward of gaining Brock is worth any risk. As they move toward the carriage, Romandro notes the butler's absence. It's a deliberate slight, a final show of disrespect from the Count. He sighs, asking Ian if they should just leave, and Ian quietly agrees. But just as they reach for the carriage door, a soft voice stops them. "Oh, my!" A woman has appeared, elegantly blocking their path. Ian looks up to see a graceful woman in a green dress, her wavy blonde hair framing a gentle face. She looks at him with kind, curious eyes as he asks, "Are you perhaps Count Marilov's wife?" She confirms that she is, and upon hearing his name is Ian, she gives a small, amused laugh at his formal greeting. Her warmth is a stark contrast to her husband's cold demeanor. Ian is taken aback. He'd heard she was friends with his deceased Aunt Mary and had pictured someone much older. The woman before him is surprisingly young. This unexpected detail shows how little is truly known about the inner workings of the Marilov estate. Looking closer, he sees not the commanding presence of a noble's wife, but the delicate fragility of a beautiful bird in a gilded cage. She then turns her attention to his companion, introducing herself as Riel Marilov. After Romandro introduces himself, Riel expresses her surprise that they're leaving so soon. With genuine warmth, she asks if they've at least had a meal, her hospitality a world away from her husband's. Romandro politely declines, explaining they're too busy, but perhaps they can share a meal next time. Riel's face falls with genuine disappointment, calling it a shame. Then, her expression shifts. Her gentle eyes, tinged with a hint of purple, focus solely on Ian. "By the way," she begins, a new intensity in her tone. She steps closer, her movements graceful as she fans herself. "Ian, there was something I was curious about." Leaning in, she lowers her voice to a conspiratorial whisper meant only for him. "Who is using Countess Mary's room right now?" she asks quietly. She explains she lent her old friend something and never got it back, her question hanging in the air with unspoken weight. "Has anyone been in there?" The name Mary echoes through Ian's mind. Her question unlocks a forgotten memory, his aunt, Mary, speaking frantically about needing to visit her room before they left, and then going to Marilov. It's a puzzle piece he never realized was missing. Ian masterfully masks his shock, offering a reassuring smile. He tells her that part of the house is unused, extending an open invitation for her to visit and see for herself whenever she wishes. Just then, the butler finally rushes over, asking the Countess why she is outside. She simply informs him their guests are leaving and asks after her husband. The butler offers a flimsy excuse about an urgent matter, relaying a hollow message of goodwill from the Count, telling them to call on him if they ever need help. Romandro offers a polite, but clearly forced, thank you. With the awkward farewells concluded, they finally depart from the Marilov estate. The carriage begins to roll away, putting distance between them and the simmering tensions of the mansion. Riel watches them go, a small, hopeful smile gracing her lips as a gentle breeze drifts past, as if carrying her secret hopes with it. Inside the carriage, Ian glances back out the window, his expression thoughtful. The brief, cryptic encounter with the Countess has given him a new, unexpected variable to consider. Romandro, meanwhile, is back to fuming over their treatment, scoffing at the Count's behavior and remarking on how strangely young his wife was compared to Ian's aunt. But he quickly shakes it off, his focus snapping back to their desperate situation. "Anyway, that isn't the issue," he says, turning to Ian with wide, pleading eyes. He needs to understand the plan. Is there really a crop that can be harvested in less than a month? The very idea is blowing his bureaucratic mind. He starts firing off questions in a rush of excitement. Where is it from? How hardy is it? What's its name? Ian simply offers him a radiant, unshakably confident smile. He calmly reassures the frantic advisor. "It's something you already know. Well, advisor." When Ian finally reveals the name of this supposed miracle crop, Gula, the excitement on Romandro's face instantly collapses into sheer, unadulterated horror. He slumps onto the table, sobbing dramatically. "To think you were going to say something so ridiculous. We never should have rejected the Count's proposal." But Ian calmly insists it's the truth. Gula seeds are incredibly useful as a food source. Ian explains that they can be cooked in numerous ways, their nutritional value is incredible, and that one day they will be hailed as the blessing of the gods. Romandro just whimpers, begging him to say something that makes sense. Undeterred, Ian adds that he's been eating it himself lately and that since it grows so quickly, the coming winter won't be a problem. His confidence is absolute, even if his plan sounds like madness. A short while later, the driver announces their arrival in the downtown area of Mariloff. Ian tells him to stop and wait for a moment. He glances at the door, knowing his agent should be arriving right about now. The carriage door bursts open and Barrick slides in, beaming with a huge, goofy grin. "Mission complete," he declares proudly. Ian gives him a suspicious look. "It looks like your mission also involved drinking, Barrick." His loyal guard waves it off, claiming the pub owner insisted, but quickly assures him he completed the task as ordered. He proudly reports that he spread the word at the most popular pub in the area and posted a notice for all to see. Ramondra looks over, confused by the mention of a notice. Ian explains the next phase of his plan. He has sent out an announcement all across Mariloff, offering to buy labor from the locals. The offer is staggering. For the next month, he will pay 1 gold coin for every 3 bags of gula. Ramondra's jaw drops. 1 gold coin for a few bags of common weeds is an absolute fortune. Ramondra shouts, "Are you for real right now?" While Barrick worries the price might be too high. But Ian clarifies that the exorbitant price is intentional. It's meant to motivate the entire population of Mariloff to scour the forests with everything they have. Ian's eyes narrow with strategic focus. The 1-month time limit is the most critical part of the plan. Any longer, and people would simply start farming the gula themselves. This is an economic strike, and timing is everything. He turns to Barrick, asking about the current state of Mariloff's agriculture. Barrick's expression turns serious as he confirms their situation is far worse than the previous year. He explains their farming was already struggling, and the river contamination from the war in Brock has made things worse. As a result, foreign traders have jacked up the prices on all food imports. Ian connects the dots for them. If they can corner the market on gula, the tables will turn completely. With their own crops failing and food prices soaring, it will be Count Mariloff who comes to them for a deal. Ramondra is still reeling, trying to process the sheer audacity of it all. Gula for 1 gold coin. He desperately clutches onto the hope that Ian truly knows what he's doing. He thinks to himself that if this insane plan fails, he doesn't care if the boy is a mage or not. He's going to get a piece of his mind. With their mission in Mariloff complete, the carriage clatters away, leaving the seeds of economic chaos planted in its wake as it heads back to Brock territory. That night, back in their residence, the final stage of Ian's plan is set. A full-course gula dinner designed to convince a terrified Ramondra. The chef presents the meal, his face pale with fear, while Ramondra stares at the dishes as if they were concocted in a poisoner's lab. As per Sir Ian's command, the chef has prepared an entire meal from the humble weed, gula butter stir-fry, gula cream soup, and even a honey-glazed gula dessert. The chef is openly weeping, begging Ramondra to spare his family if the food proves fatal, insisting he was only following orders. This does little to calm Ramondra's nerves. He asks nervously, "The doctor's waiting outside, right?" Ian casually replies that he's probably gone home for the night, a mischievous glint in his eye. Ramondra finally snaps. "I told you to have him on standby," he yells, slamming his fist on the table. Ian just laughs, telling him it was a joke and to go ahead and eat. With a trembling hand and extreme hesitation, Ramondra raises a spoonful of the gula dish to his lips, bracing himself for the worst. The moment the food touches his tongue, his entire body goes rigid. His eyes fly open in pure, unadulterated shock, and the golden spoon clatters from his suddenly nerveless fingers. A galaxy of flavor explodes on Ramondra's tongue. The taste is so impossibly delicious, so rich and savory, that his mind is sent soaring through a cosmos of earthly delights. He sits there, completely stunned, a single thought echoing in his mind. Why does this taste so good? Seeing his reaction, Ian turns to the terrified kitchen staff huddled near the door. You all should have a taste too. They stare back, frozen in disbelief. Ian just smiles warmly. Aren't you curious? The chefs and a maid exchange nervous glances, completely unsure what to do. This moment isn't just about food. It's a test of their trust in their new young master. But then, a young maid named Hannah bravely raises her hand. Could I try the honey-glazed one? She asks, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and genuine curiosity. Of course, Ian says. Hannah carefully picks up a piece, offers a quick "thank you for the food," and pops it into her mouth. Her eyes shoot open as a blush of pure delight spreads across her cheeks. The silent exclamation mark hanging in the air says it all before she even speaks. "It's so good!" she exclaims. Ian leans back, a satisfied look on his face. "Right?" Hannah begins gushing about the perfect seasoning and the roasted flavor, while the head chef watches her, practically drooling. Seeing Hannah not only survive but enjoy it, the other two chefs can't hold back any longer. One timidly asks if he can try, and Ian gestures for them all to help themselves. They each take a bite, their skepticism slowly melting away with every chew. Doubt turns to pure astonishment. "This is gula? No way." Ramandro, now joining in, tries to rationalize it, suggesting it only tastes good because they've been starving. But the staff is already clamoring for more. This was Ian's true goal. He understands that the household staff are the bridge between the castle and the common people. By winning them over first, he's planting the seeds of a rumor that will spread far more effectively than any official decree. His strategy is simple. One person tells two, and two tell four. As Ramandro happily munches away, he asks how Ian ever discovered this. Ian just shrugs it off with a simple, "I was just lucky." Ian lays out the next steps. They need to build insulated storage to preserve the gula through the winter, as the plant is vulnerable to the cold. If they succeed, they'll have a food source to last them until spring. But there's a second, more ruthless part to his plan. While securing their own survival, they will also monopolize the entire gula supply in both Brock and the neighboring Morelov, giving them absolute control over the region's food chain. Now fully convinced, Ramandro declares he will write about this in his next report to the capital. Ian encourages him, telling him to spread the news far and wide, making sure to detail exactly how this miracle crop was discovered. Ramandro promises to give Ian full credit. Then, dabbing his lips with a napkin, he sheepishly asks for another serving. Ian has to break the news there isn't enough to spare just yet. He turns his attention back to the kitchen staff, who are now happily finishing off the last of the gula. He gives them a simple, direct order: until they've collected enough seeds, this discovery remains their secret. They all nod in enthusiastic agreement, united by their shared knowledge. Later that night, the plan is in motion. The entire household is now on Ian's side. Their loyalty earns not through fear, but through a delicious shared secret. Far away in the heart of the capital, First Prince Marev Voroshin is still awake, a gentle but weary smile on his face. He enters a dimly lit bedchamber, bowing his head slightly. "You've called for me, father." An old, frail man lies in the grand bed. This is Clay Voroshin, the emperor. He looks tired, his strength fading. He greets his son, and Marev replies with the dutiful response of a busy heir. After a moment of silence, Marev asks if something is wrong. A summons this late is unusual and hints at a deeper trouble brewing within the palace walls. The emperor reaches out a thin, wrinkled hand, placing it on his son's. He calls his name, his voice weak with age and worry. Then he asks a question that cuts through the polite facade. "Is there something going on between you and Gale?" Marev quickly denies it, but his father continues, telling him of a dream he had. A dream of that child's mother, who told him to call for his other son, Gale. The mention of his rival's mother is a clear, pointed warning. "Father!" Marev says, his voice strained. But the emperor simply pats his hand, dismissing him. As Marev takes his leave, his expression darkens, the gentle smile replaced by a storm of suppressed fury. The moment he is out of the emperor's chambers, his calm composure shatters, revealing the cold rage simmering beneath. He stops a headmaid, his voice dangerously low. "Are my father's chambers being managed correctly?" When she insists there have been no issues, his voice turns to ice. Then why are his dreams so disturbing? The maid is utterly terrified, stammering, unable to answer a question that makes no sense. A sharp crack echoes through the hallway. The maid finds herself pinned against the wall, Marev's hand clamped over her mouth. His eyes, once gentle, now burn with a terrifying intensity. She trembles, caught in the prince's silent, violent outburst. Later, alone, Marev seethes. He thinks that if he hears one more strange word from his father, he'll have the head of every servant in that wing of the palace. It's a chilling insight into his ruthless nature. The terrified maid can only offer stammered apologies as the prince stalks away, his footsteps echoing his anger. He asks his aide if there is anything else on the schedule. The aide hesitates. No, but he explains that a report has arrived from Ramandro, and its contents are so shocking he felt the prince needed to hear them immediately. Rubbing his tired eyes, Marev just tells him to keep it brief. The aide leans in and begins to whisper the unbelievable news from the Brock territory. As he listens, Marev's exhaustion evaporates, replaced by sheer disbelief. What? The report is a whirlwind of chaos. Ian, a supposed bastard son, is a magic user. He's allied himself with the desert tribes, seized control of a territory, and humiliated one of Prince Gale's key supporters. What a mess, Marev mutters, realizing he needs his own eyes on this situation. His aide understands immediately. Yes, Prince. The intricate power games of the capital are now stretching their tendrils toward the remote and unstable northern territories. The next morning in Mariloff, Ian's economic attack is already bearing fruit. Word of the offer has spread like wildfire. What? They'll give you money for gula in Brock? A man asks, stunned. Another scoffs. No way! It's just a weed. What would they even use it for? His friend just shrugs, equally baffled. A village elder confirms the rumor is true, but adds that the offer is only good for 1 month, and the nearby forests have already been picked clean. They'll have to venture deeper to profit. Finally, the inevitable question is asked. So how much are they actually offering? The answer echoes through the village square, met with stunned silence. 1 gold for 3 bags. The news is so absurd, people can hardly believe it. Is he just spending money because he's bored? One man asks. Another replies, who knows? They won't say why. One man just shakes his head in wonder. I never thought I'd see the day someone paid good money for weeds. But his friend brings him back to reality. Who cares why? It's good for us. And just like that, the great gula rush begins, as sacks of the once worthless plant are hauled toward the Brach territory. Back at Ian's estate, the results are already impressive. A servant reports they've collected 49 bags today alone. Ian notes that things are moving even faster than he anticipated. In a small garden, Hannah experiments with cultivating gula, noting that they'll need to test different soil types to optimize its growth. Ramondro, passing by, spots them and impulsively tries to snack on a raw seed. Hannah panics. Mr. Advisor, you can't. We don't even have enough to plant yet. He quickly apologizes, red-faced. Ian watches this scene from a distance, a thoughtful look on his face. The gula plan is proceeding perfectly, but another, more immediate threat is weighing on his mind. He finds Barrick relaxing nearby. Let me guess what you're thinking about, Ian says, a sly look in his eye. Barrick stretches and guesses instantly. It's that old man, isn't it? He's been way too quiet. Something's not right. Ian's expression turns serious. Yes, you're exactly right. He knows Lord Molan has been holed up in his room, but his men are constantly moving about. It's obvious they're planning something. It also means it's time to retrieve the magical listening device he planted. It's time to force his opponent's hand. He tells Barrick to have Ramondro invite Molan and all his men to lunch. Barrick hesitates. Everyone? What if they refuse? Ian turns, a confident, almost predatory smile spreading across his face. Tell them it's an important meeting. Attendance is mandatory. As Barrick leaves to deliver the message, Ian adds one final, crucial instruction. And retrieve the magic stone while you're there. Beneath Lord Molan's table, a tiny red stone glows faintly. Its purpose is nearly served. The trap is about to be sprung. Ian sits at the head of the dining table, a picture of calm authority. Across from him, Lord Molan and his subordinates radiate impatience. The air is thick with unspoken hostility until one of Molan's men breaks the silence, his tone sharp. What's the meaning of this? Why did you call us here so suddenly? Ian offers a serene smile. He simply wanted to see his guests and ensure they were comfortable, he says, and to share a piece of news. The man, Mac, scoffs. As if. We're busy people, so just get to the point. Ian's smile doesn't falter. It's nothing too dramatic, he says, his voice deceptively light. I simply found a new crop that will see us through the winter. Lord Molan, silent until now, finally speaks, his voice dripping with condescension. A crop? Are you referring to gula? Ian meets his gaze, unfazed. As expected, you already knew, Lord Molan. Molan's eyes narrow. Of course. How could I not know of your little project? His tone makes it clear he thinks the entire endeavor is a joke. In Molan's mind, this is all just a foolish stunt. He's heard the rumors of Ian buying up weeds for a fortune. The desperate, clumsy actions of a child who failed to secure real food for his people. Ian raises an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Is that so? What a foolish rumor that is. He leans forward, his pleasant demeanor vanishing. If I were merely saving face, would I be working so hard on reconstruction? Would I allow you to stay here, consuming my valuable supplies? Max slams his hand on the table, outraged. What? Consuming? Ian's eyes turn to cold steel. Ignoring the outburst, he continues, his voice low and menacing. I don't know where such rumors started, but if they continue, please inform those responsible that my allies and I will not take it lightly. There will be severe consequences. The threat is unmistakable, aimed directly at the men sitting before him. Trying to regain control, Molen changes the subject. Do you even know what kind of plant gula is? Ian replies calmly. I know it very well. He then proceeds to lecture them like schoolchildren, explaining that while the gula plant is poisonous, its seeds are not only edible but also incredibly nutritious. He finishes with a grand flourish. It is a crop truly worthy of the name, blessing from the gods. Ian then turns his sharp gaze directly on Molen. Lord Molen, didn't you say something to me not long ago? He recites the old nobleman's own words back to him, his voice dripping with irony. That nothing in nature is inherently noble or common, and that anything capable of solving a famine is a blessing. Ian presses his advantage, reminding Molen that he claimed the second prince felt the same way. Isn't that right? The lord is trapped, his own pretentious words now a cage. This is Ian turning his opponent's political maneuvering back on him. Molen taps his fingers on the table, his irritation clear. Fine, let's assume for a moment that you're correct. But he believes he still has a final, winning argument. Even if gula is edible, the common people will never accept it. The belief that it's poison is too deeply ingrained. He predicts the plan will be a catastrophic failure. Ian just smiles, completely unfazed. I have a few thoughts about that as well. He then proceeds to lay out his propaganda plan, a strategy so audacious it leaves them speechless. As he speaks, Lord Molen's face twists in a mask of fury, his hand clenching into a white-knuckled fist. With a loud bang, Molen slams his fist on the table. How dare you? He roars. He shoots to his feet, his face red with rage. Is the imperial family a joke to you? If that plan backfires, it could damage their honor beyond repair. Ian calmly refutes him, stating that the seeds have been proven safe. Then he twists the knife. Besides, didn't you say solving crises was a leader's duty? I didn't expect you to hide behind such a trivial excuse. Molen is aghast. Trivial? Did you just call the honor of the imperial family trivial? Ian stands his ground, his voice unwavering. Of course it is. His voice rings out, filled with the undeniable authority of the emperor he once was. In the face of death, all else fades to nothing. Will you feed these starving people with honor? Molen is stunned into silence. Ian continues, his tone now cold and final. And Lord Molen, you seem to be misunderstanding something. I am not asking for your permission. He delivers his ultimatum. If you intend to interfere, leave this territory at once. I will have my warriors escort you out. Ian's eyes are like ice. Disrespect? You should all know your place. He looks at the three men with utter contempt. While I was fighting to save my people, what were you three doing? Besides reporting my every move to the palace and opposing me at every turn, have you done anything else? Sensing a complete breakdown, Romandro quickly steps in, assuring them that he's tried the gula himself and that it's perfectly safe and delicious. At that moment, Barrick peeks through a side door and gives a subtle, "Okay, Syme." The listening device has been successfully retrieved. With his mission accomplished, Ian stands. I've said all I needed to. If you continue to disrupt my work, I will not be so forgiving. He wishes them a pleasant dinner and walks out, gesturing for Romandro to follow. Behind them, one of Molen's men can only sputter in impotent rage. In the hallway, Barrick is buzzing with excitement. Wow, you were so cool back there. Ian brushes it off, asking simply, Did you get it? Barrick grins, opening his hand to reveal a small, red magic stone. Of course. I got the magic stone we snuck into his room, he confirms, handing it over. Ian takes the stone. Good work, Barrick. Now, let's hear what our guests have been plotting. He drops the stone into a glass of water. The magic activates, and the secret conversations from Molen's room begin to play like ghostly echoes. Barrick listens as Molen's determined voice fills the air. Then we must get rid of the obstacle before us and move forward. He hears the final chilling words, "There are always ways." Barrick stares, his expression hardening into a mask of cold fury. Are they saying they're going to kill you? He asks, his voice tight with anger. Ian calmly replies that, for desperate men like them, it's the most logical solution. They can't afford to lose control of the territory. Barrick is ready to explode. What should we do? Shall I get them first? He asks, his hand clenching. But Ian shakes his head. No, we wait. We need to catch them in the act. He lays out the logic. They're looking for an opportunity, but because he's constantly surrounded by people, they haven't found one. And, since my sleeping schedule is so irregular, he concludes with cold certainty, they will send an assassin tonight. The thought brings a flicker of memory from his past life as emperor, a life lived under the constant shadow of betrayal. He sits at his desk, his expression serious. "Beric, I need you to focus." His bodyguard looks confused. "I'm always focused, though. From now on," Ian instructs, "do not miss a single detail." He tells him to arrange for someone to watch Molin's men around the clock. The counter-trap is being set. Meanwhile, the second phase of Ian's plan is already in motion. Ramondro is in the villages, personally overseeing food distribution, his presence lending official weight to the rumors Ian is planting. As Ramondro eats, a local whispers to his friend, "That's gula seeds, you know." His friend is shocked. "No way! Why would an imperial advisor eat that?" The first man leans in. "Well, I heard from a friend that actually," we flash back to Ian explaining his propaganda strategy to Ramondro. "We will use rumors," he said, "carefully crafted stories." He outlined the tale they would spread, that the imperial palace had been secretly researching gula for years to solve famines, and that Ramondro was here to implement that secret knowledge. When Ramondro expressed concern, Ian reassured him. Any news traveling back to the capital would come from Ramondro's own reports anyway. He then suggested leaking a few other research findings to make the story more believable. For example, a man shares another piece of gossip. If you dry and grind gula into a powder, it makes your skin clearer. It's a small, tangible benefit that makes the whole story feel true. Soon, the entire region is buzzing. Back in the present, Ian asks Beric how the rumors are spreading. Beric confirms the pubs are full of talk about living off gula. Ian smiles, satisfied. "Good. That's more than enough." With public opinion masterfully turned in his favor and an assassin undoubtedly on the way, Ian declares, "Let's begin preparing for the next phase." The game is about to enter its deadliest stage. Under the cloak of night, soft footsteps crunch in the damp soil of a guarded greenhouse. Two figures, masked and cloaked, move with the quiet urgency of thieves. They creep between rows of meticulously cultivated gula. "I told you I saw it right," one whispers. The other breathes in awe. "To think they're actually growing gula in a place like this." The first man yanks a plant from the earth, confirming his suspicions. The rumors must be true. It's become precious in the capital. He suggests they grab what they can and sell it, but as they turn, a sharp voice freezes them in place. "Hey you!" A guard is on them in an instant, grumbling about this being the second thief he's caught tonight. He orders them to surrender, but one of the men immediately begs for his life. The guard is unimpressed. "Both of you, you're coming with me." Nearby, Ian watches the scene from the shadows, offering a quiet thanks to the guards for their diligence. Behind him, Beric lets out a massive, sleepy yawn as another guard rushes toward them. The guard is worried. "It's so late, Lord Ian. Are you going out? Should I arrange an escort?" Ian, pulling his hood over his face, calmly replies, "I just need Beric." The guard then gestures to the two captured men, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and awe at the situation. "Are they really thieves?" he stammers, looking at his equally shocked comrade. For the people of Brock, the idea of someone stealing a common weed is still baffling. On their knees, the two men beg for forgiveness, explaining that the poor harvest has made it impossible to make a living. Ian looks down at them, his expression unreadable. "You should have waited just a little longer," he says, his words cryptic. He turns to the guard and gives a simple order, "Take them to the prison." The guard is stunned by the harsh sentence, but Ian simply thanks his men and turns to leave. As they walk into the night, Beric yawns again, questioning the tight security. "I thought the plan was to guard it loosely, to make people want it more," he complains. "You're not even letting a mouse slip by," Ian explains his logic. That strategy works in a stable land, but Brock is fractured without a formal leader. If they show any weakness, if they let thieves run rampant, the territory could quickly descend into chaos, he continues, his voice firm with the wisdom of a ruler. "So for a place like this, we need to use a different, a better method." Beric just looks at him, completely mystified, with no idea what his young master is planning now. They soon arrive in a poor, quiet corner of the village, the small houses huddled together under the pale moonlight. Ian walks up to one of the doors and knocks gently, the sound echoing in the silent street. A tired-looking man with a baby strapped to his back answers, stifling a yawn. "It's so late. Who is it?" "It's me," Ian says softly. The man's eyes widen in utter shock as he recognizes the boy. "Lord Ian," he gasps. Ian quickly raises a finger to his lips, gesturing to the small children sleeping peacefully on the floor inside. He doesn't want to wake them. The man, John, is immediately terrified, thinking he must have done something wrong to warrant a visit from the acting lord himself. But Ian simply holds out a small, heavy sack. "Take this. It's gula." He explains that it's not a miracle drug like the rumors say, but it is true that the royal advisor from the capital enjoys it for its taste and nutrition. John clutches the bag, a blush of hope spreading across his tired face. Ian continues with his carefully crafted narrative, explaining that while they're protecting it at the mansion, the advisor insisted they share it. He adds a personal touch, saying he heard John was giving his own food to his children, and that it moved him. This act of personal charity is a masterstroke in winning the people's loyalty. John is completely overcome, tears welling in his eyes as he stammers Ian's name, unable to express his gratitude. Ian tells him he has many more houses to visit tonight, reminding him to only eat the seeds. Wiping away tears, John quickly agrees. As he hands over the bag, Ian gives one final instruction. A single seed can grow 10 more plants. He tells him to eat some, plant the rest, and share the harvest with his neighbors. As they depart, John bows deeply, his gratitude absolute. Ian gives a small wave, his mission here complete, and continues on his way. Walking through the quiet streets, Beric looks at his master in awe. "Ian, I don't think I'll ever be able to figure you out." Ian just smiles. "Really? I can always tell exactly what you're thinking." He teases Beric, guessing correctly that all he wants is to go back to bed. Beric just grumbles in agreement. Ian then reveals the true genius of his plan. By creating the perception that the palace is hoarding the valuable gula, he's made the people anxious. Then, Ian says with a sly grin, "When I personally show up and distribute it like this, how do you think they'll see me?" Beric grunts, muttering that he's a shameless schemer. Ian knows better. "No, they'll see me as a kind and gracious savior." With his reputation secured, he tells Beric to hurry. They have more families to visit. He visits an orphanage, where a caretaker and a group of wide-eyed children watch him with a mixture of awe and hope as he distributes the seeds. He gives some to an injured man and a small bag to an elderly couple, his quiet generosity touching every corner of the community that night. Beric watches it all, seeing the genuine hope ignite on the faces of the people. He is finally beginning to understand the depth of Ian's strategy. It's not just about food, it's about winning hearts. But they are not alone. From the shadows of a nearby rooftop, a cloaked figure watches their every move. The spy, sent by Lord Molan, silently observes Ian's route, taking note of his apparent lack of guards. After trailing them through the streets, he melts back into the darkness to make his report. He slips back into the residence, the door closing silently behind him, sealing the fate of Molan's plan. Inside, Molan's other subordinate, Daegor, is waiting. "You're back!" "What's the situation?" The spy pulls down his hood, revealing himself to be Mac. Mac reports exactly what he saw. Ian is wandering the villages at night, personally handing out gula with only his young bodyguard for protection. Lord Molan scoffs at the news. "That little brat is quite reckless, isn't he?" But Molan believes he sees the bigger picture. He understands Ian is using Romandro as a shield to win favor from both the people and the palace. A clever move, he admits. However, he sees a fatal flaw. He sips his wine, a cruel smile on his lips. If the boy is foolish enough to wander around at dawn with only one guard, it's the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. He is walking right into what Molan believes is his trap. A few days later, Ian meets with Romandro and one of Kakantier's warriors. Romandro reports that the village reconstruction is nearly complete. When asked about the gula, Romandro confirms that thanks to Ian's nightly distributions, the people have accepted it and they can begin wider distributions soon. The plan is working perfectly. Romandro asks if Ian is going out again tonight. Ian, looking over documents, says he plans to continue for about 4 more days. Romandro marvels at his boundless energy, joking that Ian's special magical ability must be his incredible stamina. Just as the meeting is about to conclude, Kakantier's warrior interrupts, his expression grim. "Lord Ian, a message has arrived from the Great Desert." The warrior delivers the news, his voice low and heavy. Madame Winchen's health has taken a turn for the worse. Ian looks down at the letter, and for the first time, his mask of calm control finally cracks. One of Kakantier's warriors explains their desperate last resort. They are sacrificing their entire supply of the precious Silask flower, using all its remaining roots in a final attempt to save her. Ian listens, his face a mask of control, but his silence is heavier than any words. "I see," is all he can manage. Romandro, completely out of the loop, waves his hands in confusion. Wait, can someone please explain? Who is Vice Chief Winchen, and what is Silask? Ian hesitates, the setting sun casting long, ominous shadows across the room as he weighs how much to reveal. But Romandro is quick to connect the dots. The spiritual leader of the Heavenly Warriors is dying, and the rare flower Ian provided is being used up to save her. The situation is dire. The warrior then explains why this is a crisis for everyone in the room, not just the clan. He asks Ian if he is aware of their funeral customs. Yes, I am, Ian says, his hand clenching into a fist on his lap. He knows exactly what this means, and the implications are devastating. The warrior lays out the catastrophic consequence. If their spiritual leader dies, the entire tribe must enter a year of seclusion. They would be forced to abandon Brock, taking Ian's only military support with them. He is about to lose everything. Pushing aside his personal grief, Ian's mind instantly pivots back to political survival. He asks Romandro if there's been any reply from the capital. Romandro shakes his head. No, not a word. Ian clarifies, asking specifically about a response from the first prince. Romandro shifts uncomfortably. He fidgets, admitting there was one small instruction from the prince, a request for more detailed reports, and to carefully verify the fact that Ian is a magic user. That was all. Ian absorbs the information, his mind already calculating 3 steps ahead. He cuts straight to the heart of the matter. The first prince wants to prevent Lord Molen from seizing control of Brock, correct? Romandro can only offer a vague reply about the complicated politics of the capital. Ian presses on, stating the obvious. He and Molen are enemies. He lets the unspoken offer hang in the air for a moment. Then, with his eyes burning with fierce determination, he makes his move. So, I need you to recommend me as the new Margrave of this territory. Romandro is left speechless, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Ian, you can't be serious? Ian lays out the harsh reality. Becoming the official lord is the only way he can protect himself and this land. Otherwise, he will be dragged back to the desert, and the Empire will treat a magic user without a title as little more than a tool to be controlled. His very freedom is on the line. He appeals to Romandro's own interests, reminding him that with Ian in charge, the situation would stabilize, and Romandro could finally return home. Given his popular support, Ian is the only logical choice. Romandro knows he's right. Ian led the reconstruction efforts, and he was the one who discovered Gula. He has proven himself more than capable of leading this territory. Sighing in resignation, Romandro leans forward. All right, let's talk honestly. He explains the problem. From the capital's perspective, Ian and Molen still look like allies. Prince Marev doesn't trust the situation. Romandro outlines the prince's view. Ian used Molen to report his uncle, allowed one of the second prince's pawns into the territory, and is a powerful, unknown magic user. The prince fears Ian is secretly a weapon for Molen's faction. Ian listens patiently. If that's the issue, then I will explain everything myself, Romandro asks. How that's possible? Ian says he will meet the prince in person, arguing that some truths are too complex to be trusted to a letter. However, he says, his gaze turning sharp as ice, proving that Molen and I are enemies, that I can do quite easily. He says the one word that makes Romandro's blood run cold. With death. The advisor breaks out in a sweat, realizing Ian is talking about Molen's assassination plot and his plan to use it as proof. Flustered, Romandro quickly clears his throat. I will pass that along to Prince Marev. He hastily gathers his documents, desperate to end this terrifying conversation. Let's end our meeting here. Ian simply thanks him, but Ian stops him with one last request, a hint of desperation in his voice. He asks if there is a merchant guild that trades in Silask. Romandro agrees to look into it, but admits he's never even heard of the flower. As he leaves, Ian thanks him, a new worry settling in his heart. He thinks to himself that if neither a high-ranking imperial advisor nor a former emperor has heard of Silask, then finding it may be impossible. He sees Romandro off. The political trap has been set. Now it's time to prepare the physical one. Ian turns to Beric. Let's get tonight's work done early. Beric sighs, complaining about how tired he is. Ian agrees, the exhaustion finally showing on his face. Yes, I can barely keep my eyes open. When they arrive in the village, the people immediately begin to buzz with excitement. Lord Ian is here! The villagers whisper their theories, believing he is sneaking out to help them behind the backs of greedy nobles. His legend as their secret protector grows with every visit. After finishing their distribution, they turn to head back. But Beric suddenly freezes. Ah, what is it? Ian asks. Beric's senses are on high alert. Ian, 3 of them. The assassins have taken the bait. Ian understands immediately. I see. Let's hurry then. The night grows deeper. 3 masked figures silently stalk them from the rooftops, closing the distance. Ian and Beric walk down a deserted stone street, calmly leading their hunters into the designated killing ground. The assassins drop from the shadows, landing silently in front of them. Their leader speaks, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Are you Ian?" Ian meets his gaze without a trace of fear. "Yes." The moment the word is spoken, the assassin lunges forward, his blade a blur aimed at Ian's heart. Clang! Beric moves faster, his sword intercepting the strike in a shower of sparks. He effortlessly parries the attack, sending the assassin stumbling back. Ian's eyes track every movement as he shouts a warning. "Beric, above!" Beric spins, his blade a silver arc as he blocks a perfectly coordinated attack from the other 2 assassins. He is surrounded, but he is holding his own. The force of their blows shatters the cobblestones underfoot, the sound echoing through the empty street. Beric moves like a whirlwind, his red hair a streak of fire as he fights with ferocious speed. He parries another strike, his expression one of pure, focused intensity. From the sidelines, Ian analyzes the fight. Their coordinated movements, their training, they were clearly prepared for Beric's skill. This confirms they are Molin's men. He shouts a new order. "Please, I need one of them alive," Beric yells back. Mid-parry, "Does it count as alive if I cut him up a little?" "Yes, as long as," Ian begins, but stops, his eyes narrowing as he finally realizes the flaw in their plan. If they knew about Beric, they must also know that he is a magic user. So why are they ignoring him? Why leave the most dangerous person on the battlefield completely untouched? Then he hears it. The shuffling of dozens of feet closing in from behind. A small, knowing smile touches Ian's lips, just as I expected. A mob of men, armed with crude clubs and farming tools, emerges from the shadows, blocking their only escape route. Molin's real trap wasn't just an assassination. It was a staged uprising. One of the hired thugs steps forward, putting on a show of aggression. "You're Ian, right?" Surrounded and outnumbered, Ian's smile widens. He shows no fear, only the supreme confidence of a predator who has just cornered his prey. A brilliant spear of golden magic ignites in his palm, flooding the dark alley with its terrifying light. "Yes," he says, his voice calm and resonating with an ancient power. "I am Ian." A sphere of golden magic pulses in Ian's hand, bathing the dark alley in its glow. He understands Molin's entire plan now. "So that's why you were taking so long." He faces the mob of hired thugs, his voice calm, yet resonating with an ancient authority. "You were gathering more people. Why are you doing this? Do you not value your lives?" The leader of the mob, feeling brave with his numbers, spits back, "Shut up and die. Do you have any idea how much your head is worth? Just die quietly," he screams, charging forward with his club held high. Ian sidesteps the clumsy attack with contemptuous ease, the weapon swinging harmlessly through the air where he just stood. He calmly places his glowing hand directly on the man's chest. The thug barely has time to register his confusion before a blinding flash of golden light erupts from Ian's palm. With a deafening boom, the man is sent flying backward, hitting the ground in a crumpled heap, completely out of the fight. Ian looks down at the fallen man, his expression as cold and still as the moonlight. Another attacker lunges from the side, a dagger aimed at Ian's back, but a shield of blue energy flashes into existence, blocking the blow. Ian doesn't even turn around. He simply catches the man's wrist, twists it, and with brutal efficiency, forces the man to stab himself with his own dagger. The man chokes, his eyes wide with shock as he collapses to the ground. A guttural scream of agony echoes through the narrow alley. Ian finally turns to face the rest of the terrified mob. "You all look like commoners. Are you from Brock?" One of them stammers back. "You don't need to know." "All right," Ian says, a chillingly calm smile gracing his lips. He beckons them forward with a flick of his fingers. "I'm having trouble controlling my strength tonight, so come at me if you dare." The men are frozen with fear. What is this? No one said he could do this. One tries to rally them. "Don't be scared, he's just a kid." But their courage has already shattered. "Everyone, attack together!" a voice cries out, but it's far too late. In the background, a blur of red and steel tears through the professional assassins. Beric has been unleashed. The trained killers are completely outmatched, unable to handle his inhuman speed and ferocity. He lets out a furious roar, his eyes blazing with fire. Who in the world thinks it's a good idea to make someone exercise at this time of night? He cuts down another assassin, the man screaming as he falls. Beric is a demon of vengeance, completely in his element. Ian casually walks over, stepping past the unconscious mob members. Barrick, did you keep them alive? Wiping blood from his sword, Barrick replies, The ones I was fighting? Yeah, they're still breathing. Okay, good job, Ian says simply. He places a hand on Barrick's shoulder, and a warm, golden light begins to glow around them. I'm saying this just in case, Ian says, his magic flowing into Barrick, healing his wounds and restoring his stamina. I need you to keep one of them alive. Please! Barrick grins, feeling the power surge through him. Whoa, that feels great! Are you seriously begging me? Of course, Barrick roars, launching himself back at the remaining thugs with renewed vigor. You're all dead, you scumbags! Seeing this blood-soaked monster coming for them, the hired mob completely breaks. Run for your lives! He's completely lost his mind, one of them screams as they scramble to escape. The redhead is angry! He's gone mad! They cry, but there's nowhere to hide. Ian watches the chaos with a detached smile. Angry? What are they talking about? He knows the truth. Our Barrick. He's smiling so happily. In the fiery glow of the battle, Barrick's face is twisted in a terrifying, ecstatic grin. This isn't anger. This is pure joy. This feels great! Barrick cackles, standing over a pile of fallen men. Ian just mutters under his breath, You crazy punk! Ian calmly walks through the carnage. He finds the 3 professional assassins, beaten and broken, but as requested, still alive. You manage to leave one alive. +2! He kneels down to examine their leader, taking note of the man's distinct uniform. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, Ian muses. Barrick leans in for a closer look. Barrick studies the man's face for a moment. I don't know, but he's ugly. The moment the word ugly is spoken, Ian's eyes widen in alarm, realizing what's happening. A horrifying, sizzling sound fills the air as the assassin's face begins to dissolve, melting away in a grotesque cloud of black smoke. Ugh, his face is completely gone, Barrick says, disgusted. Can't recognize him at all now. Ian understands immediately. His face is melted. It must be a poison assassins use to hide their identities. He stands up, his mind already adapting. Go get some people. We're taking this one and that survivor over there back to the mansion. Barrick grumbles that the guards are going to freak out. Ian agrees. Yes, I expect the guards are going to make quite a scene. Meanwhile, back in Lord Molin's private chambers, the 3 conspirators wait anxiously by the window, their shadows long in the pale moonlight. Mac is nervously biting his nails. Did they get him? What if something went wrong? Daegor tries to reassure him. They're Imperial Guardsmen. Don't worry so much. Mac snaps back. You're too optimistic. We need a backup plan in case Petraeus fails. Lord Molin silences him. You're being too loud. The servants will hear. Mac quickly apologizes. Molin speaks with the supreme confidence of a man who believes he's won. He explains that their lead assassin, Petraeus, is a former vice-captain of the Imperial Guards and is fiercely loyal. He is certain that against 10 trained men in a narrow alley, 2 children don't stand a chance. So, let us calmly wait. A violent pounding on the door shatters the silence, making all 3 of them jump out of their skin. Daegor calls out, his voice trembling. Who is it? Petraeus? Is that you? The door creaks open, revealing a terrifying silhouette framed by a blood-red haze. A blood-soaked Barrick stands in the doorway, his eyes burning with cold fire. Petraeus? Is that the name of the man you were waiting for? The 3 men stare, their faces draining of all color. Barrick kicks the door wide open. All of you, come with me. When Daegor starts to protest about disrespect, Barrick is on him in a flash, the tip of his bloody sword pressed to the man's throat. Come, while I'm still asking nicely. Ian said I could cut you up if I wanted to. Daegor sputters, You lowly beast, we are from the Imperial Palace. Barrick cuts him off, his voice flat and dead. I know. He leans in closer, his gaze utterly devoid of fear or respect for their titles. But we're on the border. And, as Ian said, the border doesn't care about things like that. The morning after the attack, the mansion is alive with whispers. Staff members gather in the courtyard, staring at the dark stains on the stone. They say Lord Ian was ambushed, one says, horrified. A young maid gasps, What? But how? The rumor spreads like wildfire through the territory, a mix of shock and fury. He was attacked while trying to deliver food to the people. He was trying to help them. Deep in the dungeon, Ian confronts the sole surviving professional assassin. As Barrick tends to the man's wounds, Ian speaks the name he heard during the fight. Petraeus? He grabs the man's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Is that your name? He knows it's the name the assassins were calling each other. Suddenly, the assassin cries out in pain. Barrick snaps at him. Hey, shut up! I'm trying to clean your wounds here, so just hold still. Ian studies the prisoner's defiant silence. Why don't you just tell us what you know? But he knows it won't be that easy. He'd already checked the man's body. Any identifying marks had been magically erased. This was a professional, trained to keep his secrets to the grave. Ian lays out the grim reality. The doctor said that in your condition, you'll be lucky to last another 4 days. He leans in, his voice a persuasive whisper. If you stay silent, you will die here. But if you tell me who hired you, I will get you a proper doctor. The assassin just glares back, his will unbroken. Ian sighs. I have no desire to torture a dying man. He stands and turns to leave, delivering his final devastating blow over his shoulder. But the warriors of the desert never forget a debt. Petreo, I hope you have no one precious to you, because anyone who shares your blood will pay for your silence. As Ian walks away, the assassin's stoic facade finally shatters. He lets out a choked, terrified scream as the image of his family being slaughtered breaks his spirit completely. Ian pauses at the top of the stairs, hearing the scream. He doesn't need to look back. He has won. As he continues down the hall, a frantic voice calls his name. Ian! Ian! Ramondro rushes toward him, pale with panic. Are you all right? I heard you were ambushed. Are you hurt? What about Barrick? They're saying more than 15 men died. Ian calmly reassures him they're both fine. Ramondro lets out a huge sigh of relief, while Barrick mutters in the background, I did all the fighting. Ian quickly explains the situation. Molen was behind it, but the captured men aren't talking. By the way, Ian says, holding up the poisoned ring from the assassin who took his own life. Do you recognize the poison on this? His face melted the moment he used it. Ramondro examines it. The ring's design, the poison's effect, it's most likely Teverdin, a poison used by assassins to hide their identities. Ian files the information away. Ramondro then asks about Lord Molen and his men. Ian tells him they're locked up, still claiming they know nothing. Are you going to kill them? Ramondro asks, his voice trembling. No, Ian says firmly. If I do that, the palace will just send another investigation team. He adds, besides, their fate is not for me to decide. Ramondro looks confused. Ian gives him a confident, knowing smile. I told you I would prove our loyalties, didn't I? Please, send a message to Prince Merev for me. Tell him that I will follow his will. With those words, Ian places Molen's fate squarely in the prince's hands, a brilliant political move that proves his loyalty beyond any doubt. Later, Ian descends back into the dungeon's depths. Ian glares down at the broken man, his victory absolute. He enters the cell where Lord Molen and his subordinates are being held. They sit on the cold floor, defeated. Did you three sleep well? Mac and Dagor immediately leap to their feet, full of bluster. You low-born brat! We are here on imperial orders. This is an insult to the emperor. Dagor tries to appeal to the guard. Warrior! Do you know what it means for someone affiliated with the Great Desert to treat imperial officials this way? Ian's voice cuts through their empty threats, cold and sharp. Isn't that the only reason you're still alive? He continues. If it weren't for that imperial flag you hide behind, you'd be with Petreo right now. Molen flinches at the name, but tries to feign ignorance. Who is Petreo? What are you talking about? Ian pulls out the magic recording stone and drops it into a vial of water. Their own voices fill the cell, damning them completely. Get rid of the one in front of us. First, this job is for Thateo. Their faces drain of all color as they hear their own conspiracy played back to them. Dagor, desperate, sputters. A recording is not evidence. We demand an imperial trial. Ian just laughs. A trial? Sir Dagor, this is the border. This is not your precious capital. As you said, I'm with the heavenly warriors, and the people of the desert do not take revenge lightly. He looks at them with pure contempt. This recording is all the proof I need. I have no intention of forgiving any of you. He turns to leave, delivering his final, chilling verdict. I suggest you ration your food carefully. I wonder if you're really in a position to be complaining. He leaves them in the dark, cold cell, their power, their titles, and their freedom all gone. Ian walks away, his footsteps the only sound in the stone corridor. As he emerges from the dungeon, a maid runs up to him, out of breath. Lord Ian! Lord Ian! What is it? He asks. She pants. Outside, the people, they've surrounded the mansion. They're demanding to see you. Ian is taken aback. Me? Why? Why? Are they demanding more gula? His mind races through the possibilities. Did Molan have another card up his sleeve? Is there a problem with the reconstruction? A conflict with the warriors? But when he steps outside, he's not met with an angry mob. He's greeted by a sea of grateful, worried faces holding flowers and baskets of food. "Lord Ian!" They rush forward, showering him with praise and concern. "He's safe. We were so worried." "Lord Ian, this isn't much, but it's from our hearts. You were just trying to help us, and they attacked you." Ian is stunned, his eyes widening as he's surrounded by their genuine affection. And in that moment, he remembers. He remembers his past life as emperor, the crushing weight of the crown, and the warmth of his people's support. It was for this feeling, for them, that he had fought so hard. A genuine, soft smile touches his lips for the first time in a long while. "Actually, I'm glad you all came," he says to the crowd. "Could you gather everyone in the main plaza?" They look at him, confused. "Pardon?" Ian's smile widens, filled with a newfound purpose. "Finally," he declares, "Sir Ramondro has given his permission for the official distribution and cultivation of gula." With that one announcement, built on a foundation of his people's love and his enemy's failure, he cements his power and becomes the undisputed hero of the Brach territory. In the bustling town square, Ian stands before his people, not as a boy, but as their leader. His voice rings out with authority as he announces his new policy. "For all who wish to receive gula, we will provide seedlings based on the size of your family. And while we are waiving taxes for now, they will return next harvest, so I hope you all use the cultivation recipes we've provided." Then, he lays down the most important rule. Furthermore, any trade of gula with outsiders must be done exclusively through the mansion. Anyone caught breaking this rule will be fined 50 gold coins, and the one who reports them will receive a reward. It's a brilliant move, creating a state-controlled monopoly to protect their most valuable new resource. When asked about trading amongst themselves, Ian clarifies. "That is fine. However, trading even a single gula seedling with a foreigner is strictly forbidden." He finishes with a reassuring promise. "If anyone has not yet received gula, do not worry. A second round of distribution is coming." The people erupt in cheers, their future finally looking secure. As the distribution continues, a young woman calls out to him. She delivers a simple, urgent message: the other attacker. He's woken up. Ian immediately heads back to the mansion, his steps quick and purposeful. The time for public policy is over. Now it's time for interrogation. He finds the doctor and Barrack in the dungeon. "The other one is awake? What's the status on Petraeus?" he asks, getting straight to the point. The doctor gives a grim report. No change. He won't last past today, and he hasn't spoken a single word. The professional assassin is determined to take his secrets to the grave. Ian turns his attention to the other cell. And the other one? A pathetic wail suddenly echoes from within. "Save me!" The doctor just sighs. "He's doing just fine." The contrast between the silent, dying professional and the screening amateur couldn't be more stark. Inside, the hired thug is on his knees, begging. Ian asks his name, and the man, Colin, spills his entire life story in a terrified rush. "It's Colin! I'm 20. I have 2 older brothers, 3 younger." Ian cuts him off, annoyed. "I'm not interested in any of that." Barrack, however, leans in with a grin. "Hey! Quick, what's your MBTI and zodiac sign?" Colin immediately screams, "I'm an ENFJ and an Aries." Trying to get things back on track, Ian asks, "Not that." "Where are you from?" Colin confesses he's from Mariloff, explaining he was recruited at a gambling den for what he thought was easy money. "I knew it," Ian thinks. It was the only place Molan could have hired a disposable mob on such short notice. "Who hired you?" Ian asks. Colin starts trembling, swearing he never met the person in charge. Just as he speaks, Barrack's intimidating aura flares up, a silent threat of what's to come if he doesn't cooperate. Ian taps his chin, processing the information. Mariloff. So it was Mariloff. He gives the order. "Barrack, keep this one alive and locked up." Colin continues to beg for his life as they leave. Ian just says, "I already said we'd keep you alive." Stepping back into the daylight, Ian calls out to a guard. "I need to send a message to Mariloff. Prepare a horse at once." He goes straight to Ramondro's study, where the advisor is hard at work. Ramondro asks, "What is it? Is Petraeus dead?" Ian shakes his head and shares the key piece of information. The mob was recruited from Mariloff. "I wish to send an official message to their lord," Ian says, "and I'd like your help." Ramondro immediately understands the political maneuvering at play. "The reason you want my help is to create an official justification, isn't it?" He knows Ian is using his status as an imperial advisor to give the message the undeniable weight of law. Ian gives a sly, knowing smile. You could say that. Ramandro just laughs, thoroughly impressed by the boy's cunning. Truly, you are something else. He then holds out a sealed letter. You've come at the perfect time. This is my official recommendation to Prince Marev, appointing you as the new Margrave of this territory. Ian takes the letter, his expression unreadable. Ramandro asks, "Are you pleased?" Ian looks up, a confident smile on his face. "I hope Prince Marev and His Majesty will be." Ramandro then suggests they include Lord Moline's signet ring with the report as undeniable proof. With that settled, they move on to drafting the message for Mariloff. Ian dictates the core of the message. Ian, who has been recommended as the next Margrave of Brosh, was attacked by citizens of Mariloff. He continues, "One attacker has confessed. A truthful investigation is now necessary. We request Mariloff's active cooperation in identifying the remaining criminals." It's a diplomatic checkmate, forcing the greedy Count Mariloff into a corner. As Ramandro writes, he's pleased with how smoothly everything is going. He muses that he hopes Mariloff doesn't reply, but Ian is certain they will. After all, with winter approaching, they'll be desperate for Gula. A greedy glint appears in Ramandro's eye. True, let's sell it to them for an even higher price than they offered us. I'd love to see the look on that Count's face. Ian thanks Ramandro for his help. Everything is proceeding perfectly. I just hope Prince Marev helps as well, Ramandro adds, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He thinks to himself, but I have my doubts. Far away, in a lush forest near the capital, a royal hunt is underway. An arrow flies through the air, striking a deer with perfect accuracy. A group of nobles approaches the kill, among them a blond man with glasses. It is first Prince Marev. An advisor offers a backhanded compliment. "Oh, what a shame, Your Highness. The wind must have blown at the last second." The nobles chatter amongst themselves, noting that another lord is likely to win the hunt again this year. One of them observes, "I haven't seen Prince Gale today." The mention of his younger brother and political rival makes Marev pause. An older minister asks if he's disappointed. Marev admits he is, and the minister reminisces about when the two princes were younger and their hunts were more lively. Suddenly, an arrow zips past them, scattering a herd of deer. The minister turns, startled, to find Prince Marev right behind him, bow drawn. Marev smiles wryly. "I also think it's a shame. I wonder what my brother is so busy with that he'd leave you so disappointed in my hunting skills." The minister panics, insisting that's not what he meant at all. Marev waves him off. "Please continue without me. I need to rest." He retreats to a nearby pavilion, clearly bored with the day's charade. An aide approaches. "Prince Marev, are you tired?" "Extremely. What is it?" "A message has arrived from the border," the aide says, handing him a packet. "I believe it will be a fine present for Your Highness." Marev opens the message, his interest finally piqued. The aide summarizes the report. The territory is solving its food crisis with Gula, a plant that can be harvested in just 1 month. The prince is intrigued. He asks if that's all, and the aide reveals the true present, a formal recommendation for Ian to be made Margrave, and a small, heavy envelope containing Lord Molin's signet ring. The aide explains. According to the report, Lord Molin attempted to assassinate Ian. The attack failed, and Molin is now in custody. The report states that his fate is now in Your Highness's hands. Marev looks down at the ring, a slow, calculating smile spreading across his face. He finally understands. This unknown boy on the border has single-handedly crushed a key faction loyal to his brother. He's quite useful, he thinks. This is his way of declaring he has nothing to do with Gale's side. He gives his order. Write a reply. He muses on Ian's motives. Even if a magic user becomes a Margrave, he'll have to come to the capital. What is he planning? The prince leans back, his mind racing with possibilities. This is good. He'll be a powerful asset in the magic department. The boy on the border has just become a major piece in the Empire's great game. The scene opens in a sun-dappled forest, a perfect day for a royal hunt. An arrow is drawn back, the bowstring tight with potential. But the shot goes wide. First Prince Marev lowers his bow with a light-hearted laugh, seemingly unfazed by his miss. The deer, it seems, are safe from him today. He projects an air of calm relaxation, just a prince enjoying a day away from the stuffy confines of the palace. Then, in a flash of movement, something slices through the air right past Marev's face. An arrow, not his own, finds its mark, striking a deer with lethal precision. This was no stray shot, it was a display of skill. The nobles gasp as the animal collapses, the peaceful hunt suddenly shattered by this aggressive interruption. Marev, however, doesn't look surprised. His pleasant smile vanishes, replaced by a look of cold weariness. He already knows who it is. "You're still as careless as ever," he says, not to anyone in particular. Gale. From the shadows of the trees emerges a young man with dark hair and an effortlessly confident smirk. Bow in hand, he is the picture of charisma. This is Gale Veroshin, the second prince and Marev's greatest rival. He offers a half-hearted apology. "My apologies, brother. I was in a hurry. But I hit the target, didn't I?" The silent challenge was clear. This was more than just a hunt, it was a power play. Claiming he was held up by work, he joins the party. The nobles greet him with forced enthusiasm, but the tension between the two princes is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Marev's face is a perfect mask, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Sensing the dangerous atmosphere, the nobles practically trip over themselves to find an excuse to leave, chattering nervously about getting tea. They quickly scatter, leaving the two royal brothers alone. For a moment, there's only silence, the wind rustling through the leaves around them. Marev is the first to speak, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Should I be grateful you found the time, busy as you are?" Gale fires back just as smoothly. "I heard you were making time for petty hunts like this. I didn't realize you cared so much about that little border territory." Marev's mind races. The reports from Molin had stopped, but the ones from his own advisor, Ramandro, painted a very interesting picture. He knew Gale was onto him. The question was, how much did he know? He offers a cool, knowing smile. "It's surprising you're so concerned with it, given how busy you claim to be." Gale's charming facade drops instantly. "I don't know what you're planning, but take your hands off the Brock estate." His tone leaves no room for argument. He reveals that a recommendation letter for the new lord has arrived at the palace. A mana user who allied with the Great Desert Tribe and led the reconstruction, Gale lists the achievements with contempt. Marev just smiles. "I see no reason to refuse such a talented individual. In fact, I plan on speeding up the appointment." He throws his brother's challenge right back at him. The scene shifts to the General Assembly Hall, where the air is thick with anticipation. The fact that both princes are present has every noble on edge. The agenda is announced. Next, we will discuss matters concerning the Brock estate. Across the hall, the two brothers lock eyes. The game has begun. A minister formally presents the recommendation from the imperial advisor. The recommendation is for Ian, the illegitimate son of Durga. A shocked murmur ripples through the assembly. Gale's faction is furious. The son of a traitor being made a lord, they argue he should be enslaved. But Marev's supporters are ready with a counter. Ian was the one who exposed the traitor, and legally, he was never even part of the family. He is a free man. Marev rises, his voice cutting through the noise. According to the advisor's report, he has all the qualities of a lord. He calmly lists Ian's incredible accomplishments, forging an alliance with the Great Desert, demonstrating rare magical talent, and winning the unwavering support of the people. Therefore, he concludes, "I agree with the advisor's recommendation." A minister proposes a compromise. Instead of the usual count title, a viscount seems more appropriate given the unusual circumstances. With the first prince and the imperial advisor in agreement, the opposition seems to be losing ground. But Prince Gale simply watches, a calculated smirk playing on his lips. This is all going according to his plan. He's been waiting for this moment, ready to spring his trap. The nobles begin debating the smaller details. If he's a lord, where should he live? A powerful mage should be serving in the palace, not a backwater territory. Another noble dismisses the concern, saying it doesn't matter as long as the territory pays its taxes. That one word, tax, hangs in the air. Gale's smile widens. "It's good that you brought that up." He turns to a sharp-looking woman, Minister Wesley. He argues it would be more profitable to simply enslave Ian in the palace, saving the empire the cost of hiring a new mage. Wesley, ever the pragmatist, agrees on the financial benefits. Marev interjects sharply, reminding them that enslaving a mage, a being considered close to the divine, is unthinkable. Wesley smoothly backpedals, claiming she was only speaking of Ian's monetary value. This is the opening Gale was waiting for. He proposes an impossible condition. To prove his worth, Ian must pay an annual tax of 10,000 gold coins. If he cannot fulfill this, Gale finishes, his eyes glinting, then it is only right that he be demoted to a slave. Marev lets out a sharp, humorless laugh. He sees the trap immediately. 10,000 gold is an astronomical sum for a ruined territory. When Ian inevitably fails, the estate will go to auction, where Minister Wesley's wealthy family will buy it, delivering it straight into Gale's hands. Another minister, one of Gale's allies, chimes in, arguing that such a high tax is necessary for a boy like Ian to earn the respect of the established nobility. Marev scans the room, weighing his options. Then, to everyone's shock, he speaks. I agree. He calmly adjusts his glasses, his expression completely unreadable. All right. The word seals Ian's fate. The assembly breathes a collective sigh of relief, believing the matter is settled. Then we should proceed with the appointment. Gale and Minister Wesley share a puzzled glance. This was far too easy. Wesley whispers to her prince, surprised that Marev gave in so quickly without defending Ian further. Gale eyes his brother warily. What is he planning? But Marev's internal calculus is cold and simple. He doesn't care if Ian succeeds or fails. His only goal is to keep this strategic territory out of his brother's control. Besides, a confident smile finally breaks through his neutral expression. He has a feeling that this remarkable boy, Ian, is more capable than anyone realizes. And with the decision made in the capital, a magnificent golden carriage, bearing the Emperor's official seal, begins its long journey toward the border. Back in the Brock territory, a maid bursts out of the mansion in a panic, calling for Ian. Ian steps out, wondering if this is about the imprisoned Lord Molin. But the butler, his eyes wide with disbelief, corrects him. It's a golden carriage. A carriage holding an order from the Emperor himself. As Ian stands bathed in the light of the setting sun, a profound understanding dawns on his face. This can only mean one thing. It's an imperial decree, an appointment of a lord. A golden carriage, a breathtaking symbol of imperial power, rolls to a stop on the grounds of the estate. For this remote territory, it's a sight so foreign it causes a stir among the onlookers. The advisor, Romandro, watches with a knot of unease in his stomach. He sent the report, but he had no idea this was coming. The carriage door opens, and a stern-faced elderly woman in a crisp uniform steps out, an official scroll in her hand. Her very presence radiates the cold, unyielding authority of the capital. Her voice is sharp, cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. Imperial Administrative Officer Shelonia. There is no warmth in her announcement, only duty. I come bearing a command from His Imperial Majesty, she declares. All will bow. In an instant, everyone drops to one knee. Ian bows his head, the picture of a loyal subject. It's a familiar gesture for the mind of a former emperor, now in the body of a boy. Shelonia unrolls the scroll, her voice ringing out across the courtyard. She announces that the recommendation from First Prince Marev and advisor Romandro has been approved by the General Assembly. This is the moment Ian has fought for. The decree officially acknowledges Ian's efforts in restoring order and protecting the territory. And then, the words that change everything. Ian is appointed as the new Viscount of the Wrot's-Fief. His victory is now official. A wave of stunned silence is broken by an explosion of cheers from the servants and soldiers. They have a true lord now, one who fought for them. For the people of Brock, this is more than an appointment, it's the dawn of a new era. But then, a single word cuts through the cheers, freezing the celebration in its tracks. However, the atmosphere instantly turns icy. There's a catch, Shelonia continues, her voice cold. As the illegitimate son of a traitor, Ian must meet one condition. Within 1 year, he must pay 10,000 gold coins to the imperial court. It's a sum so impossibly large it's meant to crush him and this recovering territory completely. Ian remains kneeling, his face a mask. If he succeeds, Shelonia says, his house will be honored for generations. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. If he fails, it will be his ruin. He understands perfectly. This isn't a true appointment. It's a trial, a death sentence disguised as an honor, designed by his enemies in the capital to make him fail spectacularly. Shelonia looks down at the boy, her tone almost daring him. Ian, you have the right to refuse. She's offering him an escape from a burden no one expects him to carry. But a slow, confident smile spreads across Ian's face. Refuse? After everything he's done to get here? Not a chance. He looks up, and his green eyes burn with a fire that startles the old official. Certainly not, he says, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. I will honor the Emperor's will with infinite glory. He doesn't just accept the challenge, he embraces it, ready to turn his enemy's trap into his greatest triumph. With the main issue settled, Shelonia adds that she has one more matter to attend to. Everyone rises, a current of confusion passing through the crowd. The imperial decree was delivered. What else could there be? Shelonia's gaze locks on to Ian. Is Sir Molin all right? She asks, her voice sharp. She's moving on to her secondary, hidden objective. Ian's reply is short and cold. Yes, he is. Her demeanor shifts. Then I will now announce the orders of the second prince, Gale. Ian's eyes narrow. He knows exactly what's coming. Secure Molen and his men, and return to the capital, she commands, attempting to use Prince Gale's authority to free the very men who tried to kill Ian. Ian doesn't even blink. He meets her gaze with an icy calm, his voice dangerously quiet. What do you think you're doing? Before she can retort, he begins to speak, his tone that of a teacher correcting a foolish student. He explains that the emperor is like the sun in the sky. And just as there is only one sun, he continues, ancient imperial law dictates that only the emperor's direct commands may be delivered from the golden carriage. Romandro looks on, stunned. Chelonia freezes, caught completely off guard. Her mind races. It's an obscure rule most nobles don't even know. How could a boy from the borderlands possibly be aware of such a thing? Ian presses his advantage, his voice sharp with accusation. By trying to deliver a prince's order, she is showing immense disrespect to the emperor himself. He shuts her down completely, permitting her to check on the prisoner's well-being, but nothing more. He calmly assesses the situation. Is the entire administrative office backing Prince Gale? Or is this just a desperate move by Molen's few remaining allies? Either way, one thing is certain. He will never hand over his prisoners. They are his insurance, his leverage against the capital. Chilonia's hand clenches around the scroll, her knuckles white with rage. She, a high-ranking imperial officer, has been utterly outplayed by a child. Forcing herself to remain composed, she concedes. Well then, she says through gritted teeth, I shall just check on them. She adds a veiled threat about reporting this to the court, but Ian coolly invites her to do so. Ian leads the way to the dungeons, carrying himself not as a boy, but as the master of this domain. The moment she sees her allies locked in a grim stone cell, Cheolonia's composure shatters. Molen! She cries out. The prisoners scramble to the bars, their faces a mix of desperate hope and disbelief. One of them grips the bars, screaming for her to get them out, his voice cracking with panic as he starts to curse Ian. But he freezes mid-sentence. Lord Molen, looking pale and defeated, asks the one question he dreads the answer to. Don't tell me, has that brat Ian been appointed the new lord? Ian steps forward, a triumphant smirk on his face. That's right, he says, savoring every word. I'm Viscount Ian now, so I'd appreciate it if you used the proper title. Ignoring him, Chelonia tries to speak to Molen privately. She just needs a moment. But Ian calmly steps between them, blocking her path. He reminds her that these men are traitors who conspired to assassinate him. As Lord, it is his right and duty to manage them. He makes a subtle gesture, a clear, unspoken signal that this conversation is over. Looking her directly in the eye, he states, You have confirmed their safety. Any unnecessary communication is forbidden. He offers a gentle, almost mocking smile. He has won. He has established his power right here, right now, in front of his enemies. With perfect composure, he dismisses her. Shall we go back upstairs, my lady? Later that evening, the estate is filled with the sounds of celebration. For the first time in ages, the people of Brock are cheering, drinking, and laughing with genuine hope for the future. Kakantir, the chief of the Heavenly Warrior clan, approaches Ian with a look of immense pride. Congratulations, Ian. Ian shakes his hand warmly. Thank you, Kakan. This was only possible with the help of our allies. He understands the importance of acknowledging those who helped him, and the warrior chief nods, pleased. In the midst of the party, Kakantir informs Ian that his warriors will be returning to the desert in 2 days. The suddenness of it surprises Ian. Kakantir explains that winter is approaching, but he assures Ian he will leave a contingent of his best warriors behind to protect the territory, cementing their alliance. He looks at Ian with deep respect. Allying with this boy was the best decision he ever made. It gave his people honor and recognition, proving their partnership was a victory for them both. Meanwhile, Romandro is completely drunk, slurring his words as he pours yet another glass of wine. He mumbles to himself, trying to make sense of the new title. A Viscounty on the border. He supposes it makes sense, but then his drunken rambling turns to pure fury. But 10,000 gold coins? He roars, slamming the bottle on the table. He screams that the nobles in the capital must have never even bothered to look at the tax reports. Sitting calmly beside him, Ian corrects him. No, I'm sure they knew exactly what they were doing. He explains that the amount was chosen precisely because it's impossible. He knows exactly who orchestrated this. It had to be Prince Gale. Romandro continues to rant, furious that the royal family would sacrifice the well-being of its people for their petty political games. He then turns awkwardly to Ian, unsure what he should call him now. Ian just offers a warm, boyish smile. It's not official until I pay the debt. You can call me whatever you're comfortable with." The simple kindness brings a look of relief to Romandro's face. Late that night, Romandro finds Ian alone, staring intently at the Imperial scroll. He asks if something is wrong. Ian looks out into the darkness. "There's just something about it that's bothering me." He unrolls the scroll one more time. He explains that the current emperor, Claver Roshan, was historically unremarkable. But as he runs his finger over the wax seal at the bottom, he feels a deep sense of unease. It's different from what he remembers. His expression turns deadly serious. He is certain. This is the seal he used every single day for decades when he was emperor. There is no mistaking it. A chilling question forms in his mind, shaking him to his core. The imperial seal has been passed down for over 1,000 years since the empire was founded. So why? Why has it changed? Something is fundamentally wrong with the history of the world he thought he knew. The joy of Ian's victory turns to ice in his veins. The altered imperial seal leads to only one terrifying conclusion. Sometime during his reign as emperor, the sacred seal was replaced. The betrayal that ended his life didn't happen in a single day. It was a conspiracy that had been growing in the shadows for years, right under his nose. Romandro's voice pulls him back from the chilling depths of his memories. Ian blinks, his mind still reeling from a revelation that has shaken the very foundation of his past. He quickly regains his composure. Romandro looks at him with concern. Mentioning that he was staring at the scroll so intensely, it looked like he might burn a hole through it. Ian smoothly waves it off, claiming it was nothing. He forces the dark thoughts away. This mystery, however profound, will have to wait. The present demands his attention. Just then, a cheerful nobleman approaches, suggesting they share the good news of the appointment with the local residents. A genuine smile finally returns to Ian's face. After all the struggle, bringing hope to his people is a victory he can truly savor. "Let's do that," he agrees, his voice clear and confident once more. But in the neighboring territory of Merilov, the news is met with a sneer. Count Carlo Merilov, arrogant and petty, glares at the report from his lavish office, disgusted that a bastard like Ian has been granted a title. He rises from his desk, fuming. A child from a brothel, daring to become a noble. An aide timidly asks what to write in the congratulatory letter, but the count is lost in his own indignation. A waste of paper and ink, he snaps, dismissing the idea entirely. He tells his butler to just have a servant spread the word, a calculated insult. The butler can only bow in obedience. But then the count pauses, a greedy, calculating glint in his eye. He asks if the Brock territory has sent any requests for supplies. The butler confirms they have not. The count scoffs, imagining them starving after their poor harvests, surviving on weeds. He crushes his cigar, dismissing the boy lord as an insignificant nuisance who will soon fail. "Forget about it. You may leave," he says with a dismissive wave. The butler bows and quietly exits. As the large, ornate door swings shut, the butler closes it gently behind him, his unpleasant duty done. But before he can even take a step, a soft, feminine voice stops him. He turns to find an elegant woman standing with perfect poise. It is the Countess Merilov. She asks him what the matter was. With a graceful, unreadable smile, she gets straight to the point. "I heard there was a letter from Brock." Her tone is polite, but her eyes are sharp and intelligent. The butler confirms that Ian has been officially appointed a viscount. The countess simply replies, "Aha!" She then asks what her husband said in reply. The butler hesitates, his discomfort revealing everything. The countess understands instantly, her eyes narrow behind her fan. "I see," she says, her voice cool and decisive. "Even so, as neighbors, we should congratulate them." In a single move, she overrides her husband's foolishness, instructing the butler to write a proper letter and to tell the count it was her order if he objects. But she isn't finished. With a sharp click, she snaps her fan shut. "Besides that, I think it's only appropriate that we send a gift." She orders him to open the treasuries. The butler is stunned, immediately protesting that there's no need for such extravagance. He pleads with her, but her expression is unyielding. "No," she says firmly, her words carrying a hidden weight. "There is a need for everything. This is no simple act of courtesy. It's a calculated move in a game only she seems to understand." The next morning, Ian and Romandro share a quiet breakfast. The advisor asks if he slept well, and Ian offers his thanks for his tireless work. He politely requests some lukewarm water, looking every bit the composed young lord settling into his new role. A small smile touches his lips. The title is more than just a name. It feels like the first concrete step toward reclaiming everything he lost. Romandro brings up the subsidy they receive from the palace, assuming they'll use the remaining funds for reconstruction and other standard tasks. Ian agrees, but then does something that shocks the advisor. He hands the decision over completely. "Since I have the freedom to choose, I want you to decide on my behalf." Romandro is speechless. This level of trust is unheard of. He gratefully accepts, promising to use the funds wisely. This single act solidifies a bond deeper than that of a lord and his subject. Romandro's loyalty to Ian is now absolute. Ian simply nods, accepting the responsibility with a grateful smile. Changing the subject, Romandro blushes and happily announces that his wife is expecting a child. Ian offers his heartfelt congratulations, sharing in the moment of genuine joy. But their peaceful breakfast is about to be interrupted. An aide enters, announcing a messenger from Mariloff has arrived. Ian's expression instantly hardens. After their last encounter, he knows this can only be trouble. "No," he says, his voice low. "Tell them to come in." He braces himself for whatever scheme his greedy neighbor has planned. A nervous young messenger enters, presenting a small, ornate box and offering congratulations from the Count. Ian finds this suspicious. "The last I heard from Mariloff was a complaint," he points out, his sharp gaze making the messenger stammer. The messenger quickly changes the subject, handing over a letter and repeating his well wishes. Then he adds something that catches Ian's attention. "Also, there is a gift from the Countess." From the Countess specifically, not the Count. This is significant. The messenger opens the box, revealing a strange mechanical device inside, explaining that it's an oddity from a foreign land. Romandro asks what it does, but the messenger admits no one has been able to figure it out. But Ian knows. Staring at the complex arrangement of gears and levers, a single word forms in his mind. A dripper. Both Romandro and the messenger are shocked that he recognized it. "I was sure you would know what it was," the messenger exclaims. Ian confirms, "You're saying the Countess sent this?" The man nervously nods. The messenger relays her message. She was certain it would be helpful. But Ian is deeply suspicious. Is this just a polite way of sending him something completely useless? A subtle insult? The messenger fidgets, sensing the strange tension in the room. Ian leans back, covering his mouth, as the gears in his mind turn at lightning speed. A short, sharp laugh escapes him. The poor messenger nearly bursts into tears, thinking he's being mocked and that the Countess has made a terrible mistake. Even Romandro is confused, muttering that the Countess was always odd. But sending a piece of trash like this is a new level of strange. He expected complaints about the gula supply, not a bizarre, useless gift meant to taunt them. He watches Ian, completely bewildered, wondering how his young master will respond to this baffling political maneuver. But Ian picks up the dripper, his eyes gleaming with an understanding no one else in the room possesses. "This is no piece of trash." "Just wait," he says quietly, instructing Romandro to prepare a reply. He tells him to write that they are thankful for the gift and will put it to good use. Then, with a confident smile, he adds the final, crucial part of the message, "And tell her I would like to meet with her in person if the opportunity arises." Because Ian knows exactly what this is. It's an automatic recording machine. While it may look like a useless toy now, he knows from his future that this is the prototype for an invention that will revolutionize automation, the very technology he was investing in before his death. He looks out the window, his mind racing. Does the Countess know its true world-changing potential, or did she send it as an unknowing insult? There's only one way to find out. He has to meet her. The joy of Ian's victory turns to ice in his veins. The altered imperial seal leads to only one terrifying conclusion. Sometime during his reign as emperor, the sacred seal was replaced. The betrayal that ended his life didn't happen in a single day. It was a conspiracy that had been growing in the shadows for years, right under his nose. Romandro's voice pulls him back from the chilling depths of his memories. Ian blinks, his mind still reeling from a revelation that has shaken the very foundation of his past. He quickly regains his composure. Romandro looks at him with concern, mentioning that he was staring at the scroll so intensely it looked like he might burn a hole through it. Ian smoothly waves it off, claiming it was nothing. He forces the dark thoughts away. This mystery, however profound, will have to wait. The present demands his attention. Just then, a cheerful nobleman approaches, suggesting they share the good news of the appointment with the local residents. A genuine smile finally returns to Ian's face. After all the struggle, bringing hope to his people is a victory he can truly savor. "Let's do that," he agrees, his voice clear and confident once more. But in the neighboring territory of Mariloff, the news is met with a sneer. Count Carlo Mariloff, arrogant and petty, glares at the report from his lavish office, disgusted that a bastard like Ian has been granted a title. He rises from his desk, fuming. a child from a brothel, daring to become a noble. An aide timidly asks what to write in the congratulatory letter, but the Count is lost in his own indignation. A waste of paper and ink, he snaps, dismissing the idea entirely. He tells his butler to just have a servant spread the word, a calculated insult. The butler can only bow in obedience. But then the Count pauses, a greedy, calculating glint in his eye. He asks if the Brock territory has sent any requests for supplies. The butler confirms they have not. The Count scoffs, imagining them starving after their poor harvests, surviving on weeds. He crushes his cigar, dismissing the boy lord as an insignificant nuisance who will soon fail. "Forget about it. You may leave," he says with a dismissive wave. The butler bows and quietly exits. As the large, ornate door swings shut, the butler closes it gently behind him, his unpleasant duty done. But before he can even take a step, a soft, feminine voice stops him. He turns to find an elegant woman standing with perfect poise. It is the Countess Marilov. She asks him what the matter was. With a graceful, unreadable smile, she gets straight to the point. "I heard there was a letter from Brock." Her tone is polite, but her eyes are sharp and intelligent. The butler confirms that Ian has been officially appointed a Viscount. The Countess simply replies, "Aha!" She then asks what her husband said in reply. The butler hesitates, his discomfort revealing everything. The Countess understands instantly, her eyes narrow behind her fan. "I see," she says, her voice cool and decisive. "Even so, as neighbors, we should congratulate them." In a single move, she overrides her husband's foolishness, instructing the butler to write a proper letter and to tell the Count it was her order if he objects. But she isn't finished. With a sharp click, she snaps her fan shut. "Besides that, I think it's only appropriate that we send a gift." She orders him to open the treasuries. The butler is stunned, immediately protesting that there's no need for such extravagance. He pleads with her, but her expression is unyielding. "No," she says firmly, her words carrying a hidden weight. "There is a need for everything. This is no simple act of courtesy. It's a calculated move in a game only she seems to understand." The next morning, Ian and Romandro share a quiet breakfast. The advisor asks if he slept well, and Ian offers his thanks for his tireless work. He politely requests some lukewarm water, looking every bit the composed young lord settling into his new role. A small smile touches his lips. The title is more than just a name. It feels like the first concrete step toward reclaiming everything he lost. Romandro brings up the subsidy they receive from the palace, assuming they'll use the remaining funds for reconstruction and other standard tasks. Ian agrees, but then does something that shocks the advisor. He hands the decision over completely. "Since I have the freedom to choose, I want you to decide on my behalf." Romandro is speechless. This level of trust is unheard of. He gratefully accepts, promising to use the funds wisely. This single act solidifies a bond deeper than that of a lord and his subject. Romandro's loyalty to Ian is now absolute. Ian simply nods, accepting the responsibility with a grateful smile. Changing the subject, Romandro blushes and happily announces that his wife is expecting a child. Ian offers his heartfelt congratulations, sharing in the moment of genuine joy. But their peaceful breakfast is about to be interrupted. An aide enters, announcing a messenger from Marilov has arrived. Ian's expression instantly hardens. After their last encounter, he knows this can only be trouble. "No," he says, his voice low. "Tell them to come in." He braces himself for whatever scheme his greedy neighbor has planned. A nervous young messenger enters, presenting a small, ornate box and offering congratulations from the Count. Ian finds this suspicious. "The last I heard from Marilov was a complaint," he points out, his sharp gaze making the messenger stammer. The messenger quickly changes the subject, handing over a letter and repeating his well wishes. Then he adds something that catches Ian's attention. "Also, there is a gift from the Countess." From the Countess specifically, not the Count. This is significant. The messenger opens the box, revealing a strange mechanical device inside, explaining that it's an oddity from a foreign land. Romandro asks what it does, but the messenger admits no one has been able to figure it out. But Ian knows. Staring at the complex arrangement of gears and levers, a single word forms in his mind. A dripper. Both Romandro and the messenger are shocked that he recognized it. "I was sure you would know what it was," the messenger exclaims. Ian confirms, "You're saying the Countess sent this?" The man nervously nods. The messenger relays her message. She was certain it would be helpful. But Ian is deeply suspicious. Is this just a polite way of sending him something completely useless? A subtle insult? The messenger fidgets, sensing the strange tension in the room. Ian leans back, covering his mouth as the gears in his mind turn at lightning speed. A short, sharp laugh escapes him. The poor messenger nearly bursts into tears, thinking he's being mocked and that the Countess has made a terrible mistake. Even Romandro is confused, muttering that the Countess was always odd, but sending a piece of trash like this is a new level of strange. He expected complaints about the gula supply, not a bizarre, useless gift meant to taunt them. He watches Ian, completely bewildered, wondering how his young master will respond to this baffling political maneuver. But Ian picks up the dripper, his eyes gleaming with an understanding no one else in the room possesses. This is no piece of trash. Just wait, he says quietly, instructing Romandro to prepare a reply. He tells him to write that they are thankful for the gift and will put it to good use. Then, with a confident smile, he adds the final, crucial part of the message, and tell her I would like to meet with her in person if the opportunity arises. Because Ian knows exactly what this is. It's an automatic recording machine. While it may look like a useless toy now, he knows from his future that this is the prototype for an invention that will revolutionize automation, the very technology he was investing in before his death. He looks out the window, his mind racing. Does the Countess know its true world-changing potential, or did she send it as an unknowing insult? There's only one way to find out. He has to meet her. An alliance forged in desperation is about to be tested. Inside his office, Ian meets with Kakantir one last time before the warrior chief departs. With no time to waste, Ian gets straight to the point, telling him there's one more thing they need to discuss. Ian lays a map on the table, pointing to the neighboring territory. He needs Kakantir's help dealing with Count Miroslav, but explains that a direct attack is off the table. Miroslav seems to have hired mercenaries from a neighboring kingdom, and walking into that trap would give the greedy count the perfect excuse to declare an all-out war. Kakantir leans in, intrigued by the puzzle. A faint smile plays on his lips as he asks if the young Viscount already has a strategy in mind. This is the kind of challenge he's come to expect from Ian. A confident, knowing grin spreads across Ian's face. Of course. Outside, the courtyard buzzes with bittersweet farewells. In the short time they've been here, the fierce warriors and the townspeople have formed unexpected bonds. Lovers share a final moment, promising to see each other again soon. Watching from the steps, Romandro marvels at the scene. He notes that even in such a brief time, new relationships have blossomed, changing not only his people, but the Heavenly Warrior clan as well. Ian's mind, ever the strategist, immediately calculates the political value of these connections. He thinks to himself that strategic marriages would be the most efficient way to solidify their alliance, opening up new routes for trade and culture. It's a cold, but effective, calculation. But the thought stops him cold. A name echoes in his mind. Suddenly, he's pulled into a memory from his past life. A woman's voice pleading with him as the emperor. She begged him to remember that the documents he signed represented real people and that his decisions would change their lives forever. It was a lesson he learned too late, to look past the ink and paper and see the human hearts affected by his decrees. This memory serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of viewing people as mere pawns on a chessboard. The memory hardens his expression, a flicker of old pain crossing his eyes. He clenches his fist, muttering under his breath that using marriage as a political tool is a form of entrapment. For a moment, the ruthless strategist is at war with the man who carries the scars of his past mistakes. Barrick's voice cuts through the dark memory, announcing that everyone is ready to leave. Ian shakes himself free from the past and nods. It's time. Kakantir gives his final orders, leaving his trusted warrior, Nerseren, in command of the forces remaining behind. Nerseren accepts the duty, wishing his chief a safe journey home. With a final command, the main gates swing open. Kakantir lets out a mighty roar. Let's go! To our great desert. The air erupts with cheers and goodbyes as the people of Brock line the streets, waving to the warriors who helped save their home. It's a surprisingly emotional farewell for two groups who were once strangers. Just as Kakantir is about to ride off, a small voice calls out from the crowd. "Excuse me?" The chief turns to see a man and his young son, who is holding a large bouquet of flowers. With a beaming smile, the little boy holds the flowers up to the intimidating warrior. "Thank you," he stammers, his voice full of pure gratitude. A rare, genuine smile spreads across Kakantir's rugged face. This simple, heartfelt gesture from a child has clearly moved the fierce chief of the Heavenly Warrior clan. He graciously accepts the flowers, a symbol of the unexpected friendship that has grown between their two peoples. As the warriors ride on, the crowd sends them off with a final booming cheer, using the traditional heavenly warrior farewell. Demosha! Ian stands with his people, watching as the last of his powerful allies disappear toward the desert plains. Kakantir pulls up beside him for one last word. He promises to set Ian's plan for Mariloff in motion as soon as he returns. Ian simply offers his thanks. The chief wishes him luck on his own upcoming journey to the capital. He offers a piece of wisdom, saying that problems are always accompanied by solutions, and he's sure Ian will find his opportunity. A warrior presents a large chest, filled to the brim with tribute. As you can see, he says, my hands are quite full. It's a masterful display of humility, a gesture that says he values their bond far more than gold. With a final, energized cry, Kakantir turns his horse toward home. Let's go. His warriors roar back in unison, Demosha! Ian and Barrack watch them go, waving until they're nothing more than specks on the horizon. Now alone, Ian turns his focus to the future. Barrack, ever loyal, asks what their first move will be. Ian glances from the fields of Gula towards the neighboring Mariloff territory. There's plenty of work, he says. We have a harvest to bring in and a certain count to undermine. He wonders if his reply has reached Countess Mariloff yet. The board is set, and the game against his rivals has already begun. As the heavenly warriors ride across the desert, one of them notes that their chief seems to be in an unusually good mood. Kakantir agrees. The warrior admits he never thought he'd see the day their chief would acknowledge a Barialon, an outsider from the Empire, as a true ally. Kakantir gazes toward the distant mountains, a thoughtful look on his face. He's different, Kakantir says with a slight smile, different from the other idiotic humans of the Empire. This is high praise coming from him, a testament to the respect Ian has earned. His mind drifts back over everything their clan has gained from this alliance. The truth about the Emperor's emissary, vital information on traders, a powerful friend on the border, and an incredibly detailed map of their own desert home. This is a memory of their very first journey into the desert together, back when Ian was nothing more than a child hostage. Suddenly, one of the navigators, holding a forked divining branch, calls out for Kakantir to halt their advance. The chief pulls his mount to a stop, asking what the matter is. The navigator explains that the wind has shifted unexpectedly. A sandstorm is approaching, far sooner than they predicted. She admits her divining branch was damaged, so she can't pinpoint the storm's exact direction, but based on the wind, she believes it's coming from the north. This is a serious problem. If they had just kept going, they would have reached their destination soon. Now, a long detour seems unavoidable. Kakantir makes a swift decision. All right, he declares, we'll go around the storm. He orders his warriors to change course and head east immediately. But a small, quiet voice cuts through the commotion. Did you say east? All eyes turn to Ian, who looks up from a map he's been studying. Not south? He asks calmly. The warriors around him react with immediate hostility. One of them scoffs, mocking the noble boy for questioning their expert. They laugh him off, telling the child to stay quiet if he knows nothing about the desert. But Ian remains completely unfazed, his gaze steady. Another warrior gets in his face, shouting that their navigator has kept them safe for years. He demands to know who this little boy thinks he is to question her. Kakantir, however, notices the map in Ian's hand. Ian explains that it's a detailed survey from a great desert researcher, and based on its data, he believes the storm is actually approaching from the northeast. He points out that if the storm is large, heading east could still get them caught in its path. To save time and guarantee their safety, he confidently states that south is the only logical route. His curiosity piqued, Kakantir commands, "Give me that map." He hands it to his interpreter, Nersaren. It's in the Empire's tongue. Read it. As Nersaren studies the map, his eyes widen in disbelief. It's more detailed than anything he's ever seen, containing a century's worth of data on rainfall, temperature, and wind patterns. Kakantir is stunned by what he hears. Nersaren explains that for their people to gather this much information, it would take decades of travel on foot. Yet this single map even shows a recently discovered oasis. He can only marvel at the Empire's advanced knowledge. Kakantir turns back to Ian, his expression now serious. "Where did you get this?" "From my tutor," Ian replies smoothly, though Kakantir knows this isn't something a simple tutor could ever possess. This map is a strategic asset of immense value. Ian elaborates, claiming his tutor is a renowned researcher who has dedicated his life to studying the Great Desert. Kakantir is impressed by the technology and dedication it must have taken to create such a map. But what's far more impressive is that this small boy was able to interpret all that complex data and form a life-saving strategy on the spot. He looks at the child, sitting calmly on his horse, radiating an unnerving level of confidence and intelligence. In that moment, Kakantir realized this was no ordinary noble. Looks like he's not an idiot, he thought to himself. I'll need to keep a close eye on this one. Back in the present, Kakantir recalls how Ian had given them the map freely. The scouts they sent east as a precaution were hit by the storm, just as Ian predicted. The boy's information had saved them all. It was the first time Kakantir truly saw the depth of Ian's insight. His cold, calculating mind and his bold, decisive leadership. A talent like that, he muses, is far too great to be wasted in a remote territory like Brach. The boy is destined for something much bigger. As he rides towards the mountains, he sends a silent message to the young Viscount he left behind. I will be waiting for news of what you accomplish in the capital, Ian. High above, an eagle soars through the vast, clear sky, a perfect symbol of the freedom and power that both of these ambitious leaders are now fighting to secure for their people. While Ian plots his next move on the border, the ripples of his actions have already reached the heart of the empire. In a lavish office in the capital, Prince Gale listens as his informant, Shialonia, confirms that the assassins he sent are now locked away in an underground prison. She adds a curious detail. There were no signs of torture. The men were simply being held, left completely alone. This wasn't the act of a vengeful boy. It was something else entirely. Gale leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He knew Ian was clever, but this level of calculated restraint is unexpected. It's a move that speaks of strategy, not emotion. He then brings up the detail that bothered Shilonia the most, Ian's unnatural familiarity with obscure imperial etiquette. Shilonia confirms it, recalling how Ian's entire demeanor shifted the moment she mentioned Prince Gale's name. She points out that even Romandro, an experienced imperial advisor, didn't seem to know the rule about the golden carriage. How could a boy from the slums? Standing beside them, the ambitious Minister of Magic, Wesley, draws her own conclusion. I'm certain now, she declares. He's connected to your brother Marev. Gale cautions her against jumping to conclusions, but Wesley insists it's the only explanation that fits. How could an illegitimate child, who should barely know basic manners, suddenly become an expert on the royal court's most secret protocols? She argues that Marev was the one who recommended Ian for the title in the first place. With so few people backing the first prince, it makes perfect sense that Ian would align with him. To her, the connection is obvious. But Gale remains silent, his sharp blue eyes narrowed in thought. Something about this simple explanation feels wrong. It's too neat, too clean. He dismisses Shilonia, telling her she's done well. With a respectful bow, she exits the room, leaving the prince alone with his lover and political ally. Alone with Wesley, Gale steeples his fingers, lost in thought. The problem of Ian Vergelian is proving to be far more complex than he ever anticipated. Wesley moves closer, her voice a low, dangerous whisper. Gale, should we just kill him? Gale challenges her, wanting to know how she'd pull that off. Wesley smiles, laying out her simple plan. Once Ian arrives in the capital for the New Year celebration, he'll be inducted into her Ministry of Magic. On her home turf, she says, there will be countless ways to arrange an accident. Gale considers her proposal, but remains unconvinced. It's a brute force solution, lacking the subtlety this situation requires. Suddenly, he stands, pushing his chair back with a decisive scrape. When Wesley asks where he's going, he gives a simple answer, to see my brother. But he stops, a question forming in his mind. Why? Wesley offers her own theory for why Ian left the assassins alive. She explains it's because they're administrators from the capital. If Ian made one wrong move, it could trigger another imperial investigation, and he's already on thin ice. Gale smirks. He understands that basic logic, but he knows there's more to it. Unless, he prompts, leaning in close. Wesley looks flustered, admitting she doesn't follow his meaning. He gently cups her chin, his voice dropping to an intimate yet condescending tone. As expected, he murmurs, you're not suited to be the Minister of Magic. Her mind races, desperately trying to find a compliment hidden within the insult. Surely he means she isn't suited for a political role, because she's meant to be by his side as his queen. She looks up at him, her eyes filled with a desperate mix of confusion and adoration, seeking any sign of validation. That's what you mean, right? She asks, her voice hopeful. But Gale offers no comfort. He simply turns and walks away, leaving her hanging in the silence. The heavy door slams shut, the sound echoing his cold dismissal. Riding in his carriage, Gale reflects on his relationship with Wesley. She's a passionate lover, but as a political partner, she's far too reckless and short-sighted. And in the quiet of his own thoughts, the pieces of Ian's true strategy finally click into place. Leaving the assassins alive wasn't about avoiding an investigation. It was about Marev. He realizes that if Ian had executed capital officials while the Heavenly Warrior clan was in his territory, it could have been framed as an act of rebellion, sparking a military conflict, not just an inquiry. So instead, Ian did something far more brilliant. He presented the problem to Marev, forcing the First Prince to be the one to decide the assassin's fate. He leveraged the bitter rivalry between the two brothers to his own advantage. Now, the lives of Gale's men are in Marev's hands, not some powerless child's. It was a masterful political checkmate. He thinks about his assets within the administration. He doesn't have many loyal veterans like Molin, and losing such a valuable piece would be a significant blow to his power base. He taps his fingers against the carriage wall, his mind made up. "Wait," he calls out, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Change our destination. We're not going to my brother's palace. We're going to see Father." The game has just been escalated to the highest level. Meanwhile, back at the Mariloff mansion, a new day begins. A butler knocks on Count Mariloff's door, announcing the morning. The Count is already awake, grumbling about the cold as the butler enters with a tray of letters that arrived overnight. The Count begins sorting through his mail, his brow furrowed with the effort. He stops on one letter, his voice thick with annoyance. It's a reply to a congratulatory message he doesn't remember sending. The butler explains that the Countess sent it, citing her desire to maintain good relations with their neighbors. The Count grumbles, but then notices the envelope is addressed specifically to his wife, Lien, from Ian Vergelian. The butler reasons that Ian likely replied directly to the person who sent the original message. He adds that according to the letter, the Countess also sent a gift, which Ian received with great joy. He recalls her personally picking out a dusty old machine from the warehouse for the occasion. The Count's suspicion grows. He asks if his wife and Ian have ever met, but the butler says they only shared a brief, silent encounter. The whole situation is very strange. Just then, his wife's voice cuts through the air like ice. "What are you doing?" She snatches the letter from his hand. "Why are you reading a letter that is addressed to me?" she asks, a cold, unreadable smile on her face. She reads the letter, and a strange, breathy laugh escapes her. "He sincerely likes it? I wonder if I should be happy about that." Her bizarre reaction leaves her husband utterly baffled. Changing the subject completely, she orders the butler to prepare their meal, demanding venison steak. The Countess turns back to her husband, her tone suddenly sweet and playful. "Darling," she purrs. She wraps her arms around him, mentioning that she heard Ian is cultivating gula, and that it's surprisingly tasty. The Count scoffs, calling Ian a beast for eating such lowly food. Ignoring his rant, the Countess mentions that Ian wants to meet her to thank her for the gift, and suggests she visit him. The Count immediately dismisses the idea, but she expertly pivots, bringing up their territory's own looming food shortages. She lays out the hard truth. Their reliance on a foreign merchant guild is crippling their own farmers. They have enemies at their border and decay from within. Now worried, the Count asks when the merchants will arrive with supplies. She tells him they are set to depart from the Hawan Kingdom in 1 month. The Count, too simple to see the hidden meaning, calculates the travel time and mutters that he hopes they get here soon. The moment she steps into the hallway, the Countess's playful mask vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. She calls out to a young servant named Clark. The young man turns, respectfully asking what she needs. "Make sure to wipe the windows clean," she orders. "We have guests arriving in a month from the Hawan Kingdom." Clark watches her walk away, repeating her words to himself. "In a month, leave the Hawan Kingdom. The timing isn't a coincidence. It's a message." His expression shifts, a glint of understanding in his eyes. He now knows the true timeline. A secret plan has just been set in motion, and it all revolves around the arrival of those merchants. A mysterious gift, a hidden past. Ian's new game is to unravel the enigma that is Countess Lien Mariloff. In his office, he pores over an intelligence report, but it's a complete dead end. There is absolutely nothing about her past. His team couldn't even confirm her family background, or if she was a noble at all. She married the Count 3 years ago in a small, private ceremony that went almost completely unnoticed. For all intents and purposes, she simply appeared out of thin air. Ramondra suggests she might have come from a peasant background, which would explain the secrecy. But Ian knows better. Of one thing he is certain, she is not from Mariloff. And more importantly, anyone who knows about the Dripper, a piece of revolutionary future technology, is no ordinary person. The Countess is playing a much deeper game. Changing subjects, Ian asks for the report on the large merchant guild from the Hawan Kingdom. An aide explains that the guild, known as Ilac, is leading a caravan of merchants through the Marilof territory. The full convoy consists of about 100 members, set to travel over the next 15 days. They are the lifeline Marilof is depending on to survive the winter. Nerzaren, the warrior left behind by Kokantir, immediately sees the strategic value. Marilov's heavy reliance on this single guild makes them incredibly vulnerable. But he also offers a word of caution. While their dependency is a weakness they can exploit, if the plan goes wrong, the suffering of the common people could become a major burden. This is a delicate operation. Ian understands the risks. With all the pieces in place, it's time to begin. He slams his hand down on the dripper, and the strange machine lets out a loud grinding noise that startles everyone in the room. Nerzaren gives him an unimpressed look. "You really don't have any manners," he says flatly, but there's a hint of begrudging respect in his tone. This is Ian's style, bold and decisive. Ian ignores the comment and calls out a single name, Sue. From a corner of the room, a young woman with wild green hair and red face paint explodes in protest. "Seriously? Why does it have to be me?" She throws a full-blown tantrum on the floor, complaining about having to infiltrate a merchant guild in a faraway kingdom, the freezing cold, and especially her hatred for Nerzaren. Barrack just laughs, telling her to stop pretending she doesn't know the mountain roads like the back of her hand. She immediately snaps back, accusing him of being the one who volunteered her for this miserable mission. Ian cuts through the chaos with a single, calm word, "Sue." He crouches down beside her, his voice softening. He tells her that Chief Kokantir himself spoke of her incredible sense of responsibility. He acknowledges that the mission is dangerous and difficult, but he knows that with her perseverance, she is one of the few who can handle it. Then, he plays his trump card. With a disarming smile, he adds, "And most importantly, you're the fastest warrior in the clan, aren't you?" He explains that for a solo mission, the ability to retreat instantly is paramount. He tells her that no one else possesses the speed needed to guarantee success. Her anger completely melts away, replaced by a flustered blush. "Well, if you put it that way, I guess it can't be helped," she mumbles, completely won over by his masterful manipulation. Ian's smile widens. "Good." He tells her, "It's time to go over the details. Sue, what you need to do is this." And just like that, Ian's plan is set in motion. Deep in a remote forest, the Yilak Merchant Guild sets up camp for the night, completely unaware of the threat hiding in plain sight. The merchants are exhausted, complaining about the long journey ahead. An older woman thanks a young camp cook for helping prepare the evening meal. It's Sue, now perfectly disguised. She smiles cheerfully, saying it was no trouble at all. A man rudely demands more stew, and she sighs dramatically, muttering about how she never gets a moment to rest. But beneath her cheerful facade, her mission is already underway. Her first task, joining the guild, was a success. Now, for the second, to mix a carefully prepared concoction of gula powder and yellow scorpion poison into their food. With a cold, determined look, she subtly empties a small pouch into the massive cooking pot. The dose isn't lethal, but it will be highly effective. The goal is simple: delay the merchants in this canyon for as long as possible and bleed the Marilof territory dry. Back in Marilof, the consequences are already setting in. A cold wind blows through a desolate town. A mother tries to comfort her crying child, promising that food will arrive soon. The streets are nearly empty, save for a man huddled in a corner, shivering from cold and hunger. In a dark alley, a group of men voices their desperation. One complains that he hasn't seen things this bad since he was a child. Another bitterly blames the Vrats bastards for starting a conflict that dirtied their river. Someone suggests demanding compensation, but the idea is quickly shot down. After the assassination attempt on Viscount Ian, Marilof has no political standing to make demands. They know their own lord won't help them, he'd only raise their taxes. They are trapped, with starvation looming. One man timidly mentions a rumor he heard that the people in Vrats are eating something called gula, and that it's actually delicious. The others just laugh at him, but he insists it's true, explaining that even the new Viscount and an imperial advisor eat it. He's heard nobles in the north are starting to eat it too, but news travels slowly to the border. His friends just mock him, saying the hunger has finally made him lose his mind. Changing the subject, they wonder when the merchant guilds will finally arrive. They should have been here by now. As night falls, they are left with only their hunger and a single, desperate question. Where are the merchants? High above the Yilak Guild's camp, crows circle in the twilight sky. An ominous sign as the sun finally sets. Inside a large tent, the camp is in chaos. Men are groaning in agony, clutching their stomachs and begging for water. The leaders are baffled. They've dealt with food poisoning before, but never something that affected nearly everyone at once. It doesn't make any sense. They can only hope the doctors from Marilov arrive soon. For now, all they can do is try to endure the pain. Sue watches the scene unfold, her expression carefully neutral. Phase 2 of the plan is working perfectly. She quietly asks the older woman beside her which town is closer, Marilov, or the capital of the Hawan kingdom they just left. The woman explains that Hawan is much closer. The road to Marilov is rugged and mountainous, while the path back to Hawan is flat. Logically, help from Hawan should arrive first. A sick man nearby moans, begging for some warm water. Sue immediately jumps to her feet, offering to boil some for him, playing the part of the kind, dependable helper. The old woman remarks on what a good person she is, but inwardly, Sue is cursing them all, dreaming of the day she can return to the desert and never see another forest again. She thinks about the next phase of the plan. Once doctors from Hawan arrive, her job is to subtly start a conflict and convince the entire guild to turn back for good. Just then, a sharp voice cuts through her thoughts. "Hey you!" Before she can react, a firm hand grabs her wrist. It's the guildmaster. His face is grim, and his eyes are narrowed with suspicion. "Let me see your hands," he demands. Her cover might have just been blown. Sue struggles, yelling at him to let go, but he holds firm. He can feel it, the rough, calloused skin of a warrior, not a cook. It's the kind of toughness that only comes from handling a weapon, day in and day out. His suspicion hardens into certainty. Leaning in close, he demands to know who she really is and what she put in their food. For a split second, Sue looks trapped, her cover completely blown. But instead of panicking, a slow, taunting smirk spreads across her face. "Are you really so bored," she asks, her voice dripping with sarcasm, "that you have to resort to spying on me?" She looks up at him, her eyes gleaming with a defiant confidence that completely contradicts her situation. It's a look that says he's the one who should be worried. The guildmaster is completely thrown off by her audacity. His momentary confusion is the only opening she needs, and in that instant, Sue strikes. Her fist connects squarely with his jaw, the sound of the impact echoing through the tense camp. He stumbles back, stunned by the raw power from such a small woman. Sue doesn't waste a second, already planning her escape. The crash brings other merchants running. They burst into the tent, shouting and asking what's going on. Sue's confidence wavers as she finds herself surrounded. She knows she's in deep trouble now. There's no way she can fight all of them alone. With no other choice, she makes a break for it, darting out of the camp and disappearing into the darkness of the woods. As she pushes through the trees, she stumbles upon another group of men. These aren't merchants, they're well-armed soldiers, drawn by the commotion. Thinking fast, Sue does the one thing no one would expect. She lets out a terrified scream, pointing back at the merchants chasing her and yelling, "Bandits!" Chaos erupts instantly. The merchants scream back that they aren't bandits, while the soldiers, now on high alert, draw their weapons, ready for a fight. One of the merchants tries to prove their identity by lighting a torch, but in the darkness and panic, it only makes things worse. The flickering light blinds everyone, and swords start swinging wildly. As the two groups clash, Sue slips away into the shadows, a master of turning disaster into opportunity. She watches the mayhem she created from a safe distance. Her plan is complete. The merchants are scattered and broken. They're finished. A huge, triumphant smile breaks out on her face. Mission accomplished. She thinks to herself, "Nice! Kakan, I'm coming home!" The sounds of fighting fade behind her as she vanishes into the silent forest. And so, as one part of Ian's plan comes to a violent, successful close, another is just beginning. Days later, in the territory of Mirlov, a single, lonely wagon rattles down the street. It's a pathetic sight, a stark reminder of the 100-man caravan that was supposed to save them. Inside Count Marilov's office, his butler listens to the report, his face growing pale. He clenches a piece of paper, his disbelief turning to pure rage. A single wagon, only 3 people. It's a catastrophe. His subordinate claims it was a bandit attack, but the butler slams his fist on the table, shouting in frustration. He knows a convenient excuse when he hears one. The man explains that he found the campsite in ruins, with most of the merchant group either injured or unconscious. Because of the attack, the terrified survivors turned back, abandoning their contract. Only 3 loyal members pushed on. The butler lets out a roar of frustration. The territory's entire food supply depended on that shipment, and now it's gone. He storms around the office, his anger boiling over. He curses the merchants for their incompetence, for falling into such an obvious trap. He tries to compose himself, pacing back and forth, desperately searching for a way out of this disaster. He asks his aide about grain prices from another supplier. The answer is grim. 6 silver coins for a single sack of flour, an impossibly high price. With a heavy sigh, the butler realizes they have no choice. He orders his aide to organize a trade group and go to Cheiron to buy what they can. Just then, the aide cautiously offers another idea. What if they ask for help from their neighbor, from Viscount Ian? The butler freezes, the very suggestion an insult to his pride. "What?" he asks, his voice dangerously quiet. The aide quickly explains that the mountains near their other supplier are already covered in snow. The journey would be slow and treacherous. But if they could buy some of Ian's gula, it could serve as emergency rations, buying them precious time until the real supplies arrive. The butler slams his hand on the table, his face twisted in disgust. "Don't joke with me," he seethes. His pride won't allow it. He refuses to buy those weeds, a food he considers unfit for his people. He would rather they starve than stoop so low. "Get the prices from Cheiron," the butler commands, completely dismissing the only viable solution. The aide can only bow and agree. But even as he gives the order, the butler knows they're trapped. His face is a mask of worry. And so, with his back against the wall, he sits down to write a letter, not as a proud official, but as a desperate man. Meanwhile, back in the sunny Brock territory, the next piece falls perfectly into place. Ian sits in his office, holding that very same letter. He notes with interest that it's not from the Count, but from his butler, a clear sign of internal conflict. Barrack points out the letter doesn't even have an official seal. It's an unofficial, personal request to learn the price of gula. This isn't diplomacy, it's a plea. Ian leans back, the entire picture becoming clear. The proud Count is refusing to ask for help, forcing his butler to act in secret. They're trying to get supplies from Cheiron, but the early snow will delay them. Ian puts a hand to his chin, a thoughtful, almost sinister look in his eyes. He can see the desperation, the perfect opening his plan has created. He stands up decisively. "Barrack," he says, "let's go to the underground prison." Barrack, ever loyal, simply agrees. As they walk, Ian casually plucks a cookie from Barrack's hand. "Oh, and give me one of those," he says, leaving his bodyguard completely dumbfounded. They descend into the cold, dark depths of the castle, the torchlight flickering against the damp stone walls. They stop in front of a cell. Inside, a prisoner named Colin is huddled in the corner, shaking with fear. Ian calls his name, his voice echoing in the silence. They enter the cell, and Ian calmly remarks on how tough it must be, being trapped in a place like this. He holds out the cookie he took from Barrack. "Here," he offers. "You can leave if you eat this." Desperate, Colin snatches the cookie and devours it in seconds. As Colin finishes the last bite, Ian leans in, his expression calm but utterly chilling. He whispers directly into Colin's ear. "All right, Colin, from now on, listen carefully and do not share this with anyone." Ian pulls back and lays out the mission. He's sending Colin back to Marilov to join the trade group heading for supplies. Then comes the real order, his voice cold and hard as steel. Ruin their plans. Break their wagons, get them robbed, do whatever it takes to delay their trip. Colin's face contorts in terror, but Ian isn't finished. He places a gentle hand on Colin's head. "If you do not follow my orders," he begins, "you will die." A golden, magical energy glows in Ian's eye. He explains that if Colin fails, he will release this energy and it will react with the poison that was hidden in the cookie. The horrifying realization hits Colin like a physical blow. He clutches his throat, gagging in terror. Ian continues, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Your blood will turn to poison, and your entire body will melt into the ground." But then, he offers a single thread of hope. If everything goes well, he will release the curse and grant Colin his freedom. The man is caught between a gruesome death and a slim chance at life. We see a close-up of Ian's eye, cold, green, and glowing with absolute power. He has this man's life in the palm of his hand. His final question hangs in the cold prison air, a simple, terrifying ultimatum. "Do you think you can do it?" All Colin can do is kneel and sob, his body racked with pure, unadulterated terror. He has no choice but to obey his new master. With Ian's deadly ultimatum looming, the next stage of his plan is set at the Muraloff estate. A crowd gathers as officials recruit men for a desperate trade mission, their last hope to avoid starvation. A nervous hand signs a name on the list, Colin. Ian's unwilling pawn is now officially in the game. The official eyes him with suspicion, noting that his criminal record should have disqualified him. But thanks to his desperate begging, he's being given a final chance. He warns Colin to work hard and stay out of trouble. Colin can only manage a weak, trembling, "Okay." The moment he's away from the table, Colin breaks down, sobbing with relief. "I made it," he whispers. He knows that if he had failed this first, simple step, Ian would have activated the poison without a second thought. But Colin isn't the only one being watched. From a distance, two men observe him. They are Ian's agents, sent to ensure his pawn stays on track. They remark that the kid gets to live another day. Their casual tone reveals the cold reality of the situation. If Colin hadn't been accepted, today would have been his last. One of them notes the tense atmosphere in the territory, a stark change from before. The rumors about the failed merchant caravan from Hawan have clearly taken their toll. A third man with light brown hair joins them, his expression serious. He corrects them, stating that it wasn't a rumor. It was the truth. It seems everyone in Mariloff is on edge. But the pieces on this board are being moved by more than one player. The third man, an agent named Clark, walks down a long, ornate hallway in the Mariloff mansion. He is not one of Ian's men. He knocks on a heavy door, announcing his presence to the person inside. "Madame," inside, Countess Liane Mariloff sits calmly. Clark reports that the suspicious man, Colin, has successfully joined the trade group. The Countess looks pleased. "Really? That's a relief," she says, though her sharp, calculating eyes tell a different story. She trusts Clark to handle the situation and instructs him to return safely. She has her own plans for this little expedition. Clark stands silently for a moment, absorbing his orders. "Yes," he finally says, "there is no need to worry." He turns and leaves, a loyal piece in the Countess's own secret game. A few nights later, the caravan has made its way deep into the treacherous, snow-covered mountains. They've set up camp, the wagons circled against the biting cold, a fragile outpost in a vast, icy wilderness. A lone figure moves silently through the snow, heading for the precious supply carts. It's Colin. He holds a lit torch, his face a mask of fear and grim determination. The time has come to carry out Ian's terrifying order. Tears stream down his face as he whispers an apology. He doesn't want to do this, but he can feel the phantom threat of the poison in his veins. It's their lives, or his. Just as he moves the torch towards a wagon, a sharp voice cuts through the night. "Colin!" Colin freezes, spinning around in terror. A dark figure stands behind him, demanding to know what he's doing. The man steps into the light. It's Clark, the Countess's agent. He holds up a bloodied bandage, accusing Colin of planning to steal their goods and run. Colin is speechless. How does this man know his name? Who is he? In his panic, Colin's hand trembles and the torch falls from his grasp, landing on a pile of dry goods. Flames erupt instantly, engulfing the wagon with terrifying speed and lighting up the night sky. Colin stares in horror at the accidental blaze he started. His mind is still reeling, trying to understand how this stranger could know who he is. But he has no time to think. With shocking speed, Clark lunges forward, his sword flashing in the firelight as he cuts Colin down without a moment's hesitation. The camp explodes into chaos. Men shout in panic, scrambling to fight the inferno that is consuming their only hope for survival. Amidst the screaming, Clark calmly straightens his collar, already crafting the official story. Colin, a thief, started a fire as a distraction and was killed while resisting. It's a clean, simple narrative that hides the Countess's true intentions. From the trees, another man watches the disaster unfold. It's one of Ian's agents, sent to shadow Colin. He watches Clark walk away from the wreckage, a deep suspicion on his face. He knows something is wrong here. He needs to report this back to his lord immediately. The scene shifts as news of the disaster travels with lightning speed, but the report doesn't go to Ian. Not yet. Instead, an aide bursts into the office of Count Mariloff. "My lord, it's an emergency," he gasps. The Count turns, his face already etched with stress. The news is catastrophic. All of the wagons, they've burned to ashes. The Count's face drains of all color. "What?" he screams, slamming his fist on the desk. The aide explains that a man named Colin set fire to everything in a mad attempt to steal their gold. He relays the fabricated story that Colin was killed in the fight, but not before all the supplies were lost to the flames. The wounded survivors are still trying to make their way to Cheiron, but it's hopeless. The last lifeline for the Mariloff territory has been severed. The Count realizes the horrifying truth. Their own food stores are nearly empty. This winter will be a nightmare. With no other options, they'll have no choice but to beg for help from Brock. From Ian Vergelian. The thought of such utter humiliation makes something inside the proud, incompetent Count snap. With a guttural roar of pure rage, he grabs the subordinate who delivered the news and slams him onto the table. He begins beating the man mercilessly, screaming about his own misfortune. Completely lost to his fury, the Count orders his men to find Colin's family and slaughter every last one of them. His violent screams echo through the grand mansion. Outside the door, the maids tremble in fear, too terrified to intervene. From the shadows, a calm voice tells them to be quiet. Countess Liane Mariloff emerges, an oasis of perfect calm in a storm of chaos. She walks to the door and simply says, "Open them." When a maid tries to warn her, the Countess's cold gaze silences her. "It's okay. Open them." The doors swing open to a scene of brutal violence. The Count is still beating the bloodied subordinate, the room completely destroyed. The Countess steps inside, a chillingly sweet smile on her face. "My dear," she says, her voice cutting through his rage. She places a hand on his shoulder. "Please let this child go and play with me." She pulls him close, gently chiding him for expressing his anger in such a crude way. As guards drag the beaten man away, she gets to the heart of the matter. "Why don't we simply ask Bra for help?" She offers a solution that saves his fragile pride. She will go on his behalf, explaining that her closer age to the young Viscount makes it a more suitable arrangement. The Count looks at her, his anger replaced by suspicion. He grabs her arm, his hands stained with blood. He asks if she truly wants to go. She confirms that she does. He glares at her, his eyes narrowed. "Is this another one of your schemes?" he growls. The Countess doesn't flinch. She meets his gaze, her expression a perfect mask of innocence. "Of course not. I wouldn't dare," she says, looking out the window at the full moon. But her eyes hold a secret ambition, a dangerous intelligence that is far more threatening than her husband's simple-minded fury. The game is about to enter a new, far more interesting phase. Two master manipulators, one estate. This isn't a social call, it's a battle of wits, and the first move is about to be made. Ian stands at the entrance to his mansion, welcoming Countess Liane Mariloff with a polite, practiced smile. The Countess greets him in turn, correctly using his new title, Viscount Ian. He thanks her, remarking that he was surprised to hear she was coming in person. A subtle layer of suspicion already hangs in the air. She offers a smooth apology, claiming it bothered her that they hadn't congratulated him on his new title. Ian plays along, saying he understands how busy they must be, though his sharp gaze says he doesn't believe a word of it. Ian changes the subject, bringing up the gift she sent him. The dripper. He calls it a valuable item, looking her straight in the eye as he asks if it was really all right for her to part with it. He's testing her, probing for a reaction. Hiding behind her fan, the Countess masterfully deflects. She claims she wanted to send something else, but her husband insisted the strange machine would be a great help to Ian. She paints herself as a dutiful wife, merely following orders. Ian's mind races, so she's blaming her incompetent husband for sending a priceless piece of future technology. He narrows his eyes. Was it a gift? Or a message? From her sophisticated speech and calm demeanor, he's certain she's a high-ranking noble playing a very dangerous and careful game. The Countess cuts through the pleasantries, finally revealing the supposed reason for her visit. "The reason I came here today," she says, her gaze steady, "is because I wish to see Lady Mary's room." Ian is completely blindsided. He was prepared for a negotiation over Gula, for her to plead for food for her starving people. But this? A request to see his dead mother's room? This changes everything. The Countess reminds him of their first meeting, claiming she lent his mother something that was never returned. It's a plausible excuse, but Ian's instincts are screaming that it's a lie. He keeps his composure, telling her to do as she wishes. He explains that the room has been untouched for years, so if the item is there, she will surely find it. Ian gestures for her to follow, but she tries to dismiss him, saying she can go by herself. She wants to be alone, unsupervised. But Ian isn't letting her out of his sight that easily. With a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, he insists, "Please, come this way." A silent battle of wills passes between them. As they walk, Ian asks directly, "What is it you're looking for?" They arrive at a large, dusty room, the furniture covered in sheets like sleeping ghosts. The air is still and heavy with forgotten memories. Ian offers to have his servant search for her, another attempt to control the situation. But the Countess sharply refuses, insisting it shouldn't be touched by anyone else. With her back to him, she asks him to leave, claiming it was a lady's private space. She promises to tell him once she finds what she's looking for. Ian turns to leave, a polite smile fixed on his face. "Of course," he says, but he's already planning his next move. The moment he's out of her sight, He turns to an aide and gives a quiet, firm order. Watch her carefully. The aide follows the Countess into the room, a silent shadow tasked with observing her every move. He offers to help, but the Countess ignores him. Her elegant demeanor is gone, replaced by a frantic energy as she begins tearing sheets off the furniture. "Didn't you hear what I said?" she snaps, yanking open drawers filled with old jewelry. "Open the drawers and leave." The aide watches her reflection in a cracked mirror as she tears through the room, her voice low and determined. "I'll find it myself." She leaves a trail of chaos in her wake, shoes, pearls, and private letters scattered across the floor. She is searching for something very specific, and she is desperate. Sometime later, Romandro finds Ian waiting in a drawing room. He informs Ian that the Countess is still in his mother's room, looking for some item she supposedly lent her. Romandro is confused. He thought she was here to beg for Gula. Ian admits he doesn't know what she's looking for either, noting with suspicion that it's taking an unusually long time. Ian figures they'll discuss Gula eventually. After all, she wouldn't come all this way just to find some forgotten trinket. While he waits, Ian reviews his strategy. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He knows they're desperate, and he plans to make them pay a very, very high price for it. Just then, the Countess returns, her composure perfectly restored. She apologizes for taking so long. Ian asks if she found what she was looking for. She replies smoothly, "No, I suppose it was lost in the chaos." "That's unfortunate," Ian says, playing along. He invites her to sit for tea, and the real game finally begins. Ian leans over and gives him a quiet order. He tells his trusted aide to go to his mother's room. "Take a look around," he whispers, "and tidy things up. It's a coded message. Find whatever she was really looking for." With her true objective seemingly complete, the Countess gets down to business, admitting her visit isn't just about some borrowed item. She reveals that she knows about the massive tax he has to pay to the capital. Ian is surprised, asking how she found out. "I have my ways," she says simply. She tells him that since the amount is so large, Merloff was thinking of helping him out. Her offer sounds incredibly generous, a loan of up to 5,000 gold coins, completely interest-free. And then she reveals her price. "In exchange, how about you give us some Gula seeds?" Ian can't help but smile, while Romandro nearly chokes. The seeds are the source of his power, the one thing he would never give away. Ian smoothly rejects her offer, framing it as a matter of honor. He says he must gather the money himself to prove his worthiness for his title. The Countess questions his reasoning, but Ian presses his advantage. He points out that Gula is far more valuable than a simple loan, as it has the power to end starvation. She argues that Gula was considered worthless in the past. "That was in the past," Ian retorts, his voice turning cold. "My lady," he continues, "you can earn gold at any time. The same can't be said for a person's life." It's a thinly veiled threat, a reminder of the thousands of starving people in her territory. With the power dynamic now firmly in his favor, Ian makes his counteroffer. When she asks how much he'll sell the Gula for, he smiles and names an astronomical price, 50 coins for a sack. Romandro looks like he's about to faint. He remembers their earlier discussion, when Ian had considered asking for a mere 10 gold coins a sack. 10 coins was already a high price, but 50? It's pure extortion. This is Ian, squeezing every last drop of gold he can from their desperation. Meanwhile, back in Lady Mary's ransacked room, a young maid enters to begin cleaning and is startled to find someone else already there. It's Barrick, rummaging through the mess. He explains that Ian sent him to take a look around after the Countess left. The maid asks what he's looking for. Barrick scratches his head in frustration, admitting he has no idea what it is, only that the Countess was searching for it. He grumbles that Ian seems sure it's here, but he can't find anything out of the ordinary. The maid, ever observant, looks up. "Did you also check the ceiling?" she asks, pointing towards the ornate chandelier. Annoyed but intrigued, Barrick moves a table underneath it. He grumbles at her suggestion, clearly not expecting to find anything. He lifts her onto his shoulders so she can reach. "What are you?" he asks, surprised by her unusual skills. She calmly replies that she's good at finding things, saying it's nothing special where she comes from. Suddenly, her hand finds something hidden deep inside. "I found it!" she exclaims. Barrick is stunned. She pulls out a small, ornate powder puff case. They examine the object. It looks like a normal cosmetic item. Barrick wonders why anyone would hide it so carefully. He decides to open the case to get a closer look. The moment he opens it, a faint, almost invisible puff of powder rises. Barrick inhales, and a wave of dizziness hits him. His vision blurs, and the world starts to spin. He stumbles back, clutching his head. "Hey, this," he gasps, "smells a bit straw." Before he can finish a sentence, his eyes roll back in his head. The maid watches in pure horror as his entire body goes limp. Barrett collapses to the floor, unconscious. The deadly powder puff lies open beside him. The maid screams his name, shaking him, desperately trying to wake him up. But there is no response. The Countess considers Ian's outrageous price. To anyone else, it would be robbery. But she understands Gula's true value, its ability to multiply and feed an entire territory, a power far greater than gold. Ian presses his advantage, explaining that in just 2 months, Gula could save every single person in Merloff from starvation. He reminds her how crucial a stable population is for a territory's power. She agrees, but her gaze is distant, her mind clearly somewhere else. Ian sees it instantly. Her attention isn't on the deal at all, it's completely focused on that borrowed item she was so desperate to find. He realizes with cold certainty that she has almost no real interest in buying Gula. This entire negotiation has been a front for her true objective. Romandro chimes in, trying to justify the price by explaining their own territory's past food scarcity. The Countess listens, her expression a perfect, unreadable mask. She elegantly deflects, stating that the final decision rests with her husband. Then she adds a chillingly casual line, "What is 50 gold coins in the face of life and death?" It's a clear signal she's willing to pay, but the whole conversation feels hollow. Ian thanks her for her understanding, but just as he speaks, the doors burst open with a loud bang. It's the maid Hannah, her face pale with panic. She screams Ian's name, shouting that something terrible has happened. Ian addresses her calmly, asking what's wrong. Hannah, gasping for breath, blurts out the news. "Sir Barrick found something in the room. It's a powder puff," she explains frantically, and he fainted as soon as he smelled it. The Countess's eyes widen in shock, while Ian's face hardens. Her secret is out. The Countess bolts from her chair, her carefully constructed composure completely shattered. She makes a desperate run for the door. But Ian moves just as fast, cutting her off and blocking her path. He grabs her arm, telling her to calm down, but she struggles wildly, screaming for him to let her go. Suddenly, her body goes rigid. A strange sound escapes her lips, and her hand begins to twitch violently. Romandro and Hannah rush to Ian's side. He's unharmed, but his attention is fixed on the convulsing Countess. Ian's eye twitches with a sudden, dawning realization. He has seen this before. The Countess collapses, falling down the stairs in a heap, her body racked with violent spasms. For a brief moment, we see her bruised and scarred ankle, a silent testament to a violent past hidden beneath her elegant facade. Sometime later, the scene has shifted back to Lady Mary's room. Barrick lies unconscious on the bed, his breathing shallow but thankfully steady. The Countess now sits in a chair, her hands bound, her panic replaced by a cold resignation. "It seems there's much we need to talk about," Ian says, his voice dangerously calm. "Would you please explain everything?" She scoffs, trying to downplay the situation. "It's just an aphrodisiac," she claims. "Nothing more. Why go to such lengths?" But it isn't Ian who calls her bluff, it's Hannah. "This isn't an aphrodisiac," she states, her voice firm and certain. The young maid holds the powder puff, her knowledge of the substance shockingly precise. She explains that aphrodisiacs have a different color and texture, and she's never heard of one powerful enough to knock someone out with a single smell. The Countess stares at her, stunned. "Who is that child?" she demands. Ian answers with a smirk. "As you can see, she's someone in our house who knows quite a lot." The Countess's facade finally cracks. She knows she's been caught. Ian dismisses Hannah, asking her to fetch a towel. As Hannah leaves, she subtly pulls Romandro with her, leaving Ian and the Countess completely alone. The room is silent, with only the sound of Barrick's soft breathing between them. Ian leans forward, his voice low. "Let's have an honest conversation, because there are quite a few things here that don't add up. First," he says, getting straight to the point, "you know about the dripper, specifically, its true worth. Am I right?" The Countess flinches, her secret knowledge exposed. Ian's eyes narrow as he connects the dots in his mind. "By any chance, are you from the Raza Mountains?" The question hits her like a physical blow. He presses further, asking if she's from the Dara tribe, a race known for their incredible craftsmanship. She denies it, but Ian points out that her very knowledge of them proves she's from that region. Her hands, still bound, tremble in her lap. She has no more lies left to tell. She confesses. She was raised near the Raza Mountains. And then she reveals the shocking truth. "My mother is a dryad." Ian is stunned into silence. A dryad? A fairy of the forest? It seems impossible. The story tumbles out of her, a tale of horror and survival. Dryads, she explains, are violent, ill-tempered fairies. As proof of their eternal love, they devour the humans they choose. To escape the same fate as her father, she cut down her mother's sacred tree, killing her in the process. She then fled, leaving her father's corpse behind in the cursed forest. Her escape led her straight into the hands of a slave trader, who eventually sold her to her current life. She explains that's how she knows about the Dripper. While she doesn't know its exact purpose, she knows the Dara tribe never creates anything without immense value. Ian questions how she knew the Dripper was in his possession. She claims it was just a rumor, but he can tell she's hiding something more. He asks if her abusive husband knows about her Dryad blood. She says no, explaining that she takes after her human father. Ian leans back, processing this incredible story. He looks at this woman, a murderer, a survivor, a prisoner, and asks the one question that truly matters. "Are you on my side?" The Countess notes his cold, calculating tone. He's not looking for a friend, he's assessing a tool. He points to the scars and bruises on her legs. Her voice drops to a whisper. "My husband is not of sound mind." She reveals the years of brutal abuse she has suffered. With her background, she can never divorce him. But she refuses to live in this prison for the rest of her life. She killed her own mother to escape. She will not be caged again. "That's why," she says, her eyes locking onto his. "I need that powder puff." Ian asks if it's a poison. She shakes her head. It's a powerful, sleep-inducing hallucinogen. She's never heard of it knocking someone out just by smelling it. She mentions that neither she nor Lady Mary ever had any problems with it. The name drops like a stone. Ian asks in shock, "My mother also used this?" The Countess explains that his mother probably intended to use it on her husband at first, but in the end, she used it on herself. When Ian asks why, the Countess places a hand on his shoulder. "Lord Ian," she says softly, delivering the final, devastating truth. "It was because of you," because of her husband's illegitimate child, who he brought into this house. Ian's mind flashes back to his mother, locked in the basement, her erratic behavior, her desperate pleas. And he finally understands. It wasn't madness, it was the agonizing pain of withdrawal. The Countess's voice is filled with a shared, bitter understanding. "I loathe the name Mirilov. How different am I from your mother, who was trapped in this very house?" Her eyes burn with a fierce desire for freedom. The freedom to choose over a predetermined fate. "That is all I want." She holds up her bound hands, a symbol of the prison she is determined to escape. "So I have a suggestion. The enemy of my enemy is my friend," she declares. She proposes an alliance. If he helps her, she will provide him with the resources he needs. Their fates, two prisoners of circumstance, are now intertwined. Ian points out a flaw. Even if the Count dies, his sibling would inherit the territory, not her. But the Countess is resolute. "As long as I can choose my own fate," she says, "I don't care where I belong. Freedom is her only prize." Ian presses her for details, but she can't give him exact numbers. Not while she's still a captive in his house. Ian weighs his options. The Countess has been here for far too long. Her people are surely getting suspicious. He could accept her offer and let her go. Or he could deal with the inevitable consequences. As if on cue, a commotion erupts from outside the room. An angry voice echoes down the hall. It's Clark, the Countess's aide, demanding to see her. Ian's servants try to stop him, but he won't be denied. Clark shoves a servant aside, accusing them of harming his lady. The servants argue back, pointing out that his people were the ones who caused a scene in their territory first. One of the Countess's other men tries to calm Clark down, but his loyalty has made him reckless. Just then, Ian appears at the doorway with the Countess behind him. He calmly tells the man that the lady is busy and asks him to wait. But it's too late. Clark has already seen it, the ropes binding the Countess's wrists. His face contorts with pure, unthinking rage. "What do you think you're doing?" he roars, lunging straight for Ian. The Countess screams his name, trying to stop him. But Ian doesn't even flinch. He meets the attack with a cold, steady gaze, as if swatting away a fly. With a single, effortless touch, Ian unleashes a wave of golden, magical energy. The blast sends Clark flying backward with a pained cry. The Countess watches in horror, screaming his name as he hits the ground. From the bed, a soft groan is heard. Barrick, momentarily woken by the commotion, looks around in a daze. "Can you just shut up?" he mumbles, before promptly falling back asleep. The hallway is a scene of chaos. Clark is unconscious, the Countess is kneeling beside him, and the servants look on in shock at their young lord's immense power. Just then, one of Ian's agents arrives. He points at the unconscious Clark and confirms to Romandro. He is the one. He snuck into the merchant group, killed Colin, and started the fire. Ian looks down at the man on the floor, another piece of the puzzle clicking perfectly into place. The Countess is furious, accusing Ian of orchestrating the entire disaster. But Ian coolly turns it back on her, pointing out that her man attacked him first. With a smirk, he adds, "He's still breathing. Stop overreacting." Ian's agent explains how they knew. Colin was one of several people who went missing from a local gambling house around the time of the first assassination attempt. His sudden appearance in the trade group was an immediate red flag. Ian asks if Count Marilov was involved. The Countess confirms the old fool had nothing to do with it, likely not even knowing Colin existed. Ian sighs. He can't believe the Count is so completely oblivious to the schemes unfolding right under his nose. He orders his men to move the unconscious Clark to an empty room, and the Countess is escorted along with him. As they walk, the air is thick with unspoken tension. Their new fragile alliance is already being tested. Ian breaks the silence with a blunt, strategic question. "Is he your lover?" The Countess doesn't turn around. "It's nothing like that," she says, but her voice is soft, betraying a deeper connection. Ian lets it go. "All right then, I understand." He stops her, ready to finalize their deal. "Then, Madame, let's make sure we're both on the same page." He lays out the terms. She wants freedom, and he wants financial support. But there's a risk, even if the Count is gone. His sibling is next in line, and there's no guarantee she can deliver the funds. Furthermore, if her plans are ever revealed, Ian will be implicated in the death of a nobleman. She agrees. That's why they need a way to secretly move Marilov's funds to her name, right here in Brock, before she makes her final move. A slow, determined smile spreads across her face. "I see what you want," Ian says, understanding her true plan. To bleed her husband's estate dry and leave him with nothing before she disappears. Later that night, the Countess and her entourage finally depart from Ian's estate. The maids watch them go, gossiping about the handsome but terrifyingly cold young lord. Not far away, Count Mirlov waits impatiently for his wife's return. A carriage finally rattles up the path. The Count steps out to greet it, his voice already laced with anger. The Countess steps out, a picture of grace, and apologizes for being late. The Count is confused, seeing the unconscious Clark being carried. She vaguely explains that there was a lot to talk about. He grabs her, his voice rising, demanding to know what happened. With a practiced smile, she presents a small bag of gula. She spins a tale about how Ian refused to lower his prices, so she was forced to sell Clark into servitude in exchange for this small amount of food. She tells him there is much to discuss, and they can do it over dinner. A fine meal is laid out for them, a sickening contrast to the starvation facing their people. The Count is furious. "You traded Clark for this?" He scoffs, demanding to know if this tiny portion of food is really worth it. She lies smoothly, claiming Ian originally asked for 50 coins a sack, but decided to be humane and gave them this small amount to solve their immediate crisis. The Count grabs a forkful of the gula, grumbling that it doesn't look like much. He takes a bite. To his surprise, it's better than he thought. The Countess watches him, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. She remarks that the rumors must be true, adding that every seed will sprout within a month. She's laying the trap, and he is walking right into it. The Count changes the subject, asking what she and that little brat talked about for so long. With a serene smile, the Countess replies, "Well, as you can see, it was a very worthwhile conversation." The scene flashes back to her deal with Ian. He wants her to lead the gula negotiations on his behalf. He clarifies his terms. She is to convince the Count to buy, but only after Ian has made a significant profit. Marilov has no other options. They are completely at his mercy. The Countess agrees. It's not a bad offer. In return for his cooperation, he must take care of Clark, and she wants the drugged powder puff back. Back in the present, the Countess continues her story, casually pouring her husband a glass of wine. She explains that she found the lost powder puff in Lady Mary's room. The Count asks what she was doing with an item belonging to a dead traitor. She smiles. "Well, that item was originally mine." The butler interrupts, but the Count waves him away impatiently. "Don't bother us," he snaps, "and in the morning, bring more gula." He's hooked. As he speaks, she subtly slips the powder from the pouch into his wine. He leans in close, his voice a low, vicious threat. "This is your last chance," he warns her. "If you return after sundown again, I will break your ankles." He tells her there won't be a next time, she'll be dead. The Countess meets his hateful gaze, raises her glass, and says with a chilling calm, "Yes, don't worry." Their glasses clink, sealing a dark and unspoken promise. Just outside the room where a dangerous alliance was forged, Desperation boils over. The Countess's loyal guard, Clark, hammers on the door, his voice echoing through the hall as he begs to know what they're doing to his mistress. The door swings open to reveal Ian, his face a mask of unsettling calm. Clark freezes, his frantic shouts dying in his throat as he recognizes the young lord. Overcome with fear for the Countess, Clark collapses to his knees. His voice trembles as he pleads with Ian to save them, to not harm Madame Liane. He explains that the Countess is the only one who protects the staff from her husband's cruelty, saving them from his wrath time and time again. This small detail files away in Ian's mind. Her kindness to her people makes her an even more valuable piece on the board. Ian calmly informs him that the Countess has already left for her estate. Clark looks up, utterly bewildered, barely able to believe it. Then Ian lays down the cold, hard terms. Clark is now collateral, a hostage to ensure the Countess holds up her end of the bargain. He warns him that making a scene will only bring more trouble down on the woman he's trying to protect. Clark's face falls. He's trapped, completely powerless. All he can do now is trust that his mistress knows what she's doing. With the situation handled, Ian turns away, the heavy doors closing with a quiet finality. His expression is one of cool confidence. Every player is moving exactly as he predicted. Outside in the swirling snow, Ian sees the Countess to her carriage. He tells her his men will ensure she returns safely. As she steps inside, a dark, ugly bruise on her ankle is visible for a split second, a stark and silent testament to the life she's forced to endure. She pauses, her gaze meeting Ian's. She assures him she can endure. Her eyes, however, are filled with a chilling resolve, revealing a woman who has waited countless winters for revenge. A few more days is nothing. The carriage door closes, and it disappears into the snowy night. Ian watches it go, a lone figure against the storm. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips. The Countess's patience and strength confirm she is the perfect ally for the war to come. Ian heads back inside, his footsteps, the only sound in the grand, empty hall. There's one last piece of business to attend to. He finds his bodyguard, Barrick, unconscious in bed with a doctor examining him. Ian immediately asks for his condition. The doctor reports that he just seems exhausted, but Ian isn't convinced. He knows exactly what they're dealing with, reminding the doctor that the Countess called it a hypnagogic hallucinogen, a poison that could stop a man's breathing if he's exposed for too long. Holding a vial, the doctor reassures him that Barrick's case isn't severe and he should be fine. However, since the drug is a hallucinogen, they'll need to keep a close watch on him. He then adds a warning that this type of drug can have unusual side effects, like sleep-talking or even sleepwalking. At this, Ian's aide, Romandro, looks like he's seen a ghost. Romandro nervously suggests tying Barrick to the bed, terrified of what the powerful knight might do if he loses control. At that very moment, his eyes flutter open. Ian leans in, asking if he's awake, but Barrick just looks around, completely lost. Ian quickly explains that he passed out after breathing in the Countess's drugged powder. Barrick touches his own face, a flicker of pain crossing his features as the memory returns. He says he feels fine physically, but he's seeing strange things. This gets Ian's attention. Barrick insists it's not just a simple hallucination, it's a deeper feeling. It seems the drug has unlocked something unexpected within him, a glimpse into a potential future or a forgotten past. He sits up, a thoughtful and confused look on his face as he tries to grasp the remnants of the vision. Just then, Romandro peeks his head around the doorframe to check if the coast is clear. He timidly calls out Barrick's name, asking if he recognizes him. Barrick slowly turns his head, and the look in his eyes is anything but normal. Suddenly, Barrick's face twists into a wild, predatory grin. He starts barking like a rabid dog and lunges straight for the terrified Romandro. The next thing you know, Barrick is on all fours, chasing the screaming Romandro down the hallway as he shrieks for the heavens to save him. Ian watches the utter chaos from the doorway, completely unfazed. With the calm of a general observing a minor skirmish, he remarks to the doctor that at least Barrick's physical abilities seem unharmed. It's a testament to Barrick's powerful constitution as a mage swordsman. He's strong enough to fight off the poison's worst effects, even if his mind has temporarily gone on vacation. 1 week later, the madness has died down, and Ian's true plan finally clicks into motion. A letter arrives. As Ian reads it, a satisfied smile spreads across his face. It's from Count Miroslav, asking to buy more gula, just as he predicted. The fish has taken the bait. Ian dips his pen in ink, carefully crafting his reply. Each word is a thread in the net he's weaving. His letter politely states that, after careful consideration, 100 sacks of gula should be enough for the Mirlov estate. Then comes the hook. He won't sell it for a penny less than 50 gold coins per sack. It concludes with a promise of the best quality and an offer to negotiate any time. It's signed simply, Ian. Miles away, Count Mirlov reads the letter, his face twisting in fury as he crushes the parchment in his fist. Ian's trap is working perfectly. It isn't long before a line of carriages pulls up to the mansion. Count and Countess Mirlov have arrived. Romandro notes how rushed the Count seems. Ian gazes out the window, a look of grim finality on his face. "Looks like it will all end today," he murmurs, telling Romandro to play his part perfectly. Just before the guests enter, Ian turns to his loyal aide with one final request. The meeting begins in a lavish drawing room, with Ian greeting his guests with perfect courtesy. The Count offers a stiff apology for the intrusion, but Ian brushes it off with a warm smile, insisting nothing is more important. Beside her husband, the Countess maintains a flawless, unreadable expression. Ian cuts right to the chase, his tone disarmingly direct. "I'm sure you're here about the gula trade, am I right?" Count Mirlov taps his fingers, clearly irritated. He admits that Ian somehow calculated their needs perfectly. 100 sacks is the exact amount they need to stave off famine. He leans forward, his voice dripping with accusation, demanding to know why the price is so absurdly high for such a large order. On cue, Romandro steps forward. He explains that gula can be stored almost indefinitely, so unlike other foods, there's no rush to sell it. They can simply keep it for themselves. Ian adds that this gula wasn't foraged. It was cultivated with his people's sweat and labor, and they must be compensated fairly for their work. Then, Ian leans forward, his voice dropping as he delivers the final, critical blow. He asks the Count if he's aware of one small fact about gula. It grows anywhere, but it dies the instant it touches the snow. This changes everything. This isn't a recurring trade. It's a one-time opportunity. With these seeds, the Mirlovs can finally become self-sufficient. The stakes have just been raised impossibly high. Ian states his final position, leaving no room for argument. Either the Count increases the amount of gula he buys, or he accepts the higher price. He stands, looming over them with an authority that defies his age. He masterfully reframes his calculated greed as a noble sacrifice, claiming he and his people are accepting this hardship to protect their territory. The trap has snapped shut. It's checkmate. The trap is sprung, the price is on the table, and Count Mirlov is absolutely furious. He slams his fist down, roaring that 5,000 gold for mere weeds is insane. He sneers, blinded by his own arrogance, believing Ian is just some foolish peasant trying to swindle him. But beside him, the Countess is an island of calm in his storm of rage. She gently reminds him that this year is different. They need the gula to save their people. Her voice is the only leash on his explosive temper. This isn't a negotiation, it's a performance, and the Countess is the lead actress. As Ian and his aides step out to give them a moment, he glances back. The Countess is already at work, urging her husband to decide quickly. With Ian gone, she is now in complete control of the room. The Count, his anger still simmering, turns to his wife and asks what she thinks is a reasonable price. He scoffs, claiming that while he's tempted to offer nothing, he knows their position is desperate. He lands on a number. 35 coins is his absolute limit. The Countess watches, her expression a perfect mask, as her husband walks flawlessly into the very trap she helped set. She feigns contemplation, tapping her chin thoughtfully. She muses aloud whether Sir Ian would ever agree to such a low price, subtly stroking her husband's ego and making him feel like this brilliant counteroffer is entirely his idea. She places a delicate hand on his, her touch grounding him. "My dear," she begins, her voice a soft, persuasive melody. She advises him to offer a price between 35 and 40, reminding him of Ian's warning. Gula dies in the snow. If they wait for winter, the prices will soar and they'll be ruined. Then, she whispers a clever suggestion. In exchange for the price, they should demand 2 types of gula, half for planting, half for immediate consumption. The Count falls silent, impressed by his wife's sharp thinking, never suspecting it was all part of the plan. Just then, the door clicks open. Ian and Romandro return. Ian apologizes for the delay, but the Count just grunts that the tea has gone cold, still stewing in his own frustration. Ian quickly calls for his maid, Hannah, to bring a fresh pot, maintaining the image of a perfect, accommodating host. As Ian moves past the Countess, she subtly reaches up, her fingers brushing against her earring. It's a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. A quick tap, a faint glint of light. But it's a signal, clear as day. Ian sees it, and the message is received instantly. 35 is the target number. Everything is proceeding exactly as he envisioned. Starting with the ridiculously high price was the perfect opening gambit, forcing his opponent to negotiate down to the number he wanted all along. The Count clears his throat, puffing out his chest. He's ready to deliver what he believes will be his winning blow. The Countess speaks first, playing her part perfectly. She declares that 50 coins is far too much, especially since Ian has a monopoly on the crop. She accuses him of negotiating in bad faith. Ian lets out a soft sigh, feigning reluctant defeat. "I understand," he says. "However, I have one condition." He places his hand on the table, his expression firm. In return for lowering the price to 40 coins, he demands a signed agreement, forbidding the Count from ever interfering in his territory's economic affairs again. The Count's eyes narrow. The condition seems suspicious. He glances at one of the Heavenly Warrior guards by the door, wondering if Ian is planning something with the border tribes. But then, a smug grin spreads across his face. He thinks the boy is a fool. A piece of paper means nothing. He can simply agree now and report any suspicious activity to the capital later to crush him. Pleased with his own supposed cunning, the Count agrees, then makes a counteroffer of 30 coins. And so the mock negotiation begins. 40, 31, 32, 33. The Count gets more and more agitated, his fists clenching as he feels himself being pushed to his limit. Finally, he explodes. 35! "That's the best I can do," he bellows, slamming his hand on the table. He's played his final card, exhausted but filled with the triumphant feeling of having won a hard-fought battle. Ian lets out a weary sigh, rubbing his temple as if giving in. Ramondro announces the final price, 3,500 gold coins. The deal is struck, and they move to draw up the contract. While Ramondro and the Count's aide hash out the fine print, the room is filled with the scratch of quills and the rustle of parchment. Ian turns to the Countess, noting she must be tired. He offers her a private room to rest, a calculated move to both get her alone and to provoke her husband. She looks to the Count, who, completely absorbed in his victory, waves a dismissive hand. "Do as you please," he grumbles. "Just don't bother me." Ian stands to personally escort her. The Count watches them go, a possessive anger flashing in his eyes, a muscle twitching in his jaw. He's consumed by jealousy, his mind screaming at the audacity of this peasant boy being alone with his wife. He's so lost in his rage that he barely hears his own aide trying to discuss the contract details. His aide suggests a few minor changes for fairness, but the Count isn't listening. "All right, just do as you please," he mutters, his gaze locked on the door that just closed behind Ian and the Countess. Once they are out of sight, the performance ends. Ian turns to the Countess and offers a sincere thank you. Their plan is moving flawlessly. The Countess cuts straight to business. "Where's Clark?" Ian calmly reassures her that her loyal aide is safe and being treated well. With the deal settled, Ian steers the conversation toward the final, grim stage of their alliance. He asks a crucial question. Has she ever met Count Mirilov's younger brother? The question hangs in the air, a clear signal that they need to deal with any loose ends. She confirms she has, but only twice. She describes him as having the same disgusting attitude as her husband, a quiet but equally vile man living on the far side of the territory. Ian lays out the problem. If the Count were to die suddenly, his brother is the only person who might raise suspicions. If he were out of the picture, no one would question the Countess inheriting everything. The implication is chillingly clear. But the Countess's response is strange. She says with an odd certainty that even if her husband were to die, she doesn't believe anyone would ever suspect her. Her expression darkens, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "I'm cursed," she says, the words landing like stones in the silent hallway. She explains that her mother taught her that dryads and nature spirits are bound by their promises. A memory surfaces, a dark forest, a full moon, and an axe on the ground. Her mother's voice echoes in her mind, warning her that to break a promise is to invite ruin. We see her younger self, swinging that axe with terrifying force. The voice continues, saying the price is even higher if you kill a protector of the forest. Her face is a mask of regret. She betrayed the laws of nature. She broke a sacred vow. In the memory, she holds the bloodied axe, trembling. It was in that moment she realized her life would never be simple again. Back in the present, her hands are clasped so tightly her knuckles are white. Her mask of perfect composure finally cracks, revealing the deep-seated anxiety beneath. Her fears pour out. What if the brother gets suspicious? What if he finds proof and she ends up sold as a slave? She looks at Ian, her eyes wide with desperation, asking if this is just her imagination or a glimpse into a doomed future. Ian's expression remains steady, unmoved by her emotional turmoil. "I don't know," he says simply, "so I can't tell you for sure." He then cuts to the heart of the matter with cold logic. He asks if she ever made a direct promise to her mother. If not, he doesn't see what kind of curse she could possibly be under. He tells her that what she sees as a curse is likely just her mind connecting unrelated tragedies after the fact. It's anxiety, not destiny. He offers one final piece of advice, his tone devoid of emotion but strangely reassuring. "Just hope for the best, madam." And in his simple, pragmatic words, she seems to find a small anchor. Ian stops before a heavy wooden door and instructs Beric to open it. Inside the room, bathed in warm sunlight, stands Clark. He turns, his face flooding with relief at the sight of his mistress. The Countess breathes his name, a wave of relief washing over her. The first part of Ian's promise has been fulfilled. Their alliance of blood and ambition is now sealed. She says his name, Clark, and it's less a greeting and more a quiet dismissal. Her expression is unreadable, her gaze distant. The emotional vulnerability she showed. Ian is gone, replaced by the chilling resolve of a woman on a mission. As she turns to leave, Ian asks if that's really all. She doesn't hesitate. "Of course," she replies. "Why would I stay?" She states the facts coldly. The deal is negotiated, and she's confirmed Clark is alive. Her objective is complete. She has walled off her emotions to see this deadly plan through to the end. Beric watches from the doorway, thoroughly unimpressed by the drama. He lets out an annoyed sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. He's had enough of this. "Seriously," he mutters, "both of you need to stop causing a scene." With that, he firmly shuts the door, leaving them to their dark alliance. Back in the drawing room, Ian smoothly resumes his role as host, asking about the contract's progress. The Count's aide, completely oblivious to the conspiracy that just unfolded down the hall, says their timing is perfect. A drained-looking Romandro hands the final contract to Ian, pointing out the edited clauses. Ian takes the document, thanking his aide for the tedious work. Count Mariloff, smug and impatient, announces he'll sign now and take the gula with him today. The official seal can wait. He declares he'll pay 1,000 gold coins up front, with the rest to be sent through the Hyman Bank. A faint smirk plays on Ian's lips. He knows the Count is gloating, convinced he won a masterful bargain when, in reality, he's paying nearly 4 times his original budget. Ian extends his hand. "Thank you, Count," he says smoothly. "This will mark the start of a new relationship between us." The Count grunts and shakes his hand, radiating the smug satisfaction of a man who just signed his own death warrant. The Count gets to his feet, eager to claim his prize. He suggests Ian's party head to the bank while he selects the merchandise. He immediately begins barking orders at his servants while Ian calmly tells Beric to have their own people assist. He adds that, since the Count is doing most of the work himself, it should be easy. Beric gives a simple nod of understanding. Ian then gives another order, prepare a carriage. They're heading to the bank as soon as the gold is verified. Beric asks which bank they're going to. Ian raises an eyebrow. Is there more than one bank in Barial? The Hyman Bank. The place is a monument to wealth. A massive, ornate chandelier casts a golden glow over polished marble floors and towering columns. This isn't just a bank, it's a fortress of commerce, a symbol of untouchable power. They are greeted by the bank manager, a smiling woman who welcomes Lord Ian warmly. She says she heard about the deal with Mariloff, gesturing towards a large chest overflowing with glittering gold coins. She confirms the amount is 1,000 gold. Beric is stunned. He can't believe the Count paid in actual coins instead of a simple check. Romandro shakes his head in disgust. It's a crude display of wealth from a man who lacks any real class, meant only to show off. Suddenly, a figure in full plate armor steps into the room, its presence silent but overwhelming. Beric freezes, his eyes wide. The armored guard asks if it should move the coins. Ian calmly gives the order, while Beric just stares, completely mesmerized. Romandro leans over, asking if it's Beric's first time seeing one. He explains, it's a suit of armor powered by magic stones, granting the wearer immense strength and defense against nearly any attack. It's the ultimate form of security. Beric finally understands why nobles don't carry their own cash. A thief would be crushed before the guards even had to draw their swords. Romandro adds that the bank is like a holy site, a neutral ground that even armies and pirates respected during the Civil War. The manager overhears them and adds with a proud smile, that they also provide asylum to those in need. Anyone foolish enough to steal from this place, she says, will learn their lesson the hard way. Later, in a private room, Barrack excitedly offers to get snacks while they wait for the 1,000 gold coins to be counted. While they wait, Ian and his aides discuss their finances. Romandro points out that even with this deal, their funds are tight, and next year's taxes are already a looming problem. Ian teases Romandro about being in his honeymoon phase when he declines an offer to live at the estate, causing the loyal aide to blush furiously. Ian reassures them. They've secured a good portion of their required tax money. But Romandro warns him not to get complacent, suggesting a tax hike would be the easy answer. Ian immediately shoots the idea down. Romandro pushes, arguing that a small, flexible tax increase could solve their problems. Ian's serious gaze tells him everything. "You have no intention of raising taxes, do you?" Romandro asks, finally understanding. Ian confirms it. He knows he'll be away from the territory for long stretches of time. He explains that the people only accept the current tax rate to survive the winter. Once spring comes, that goodwill will fade. If an absentee lord raises taxes again, their loyalty will shatter completely. Ian smiles, appreciating Romandro's concern but holding firm. "I'm stubborn once I've made a decision," he says. Then he reveals the ace up his sleeve. "Besides, I already have a better plan to gather funds." Romandro is shocked. Ian explains it was an idea from Hannah, sparked by his people's interest in trading gula with outsiders. Hannah asks if he's worried the Miralofs will get involved in the raw gula trade. Ian grins. He fully intends to let them. It will take them at least a month to get their own supply ready. In that time, Ian's territory will be the sole provider of the highly profitable raw gula, while the Miralofs are stuck trading the less valuable roasted version. Understanding dawns on Romandro's face. "You!" he exclaims, pointing at Ian. "So that's why you put that clause in the contract." The condition forbidding interference in each other's economies was the key to the entire scheme. Just then, the bank manager returns, announcing the money has been counted. She confirms the amount is correct and asks for his signature to finalize the deposit. As Ian signs, he asks if there were any problems. The manager admits it was a large sum to handle on short notice. She reminds him that Count Mariloff will be arriving soon with the rest of the payment and suggests he prepare the paperwork in advance. As she leaves, she thinks to herself that, for a boy rumored to be from the slums, Ian handles complex bank affairs with surprising ease. She chalks it up to his advisor's teachings, completely underestimating the strategic mind of the boy standing right in front of her. Outside the bank, Ian's business is done. But the next, darker phase of his plan is just beginning. He gives Barrack a grim order: find the old mansion where Count Mariloff's brother is staying. Barrack clenches his fist, a look of grim determination on his face. He knows exactly what that means. Romandro waves goodbye, off to buy a gift for his family. But just before he leaves, Ian stops him. His tone turns serious as he asks, "Have you gotten any updates on what happened with Sir Moulin?" Romandro explains that the capital is busy, and the only reply he's received is to wait. Barrack asks if Ian is worried about his uncle. Ian scoffs, claiming he sometimes forgets the man is even alive, rotting in a basement somewhere. But his expression betrays him. A shadow of doubt crosses his face. What if the capital isn't just busy? What if something has gone wrong? Images of the two princes flash through his mind. The political game is treacherous, and a loose end like his uncle could become a deadly weapon in the wrong hands. For the first time, a crack appears in his perfect composure, a hint of genuine worry. Ian's instincts were spot on. Something has gone wrong at the capital. We flash back a few weeks, to the heart of the empire, where a bitter political battle is unfolding within the sunlit walls of the imperial palace. First, Prince Mariv sits at his desk, his expression a mask of calm as he addresses his uninvited guest. His younger brother, second Prince Gale, stands before him, radiating a casual yet predatory energy. Mariv cuts straight through the pretense, knowing this is no friendly visit. Gale smirks, firing back a witty retort. Between these two brothers, there is no room for pleasantries. This is a battlefield, and words are their weapons. Tired of the games, Mariv tells him to get to the point. Gale leans against a bookshelf, his question sharp and direct. "Have you decided what to do with Sir Molin's group?" Mariv doesn't even look up, feigning ignorance. He asks what Molin's fate has to do with him. Gale's smirk widens. "Don't pretend," he taunts. "Everyone knows you're backing that lowly bastard at the border." He suggests that when Ian comes to the capital, Molin should be there too, setting the stage for a public confrontation. He continues to press, reminding Mariv that after Ian's ceremony, he'll be sent to the Ministry of Magic. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Mara finally looks up, his eyes sharp. Of course he knows what that means. The Ministry of Magic is the domain of his lover, Wesley. Gale isn't just targeting Ian, he's threatening one of Marev's most important and personal allies. Marev pushes back, but it's too late. With the scratch of a pen, he writes a simple, chilling order: kill Molin's group. He looks his brother dead in the eye, his voice low and dangerous, telling him to drop his interest in the matter. For a second, a cold fury flashes behind Marev's glasses. He asks Gale why he's doing this, though he already suspects the answer. Gale just smiles. The game has begun. He reveals that their father is planning to appoint Sir Halot, one of Marev's key supporters, as the new Supreme Court Justice. Then he pulls out a small, ornate vial filled with a shimmering liquid. It's a new invention from the Ministry of Magic. It's called the Truth Potion, Gale says, his voice dripping with malice. One drink and a person can only speak the truth. Marev slams his hands on the desk and shoots to his feet. The full weight of Gale's threat crashes down on him. Gale continues, unfazed. He explains that he suggested using the potion during Halot's appointment ceremony as a public demonstration. He muses how interesting it will be to hear Halot's Pledge of Allegiance under its effects, implying the man has secrets to hide. He delivers his ultimatum. If Marev wants to protect Sir Halot, he must keep Molin alive to be used as a pawn during the New Year's party. He's forcing Marev to choose between two of his allies. But Marev knows the real danger. A potion that can supposedly force truth, coming from a ministry under Gale's control, could just as easily be a potion that forces lies, or worse, one that manipulates memories. In Gale's hands, it's a weapon of political assassination. The realization hits him like a punch to the gut. Gale is trying to destroy his support base in the judiciary. He clenches his fist, muttering a curse under his breath. Gale acknowledges that some may oppose the potion, but insists it's a necessary, if dangerous, tool for the future. He compares it to the discovery of fire, confusing at first, but ultimately essential. And Sir Halot, he declares with a chilling smile, will be the first to be burned. Marev is completely and utterly trapped. So I hope you think about it, Gale says, turning to leave, the picture of victory. Marev calls out, telling him to stop pretending this is a choice. He knows that no matter what he does with Molin, Gale will use that potion on Halot. For a moment, he considers sacrificing Halot. But then he changes his mind. There's still time to find a countermeasure. He won't give in. Gale pauses at the door, a smug look on his face. He's won this round, and he knows it. Marev's voice is laced with contempt. This is why I don't like your way of thinking. He accuses Gale of being willing to throw away a good man like Sir Halot the moment he becomes inconvenient. Maybe it's because you've had it all since birth, Marev sneers, his anger finally boiling over. You don't know how to appreciate anything, Gale snaps, his own temper flaring, but quickly composes himself. I shall take my leave, he says smoothly, leaving his brother to stew in his defeat. The moment the door closes, Marev slams both fists on his desk, letting out a roar of pure, helpless frustration. His attendant peeks in, his face etched with worry. He asks if the prince is all right. Marev leans on his desk, breathing heavily. I'm fine, he lies. He picks up a cloth, his hand trembling with contained rage. He crumples it in his fist, the fabric tearing under the force of his anger. He has been completely outplayed by his ruthless younger brother. He stands, his voice ringing with authority as he commands his attendant to convene a general assembly. On his desk, a note gives the final order: hold off disposing of Molin. Back in the present, Ian processes this new, dangerous reality. He leans back in his chair, tapping his chin. It's clear now. Gale has intervened, using his uncle as a pawn in a much larger game. But he can't figure out why. From Gale's perspective, Molin is just a disgraced, useless old man. Why go to such lengths to save him? Unless it's not about Molin at all. A new thought takes root in his mind. Is there something special about the Vrat's territory itself? He looks down at a map, his gaze fixed on his land. Of all the territories on the border, why this one? Outside, under the moonlight, the gula is still being loaded. The Count impatiently asks if they're done yet. His aide explains they are carefully checking the condition of the goods. As he speaks, we see a fresh, angry red mark on the Countess's cheek, a stark, silent testament to her husband's cruelty. He hit her again, unable to control his petty rage even for a moment. Ian watches from a distance, his expression hardening. How crude, he thinks. This man's cruelty is matched only by his cowardice. The Count's aide approaches with a pathetic excuse, claiming a paper shortage at the bank means they can't write a check for the remaining balance. He asks to postpone the payment by just 1 day. Ian's eyes narrow. "Don't cause trouble," he warns. "The ink on our contract isn't even dry." The Count struts over, trying to bully his way out of the deal, but Ian stands his ground, reminding him that this is a clear breach of contract. The Count tries to play it off, but Ian is unmoved. "I don't make losing trades," he says flatly. A bead of sweat trickles down the Count's face. He's finally realizing this boy is not someone he can push around. Finally, he turns on his wife, a cruel glint in his eye. "Wife," he commands, "give them the jewels on you as collateral." The Countess closes her eyes in resignation. "All right," she says, and begins to remove her earrings and ring. But as she hands over the ring, Ian's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes the brilliant yellow gem. His mind races. It can't be. That's a lifestone. A legendary gem said to make any plant grow. It's the one thing he needs to activate the dripper, the priceless artifact from the future. In a stunning twist of fate, the very man he plans to destroy has just handed him the key to unimaginable power. The world seems to freeze as Ian's eyes lock onto the ring. That simple jewel, handed over as mere collateral, isn't just a trinket. It's a life stone, a legendary artifact from the future, and the one thing he needs to unlock his true power. This single moment changes everything. Beric senses the sudden shift in his master's demeanor, but Ian ignores him, his focus entirely on the Countess. He asks her if she knows where the jewel came from. She simply shakes her head, explaining it was just a gift from her husband. The stone's true value and its history are completely lost on her. The Count tries to recall the details, mentioning it came from a merchant group that passed through years ago, shortly after their marriage. Then he mentions a small but critical detail. There was an alchemist traveling with them. The word hangs in the air, and for Ian, a piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Alchemists, a rare and often misunderstood group who sought the truths of nature instead of wielding flashy magic. Most were seen as little more than charlatans or heretics, a far cry from the respected status of mages. The Count continues, explaining that since true alchemists were basically just master craftsmen, it wasn't strange for one to travel with merchants, selling their unique creations. He holds up the ring dismissively, admitting he just bought it because it looked interesting and was popular in foreign lands. He had no idea of the power he was holding. Ian's mind races. An alchemist created this. That explains its impossible nature. But it also raises a new, more troubling question. If this priceless artifact was made by a traveling alchemist, how did it end up hidden in a simple plant pot on his estate? The mystery only deepens. The Countess brings him back to the present, offering the jewelry as collateral. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ian smoothly agrees, promising to return her belongings once the payment arrives tomorrow. With the gula loaded and the deal finalized, the Count gives the order for his people to prepare for departure. Before she leaves, the Countess offers Ian her hand. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips as she thanks him. It's a gesture that speaks volumes, a silent acknowledgement of their shared conspiracy. Their eyes meet, and an unspoken understanding passes between them. "Keep an eye out for the next month," Ian murmurs, his voice low. "I have a feeling you're going to see something exciting. It's less of a statement and more of a promise." The Count, ever the fool, overhears and demands to know what they're plotting. The Countess waves him off with practiced ease, claiming they were just discussing the gula before telling him it's time to leave. He watches her with narrowed, suspicious eyes but holds his tongue. Even he knows better than to challenge her in that tone. He follows her to the carriage, the deal finally done, completely oblivious to the fact that he's just handed his enemy the key to his own destruction. As the carriage rumbles away, Ian turns his attention to the next phase of his grand design. Beric immediately starts to fret, worried that the Count might not pay and that the jewel could be a fake. But Ian silences him with a calm reassurance. He explains that if the Count defaults, it's actually a gift. They would simply report the breach of contract to the Imperial Palace, and the ensuing political nightmare would be far worse for Marilov than simply paying what he owes. With the Marilovs dealt with, Ian issues his next command. Beric is to spread the word in the central square. From now on, only roasted gula can be traded. All profits will be taxed at 10%. With these simple words, Ian's economic conquest of the territory begins. When Beric asks what to do with their hostage, Clark, Ian smirks. Clark is still a valuable piece on the board, a direct line to the Countess. Beric seems confused, unsure of what purpose a hostage could serve now. "You can order him around however you like," Ian says, a glint in his eye. "Just make sure he stays in one piece." Beric's face lights up with glee, and he runs off with a triumphant shout. The following day, a carriage bearing the Mariloff crest arrives. It's Simon, the elderly butler. He steps forward and presents a check for the final 2,500 gold coins, his expression weary but formal. Ian accepts the payment and instructs Hannah to retrieve the Countess's jewelry. He offers the butler a seat, a seemingly polite gesture that puts the old man on edge. Ian confirms his name is Simon, and the butler looks startled that a lord would even remember him. It's the first subtle turn of the screw. Ian's gaze is sharp as he explains he read Simon's desperate letters multiple times. This isn't a compliment, it's an assessment. He's letting the butler know he's been analyzed. He knows that in his desperation to secure the deal, Simon inadvertently gave away all of the Mariloff family's negotiating power. A fatal mistake. A cold sweat breaks out on Simon's brow. He understands immediately. If the Count ever found out about his blunder, the consequences would be severe. He's been caught. Then, Ian changes tactics, casually mentioning he's looking for a butler. Simon instantly refuses, declaring his lifelong loyalty to the Mariloff family. Ian just smiles. He wasn't offering a job, he was setting a trap. He clarifies he only wants Simon to help with training. He explains that, with the Count's permission of course, he has a bright young maid who could benefit immensely from Simon's experience. He's appealing to the old man's sense of pride and duty. He sweetens the pot with the promise of a handsome reward and then delivers the final, irresistible blow. If Simon agrees, Clark will be returned. Ian's offer is a masterclass in manipulation, preying on Simon's loyalty to the Countess and his fear of the Count. Stunned into silence, Simon can only bow his head and agree to discuss the matter with his master. Right on cue, Hannah arrives with the jewelry box. Ian introduces Hannah to Simon as his potential student, forcing the flustered butler to greet the young maid. Simon bows again, promising to deliver the message. In that moment, the seeds of betrayal have been firmly planted in the Mariloff household. Later, as Simon's carriage passes through the bustling town square, the roar of the crowd is impossible to ignore. Curious, he peers out the window to see what all the commotion is about. His eyes widen in disbelief. He can't believe what he's seeing. Ian's plan is already in full swing. Back at the Mariloff estate, Simon presents the returned jewelry to the Countess. Count Mariloff is already there, demanding to know if that little brat stole anything. Simon quickly dismisses the accusation. Then he delivers his report. He confirms Ian has begun trading gula within his own territory. The Count scoffs, asking if the boy is really making a profit. "That's not quite right," Simon says, his voice grim, and the Count's smug expression vanishes. Simon explains that Ian is only selling roasted gula perfect for eating, but useless for planting. It has no impact on their trade deal at all. The Count erupts in fury, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing his broken pride. He's been played for a complete fool. As Simon tries to explain, the Count grabs him by the collar, his face twisted in rage. "Are you trying to toy with me?" he roars. He screams about what will happen if Ian undercuts their prices, realizing with dawning horror that they've invested everything into a crop that could soon be worthless. They'd be ruined. "That damned fool," he seethes, cursing his own arrogance. All the while, the Countess watches from the side, her face a perfect mask of gentle concern. Her plan is proceeding flawlessly. She places a calming hand on his arm, her voice like honey. Now, honey," she coos. "We don't know his intentions yet." Then he delivers the final blow. He casually mentions Ian's offer for Simon to train one of his maids, adding that Ian promised to return Clark as part of the deal. The Count immediately sees the underlying message. It's not a request, it's a demand. Send the butler and you get your man back. He briefly wonders about the timing of Clark's return, but dismisses it, unable to grasp the boy's true motives. He can't see the deeper game being played, and in that moment of arrogant ignorance, a terrible idea forms in his mind. He turns to Simon. "Send a message to that boy. Invite him to a feast. He'll pretend to thank Ian for the gula deal, certain the boy is too naive to refuse an invitation from a powerful lord." A dark, twisted smile spreads across his face. "I need to teach him a lesson." Barrick stares, completely mesmerized, at a treasure chest overflowing with gold. The sheer amount is staggering, all of it earned in a single day from selling roasted gula. This is the first taste of the wealth Ian promised. Ian watches from a nearby sofa, a satisfied look on his face. He notes that the harvest was even better than he'd anticipated. Barrick, still lost in the glittering hoard, finally understands the appeal of passive income. A smirk plays on Ian's lips. He tells Barrick that since he's so interested, he can be the one to count it all, ordering him to sort the coins by value. The dream job just became actual work. Ian playfully suggests asking Clark for help, teasing Barrack about how he's been working their hostage to the bone. But Barrack just scoffs, complaining that Clark is no fun and useless for a proper sword fight. As he begins sorting the coins, a serious question cuts through his playful mood. He asks Ian if he's planning on taking him to the capital. The question hangs in the air, filled with a quiet hope. Ian's expression becomes unreadable. "That," he says simply, "depends on you." Barrack presses him, wanting to know if there will be strong opponents there. Ian confirms it. The capital is where every renowned warrior in the Empire gathers. When Barrack asks how they compare to the Heavenly Warrior tribe, Ian starts to dismiss them, but then a memory from his past life surfaces. "Oh, right," he mutters, catching himself just in time. He corrects his statement, clarifying that the captain of the guard is on an entirely different level from the Northern Warriors. It's a subtle hint of a future only he knows. He quickly laughs it off, claiming he'd simply forgotten, but the slip-up was dangerously close. Inside, his mind is racing. He almost revealed a critical event from his previous timeline, the day a single captain of the guard single-handedly stopped an invasion from the powerful Atan tribe. This knowledge is a weapon, and he can't afford to be careless with it. Barrack, completely unaware of Ian's inner turmoil, just asks how many captains there are. Ian, focusing back on the task at hand, replies that there should be 3. Barrack is impressed. Ian explains that the capital is a magnet for talent from all corners of the Empire. The borderlands aren't just a remote territory. They are the crucible where the Empire's strongest are forged. A fire ignites in Barrack's eyes. His decision is made. "Then I want to go with you." A wide, almost feral grin spreads across his face. He knows the capital is where he can truly test his limits and grow stronger. He looks to Ian for his blessing. Seeing that unshakable resolve, Ian gives a warm, genuine smile. "All right," he agrees. He thinks to himself that getting Barrack into the capital's army is a brilliant move. His bodyguard is a magic swordsman of immense talent, an asset the Empire cannot afford to overlook, and an ally Ian needs by his side. Just then, a maid interrupts. A letter has arrived from the Mariloff estate. Ian sighs, annoyed. Again? That old man certainly has too much time on his hands. He takes the letter, assuming it's another complaint about the gula trade. But as he reads, his expression changes. It's an invitation to dinner. He turns to Barrack. "If you finish counting by this afternoon," he says, "I'll take you with me." Barrack's face splits into a triumphant grin, ready to accept the challenge. But his joy is short-lived as another heavy bag of coins is dropped into his lap. It's Hannah, her expression completely deadpan as she hands him the day's additional earnings. She turns to Ian, asking if she should prepare his outfit for the evening. He confirms as he and a now deflated Barrack get back to work. Hannah hesitates for a moment, a thoughtful look on her face, before speaking again. She gestures to the lifestone that Ian now wears as a necklace, asking if he plans to wear it to the banquet. Ian says he is. But Hannah, with her usual sharp perception, suggests she prepare something to hide it. She reminds him of the Count's delusional jealousy. Seeing Ian wearing a gem that matches his wife's ring could trigger a dangerously irrational reaction. Ian initially scoffs at the idea. But Hannah stands her ground, wisely pointing out that unstable people are, by nature, unpredictable. Her logic is flawless. Ian considers it for a moment, then concedes. "All right, we'll do it your way." He then gives another order. He needs to take Clark with him tonight, so Hannah should have him prepared. This is a calculated move. Clark is the Countess's only true ally in that house. Returning him now ensures she has protection for the chaos that's about to unfold. Suddenly, Barrack pops up, proudly announcing that he's finished counting. Neither Ian nor Hannah seems particularly impressed by his outburst. Ian muses that he should bring Barrack along as well. A feast is a feast, after all. The scene shifts, 11 hours before the death of Margrave Mariloff. The dinner is a picture of tension. Ian and Barrack sit opposite the Count and Countess at a lavishly set table, the silence between them heavy and cold. The Count breaks it first, demanding to know why Ian brought his bodyguard. Ian smiles pleasantly, introducing Barrack as his most trusted companion. "It was only right," he says. He calmly points out that the invitation never specified he should come alone. The Count grinds his teeth in frustration, cornered by simple etiquette. The Countess smoothly intervenes, changing the subject to the gula on their plates and how much her husband seems to be enjoying it. The Count grunts in agreement, admitting it's a fine delicacy, but his anger quickly returns. He confronts Ian about allowing his people to sell gula. Ian's smile doesn't falter. "No need to thank me," he replies innocently. "Thanks to you, my lord, I was able to make a small profit from it." he continues, mentioning he's prepared a gift to show his gratitude, the return of the slave Colin. Across the table, the Countess takes a slow, deliberate sip of her wine, her expression a perfect mask. Ian explains that since their trade deal wasn't formally notarized, the Count is free to take him back. The Count, completely oblivious to the fact that Colin is now a reanimated corpse, readily agrees. But he can't let go of his grievance. He slams his hand on the table, demanding to know how Ian could approve the Gula sales right after their deal. Ian's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold seriousness. He reminds the Count that they are neighbors, and open hostility will only harm them both. The Count grumbles, not understanding Ian's point. Ian lays out the logic with chilling clarity. The people of Marilove came to his territory to buy Gula. He didn't solicit them. How could he possibly stop them without causing an incident? Then, he delivers the final checkmate. He was only able to permit the trade because of the non-interference clause in their contract, the very agreement the Count signed. A muscle twitches in the old man's jaw. He's been trapped by his own words. Forced to back down, the Count clears his throat and concedes the point, admitting it was a misunderstanding. Ian says that clearing up this very misunderstanding is why he accepted the dinner invitation. He then cleverly frames his next move as a request. He asks the Count to prevent his people from trading raw Gula. He adds that both sides need to be careful to control supply and demand. It's a masterful performance, making the Count feel as though he's won a concession, when in reality, he's just agreed to enforce Ian's monopoly for him. The Count downs his wine, the fight draining out of him. The Countess watches, noting he's drinking far too much, far too quickly. "Of course," the Count slurs, his own trap having completely failed. He stands abruptly, declares the meal over, and storms out of the room, leaving his wife to entertain their guest. The Countess remains seated, calmly finishing her meal as if nothing happened. Her composure is unshakable. Ian asks if she's all right. She looks at him, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. "Of course," she replies coolly. "Am I not eating quite well?" Ian then asks if the special makeup he provided has been useful. She confirms she used it today. He then tells her, Clark is waiting outside. Her mask finally softens. Clark, she says, is worth more than gold to her. Still, she says, it feels impolite to get him back for free. Remembering his fascination with her ring, she offers it to him as a gift. The final piece of his plan is now in his hands. As he takes it, she asks why he's so interested in what is essentially a failed alchemical experiment. Ian simply replies, "Well, I have something similar," and reveals his own necklace. The hidden life stone glows with a faint otherworldly light. The Countess is stunned. She asks to have a closer look. Ian explains it's a trinket he's had since childhood, one that holds many mysteries for him. He holds it out for her to inspect. She leans in, her expression thoughtful and intense. A look of dawning realization crosses her face. "It seems," she murmurs, "to be made by the same alchemist." A hidden connection, a shared history they never knew existed, is finally brought to light, cementing their alliance in this final, fateful hour. From the shadows of the doorway, the butler Simon watches, his hand covering his mouth in shock. He has overheard everything. 4 hours before the death of Margrave Mariloff. The stage is set. The end is near. The feast is over. In the grand hall of the Mariloff estate, servants move like ghosts, clearing away the remnants of a meal that has sealed a man's fate. Overseeing them all is Simon, the head butler, his face etched with weariness. One of the younger servants lets out an exhausted sigh. He mutters to himself about the guests, wondering if they've been starving. The work has left him completely drained. Simon notices his fatigue and asks what's wrong. The young man stammers, trying to dismiss it, but a dangerous thought is nagging at him. He leans closer to Simon, his voice low. He asks if the Countess has always been so familiar with Sir Ian, noting that they've barely met. The question is innocent, but in this house, innocence is a liability. The servant leans in even closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He's about to make a fatal mistake. He tells Simon that just a little while ago, he saw the Countess touching the back of Sir Ian's neck. A gesture far too intimate, far too careless for a noble lady and a young lord. Simon's eyes widen in absolute horror. He knows the Count's jealousy. A rumor like this isn't just gossip. It's a spark in a powder keg. The air freezes. As if on cue, a maid drops a porcelain dish. The sharp crash shatters the silence, a perfect echo of the breaking tension. The maid whirls on the gossiping servant, her voice a furious hiss. She tells him to watch his mouth, asking if he's completely lost his mind. She reminds him of the last time the Count's temper flared and how the Countess was the only reason he wasn't thrown out with broken bones. His very livelihood is owed to her kindness. She insists that he's only still here because of the lady's protection, but Simon cuts her off with a sharp, commanding, "Enough!" He presses a hand to his face, the strain showing in every line. He orders them both to be silent. He knows that if the lady is seen to have made a mistake, it could mean the end for her. The only thing that matters now is making sure the Count doesn't hear. But as the words leave his lips, a cold shadow falls over him. A heavy footstep lands right behind him. It's the Count. He's been standing there, listening to every single word. He grips Simon's shoulder, his voice dangerously calm. Leaning in, his face a mask of pure venom and suspicion, Count Mariloff asks, "Tell me, butler, what is it that I shouldn't hear?" The air turns to ice. 2 hours before the death of Margrave Mariloff, Countess Liane stands alone in a moonlit corridor. The silence is heavy, suffocating, pregnant with the dread of what's to come. Simon approaches, his voice soft as he calls her name. She turns, her expression guarded, already sensing the danger. His face is bruised, a fresh reminder of the Count's violent temper. He informs her that his master has requested her presence. The Countess's eyes narrow. She knows this is no simple request. "For what reason?" she asks, her voice laced with ice. Simon hesitates, the words catching in his throat. Finally, he tells her the truth. The Count is suspicious of her relationship with Sir Ian. The news lands like a physical blow. A single tear escapes her eye as she realizes her one careless moment has been seen. Simon is distraught. He grabs her arm, asking why she would do something so reckless, knowing her husband's paranoia. But something inside the Countess snaps. Years of pent-up fear and frustration finally explode. She screams that she did it because she knew his temper, that she simply couldn't bear the strain of being careful for one more second. Her mind descends into pure panic. The walls of the estate feel like they're closing in, threatening to crush her. The terrifying thought of being trapped here forever, a prisoner in her own home, overwhelms her completely. In a burst of pure animal desperation, she shoves Simon away and makes a run for it. She sprints down the hall, screaming for a carriage, for a horse, for any means of escape. But Simon catches her, pleading with her not to run. Just as her hope begins to fade, a knight of the estate named Pulu steps in her path, blocking her escape and telling her firmly to stop. Her strength gives out. Trapped and defeated, she can only plead for someone, anyone, to help her. But there is no help. As they restrain her, she screams, demanding to know how they dare lay a hand on her. Simon can only look on with pity and apologize. The Count appears at the end of the hall, a chilling figure in the darkness. He gives a simple order. Everyone is to return to their quarters. He grabs his wife, his face a mask of cold fury, and tells the staff not to come out until they are called. Then, he begins to drag the terrified Countess away. Her desperate screams echo through the empty halls as she's pulled into the darkness of her chambers, her fate sealed. Outside the manor, under a cold, starry sky, Clark stands guard, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. His expression is tense. He knows something is terribly wrong. Her muffled screams reach him. On the ground, he sees her shattered necklace, a chilling sign of a violent struggle. He whispers her name, his heart pounding with fear. Without a second's hesitation, he turns and runs back inside, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He races down the corridor, his mind consumed by a single purpose. He has to protect his lady. But his path is blocked. Simon and the knight, Pulu, stand before a closed door, barring his way. Simon orders him back to his quarters, but Clark refuses, his voice cracking with panic as he insists the lady is in danger. Simon's expression is grim. He knows exactly what is happening behind that door, and he knows they are powerless to stop it. Clark tries to force his way past, shouting for his madam, but Simon shoves him back, his own voice trembling as he commands him to stay back. In the struggle, Clark manages to catch a glimpse through the crack in the doors. What he sees will haunt him forever. His eyes lock onto a scene of pure brutality, his face contorting in horror. Inside, the Countess is on the floor, bruised and bleeding, her clothes torn. The Count stands over her, gripping her hair, her name a weak whisper on her lips. The Count's voice drips with poison, accusing her of betraying him with Ian, and now with Clark. He yanks her head back, her scream of pain tearing through the air. Simon tells Clark to go, promising to handle things. He and Pulu begin to pull the stunned, horrified aide away. The sickening thud of the Countess being thrown to the floor one last time echoes from the room. Clark is frozen, his face a mask of pure, helpless agony. His fists are clenched, his body trembling with the rage he cannot unleash. He's forced to turn his back on the woman he swore his life to protect. The heavy doors swing shut, sealing the Countess inside with her tormentor and sealing Clark out with his own failure. The next morning, sunlight streams into Ian's study, a peaceful scene that serves as a stark, brutal contrast to the horrors of the previous night. Hannah enters with a message from the Morelov estate. Without looking up from his work, Ian simply asks, "Again?" Hannah's expression is somber. "About that," she begins, her voice low. "It's an obituary." Ian's head snaps up, his sharp green eyes filled with a cold, knowing light. The scene flashes to the gruesome aftermath. Count Morelov lies dead on the floor in a pool of his own blood. The Countess stands over his body, bruised but alive. Clark stands beside her, his face grim. The camera zooms in, revealing the cause of death, a long, ornate hairpin plunged deep into the Count's neck, a single, precise, and fatal blow. The plan, born from a desperate alliance and executed with cold precision, is complete. Count Carlo Morelov is dead. The lord of the house is dead. In the aftermath of the bloody feast, the Morelov estate holds its breath, the silence before a storm of ambition and betrayal. Ian and Barrick arrive on the scene. Ian's face is a mask of calm calculation, observing the chaos with the detached interest of a chess master. Barrick, ever the guardian, remains tense, his hand hovering near his sword, ready for a fight. Inside, Countess Leon is slumped in a chair, looking small and broken amidst the knights who now guard her like a prisoner. Her loyal butler, Simon, watches over her, his face etched with worry. This wasn't part of the plan. She looks up as Ian enters, her fine dress stained with blood and her face bruised. But beneath the exhaustion, her eyes hold a flicker of steel as she acknowledges his arrival. This is the moment that will decide her fate. Ian approaches, his voice dripping with feigned concern. "Goodness, madam," he says, playing the part of a worried neighbor. "What on earth happened here?" Her gaze meets his, cold and direct, cutting through the pleasantries. "Well," she says, her voice flat. "As you can see," she gestures towards the floor, where the pool of blood and a single, ornate hairpin tell a story of desperation and survival. This happened. Ian plays along, asking if the Count is truly gone. The Countess lays out the official story they've concocted. Her aide, Clark, intervened during one of the Count's violent fits and was forced to defend her. She had prepared for a quiet escape, a subtle poisoning, but her husband's explosive rage had forced her hand, turning a careful plan into a bloody spectacle. She never thought it would end like this. Before Ian can respond, one of the knights, a large man with a stern face, steps forward to intercept him. "Sir Ian," the knight announces, his voice firm, "I am Pulu, one of the 3 representative knights of Morelov." He's not just introducing himself. He's drawing a line in the sand, establishing who holds the power now. Ian simply asks if Pulu was the one who summoned him. The knight confirms it, saying he needed to ask Ian a few questions himself. Pulu's loyalty was to the Count, and now that his master is dead, his final mission is clear. He declares his intent to find the truth and eliminate everyone involved. It's a chilling promise, and the threat is aimed directly at the Countess and Ian. Ian's reaction is a masterclass in disdain. He stares back at the knight with an expression of pure, unfiltered boredom. "So?" Pulu cuts straight to the heart of his suspicion. "What is your relationship with Madame Leanne Morelov?" The air in the room crackles with tension. This is an open challenge, a public accusation meant to undermine the Countess entirely. Ian simply raises an eyebrow. "Pardon?" he asks, making the knight repeat his baseless claim. The Countess answers for him, her voice laced with bitter sarcasm. "It seems they suspect me of having an affair with you." The idea is so ridiculous that Barrick, standing behind Ian, lets out a choked sound of disbelief, hastily covering his mouth. Ignoring the knight's posturing, the Countess demands to see her aide. "Where is Clark? Bring him to me." But Pulu flatly refuses. "Clark," he informs her, "is now a prisoner in their dungeon." She glares, ordering him again, but the knight stands his ground. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword as he makes it clear, until they get what they call the truth, they will not be following her orders. This is nothing short of a coup. With her husband dead and her aide imprisoned, the knights have just declared the Countess their captive. Ian finally steps back into the conversation, his voice calm but sharp as a shard of ice. "What else is there to learn?" He lays out the simple, brutal fact of the matter. "Your master died because of his own foul temper." He looks down on the knights with utter contempt, scolding them for failing to protect their lord and now having the audacity to harass a concerned neighbor. He masterfully reframes their show of force as a display of incompetence. Pulu's face contorts with rage. "Sir Ian!" he bellows, but Ian ignores him, turning to the Countess. He casually suggests she should fire these incompetent fools once she has a moment. That's the final straw. The knight lunges forward, his honor and authority challenged. In a blur of motion, Beric is there, his sword drawn. The tip of his blade hovers a mere inch from Pulu's throat. "Shut up and stay back," Beric growls, his voice a low threat. "How dare you raise your voice to our lord?" Ian watches the standoff, his mind already calculating the next move. This little rebellion needs to be crushed before it can grow. He knows if these knights manage to consolidate power, it will create a mess he doesn't have time for. They need to be shut down, right here and now. He turns to his bodyguard. "Beric," he says calmly, "I think we'll need to take care of things here." Beric grins, always eager for action, and asks if he should just get rid of them all. Ian gives him a withering look. "No, stop being an idiot," he replies, his voice flat. "Go and bring Romandro." Beric's excitement visibly deflates. "Oh, okay," he mutters, and obediently heads out. With the immediate threat neutralized, the Countess seizes the opportunity to reclaim her authority. She turns to the remaining knights. "Everyone, leave." She gives them a choice, either make themselves useful or get out of her sight. But either way, their little gathering is over. Pulu glares, but with Beric standing guard at the door, he knows he's lost this round. He gives a curt nod to his men, signaling a retreat. As they leave, the Countess calls out to Simon, asking him to bring tea. It's a subtle but powerful gesture, reminding everyone that she is still the lady of this house. The knights file out, their heavy footsteps a drumbeat of defeat. For now, the battle is won. Finally, they are alone. The room is quiet, and the balance of power has completely, irrevocably shifted. The Countess slumps back into her seat, whispering that she can't believe this is happening. Ian is blunt. He tells her she needs to believe it, and fast. The knights don't have full control yet, but they will soon. She has to secure her claim to the territory before they do. He asks a crucial question. Has she sent word of the Count's death to his brother? She confirms she hasn't. "Good," Ian says. "The first step is to secure the family seal from the Count's office. Whoever holds that seal is the legal ruler of the estate. It's the key to everything." And then he makes her a promise, sealing their alliance. If the knights move against her, he won't hesitate to send in his own troops. The Countess stares at him, the weight of his offer sinking in. He's offering her more than just support, he's offering her survival. She finally asks the question that's been hanging between them since this all began. "What is it that you want?" Ian pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, as if considering it for the first time. "I wonder," he muses. "He claims there isn't much he needs, except, perhaps, some funds." The Countess immediately offers to help, rising from her chair, but Ian stops her. He says he'd rather ask for something else, something the knights, with all their swords and soldiers, could never hope to offer. She admits she has little left to give. But then, an idea strikes. There is one thing. She pulls out the ring containing the priceless lifestone. She holds up the gleaming stone. It's a test, a puzzle only he would understand. But Ian doesn't play games. He simply turns to Beric and asks why he hasn't taken it yet. Beric hurries to take the ring, promising to keep it safe. He then immediately tries to put the delicate ring on his own thick finger, complaining when it won't fit. Ian watches this display with a look of profound disappointment. This is the man he trusts with his life. Ian turns back to the Countess, his smile dangerously pleasant. "Madam, would you happen to have a knife? I think I may need to cut his finger off." Beric freezes, then quickly announces he'll go get Romandro right now before scrambling out of the room. The brief moment of dark humor passes. Ian gets back to business, reminding her that time is running out. They have to move before the knights regroup. But the Countess's thoughts are on the one person who has always been loyal to her. "Clark," she whispers, her hand clenching into a fist. She turns to Ian, her voice filled with desperation. "What will happen to him?" Ian's reply is cold, hard, and devoid of pity. He will almost certainly be executed. He explains that for a commoner to kill a noble, his own master no less, is a crime so severe there won't even be a trial. It's a death sentence. As he speaks, Ian remembers a story from his previous life, a piece of history that hasn't happened yet. A king, born a slave, whose first act of power was to execute his former master. The path exists, but it is one that must be paved in blood. The Countess pleads with him, asking if there's anything he can do. But Ian shakes his head, claiming his hands are tied. He has his own business in the capital and can't get involved. She grabs his arm, disappointed, but he pulls away, reminding her of his own humble status. But she sees through the act. "You've already done it," she says, her voice gaining strength. "Starting as a common man, you survived and became the head of a family." Her words hit their mark. In this moment, she's not speaking to a young boy, but to the ruthless and brilliant strategist she knows him to be. And in that recognition, something within her finally breaks free. The fear, the desperation. It all melts away, forged into a new, unshakable resolve. She can no longer wait for a savior. She must become one herself. She stands tall, her posture transformed, her voice ringing with a purpose she has never known before. I will become the Lord." Ian is silent, processing the audacity of her claim. Seeing his hesitation, she challenges him, a defiant tilt to her head. "Can't I?" Ian doesn't discourage her. He tests her. He calmly lays out the impossible obstacles in her path. She has no marrow rope blood, no heir to secure her position. Legally, with her husband gone, she is an outsider. The true claim belongs to the late Count's brother, Dave. Ian's eyes narrow, his strategic mind already spinning. Her ambition, while problematic, is also an opportunity. He tells her that to even attempt this, she would need to rewrite the family laws of the territory, a feat that is next to impossible for an outsider. Her expression hardens. She understands the difficulty, but the resolve in her eyes does not flicker. The path is hard, but turning back is no longer an option. She turns to the window, a quiet melancholy in her voice. If she becomes the Lord, she will be bound to this land forever. The freedom she once dreamed of would be traded for a golden cage of power and duty. Ian watches her, his own thoughts racing. Her concerns are valid, but from his perspective, her success would be incredibly useful. A power-hungry brother or vengeful knights would be unpredictable neighbors. But Lien? He knows her strengths, and more importantly, her weaknesses. She has no grand ambitions, making her a stable, controllable ally. The biggest obstacle remains the younger brother, Dave. Ian knows this needs a delicate touch. He can't afford to make a mistake. For a brief, ruthless moment, another path opens in his mind. Why not just take the territory for himself? He quickly weighs the outcomes. It would give his political rival, Prince Gale, an excuse to interfere, but it would also make him more valuable to his ally, Prince Marav. He dismisses the thought. It's too risky. For now, the most logical first step is to meet this mysterious younger brother. As if on cue, the Countess turns back to him. She offers to inform the brother herself, mentioning he lives in a manor on the edge of town. She turns to Simon for the name. "Dave," Simon says, and as we see him for the first time, kneeling before a strange, unsettling altar, it's clear that the late Count wasn't the only problem in this family. The scene shifts to a grim, gothic manor under a blood-red sky. Crows circle overhead, and the entire place feels heavy with a sense of decay and secrets. Ian and Simon walk the dark, creaking halls, the silence of the manor pressing in on them. A servant informs them that Lord Dave is currently praying, and they must wait. Even in the face of urgent news, his rituals cannot be disturbed. This detail catches Ian's interest more than anything else. Praying? At a time like this? While they wait in a room cluttered with books and strange diagrams, Ian asks Simon about Dave. Simon explains that Dave is a man consumed by his passion for learning, a passion that his brother once admired. But that admiration turned to fear. Ian asks why. Simon leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. It started when Dave read a forbidden book from a foreign land. The memory alone seems to chill the old butler to the bone. The book was about a heretical religion, a cult that worshipped the god of the underworld. For Ian, a piece of a dark future just clicked into place. Footsteps echo from the hall. The prayers are finished. Dave appears, his face obscured by the shadows of a deep hood. His voice unnervingly calm. "I received a revelation from the god of the underworld." Thrown off balance, Simon manages to stammer, "We come with unfortunate news." Dave doesn't even flinch. "Did someone die?" Simon is stunned. How could he possibly know? Dave's reply is bone-chillingly simple, stating that most unfortunate news is, after all, about death. Simon delivers the news. His brother, the Margrave, is dead, killed by a subordinate. Dave simply lets out a long, slow sigh. He clutches his rosary, murmuring a prayer. There is no shock, no grief, only a strange, quiet acceptance that is far more unsettling. His shadowed gaze then falls on Ian. He asks who he is. Dave's eyes narrow in the darkness of his hood. He recognizes Ian's old family name, connecting him to the disgraced Vratz family. Ian explains that he is here at the request of the Countess, or Margravine, to offer his aid. He smoothly positions himself as a helpful neighbor, merely running a few errands for the distraught widow. Dave mutters under his breath, clearly annoyed that his sister-in-law would turn to an outsider instead of family. He makes his decision. I will return to the mansion. I shall get ready. He turns to leave, his intentions clear. He is going to claim his inheritance. Ian watches him go, his expression cold and unreadable. He can't help but think to himself, seriously, this family. Looking around the study filled with occult texts, he marvels that this territory managed to function at all under such chaotic leadership. Back at the main estate, a carriage has arrived carrying the advisor Ian summoned. Ian, Barrick, and Dave are met by Romandro. Ian quickly introduces Dave as the late Count's brother. Romandro offers his condolences, shaking the hooded man's hand. Dave gives a curt thanks and immediately walks inside, already acting as if he is the master of the house. Once he's gone, Romandro's professional mask crumbles, and he turns to Ian with a look of pure stress. He quickly confirms what Ian already suspected. The official story about Clark is shaky, and the Knights are acting suspiciously. He's certain they're planning to seize control of the estate the first chance they get, and then he delivers the other piece of terrible news. On top of that, Dave believes in the god of the underworld. Romandro is practically tearing his hair out. What is wrong with this family? This is a complete mess. Barrick, ever the straightforward one, asks what that even means. Ian explains it's a fringe religion from a foreign land. To everyone else in this era, it's just some strange cult. But Ian knows the future. He knows this heretical god will one day ignite a massive religious war that will engulf the continent. It is the most troublesome, dangerous cult in existence. The situation is far more complicated than a simple power struggle. For Ian, the path forward is now crystal clear. Lady Leon must become the new lord. An unstable heretic like Dave cannot be allowed to gain power, and a cooperative neighbor is far better than an aggressive one. Romandro wholeheartedly agrees. Between aggressive knights and a heretic cult leader, the choice is obvious. Then, Ian cuts in, his voice sharp with purpose. Let's interfere. Barrick's eyes light up. Do you have a plan? Ian confirms he has several, but with their trip to the capital looming, it needs to be fast. Barrick is practically vibrating with excitement, ready for the order. He grins, brandishing his sword. I get it. We just have to take them all out, right? Ian allows himself a small, cold smirk. You understand some things quite quickly. But he immediately clarifies. They can't make it obvious. They have no legal justification. And this story needs a hero. And that hero must be Lady Leon. He looks at Barrick, his expression turning serious. Understood? The mission is clear. It has to be fast. It has to be quiet. And when the dust settles, Lady Leon must be the one left standing. The stage is set. The pieces are moving. And behind a single door, the fate of an entire territory hangs in the balance. The advisor from the capital, Romandro, peers inside and his heart sinks. Countess Leon is alone, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. For him, this isn't just a grieving widow, it's a political disaster waiting to happen. Her eyes, red and swollen, find his. Her first question isn't about the plan or the politics. It's for Ian. Romandro deflects, assuring her the young mastermind will arrive soon. This moment reveals just how much she's banking on the boy's cunning to survive. Her gaze shifts to the adjacent room. The heir, Dave, is in there, supposedly mourning his brother. Romandro confirms it, adding with a hint of disdain that he's putting on quite the show of grief. Leaning in, Romandro lowers his voice, delivering the message that truly matters, the one from Ian. He said to hold on to that stamp. Soon, Mariloff will be yours. The words are a lifeline, a promise of power that cuts through her despair and sparks a flicker of hope. Of course, there's the official side of things. Romandro explains that once he files the report, the capital might send investigators. By then, both he and Ian will be gone, unable to help. She'll be completely on her own. He puts the choice squarely on her shoulders, even knowing she'll have to face the consequences by herself. Is she willing to see this through? In that instant, something inside her changes. Any trace of the grieving widow vanishes, replaced by cold, hard resolve. Her fist clenches around the family seal, the metal digging into her palm. Her answer is firm. Yes. This is no longer a choice, it's her only path forward. For her, survival has become the only option. With her decision made, Romandro moves to the next, bloodier step, firing the knights. He lays out the grim logic. If they die as official knights, it creates a paper trail leading straight to the imperial palace. But if they're just a band of disgraced, unemployed mercenaries, their deaths become a convenient cleanup, easily swept under the rug. He needs to know she understands the dark path she's choosing. The Countess doesn't even flinch. She promises to handle it cleanly. She understands the game now, and she's ready to play. As for the other problem, Dave Romandro assures her Ian has a plan for him. She's to leave the unstable heir to the master puppeteer. Then he lays out Ian's price, a one-time payment of 5,000 gold and a promise to maintain her army at half strength. It's a steep cost, but a small one for securing her future. She agrees without a second thought. She's backed into a corner with nothing left to lose. But just when it seems everything is settled, the Countess falters. Her voice, once so firm, now trembles. This is about Clark. All this scheming, all this power, it means nothing if the one loyal man who stood by her is left to rot. Her quiet question reveals the true stakes for her. Can she gain a future without sacrificing her soul? Romandro looks away, pained. He knows saving Clark complicates everything. Before he can answer, the door swings open. Dave enters, dabbing at dry eyes with a handkerchief, a performance of grief so fake it's almost insulting. The Countess's face turns to ice. She calls him out on his sudden change in attitude now that an imperial advisor is present. Dave, ever the actor, blames his supposed grief for his earlier rudeness. Trying to keep the peace, Romandro ushers them to their seats. But the peace is short-lived. Dave's facade of sorrow shatters, replaced by a chilling rage as he demands the immediate execution of the vicious slave in the dungeons. He tries to take control, telling Romandro what reports to file, but Romandro has an ace up his sleeve. "However, Sir Dave," he asks with pointed calm, "I've heard you believe in the god of the underworld?" The accusation hits like a physical blow. Dave sputters denials, calling them heretics, yet his hand instinctively clutches a ring on his finger, a dead giveaway, a symbol of the very cult he's denying. This small detail tells us he's not just arrogant, he's a reckless liar. He desperately tries to change the subject, pushing for a quick succession ceremony. Romandro shuts him down, insisting on proper etiquette. The funeral comes first. Sensing her advantage, the Countess seizes the moment, turning the discussion back to the official report, but her mind is already somewhere else. This fight isn't just about the here and now. It's about a past she had to bury, a life she had to abandon. She's determined to start over, no matter the cost. Her resolve hardens into a single burning thought: survive now and save what truly matters later. And what truly matters is Clark, the one person who represents a past she thought was lost forever. Romandro has to call her name twice to pull her from her thoughts. She apologizes, her mind snapping back to the present. He informs her that the announcement will be made today, and she'll be in charge of organizing the household until then. Dave, arrogant to the last, cuts in, dismissing her entirely. He sneers, declaring that he will be managing the household from now on, as if her presence is a temporary inconvenience. The Countess, however, is done being dismissed. She leans back, her expression cool, and reminds him he was kicked out of this house for a reason. He wouldn't know the first thing about running it. Then she goes for the throat, her words laced with scorn. His desperate attempt to seize power before his own brother's funeral just makes him look pathetic. The final blow is a pointed reminder of his cult activities. His composure finally cracks. He lunges, screaming, but Romandro throws himself between them, trying to prevent bloodshed. As Dave spews insults about her being a lowly woman, the Countess fires back, turning his words against him by reminding him of the brother who married her. Enraged, Dave tries to push past the advisor. In that moment, she calls out to the knights at the door. She demands their protection as their count's widow. But their loyalty is not to her. It's to the old regime. They refuse. Their refusal is the final betrayal, the last straw. A dangerous calm settles over her. "If you insist on being this stubborn," she says, her voice low and steady, "you leave me no choice." Drawing herself up to her full height, she announces that until the funeral, she is the master of this house. And her first act? "You 3 knights of the Mariloff family are dismissed." A knight scoffs, utterly failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Dismissed? What does that even? His words are cut short by the sound of shattering stone. The entire wall beside him explodes inward. The knight stumbles back, his face a mask of pure shock as dust and debris fill the room. Through the chaos, 2 figures emerge. Dave stares in horror. The Countess, on the other hand, is completely unfazed. "Ah, Barrick has arrived." Her calm demeanor shows she was expecting this all along. Romandro quickly tries to play it off as simple bodyguard duty, a necessary precaution in these unsettling times. But his flimsy excuse falls apart when he sees them dragging in one of the insubordinate knights, Kell, beaten and bloodied. The man tried to stop them. He insisted we'd have to go through his dead body, he says with a shrug. So, this happened. His nonchalance is more terrifying than any threat. And then, a single footstep cuts through the tension. The true architect of this chaos has arrived. Ian walks into the devastation with a placid smile, acting relieved that the Countess is safe. From outside the broken wall, the knight who sees the scene and realizes he's been utterly played. Ian had promised not to get involved directly, but this is a masterclass in manipulation. Dave rounds on Ian, demanding an explanation for the intrusion. And Ian spins a flawless story. He claims he was ambushed by these ex-knights, who then had the audacity to insult the Countess. "I have never been so insulted," he declares, his voice dripping with false indignation. "So, I intend to prove my innocence with their deaths." A perfect excuse, a legal justification for slaughter. The trap has been sprung, and the final act is about to begin. One of the knights, cornered and confused, points out the flaw in his logic. "Don't people usually prove their innocence with their own death?" Ian offers a cold, predatory smile. "That's not my style." He leans in, his voice a low whisper that cuts through the tension. "You have to be alive to prove you're innocent. An insult only disappears when the one who spoke it does. This isn't justice, it's an executioner's philosophy." Ian turns to his bodyguard as if ordering a simple chore. "Beric, go take care of them." A wide, eager grin spreads across Beric's face as he cracks his knuckles. Gladly. He walks toward the closed doors, each step a confident stride toward a guaranteed victory. The fate of the men on the other side is already sealed. Inside, the knights stand ready with swords drawn, bracing for a fight they cannot possibly win. They have no idea what's about to be unleashed. Back in the main room, Dave's composure completely shatters. He turns on the Countess, all his rage and fear boiling over. He grabs her, his face twisted in fury, blaming her for bringing this chaos into their home, for siding with Ian to ruin everything. Romandro tries to step in, but Dave shoves the advisor aside, his eyes wild with desperation. Ian's voice cuts in, low and dangerous. "If you continue to insult the lady," he warns, "are you prepared for what happens when that door opens again?" As if on cue, the sounds of slaughter spill into the room. It's not the sound of a battle. It's the sound of a hunt, sharp clashes of steel, guttural screams, and the heavy thud of bodies hitting the floor. Dave freezes, his face draining of all color. He can only listen in horror as his last line of defense is systematically erased. Romandro sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. He already knows the answer, but he has to ask. The knights are taken care of? Casually reporting that one got away, but his warriors are on the hunt. With the bloody work done, Ian turns his pleasant, terrifying smile to his final obstacle. "Now then, Lord Dave, I have a suggestion. Shall we talk? This isn't a negotiation, it's a sentencing." Ian offers a mock apology for the mess, then points out that the dead men were no longer knights of Miraloff, neatly absolving himself of any crime. When Dave protests, Ian's smile vanishes. His voice drops to ice. "Lord Dave, listen to my advice and think very carefully. I hope you make a wise decision. It's not a hope, it's a command." He then turns that same chilling gaze to the Countess, reminding her that she is just as much a piece on his board as anyone else. Ian sits between them, a king holding court over two squabbling subjects. He states the obvious, neither of them can coexist. The Countess agrees immediately, but Dave scoffs, still clinging to his perceived right to rule. "Well then," Ian continues, "for everyone's sake, one of you should leave." He pauses for effect. "To be precise, one of you should leave this part of the country entirely." His eyes lock onto Dave. "The verdict is in. Personally, I think it would be best for you to leave, Lord Dave." Dave leaps to his feet, screaming, "What kind of scheme is this?" He calls for his guards, for anyone to help him. But the room remains silent. The only answer is the chilling realization that they are completely, utterly alone with Ian and his monsters. From the bloody doorway, deep voice booms, "Did you call, Lord Ian?" His very presence is a reminder of the massacre that just took place. Ian waves him off. "No, continue with the cleanup." Defeated, Dave slumps back into his chair. The fight is over. Ian then explains to the Countess that while getting rid of everyone with the Miraloff name would be cleaner, it would cause political problems for her later. An imperial investigation is inevitable. To truly secure her position, she'll need the Emperor's official appointment, a long and complicated process. So, the best solution is for Dave to disappear for a very, very long time. Dave can only sit there, gritting his teeth in silent fury. Ian offers him the perfect excuse, a religious pilgrimage to the birthplace of his cult, a 3-month journey that will conveniently remove him from the board, while the Countess solidifies her power. The Countess raises a valid point. What stops him from coming back, or from reporting this to the Imperial Court? Ian reassures her. Dave will be traveling under the heavy supervision of elite mercenaries. It's not an escort for his safety, it's a prison convoy to ensure his compliance. The trap is set. The terms have been delivered. All that's left is for Dave to accept his fate. Outmaneuvered and utterly broken, he clutches his head, his options reduced to none. He can only sigh, offering a silent prayer to his god as he accepts his exile. Meanwhile, back in Ian's territory, the gears of his administration continue to turn. His loyal maid Hana delivers another stack of documents, the quiet engine of his growing domain. Ramandro muses that the news from Mariloff, a murdered lord and a heretic heir, will shock the capital. But, he adds, they'll be even more surprised by the gullah trade. The superfood is a source of both immense profit and deep suspicion. Ian enters, and the conversation shifts to politics. The news from the capital isn't good. The Emperor has sided with Prince Gale, dealing a setback to Ian's patron, Prince Marev. But Ian is unfazed. For him, the games of princes are a sideshow to his own grand design. His focus is on his own power. Setbacks for others are merely noise. He gives an order to fully release the gullah trade, a move that is both generous to the people and incredibly profitable for him. Romandro is impressed, joking that at this rate Ian will pay off his debts and become a true noble before summer. Ian plans their departure for the capital. It will be a small party, just him and Barrack. Romandro, however, seems curious about the family he's leaving behind. He asks about Ian's mother. Ian explains she prefers her life in the forest, and he's made arrangements for her safety. It's a painful necessity. He knows it will be a long time before he can see her again. He thinks of his past life, of the stepmother who would not tolerate the existence of his real mother. Keeping her hidden is the only way to keep her safe. Ian then turns his attention to Hannah, who has been standing by silently. It's time to put another piece of his long-term plan into motion. He tells her she's going to Miraloth to learn the duties of a steward. Hannah is completely floored. A steward? Her? The idea is beyond anything she could have imagined. She stammers, asking if he means she will one day be the steward of his estate. He confirms it with a simple, yes. Panic sets in. She insists she's not qualified, that she can't even read, but Ian sees potential, not limitations. He tells her that's precisely why she must learn, and the experienced steward of Miraloff is the perfect teacher. A wave of pure, overwhelming joy washes over her. She asks for permission to run, and with a smile, he grants it. She dashes off, a little squeal of excitement echoing behind her. It's a small moment of light in a world of shadows. Ian chuckles, then wonders what's taking Barrack so long to report back. A flicker of unease crosses his face. It's uncharacteristic for his loyal guard to be this delayed. Something feels off. He's taking far too long. The scene cuts to a dark, rocky passage where a choked gasp echoes off the cold stone. It's Barrack. He's on his knees, struggling desperately for breath. He stumbles forward, clutching his throat as a strange, dark energy pulses from his body. He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. He stares at his hands in horror, watching as the shadows seem to crawl over his skin. What is happening to me? Something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. Just as Ian's intricate plans seem to fall perfectly into place, a new threat emerges from the shadows. Back at the manor, an aide watches Hannah, the newly promoted steward, dash off in excitement. He remarks that she seems a bit overwhelmed, but Ian, ever the strategist, simply agrees. He has faith in her potential, knowing she'll have the support she needs to grow into the role. From a nearby balcony, one of the heavenly warriors notes that with others staying behind, Hannah won't be alone in managing the estate. Ian's aide clarifies that while he'd planned to leave only one person, the sudden conflict in Mariloff forced a change of plans. The rest of his team will follow him to the capital once the imperial orders are dealt with. The aide then puts on a dramatic show, lamenting that he's one of the unmarried men being left behind, with an arranged marriage waiting for him. Ian just laughs, brushing it off as bad luck. It's a rare, light-hearted moment, a final breath of calm before the storm. Suddenly, a sharp tap at the window shatters the peace. A large, dark hawk lands on the sill, its gaze sharp and intelligent. Ian's casual demeanor vanishes in an instant. He knows this is no ordinary bird. As it stares him down, the last traces of his relaxed mood evaporate. "Well now," he murmurs, his voice low and serious, "it seems a problem has arisen." The hawk swoops into the room. The aide, startled, recognizes it as a messenger from the Heavenly Warrior clan and anxiously asks what's wrong. Ian calmly reaches for the small scroll tied to its leg. Unfurling the note, he finds the message written in the broken, clipped language of someone not fluent in their tongue. The words are simple, urgent, and cryptic. Barrack, night, mon, pursue, forever. Ian's eyes narrow, his focus locking onto a single word, mon. A flicker of recognition sparks in his mind. The name clicks. The Mon coal mine, an abandoned, foreboding place deep within his territory. The connection is made, and he knows exactly where he needs to go. Under a pale moon, Ian arrives at the eerie entrance to the mine. A warrior from the Heavenly Clan is waiting, his expression grim. "You're here, Lord Ian." Ian cuts straight to the point, his voice sharp. "What about Barrack?" The warrior hesitates, his discomfort obvious. He explains that Barrack is inside, diligently beating something. Ian is confused. Beating the knight they were chasing? The warrior struggles for words, clearly unsure how to describe the bizarre scene. "Not exactly," he says, flustered. "I'm not sure how to explain it." Giving up, he gestures toward the darkness. "You'll understand when you see it." The cryptic warning only deepens the sense of dread. As they venture deeper, a frantic, desperate scream echoes from the cavern ahead. Rounding a corner, they find him. Barrack, breathing heavily, is swinging his sword wildly at something on the ground. Another warrior is pleading with him to stop, but Barrack just grunts through gritted teeth. "I'm trying. He's not in control." Ian steps forward, his frustration boiling over. "What in the world is going on here?" The warrior warns him to stay back, explaining that with every swing, Barrack is losing more of his own strength. Then Ian sees it. His eyes lock onto a glowing purple object on the ground, and a shocking realization hits him. His eyes widen in disbelief. It can't be. He stares at the massive crystalline formation pulsing with a sinister purple energy, a power he recognizes from his past life as an archmage. Why, he wonders, is this energy here? Barrack finally stops, turning to Ian with a look of pure confusion, as if just now noticing his presence. "Ian, what is this thing?" Barrack asks, desperate for an answer. Ian gives him a dry look. "You really think I know everything, don't you?" But as Barrack presses him, Ian's expression turns serious. "I have an idea," he admits, his gaze fixed on the glowing crystal. He knows this is far more than just a strange rock. The crystal hums with a power that seems to drink the light from the mine. Ian finally puts a name to it. "It looks like a type of mana stone." Barrack is stunned. "A mana stone?" Ian reminds him of the small stone that used to spy on his uncle ages ago. He explains that mana stones are miraculous minerals that can do almost anything magic. Can seal an emperor's power, record voices, track locations, or even store items. They are one of the most powerful and versatile resources in the world, their potential as limitless as magic itself. Ian asks Barrack if he can feel the stone's energy. Barrack admits he feels nothing, but Ian says he felt its mana the moment he stepped into the mine. It makes sense. Even as a magic swordsman, Barrack is still a warrior at his core, not yet attuned enough to sense such subtle flows of power. Returning to the immediate problem, Ian asks what happened to the knight they were chasing. The warrior begins to explain. "We pursued him to this spot," he says, but then, in a flashback, we see a thick purple liquid suddenly ooze from the ground, bubbling with a sinister energy as the cornered knight lets out a terrified shriek. "Don't come any closer, you monster!" he screams at Barrack, who just calmly advances, telling him to hold still. Barrack is ready to end it quickly, but before he can strike, the knight lets out a final, blood-curdling scream. The purple ooze surges, wrapping around his legs like living chains. He panics, trapped as the substance hardens around him in an instant, encasing him in a grotesque purple tomb. He was dead before he hit the ground. Back in the present, Barrack reaches down to touch the hardened mass. Before his fingers can make contact, Ian smacks his hand away with a sharp crack. Barrack yelps in pain, asking why he did that. Ian glares, warning him not to be so reckless. "Imagine what would happen if you ended up like him." The risks are too high. What if the substance suddenly melted or came from somewhere else entirely? Ian turns on the warriors, scolding all three of them for their simple-minded carelessness. "You're all fearless, reckless fools." The warriors start sweating, trying to explain that it was Barrack who became fixated on the stone and refused to leave. Barrack, ignoring the scolding, asks if the stone is expensive. If there's more of it, this mine could be a gold mine. Ian confirms it with chilling certainty. It's priceless. As Ian begins to say they need to investigate, he freezes. His eyes sharpen. A thought clicks into place. A look of dawning horror and understanding crosses his face. Staring at the monostone, he whispers to himself, "I see, so that's why." Suddenly, all the scattered pieces of the puzzle snap together. He spins around, his voice ringing with newfound authority. "We're returning to the manor, right now." He orders them to seal the mine and forbid anyone from entering. "There's nothing we can do for the body," he says, his expression grim. His mind is already miles ahead, calculating his next move. The two warriors are left standing in bewildered silence, stunned by their lord's sudden, urgent commands. As they leave, Ian's thoughts race. Locating mana stones requires the Ministry of Magic, and the minister herself, Wesley, is a key supporter of his rival, Prince Gale. A cold, calculating smile spreads across his face. So this is the reason. Now he understands why they were so obsessed with his territory from the very beginning. He sees it all. Prince Gale's faction knew. They knew there was a high probability of finding mana stones right here, in Rutz. The border troops, the peace treaty, the tax scandal. It was all a perfectly orchestrated campaign to create a crisis, force imperial intervention, and seize his land along with its hidden treasure. This wasn't bad luck, it was a conspiracy. Ian's voice rings out with absolute authority. "Return to the manor immediately. Seal this place off!" His orders are followed without question as he turns to leave, his mind already on the war to come. His expression is resolute. He knows what he has to do. He needs to confirm if this was all a tragic coincidence, or if, as he now suspects, they were targeting him from the very start. With the chilling truth of the mana stone fresh in his mind, Ian knows his next move. We're taken to a cold, torchlit dungeon. Ian steps from the shadows, his expression utterly calm. They weren't expecting a visit from the boy who single-handedly dismantled their world. Ian begins his performance. He tells them a message has arrived from the Imperial Palace containing instructions on how to deal with them. The prisoners lean in, hanging on his every word. He explains that since he'll be leaving for the capital soon, he was ordered to take care of any loose ends. He crumples a blank piece of paper in his hand, the sound echoing in the silence. It's a complete fabrication, a perfectly set trap for desperate men. The old man's face drains of color. He sees no way out. In a blind panic, hoping to save his own skin, he starts talking. And just like that, he confesses everything. He confirms sending a report detailing the location of the rare magic stones and the number of troops involved. With a single, perfectly crafted lie, Ian gets all the confirmation he needs. But as he listens, a chilling question forms in his mind. Why would his enemies give up on such a valuable prize so easily? Something still feels wrong. Ian stands before the cell. He didn't need a truth potion. The desperation in the man's eyes told him everything. The conclusion is inescapable. Molan and the ambitious second Prince Gale, they knew about the mana stones from the very beginning. The entire war over his territory was just a smokescreen for a much larger, more sinister prize. The scene shifts. Snow begins to fall against a pale winter sky, transporting us from the rugged frontier to the heart of the Empire. We're now at the Grand Imperial Palace, a magnificent structure draped in snow. This is the center of power, a world away from Ian's struggles. Inside, a young man with long blonde hair gazes out at the falling snow. This is the first prince, Manhwa, Ian's powerful and calculating ally. The scene fades into a memory. A much younger Manhwa reaches out with pure delight, trying to catch the snowflakes. His eyes are bright with a wonder that has long since faded. A gentle voice whispers from the past, "Listen to the sound of the snow falling." We snap back to the present. The prince's eyes are the same, but the wonder is gone, replaced by the sharp, weary gaze of a man trapped in a Game of Thrones. His aide, Fall, enters, noting the first snowfall of the year. Manhwa offers a faint smile in agreement. The conversation quickly turns to the tiresome politics of the court. A grand banquet is being planned, and since the emperor is ill, a noblewoman named Madame Delena is using it as an opportunity to curry favor. Manhwa scoffs. He finds it pathetic that she would go to such lengths for a few kind words from his father. It's clear he has no patience for the shallow games of the palace. Still, he admits he's glad she's handling it. Otherwise, the burden would fall on his already overwhelmed shoulders. Fall points out how overworked he is, earning a playful shove from the prince for stating the obvious. But the brief moment of levity vanishes. Manhwa's smile fades, replaced by a cold certainty. There's no point, though. As long as Gale and I are here, he says, that woman can never become the empress. He reveals that he and his rival brother have always shut down any attempt to replace their mother. His expression hardens. Until their mother's return, no one will take that position, and no one else will ever be allowed to call them son. It's the one fragile truce the two warring princes share, an unbreakable bond forged in mutual loss. Changing the subject, Marav asks when Ian is expected to arrive. Fal believes he'll make it just in time for the banquet. And what about Molin? The prince asks, his tone sharpening. Is expected to arrive even sooner. Morev makes a note to have him watched. Though Molin will likely be forced into a leave of absence, the prince knows his enemies have powerful allies protecting them. The prince leans back, his mind sifting through the countless players and schemes on the vast political chessboard. He calls to his aide, his voice heavy. Fal, is there anything we can do? It's a question heavy with frustration. Fal hesitates, his expression troubled. He explains that the development of a new truth potion has complicated everything. They have no official reason to interfere with other departments, especially not the now corrupt Department of Magic. Mara vents his frustration. The reports are filled with magical jargon he can't decipher, leaving him unable to trust the information he's given. Fal suggests they might get a breakthrough if some of Ian's new recruits are assigned to the Department of Magic, giving them eyes on the inside. Marev's eyes narrow with contempt as he thinks about the man responsible for this mess. It wasn't always like this. Years ago, the Department of Magic was a respected, neutral power within the palace. But ever since Wesley became the minister, it has become a rotten political tool, its integrity shattered. Marev asks for the file on the truth potion research. Fal hands it over instantly. As he scans the document, a single, unfamiliar word catches his eye. Lolan? Fal explains. It's a rare, high-grade mana stone, but Marev is skeptical. If it's so rare, how did they manage to conduct human experiments with it? Fal clarifies that they only have 15 kilograms of it in total, a tiny amount. Marev scoffs. That's nothing. Compared to the hundreds of kilograms of other stones they maintain, it's practically dust. Fal explains that's what makes it so rare. The stones were only discovered a few years ago and are incredibly difficult to find. They don't even know where the stones naturally occur, making a targeted search impossible. He continues, detailing its dangerous properties. It exists as a liquid, but solidifies when it senses mana, making direct contact extremely hazardous. The report adds more details. The solid form is incredibly hard, but also highly reactive to mana. When Fal mentions that the stone seems fragile when in direct contact with a mage's mana, a thought sparks in Marev's mind. The pieces suddenly click into place. If that's the case, the horrifying truth dawns on him. The stone's reactivity isn't a flaw, it's its primary function. It's not a resource for making weapons. It's a measuring stick, a tool to determine the exact power level of any mage who comes near it. In his brother's hands, it's not a weapon. It's a leash, capable of identifying and controlling every powerful mage in the Empire. A treasure that could reshape the Empire has been found, but to Ian, it's not a blessing. It's a ticking time bomb. His new administrator, Romandro, however, is absolutely starstruck. He's practically vibrating with excitement, shouting about how amazing it is. He's so overjoyed, he jokes that Ian must have been an emperor in a past life, a statement far closer to the truth than he could ever imagine. Barrick has to physically restrain him, telling him to get a grip. Romandro finally composes himself, still in awe of the glowing crystal. He can't believe something like this was hidden right under their noses. He reasons that since miners pass by here daily, the stone must have materialized very recently. Ian agrees, reassuring Romandro that he's not at fault. But the administrator, his eyes wide, asks the critical question, "Do you know what that is?" Ian's gaze sharpens. He gives a simple, calculated answer. Roughly. He doesn't know everything, but he knows what matters. "I know," he says, his voice low, "that it's something amazing." Barrick asks if he knows the specific type of mana stone. Ian chooses his words carefully, weaving a partial truth. He claims he's only ever seen it in its refined form, never as raw ore. It's the perfect lie, plausible enough to explain his knowledge while concealing the impossible truth of his regression. Romandro's first instinct is to contact the Minister of Magic, but the image of Prince Gale and his corrupt allies flashes in Ian's mind. He shuts the idea down immediately. That would be walking straight into the enemy's trap. Romandro understands instantly. If the ministry, controlled by their enemies, learned of this, they would lose everything. "I agree." Ian says grimly. Ian looks at the small, trusted group before him. He knows their most valuable asset isn't the stone, but the secret of its existence. The good thing, he says, is that nobody knows about this except us. Romandro's face sets with determination. He understands the immense trust being placed upon his shoulders. He bows deeply, swearing a solemn oath. I'll never speak of this, no matter what. With the pact of secrecy made, Romandro's curiosity takes over once again. Ian gives him permission to take a closer look, stepping back to give him space. With a grunt, he places the chisel at the crystal's base and strikes it. Beric stops him, saying they've already tried hitting it with swords to no effect. But Romandro clarifies he's not trying to break the crystal, just the rock it's attached to. He points to the seam where the stone meets the cave floor. It's connected right around here. With another sharp crack of the hammer, something unexpected happens. A thick, purple liquid begins to ooze from the new crack. It was liquid just like that before. But even as he speaks, the oozing liquid crackles and hardens into a solid before their very eyes. The warrior explains that the same thing happened earlier. The ground was covered in the purple liquid, and the moment Beric got close, it instantly solidified. Ian turns and glares at Beric, who immediately insists he did nothing. Ian calls his name sternly, and Beric frantically swears his innocence. On a stack of snacks he admits to stealing. Ian raises an eyebrow at the confession but waves him over. They run a quick test. With Beric far away, Romandro confirms the substance is still solid. He turns to Ian, asking for an explanation. Ian's mind, a library of ancient knowledge, is already connecting the pieces. He begins a lesson. Mana stones, first and foremost, react to mana. He explains how a recording brooch works. The stone inside reacts to mana-infused fluid, allowing it to function. The trigger is always mana. Ian turns to Beric, his eyes sharp with inquiry. Tell me exactly what happened when you found that night. Beric recounts how he found the man thrashing around in what looked like sticky purple mud. And then, he finishes, gesturing to the grotesque statue, he ended up like that. Ian looks from the trapped knight to Beric, and the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. That's probably. His expression becomes one of absolute, chilling certainty, because it reacted to Beric's mana. He explains that, as a magic swordsman, Beric is constantly surrounded by a passive aura of mana. The substance was liquid, but it hardens in the presence of that aura. There's only one mana stone in history known to do that. He whispers the name he knows from his past, the same name Prince Marv is learning at this very moment in the capital. Lulan. With the threat identified, Ian makes a swift decision. Everyone, stand back. I'm going to try and break it, he declares. Beric is horrified. With your bare hands? Are you crazy? Ignoring him, Ian places his small hand on the massive stone. He channels his mana, and a blinding golden energy erupts from his body. In that moment, the boy vanishes, and for a split second, they see the terrifying power of the Archmage Emperor he once was. His eyes glow with golden light, his focus absolute. With a deafening crack, the Lulan stone explodes, shattering into 1,000,000 glittering fragments as a wave of pure power rips through the mine. Everyone is thrown to the ground. The priceless, mountain-sized crystal is reduced to nothing but rubble and dust. Beric scrambles to Ian's side, frantic with worry. Ian, looking slightly dazed, insists he's fine. He explains that his instincts must have cast a protection spell on him. Beric grabs him, yelling that he scared them half to death. As he's being shaken, a name from a forgotten time slips from Ian's lips. Viviana. Ian touches his shoulder, his mind reeling. He'd only meant to send a tiny amount of mana into the stone to test its structure. He never imagined it would react so violently. He wonders if his mana has become even more potent, more volatile, since his regression into this young body. Beric stares at the wreckage in awe. It looked unbreakable, but you shattered it. Magic sure is amazing. He and Romandro immediately start gathering the fragments. Romandro declares that every single piece is valuable. Think of each pea-sized bit as a gold coin, he tells Beric. Beric's eyes light up with pure greed. He starts shouting for a broom, ready to sweep up a fortune. Romandro respectfully promises to manage the mine while Ian is away. But Ian's tone shifts. About that, I'm shutting the mine down, indefinitely. Romandro is completely stunned. Ian's orders are swift and absolute. All the miners are to be given a generous severance and sent away. For him, secrecy is infinitely more valuable than profit. His gaze is cold steel. I repeat, do not speak of what happened here today. Romandro swallows hard, the full weight of the commands sinking in. He gives a single, firm nod of understanding. As the mine entrance is boarded up, its priceless secret is once again buried in darkness, now completely and utterly under Ian's control. With the Lulan stone secured and his departure imminent, Ian's final preparations are underway. A secret fortune, disguised as simple cargo, is carefully packed and ready to move. Outside the manor, workers strain under the weight of the crates, shouting warnings to be careful. The boxes are far heavier than they look. 2 staff members watch in amazement, gossiping about the 10 carriages it took just to bring the 5 small boxes. They have no idea they're watching a priceless, world-changing resource being loaded up. Inside, Ian gets a final report on the mine. The manager asks what to do with the Lulan powder left over from the explosion. Ever pragmatic, Ian tells him to keep it. The power remains, even in dust form, and a good strategist never wastes a resource. With business settled, Ian gives Beric a more personal task. Go to the forest today. Beric quickly understands. To see Philia? Ian confirms, asking Beric to offer her a place in town before he leaves for the capital. It's a rare moment of genuine softness, a sign that beneath the Archmage's mind, a part of him still values that simple connection. His expression turns somber. The chances of me returning are slim, he admits. This might be our last meeting. He is walking into a war, and he knows there's no guarantee he'll walk out. Ian explains that Ramondra will be joining him on the trip to Marilov. It's important for his staff to get familiar with Countess Lien now, as they'll be dealing with her often. He gestures to a massive, intimidating stack of paperwork on his desk, the final chains of responsibility he must settle before he can leave. He stares at the mountain of documents, the physical weight of ruling an entire territory. A wave of sheer exhaustion hits him. He covers his face, letting out a heavy sigh. The strain of containing an ancient mind in a child's body is clearly taking its toll. But he steels himself. Every single document must be checked, every order put in motion. He has to ensure his territory runs like clockwork in his absence. Beric watches, a flicker of concern on his face. He sees the burden his young lord is carrying. A knock at the door announces that Ian's carriage is ready. As Ian heads out, Hannah, now in her sharp steward's uniform, is waiting. Just as she turns to lead the way, Beric quietly stops her. Hannah is a little surprised, but Beric just asks if she's also heading to Marilov. She confirms that she is, for her steward training. She can tell something is on his mind. He hesitates, then asks quietly, "Don't you think Ian looks tired?" He gestures to their lord, whose shoulders seem to slump just a little. Hannah looks, and her eyes widen. He does look tired, and now that she thinks about it, he hasn't been finishing his meals lately. For Hannah, a newly minted steward, this is a 5-alarm fire. Her primary duty is her master's well-being, and she feels she's failed. A simple, innocent observation is about to become a catalyst for chaos. Fired up with a new sense of purpose, she declares she'll have the chef prepare a feast and sprints down the hall, leaving a bewildered Beric in her wake. Beric just sighs, watching her go. He mutters to himself that people really do go a little crazy when they get busy. From the outside, the manor is a picture of perfect order, but inside, a rumor is being born. Hannah bursts into the kitchen, a whirlwind of panicked energy, nearly making the chef drop an entire tray. The chef scolds her, but she's already on a mission. She gets right in his face, demanding he prepare the most nutritious food possible for Lord Ian. He looks tired, she explains. He must be low on energy. Then, just as quickly as she arrived, she's gone. The chef turns to a maid, completely baffled. She suggests they get more supplies for Lord Ian's health. The word health is the spark that lights the fire. From the kitchen, the rumor mutates. He's tired becomes, is he sick? The gossip spreads like a plague. Is he sick? Evolves into, he's gravely ill. By the time the rumor escapes the manor walls, it has become a full-blown tragedy. And so, the story traveled, until it was completely unrecognizable. The great and powerful Lord Ian was now seen as a terminally ill, illegitimate child. A simple misunderstanding was threatening to undo his entire carefully crafted image. Completely unaware of the chaos brewing behind him, Ian's carriage travels on. He scratches his ear, feeling that strange sensation you get when you know someone is talking about you. Ramondra asks if something is wrong. Ian dismisses it, then wonders aloud, "Is Beric bad-mouthing me again?" The conversation shifts to the late Margrave's funeral. Ian looks out the window, unconcerned. They'll probably do it quietly, he predicts. Just like his quiet marriage to the Countess, it's best handled in the dead of winter, when no one is paying attention. The scene shifts to Marrowrope, where black banners of mourning flap in the cold wind. The townsfolk whisper, shocked that a noble could be killed by a slave. But another person shares the official story Ian helped create, that the slave was only trying to protect the Margravine from her husband's abuse. The public image of a happy couple is shattered, a stark reminder that you never know what happens behind closed doors. They assume the slave was executed, as is the law. Then the gossip takes a juicier turn. A rumor that the Margravine and the slave were having an affair. Even with the official narrative in place, public perception is a beast that cannot be fully controlled. The truth is already being twisted and rewritten by whispers in the street. Snow falls, covering the town and its secrets in a blanket of white. Inside the manor, Countess Liane lies in bed, finding no warmth, no comfort, no peace. Her loyal butler Simon gently tries to wake her. She refuses a meal, her voice a hollow murmur. Simon gently reminds her she didn't eat last night either. She sits up, her eyes empty. "Steward," she asks, "I'm quite strange, aren't I?" Simon looks at her with deep empathy. "Rather than strange," he says gently, "you don't look happy, my lady." And that's the heart of it. The man who made her life a living hell is dead, and she feels nothing. Freedom, she discovers, doesn't feel like a victory. It feels like an empty room. She pushes the feeling down and turns to business. She asks about the mercenaries hired to escort her brother-in-law, Dave, into exile. The cost is less than she expected. She is already thinking like a ruler, her mind on budgets and logistics. She gives the order to send him away as quickly as possible. But then she adds one more thing. "There will be one more person." Her voice is ice. The final panel reveals Clark, her loyal aide, still rotting in his cell. The promise to free him was a casualty of her new reality. This is her true coronation. She is no longer a victim seeking justice. She's a ruler securing her throne, and the cost is a piece of her own soul. To secure a throne, a ruler must be willing to cut away every weakness, even if that weakness is loyalty. In a dark, boarded-up room, Dave Marrowrope, the last remnant of the old regime, kneels in fanatical prayer, oblivious to his fate. In the main hall, a sharp crack echoes through the manor. Countess Liane snaps a string of prayer beads, the quiet act of violence startling her maids. Her face is a mask of cold resolve. She stands tall, her posture radiating an authority that was never there before. The victim is gone, replaced by a ruler. As she walks with purpose, her maids bow their heads in fear. A new, dangerous power now resides in this house, and everyone can feel it. Her destination is the one place where the last piece of her old life remains, the dungeon. Inside a cold cell, her loyal aide Clark sits with his head bowed, the weight of his false imprisonment heavy on his shoulders. He looks up as he hears her approach, his face bruised and weary, but his eyes still clear and devoted. She stands before his cell, a silhouette framed by the dim light. A tense silence hangs between the queen and her most faithful, forsaken knight. She breaks the silence, her voice steady. She tells him he will be traveling with Dave to the distant Toulon kingdom. Clark's eyes widen slightly. He knows that name. He rises to his feet, his chains clinking softly. "Yes, I know, my lady." He understands exactly what this means. It's very far away. It's a sentence of permanent exile. Liane looks down, a flicker of something, perhaps regret, perhaps calculation crossing her face. She masterfully reframes his banishment as a mission. She needs proof that Dave was escorted safely away, so Clark must accompany him to Toulon. And come back." Her voice trembles for a fraction of a second, the only hint of emotion she allows. It's a brilliant, cruel move. She doesn't just exile him, she gives his sacrifice a purpose, turning a betrayal into an act of fealty. A look of understanding dawns on Clark's face. He's not being cast aside, he's being entrusted with one last, vital duty. And in that moment, a small, sad smile touches his lips. His loyalty, even now, is absolute. He reaches through the bars, and she takes his hand. A silent, final pact between them. He kneels, pressing her hand to his forehead in a gesture of ultimate devotion. He has accepted his fate. A few days later, a new guest arrives at the snow-covered estate. Countess Liane, now a picture of elegance and power, greets him with a confident smile. "Welcome, Lord Ian." Ian and Ramandro offer their respects. The pleasantries are exchanged, but the air is thick with business. This isn't a social call, it's a summit between two new sovereigns. Liane gets straight to the point, sliding a receipt across the table for the 5,000 gold coins. The first part of their deal is done. She confirms that her military has been halved, as promised, and a contract signed to maintain it. Ian asks to see her budget. This is a meeting of equals, each verifying the other's moves. As he scans the documents, a small, satisfied smile appears. Everything is in perfect order. He decides to test her, asking if her aides complained about her selling the territory. Her men in the background look terrified, but Lien doesn't flinch. She sips her tea calmly. She tells him not to worry about her internal affairs and suggests he think of it as a personal transaction. Ian coolly replies, he wasn't worried at all. After all, he says with a knowing look, this is a fair exchange. This isn't an alliance of friendship, it's a contract between two predators who recognize each other's strength. Now, it's his turn. He hands over a report he's prepared for the Imperial Palace, their official, carefully sanitized version of the truth. Lien reads it, and a genuine smile of approval spreads across her face. No lies, no unnecessary details, she says. I like it. She agrees to send it exactly as it is, confident it will prevent any unwanted investigations from the capital. She takes her seal and presses it firmly onto the document, officially endorsing their shared narrative. Such an easy thing, she remarks, her eyes glinting with newfound power. She thinks of her late husband, so inefficient, so weak. She, on the other hand, is decisive. She gets things done. Ramandro chimes in, glad that Ian has found a good neighbor. He adds that the people of Morelov are also grateful for the generous food supplies Ian has provided. Ian offers a perfectly diplomatic smile. That's good to hear. He plays the part of the benevolent lord, masking the cold strategy behind his every move. He then transitions to the final piece of business. What about Lord Dave? Lien informs him that Dave is set to leave soon, escorted by the well-regarded Shale Guild. She details the escort, 5 soldiers, 2 aides, and I also plan to send Clark. She says it so casually, as if it were a minor detail. She explains that only Clark will follow Dave all the way to his final destination, ensuring the mission is completed. Ramandro voices his concern, reminding her of the risks if Dave were to escape or talk. He admits that they are both taking a gamble. But Lien just smiles, completely assured. She tells them not to worry, her eyes narrow with a dangerous glint. She has given them strict orders to keep Dave tightly restrained, just as Ian suggested. She's a quick study in the art of ruthless efficiency. Ian's smile is one of pure approval. She made the logical, unsentimental choice. All right, he says, quite fitting for a pilgrimage. He rises from his seat, a cold amusement in his eyes. Now then, he suggests, shall we go say our goodbyes? Outside, the carriages wait in the snow. The final act of this bloody play is about to begin. And there he is. Dave is dragged out in chains, kicking and shrieking curses, a pathetic end for the last of the old Merloff line. With this final, undignified cleanup, the board is clear. The new rulers are in absolute control. He turns his wild, venomous gaze on the calm figures watching his pathetic exit. You devils, you think you'll be fine after this? Countess Lien just smiles, her voice dripping with scorn. Of course, she says. She tells him that with any luck, she'll never have to see his face again. As he's shoved into the carriage, still shrieking his empty threats, Lien turns away. That chapter of her life is now officially closed. Dave's final curses are for Ian, but the boy lord simply offers a piece of parting advice. Watch out for bandits. It's a dismissal so complete, it's more insulting than any retort. As the carriage prepares to leave, Lien shares a final, somber moment with Clark in the falling snow. She looks at the one loyal man she's sacrificing for her throne. Are you ready? She asks. Clark gives a single, resolute nod. Yes. He accepts his fate without a word of protest. Lien's face is an unreadable mask of composure, hiding whatever turmoil lies beneath. Then, let's go. The last loose end has been tied. She watches the carriages disappear, carrying away the last remnants of her miserable past. A cold wind sweeps through the courtyard, as if cleansing the very air. She closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. It's the first breath of true, absolute freedom she's ever known, a freedom bought with blood, betrayal, and sacrifice. The moment passes. She turns back to her guests, her demeanor instantly shifting from somber to cheerful, suggesting a celebratory drink for a happy day. She formally introduces her staff to Ramandro, cementing the new working relationship between their territories. Ian watches, a quiet understanding on his face. He knows this feeling of closing a dark chapter. He looks out at the town, where the black flags of mourning still hang. A dark, introspective thought crosses his mind. If his previous self, the Archmage Emperor, had died, would the Empire have mourned for him? He dismisses the idea. Probably not. He was a king who fell to a revolt. No one mourns a tyrant. Lien calls him out of his dark thoughts, and they head inside. But he has one last question for her. "What happened to the Count's funeral?" he asks, referring to his own treacherous uncle. She gives him a look that says everything. "Well," she replies, a knowing glint in her eyes, "you already know." No further explanation is needed. They are two rulers who understand that some bodies are best left unburied. Later that night, Ian's carriage rattles back toward his own manor. Inside, Romandra is completely wasted, swaying and asking Ian if he's all right. The administrator bursts out laughing, slurring that he sees two of Ian. Ian deadpans that it's the third time he said that. The carriage continues on its bumpy ride home. Finally, they arrive. But as Ian steps out of the carriage, he's met with chaos. His staff swarms him, their voices a chorus of pure panic. "My God, Sir Ian!" He can only stare back, completely bewildered. They fuss over him, convinced he's on death's door. The chef worries he can barely walk, while a maid frets that his face is flushed. The rumor of his illness has reached its peak. Ian has no idea what's happening as he's half carried inside, his attempts to speak drowned out by their frantic concern. He stops dead in the main hall, his eyes widening in surprise. The entire room is filled with a mountain of neatly stacked gift boxes. An aide nervously explains, "Since you might die at any time, the people heard of your sickness and sent these." Ian is stunned into silence. "Die? Die? Sick? Me?" A slow, amused smile spreads across his face. He sees the truth behind the absurd rumor. His people are prosperous enough to afford sending get-well gifts. It's an unexpected, but welcome, sign of his success. He calmly gives his orders, organize the gifts, and, most importantly, tell everyone he is perfectly healthy. But just as the chaos subsides, a maid informs him, "Also, you have a guest." Before she can finish, Barrick appears at the top of the stairs, grinning from ear to ear. "Ian!" And right behind him is Philia. She runs down the stairs and throws her arms around Ian in a tight embrace. She pulls back, her eyes shining with warmth and pride, fussing over him like only a mother could. Ian is momentarily speechless, but a genuine, rare smile touches his lips. For the first time since his return to the past, the Archmage is gone, and only a son remains. She tells him, Barrick has told her everything about the Gula, about helping the people, about becoming a respected lord. Her voice is filled with pure, undiluted pride. She winks playfully. "Ian, Mother is so," she begins, before joking that his accomplishments just prove what a loser his father was. Just then, a now sober Romandro appears, utterly confused. "Ian, who is this?" Ian turns, a serene smile on his face. "Say hello," he tells Romandro. "This is my mother." Romandro is floored. As Ian explains the cover story about her gathering herbs in the mountains, the advisor quickly recovers and bows deeply. Philia gets flustered by the formality, but Romandro insists. He might be casual with Ian, but never with Ian's mother. He reintroduces himself properly as a royal advisor. Tears of joy well up in Philia's eyes. She takes Ian's hand, her voice thick with emotion. "I haven't done much for you," she says, "but you always give me reasons to be happy. I'm so proud of you, Ian." But this tender, perfect moment is shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps. Nurse Saren, a high-ranking warrior from the Heavenly Clan, enters the room, his scarred face serious. He greets Ian, but the friendly tone is just a thin veil over the sudden, palpable tension. His eyes fall on Philia, who looks away nervously. "Did you have a sister, Sir Ian?" he asks. A single bead of sweat rolls down Ian's face. His expression hardens. "She's not my sister, but my mother." The words hang in the air like a death sentence. Ian's mind races. He realizes with a sickening lurch that his most powerful allies thought his mother was dead. Now, the truth is revealed. The mother of the heir they swore to protect is not a noblewoman from a powerful family, but a commoner who's been hiding in the mountains. The very foundation of his most critical alliance has just begun to crumble. A single truth, spoken at the wrong time, can bring an empire to its knees. And in this moment, as Ian declares, "She's my mother," his entire future hangs by a thread. Nerzaren's gaze is like flint, his expression unreadable. The tension is suffocating. Ian can feel a cold sweat on his brow as his mother looks on, her face pale with fear. Ian takes control, ready to spin a narrative to explain away the lie. But his mother steps in front of him, her voice trembling as she tries to shield him with her own body. "I was the one who asked him to hide me," she insists. Please, don't blame Ian. Nursarin remains silent for a long, heavy moment that stretches into eternity. And then he speaks two simple words that change everything. I know. The tension shatters, leaving Ian and his mother completely stunned. You knew? Ian asks, bewildered. Nursarin explains that his warriors had heard the local rumors of an illegitimate child and a mother who vanished. He had pieced the story together long ago. He tells Ian that he simply assumed hiding his mother was just another part of the boy's meticulous, grand plan. Their loyalty was never to a noble name, but to the boy who earned it. When Ian asks if the chief knows, Nursarin scoffs. Of course. The crisis that could have destroyed everything was never a crisis at all. He admits he just didn't expect to walk in on the reunion. The storm has passed, leaving only relief in its wake. Tears of gratitude stream down Philia's face as she thanks him for believing in her son. It's a mother's heartfelt, desperate plea for him to continue protecting her child. Nursarin, a stoic warrior, seems almost uncomfortable with the display of emotion. As Ian suggests they go inside, Nursarin stops them one last time. Could I perhaps offer you some advice? He asks, his tone turning deadly serious. He explains that the stars have been moving strangely, falling from the sky in a slow, deliberate path. It is a dark omen. So once you reach the capital, he warns, you should be careful. He is warning of great men falling, of heroes being extinguished. Ian turns back, a confident smirk on his face. Thank you for the advice, he says, but you don't have to worry. A powerful aura seems to radiate from the small boy as he makes a breathtaking declaration. I am not aiming to be a star. I'm aiming to be the sun. It's a promise. He won't just be another player in the game, he intends to become the game itself. Nursarin stares at the boy, at the impossible ambition in his eyes, and sees not arrogance, but destiny. A slow, respectful smile spreads across his face. Well then, he says, it seems you will be an important existence to us. He offers a warrior's blessing under the full moon. I pray for your success in your battles. Later, in the quiet of the manor kitchen, Ian finds his mother preparing a meal. It's a simple, domestic moment he hasn't had in over 100 years. She's making barley porridge, his childhood favorite. As Hana helps her find the ingredients, a quiet bond forms between the two women who care for Ian most. Philia remembers Hana, thanking her for being the bridge between a mother and her hidden son. It's a brief glimpse of the peaceful, normal life that was stolen from them. As the porridge cooks, they talk. He asks if she was lonely. She asks how he's been. He offers her a home, a life of comfort and safety, anything to make up for the years they lost. She admits that being around people again makes her realize just how lonely she truly was. The conversation turns to the warriors, and it's clear their powerful presence makes her nervous. She carries the quiet fear of a commoner thrust into a world of power and violence. Ian senses her worry and asks if she was truly safe in the forest. She reassures him, but then remembers a group of injured people she helped. She struggles to recall their names. Erica. Ian recognizes the name instantly, a loose end he had forgotten about. Philia explains they had lost companions and were in a bad way. She tells him they were heading toward Havan. It's a small detail, but one that a strategist like Ian files away for later. As she finishes her story, her expression turns soft and wistful. Ian, she asks, would it be all right for me to write to you? She needs a way to comfort herself on the night she lies awake worrying about him. He takes her hand. Yes, as you wish. She pulls him into one last tight embrace. My son, she whispers, I will always wait for you here. Under a starry sky, she offers her final farewell. I wish you a good journey. The day of departure finally arrives. The air is crisp and cold as the precious cargo is loaded. Hana presents Ian with a brooch, the mana stone he requested now, a personal accessory. Ian addresses his staff one last time, entrusting the manor to their new steward, Hana. Hana, with tears in her eyes, promises to protect his home with everything she has. The preparations are complete. The time has come. Ian and Nursarin shake hands, a simple, powerful farewell between two allies. Demosha, Nursarin says, good luck. He looks out at his mother, standing beside a portrait of the father he barely knew, and offers a silent prayer for her to finally live freely. The great iron gates swing open. Let's go! As the carriages pull away, they are met by a crowd of cheering townspeople, wishing their young lord well on his journey. He arrived as a powerless, abused child. He leaves as a lord, a strategist, and a son. Hana, Romandro, and Nursarin stand together, the loyal foundation he has built, watching him go. Beric leans out the window, waving enthusiastically to the crowd. He suddenly realizes no one is cheering for him, and comically complains as the carriage pulls away down the long road to the capital. A long caravan cuts a path through a silent, snow-covered forest. This is the start of Ian's journey to the capital, a pivotal moment in his new life. But inside the lead carriage, the epic scale of the quest is completely lost on his bodyguard. Barrett groans, sprawled out dramatically. He complains that the boredom is going to drive him insane. The aide, Lomondor, just fires back that if he's so bored, he can always trade places with the coachman out in the cold. Outside, the coachman's voice cuts through the winter air, asking how much longer they have to stare at these endless trees. Lomondor confirms they still have about 10 days to go, and you can feel the collective sigh of a long road ahead. Ian, ever the calm center of the storm, tells Barrett to just hang in there, promising they'll stop at a village for the night. Instantly, Barrett's boredom vanishes, replaced by the eager excitement of a kid promised a treat. But Ian quickly manages his expectations. He clarifies that while it's a decent-sized town, there won't be any fighting pits or taverns. Just like that, Barrett's excitement deflates back into a miserable groan. Lomondor announces their next stop is a small city called Karena, but he warns that the entire Western Plains region they're entering has a bad reputation. He holds up an official notice, confirming a warning from Countess Mariloff. Bandits have been so active in the area that even supply caravans are having trouble getting through. The threat isn't just a rumor, it's a documented problem. Barrick scoffs, having assumed the Countess was just exaggerating. But Ian points out that forging an official document like this is no easy task. The danger is very real. A thrill of anticipation shoots through Barrick. A wide, eager grin spreads across his face as he grips his sword. He's practically vibrating with excitement at the thought of finally seeing some real bandits. Ian just gives him a deadpan stare, reminding him they haven't actually seen anyone yet. Barrick argues that with 3 bandit-ridden regions so close together, they're bound to run into trouble. And as much as Ian wants to disagree, a part of him knows Barrick is probably right. Lomondor studies the map, his face grim. He suggests that, with so much luggage and so few guards, their only option is to move fast and hope for the best. But Ian, staring out the window, quietly cuts him off. I don't think that's going to be an option. The lead horse lets out a sharp neigh, and the entire caravan grinds to a halt. The coachman calls down, asking if there's another village on the route that he didn't know about. Ian immediately asks for the map, spreading it out to get a clear view of their surroundings. Up ahead, tucked into a valley, sits a small, quiet village. Barrick, ever the optimist, thinks they've arrived early. But one look at the map tells a different story. Lomondor's brow furrows in confusion. There shouldn't be a village here. He confirms the map is only a year old and was accurate on his last trip. A settlement this size couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. This is a crucial detail. It means the village is not just unexpected, but intentionally placed. Barrick, impatient as ever, is ready to rush in for a hot meal. But Ian's voice cuts through his excitement, sharp and commanding. No, Barrick, don't move. In a single glance, Ian's mind deconstructs the scene. The forest provides perfect cover for an ambush. The narrow entrance forces them into a bottleneck. It's a classic, perfectly executed trap. Turn the horses around immediately, he orders. Start from the rear carriage. Everyone else, move now. The coachman shouts back that there's no room to turn the whole caravan. They'll have to unhook the horses and wagons one by one. It's slow and clumsy, but it's their only way out. As the men scramble to turn the caravan around, Barrick decides he has more pressing matters to attend to. He casually wanders away from the group, and disappears into the snowy woods. With his sword drawn, his senses are on high alert. His instincts are screaming that they aren't alone out here. Show yourself, he calls out into the silent trees. There's no point in hiding. A nearby bush rustles, and Barrick tenses, ready for a fight. A dark shape leaps out, and Barrick's sword flashes in response. But the creature that lands softly in the snow is the last thing he expected to see. Barrick just stares, utterly baffled. It's a small, fluffy white dog tilting its head with its tongue hanging out. A dog? He instantly relaxes, figuring it must be a lost pet from the fake village. He reaches out a hand, offering a friendly greeting. The dog gives his gloved hand a friendly lick, and then, in a clear, annoyed voice, it speaks. What a rude man, patting someone on the head without permission. Barrick freezes, his brain short-circuiting as he stumbles backward in shock. Just then, an aide calls out that the caravan is almost ready to leave, pulling Barrick back to reality. Back at the carriages, the drivers do a final check, noting how slippery the road has become. Suddenly, Ian whirls around, his expression furious. "Hey, stop right there, you mutt," he yells for Barrack, who comes jogging back with the little white dog struggling under his arm. Barrack is frantic, insisting that the dog can talk. The poor creature just looks terrified. Lomondor just sighs, assuming the long journey has finally made Barrack lose his mind. Ian tells him to get serious, but Barrack is completely convinced. He argues that in a world with magic, a talking dog shouldn't be that surprising. He shoves the dog toward Ian's face, pleading his case. "I'm telling the truth. It called me a rude man." Ian leans in, staring the dog dead in the eyes, and whispers a single command: "Talk." An incredibly awkward silence hangs in the air. The dog just stares back, not making a sound. Lomondor clears his throat and quietly backs away, pretending he saw nothing. Ian shoots him a withering glare. He tells Barrack to stop wasting time. But as Barrack continues to argue, the dog decides it's had enough and sinks its teeth right into his hand. "You little pest!" Barrack yells, dropping the dog as it makes a break for it. It pauses, turning back with a surprisingly fierce snarl. "You insolent fools! I thought you were better than this." "Ugh, I take it all back," it shouts, before vanishing into the trees, leaving the three of them frozen in absolute, undeniable shock. The dog kicks up a cloud of snow as it disappears from sight. Barrack is triumphant. "See, I told you it talks." Lomondor, pale as a sheet, can only stammer that the dog, it really spoke. The coachman, having missed the entire exchange, just chuckles, thinking Lomondor is making a weird joke as he urges everyone to get moving. Barrack nurses his bitten hand. Ian demands to know what just happened, but Barrack is just as lost. All he knows is that for a little thing, it has a surprisingly strong bite. Ian's mind races, trying to classify the creature. A demi-human? A divine beast? No, it felt too insignificant. This moment reveals the limits of even his archmage knowledge. Some things in this world are still a mystery to him. And then a chilling thought strikes him. "Didn't you feel that?" he whispers to Barrack. It felt like someone else was here. The dog wasn't the only one watching them. He whips his head around, scanning the empty woods, but finds nothing. Barrack, oblivious, just wants to get back on the warm wagon. But Ian knows better. As the caravan finally pulls away, a shadowy figure observes their retreat from a distance. They may have escaped the bandits' trap, but they've just stumbled into a much deeper conspiracy, attracting the attention of a mysterious third party. After narrowly escaping a trap that was never supposed to be there, Ian's caravan finally reaches the town of Karenna as dusk settles over the mountains. The long, unsettling day is finally coming to an end. The men start unloading the wagons, the exhaustion of the journey clear on their faces. For now, they've found a moment of safety. Lomondor checks on Barrack's hand, still sore from the dog bite. Ian dryly comments that it's what he gets for grabbing a random animal. Barrack's pride is still stung. "That was no random dog," he snaps back. "It talked." Ian just waves it off, suggesting it was probably some minor curse or enchantment. But the memory of that furious little dog is still fresh in their minds. But even as he says it, Ian knows a powerful sorcerer wouldn't be hiding out in a remote place like this. For a moment, they're just two kids from a small territory, completely baffled by the strangeness of the world. A cheerful voice cuts through their thoughts. "Welcome to the Nimble Pig Inn." A friendly woman rushes out to greet them, and Ian confirms she's the owner. He explains the size of their large party, asking if she has room. She assures him that with no other guests, it's no problem at all. It seems their luck might finally be turning. The inn is cozy, but noticeably empty. The owner explains that with all the bandit scares lately, travelers have become a rare sight. She asks if they're just staying for the night, and Ian confirms. After a quick calculation for their whole crew horses, wagons, rooms, and meals, she quotes him a price of 1 gold coin. Ian drops the coin into her hand without a second thought. Her eyes widen in genuine surprise and gratitude at the generous payment. Beaming, she promises to give them the best service and immediately offers to get the bathwater heated. Ian tells her not to spare any expense on the firewood. Barrack is already shouting for food, his energy returning at the promise of a hot meal. The innkeeper just laughs and leads them up to their rooms. They head up a sturdy wooden staircase, the simple comforts of the inn, a welcome relief. The moment Barrack sees the bed in their room, he lets out a triumphant shout and dives onto it, completely spent. The owner brings in a tray of snacks, a small gesture of hospitality that feels deeply comforting after their ordeal. Just as she's about to leave, Ian stops her. He has a question, and the answer will change everything. He gets straight to the point. "On our way here, we passed a village that wasn't on our map. We thought it might be a bandit hideout. Do you know anything about it? The woman's warm smile fades. A village. Ah, you must be talking about Daniil. The name hangs in the air with a sudden weight. She explains that Daniil wouldn't be on any new maps. A few years ago, the village was completely abandoned after every single person living there died. Ian leans in, his focus absolute. How did they die? The innkeeper hesitates. That's the strange part. She tells them the villagers were discovered lying neatly side by side. There were no wounds, no signs of a struggle, just an entire village, silent and dead. Investigators came all the way from the imperial palace. She recalls their official conclusion was mass food poisoning, but she scoffs at the idea. It just didn't make any sense. She shrugs, saying that when the palace makes a ruling, you don't argue. Besides, it was the Ministry of Magic that handled the case, so it must have been a proper investigation. Ian's expression hardens. The Ministry of Magic, the corrupt government body controlled by his greatest enemy, Second Prince Gale. Their involvement here is no coincidence. The innkeeper confirms a mage came personally to investigate, given the scale of the tragedy. She chatters on about how amazing mages are, talking about summoning lightning and thunder. Her innocent misconception is so off the mark that Barrick bursts out laughing, and even Ian cracks a small smile. She assures them the investigation was thorough and that hygiene in the region has been top-notch ever since. But Ian isn't listening anymore. His mind is racing. This is all wrong. The Ministry of Magic doesn't handle field investigations. They deal with magical policy and administration. Sending a mage was a deliberate act, not of investigation, but of concealment. This was a cover-up. The innkeeper leaves, promising to call them for dinner. The door clicks shut, leaving them alone with the chilling implications of what they've just learned. Barrick, munching on a snack, wonders aloud if the talking dog is living in that abandoned village all by itself. He then raises a crucial question. If everyone in the village is dead, who's been feeding the dog all this time? The mystery only deepens. Barrick offers a snack to Ian, who is lost in thought and simply waves it away. You seem surprisingly worried about that dog, Ian notes. Barrick immediately gets defensive, claiming it's not concern, it's intel gathering. Then, his anger resurfaces. That little mutt bit me. If I ever see it again, I'll finish it for good. Ian just sighs, doubting there will ever be a next time. Just then, Lomondor knocks and pops his head in. He tells them he's heading out to find a proper drink, since the inn only serves beer. Ian gives him some money, telling him to treat the men, but to make sure the coachmen don't overdo it. He warns Lomondor to take it easy himself, reminding him of their early start. With a cheerful wave, Lomondor heads out into the night. With a full stomach and a soft bed, Barrick stretches out happily, joking that this is the life. And just like that, he's dead to the world, snoring softly. The peace feels earned, but fragile. Ian looks out the window at the quiet town, then back at Barrick, who has taken over the entire bed. He lets out a quiet sigh. A short while later, Ian has managed to find a sliver of space on the bed. The room is still and quiet. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. A loud crash from downstairs shatters the peace, followed by the sharp clang of metal and a woman's terrified scream. Ian is on his feet in an instant, every nerve-ending screaming danger. He shakes Barrick hard. "Wake up!" Barrick just mumbles groggily, asking if it's time for dinner again. Another crash echoes from below, and this time, Barrick is wide awake. His swordsman instincts take over, and he grabs his blade, ready for battle in a single motion. He kicks the door open, a blur of deadly grace. They stand back to back, weapons drawn, ready for whatever is coming. Something smashes through a nearby door, splintering the wood. A grotesque, bare foot steps out of the shadows. Barrick spins, his sword a silver arc. He shoves the attacker back, gritting his teeth. Across the room, his blood runs cold. His eyes widen in disbelief and horror. No. The attacker stumbles into the light. Its skin is gray and decaying, its movements stiff and wrong. A low, guttural growl escapes its throat. In that horrifying moment, Ian understands. This is no bandit. Why is there an undead in a place like this? A low, guttural growl rumbles from its throat. But as Ian listens, something clicks. He freezes. He's heard that strange, rasping tone before. The dog's arrogant voice echoes in his memory. "I've misjudged you." The connection seems impossible, yet his instincts are screaming that it's real. Ian's eyes widen. The dog, the fake village, and now this undead creature. They're all pieces of the same terrifying puzzle. Before he can process this revelation, the door creaks open, and a man in a dark hood steps inside. He eyes their wagons and horses downstairs, his voice deceptively casual. "Ah, there you are." A smirk plays on his lips as he takes in their fine clothes. He asks where they're from and where they're going, but his tone makes it clear this isn't a conversation. It's an interrogation. Barrett just stares back, his expression a mix of confusion and pure annoyance. Another problem, right after the last one. The bandit leader tightens his grip on his dagger, imagining the gold they must be carrying in their 10 wagons. This should have been an easy night's work. He takes a step forward, but stops short. The undead creature is standing directly in his path, blocking him. The bandit just stares, completely bewildered by the interruption. He tries to wave the creature away, annoyed by the delay. But the undead doesn't budge, letting out another low, rattling growl. The bandit's patience snaps. With an irritated click of his tongue, he decides to remove the obstacle himself and whips his blade in a sharp, clean arc. The blade slices through the undead's shoulder with a sickening sound. The creature is thrown back by the force of the strike, but the bandit just mutters under his breath about what a pain this is. As the undead lies on the floor, its eyes are vacant. There's no blood, no cry of pain. It's just an empty shell. Ian watches, completely calm. He isn't scared, he's fascinated. This isn't just any ghoul. This is something far more advanced, a product of sophisticated, forbidden magic. The room falls deathly silent. Bandit signals for his men to move in. They think they have the element of surprise. They are tragically mistaken. In a flash of red hair and steel, Barrick explodes into motion. He crosses the room before the bandits can even raise their weapons, slamming into the leader and knocking him off balance. Before the man can recover, Barrick has him pinned to the floor, the cold edge of his sword pressed to his throat. "All right," Barrick growls. "Start talking." What is going on here? Ian stands back, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the chaos. This brawl is just a symptom of a much larger problem. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from downstairs, followed by a chorus of panicked screams. The sounds of a full-scale raid erupt from below. The entire inn has been overrun. Ian turns to Barrick, his voice as calm as if he were discussing the weather. "Barrick, there are bandits downstairs." He glances out the window. So that was it. The feeling of being watched all day. These amateurs must have spotted their caravan and waited for nightfall to strike. A predictable, sloppy ambush. Barrick looks up, a slow, dawning realization on his face. And then, a wicked, bloodthirsty grin spreads across his lips. This isn't a threat, it's an invitation. In other words, he says, his voice alight with excitement, "We get to kill them all, right?" Ian gently stops his arm. "No," he says calmly, "leave a few alive. I have questions." For Ian, information has always been the most valuable weapon. With a powerful kick, Barrick sends the door flying off its hinges and leaps down into the chaos below. Downstairs, the bandits are terrorizing the staff, completely unprepared for the storm about to break over their heads. Suddenly, a sword flashes through the air, plunging deep into a bandit's leg and pinning him to the floorboards. He screams in agony, staring at the blade in disbelief. Before the others can react, Barrick vaults over a table, landing gracefully in the center of the room. He pivots instantly, his heel connecting with another bandit's jaw with a sickening crunch. The man is sent flying, his head smashing into the floor. The remaining bandits can only stare in shock, their confidence shattered. "Don't just stand there, get him!" one yells, and they charge forward. A disorganized mob against a single deadly warrior. Barrick's blade becomes a blur, a whirlwind of lethal, precise strikes. A feral grin is plastered on his face as he effortlessly cuts them down. He is a one-man army, and he is having the time of his life. While Barrick enjoys the fight, Ian kneels beside the spot where the undead fell. The brawl is just a distraction. This is the real mystery. He muses that necromancy is rare in this part of the world. So how did these common bandits not realize they had an undead creature in their ranks? He stands, looking between the fight and the empty space. Could it be a coincidence? Did the bandits and the undead just happen to attack at the exact same time? His thoughts circle back to the one solid clue he has: the voice. The undead's groan was identical to the talking dog's speech. He can't ignore it. To solve this, he realizes he needs to get personally involved. Another crash from outside shakes the inn. Ian, now wrapped in his cloak, turns toward the sound. The time for passive observation is over. He glances down at the fight. Barrick is clearly having fun, but Ian hopes he remembers the order to leave some survivors for questioning. Just then, Lomondor scrambles up the stairs, his face pale with terror, shouting their names. He bursts into the room and freezes, taking in the scene of two boys standing calmly amidst a pile of defeated men. Ian, what in the world is going on? But then his eyes dart around, and a new, more practical horror dawns on him. Wait a minute, he stammers, his voice trembling. Our wagons, our supplies, they're gone. Barrick's battle height instantly vanishes, replaced by pure shock. At that exact moment, a flicker of light from outside grows brighter. Flames begin to crawl up the walls of the inn. The raid wasn't the attack, it was the diversion. Ian and Barrick rush to the window to see what's happening. And what Ian sees makes his eyes go wide with a look of pure, unfiltered surprise, an expression almost never seen on the former Archmage's face. Standing in front of the now empty, burning stables, Ian knows this is very, very bad. Barrick runs a hand through his hair, his voice a low growl of pure frustration. Darn it. Everything we own was in those wagons. And he's right. It wasn't just luggage. It was their entire mission, official documents for the palace, priceless mana stones, and a fortune in gold to fund their stay in the capital. Everything is gone. Ian immediately snaps into commander mode, his voice cutting through the rising panic. He points to one of his men. You, find Romandro now. Gather everyone. The soldier takes off without a second's hesitation. Barrick turns to him, practically vibrating with the need for action. Ian, what about me? A cold, calculated plan is already forming behind Ian's eyes. Barrick, you will. Just then, a retreating bandit spots the town guard finally arriving and shouts for his men to fall back. Their job as a diversion is over. Catch every single one of them, Ian finishes, his voice dangerously low. Barrick's eyes light up with a savage glee. Can I kill them? He asks, a wide grin spreading across his face. Ian doesn't blink. That would be even better. A wicked smile dawns on Barrick's face. He's just been given permission to unleash hell. With an explosive burst of speed, he launches himself from the balcony, landing on the street below with a ground-shaking thud. The bandits scramble, stunned by his sudden, terrifying appearance. They have no idea what just hit them. They try to form a defensive line, but it's like trying to stop a tidal wave with a picket fence. Barrick gets right in one bandit's face, his sword a blur, and his voice a low, terrifying promise. If you even think about running, I will kill every last one of you, he roars, his blade already swinging through the air, a silver arc of destruction. One of the bandits musters his courage, calling Barrick a madman as he swings a heavy axe. Barrick catches the axe handle with one hand, his grip like iron, stopping the blow cold. The bandit's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at his raw power. With a powerful twist, Barrick disarms him and sends him flying with a devastating kick. As the man hits the ground, defeated, Ian watches the chaos from above, his expression calm and unreadable. Suddenly, Lomondor grabs his arm, his face pale with a new kind of terror. Ian, over there! Out on the street, another undead creature shambles forward, drawn by the commotion. Its jerky, unnatural movements turn the air cold. Lomondor is shaking. What is that thing? Ian's reply is chillingly calm. You've heard of the undead, haven't you? The word hits Lomondor like a physical blow. An undead? The creature lunges, but Ian is faster. A brilliant, golden light erupts from his hand, swirling with divine power. For a split second, a single, shimmering tear escapes the undead's eye, as if the soul trapped within is finally finding peace. A blast of holy magic slams into the creature, engulfing it in a blinding, purifying light. Ian stands perfectly still as the undead dissolves into harmless wisps around him. He is completely in control. Lomondor rushes over, asking if he's all right. Ian just gestures to the chaos. I'm fine. Go find Romandro. Now. Right, Lomondor says, hurrying off, still reeling from witnessing real magic firsthand. Ian steps over a fallen bandit, his mind already working. It seems in the heat of battle, no one else even noticed the creature was an undead. It makes sense. Necromancy is an obscure, forbidden art. To a common bandit or guard, it would just look like another strangely resilient foe. His attention turns back to the remains of the first bandit, the one killed by the undead upstairs. He kneels down, his eyes scanning the area with practiced intensity. There has to be a clue here. Something was left behind. His gaze stops, locking onto the bandit's clothes. There, something is caught on the man's tunic. Ian carefully reaches down, his gloved fingers pinching the small object. His eyes narrow. a flicker of recognition. A shocking theory begins to form. He holds it up to the light. It's a single, coiled strand of coarse, grayish-white hair. He stares at it, the pieces clicking into place. This hair. It can't be. And just like that, he has his answer. The talking dog is no mere magical beast. It's the mastermind. Outside, the fighting has died down, replaced by the grim aftermath of the raid. The townspeople begin to emerge, tending to the wounded amidst the wreckage. Barrick returns, licking a streak of blood from his lips with grim satisfaction. But his good mood sours as he remembers their loss. Darn it! We've been completely cleaned out. Ian meets him by the horses, his tone urgent. Barrick, let's go. Romandro is still missing. Barrick scoffs. What if he's dead? Try saying that to his face, Ian retorts dryly. Just then, a loud voice interrupts them. Hey, you two! A large man in guard's armor stomps towards them. You're outsiders, aren't you? Ian looks him over, completely unimpressed. That's right, and you must be the captain of the guard. The captain is clearly annoyed by the kid's lack of respect, but the intimidating warrior standing beside him makes him hold his tongue. He puffs out his chest. I am Yulan, captain of the guards. I appreciate the help, but I'll need to confirm your identities. Ian produces an official document bearing a heavy imperial seal. I am Ayat. We are en route to the capital for the New Year's gathering, and we are looking for our companion, Romandro, an advisor from the Imperial Palace. The moment the words, Imperial Palace, leave his lips, all the color drains from Ulan's face. The captain snaps into a deep, panicked bow. My apologies. Please forgive my rudeness. Ian presses his advantage, his voice turning to ice. Why did your guards fail to act during this attack? And why have I lost all my wagons carrying goods for the palace? Ulan sweats, stammering excuses of outstretched resources. But Ian cuts him off. This is a serious diplomatic incident. Where is your mayor? He demands. Ulan starts to make another excuse but is cut short. A frantic voice screams Ian's name. Romandro comes running up, looking like he's aged 10 years in the last hour. I was just having a drink, he gasps, when all hell broke loose. I swear I saw the gates of the underworld. Barrett grins, patting an unamused Ian on the head. You seem fine enough, Romandro explodes. Fine? You idiot, I almost died. He collects himself. So our wagons were stolen. They must have been targeting us from the start. The raid was just a diversion. Ian asks if their men are safe. Romandro confirms they are, but some of the coachmen are still missing. Ian turns back to the captain, his authority absolute. Ulan, clean up this mess, and have the mayor report to us immediately. Ulan can only bow and say, Understood. Ian swings onto a horse. I'm making a quick trip to Danil. Romandro looks completely lost. Danil? Where's that? The abandoned village we passed earlier, Ian explains as Barrick mounts up. It seems it wasn't a bandit hideout after all. Ian looks back, his eyes burning with cold purpose under the dark sky. I'm going to find the dog. The rest is in your hands, Romandro, he says, and with a kick, he and Barrick gallop into the night. Romandro can only watch them go, left alone to deal with the guards, the bodies, and a missing mayor. Please! He screams after them, his voice filled with desperation. You have to find the wagons, but they are already gone, hunting for something far more important than gold. Under the cold light of a full moon, the abandoned village of Danil is deathly silent. The only sound is the soft crunch of hooves on frozen ground as Ian and Barrick arrive, the air thick with unspoken secrets. Barrick shivers, fuming about the thieves who stole their warm cloaks and forced them out into the bitter cold. But Ian remains perfectly calm, a warm, golden light blooming in his palm to push back the darkness. Barrick's angry rant dies in his throat. He just stares, completely stunned by the casual display of magic. Ian doesn't even look back, simply telling him to stay close. You can just do that, Barrick finally stammers, still in disbelief. Ian explains, it's just a basic application of mana, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Wait a second, Barrick sputters. Then why have we been fumbling with lanterns this whole time? Ian's dry response cuts deep. If Barrick had actually remembered to pack a lantern, he would have used it. Ian's mind is already on the mission. He recalls the official story from the Ministry of Magic, mass food poisoning, a simple, clean explanation designed to stop any further questions. But as they walk the empty streets, the lie becomes obvious. There are no signs of a struggle, no bodies, no decay. For a place where an entire population died, Danil is suspiciously neat. The official story is falling apart. Ian stops in front of a specific house, his voice low. "Barrack, go inside this one." Barrack points at himself, confused. "Me? Why this house?" Ian points to a small opening at the bottom of the door. "It has a pet door." Understanding dawns on Barrack's face. He tells Ian to stand back and kicks the door clean off its hinges. His eyes scan the dark interior, his senses on high alert for any threat. "Nothing in here," he declares loudly. Ian just sighs. Some things, it seems, will never change. They decide to investigate the house together. Inside, everything is covered in a thin layer of dust, but is otherwise untouched. It's as if the owners simply vanished into thin air. With Ian's magic lighting the way, they step further inside, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. Barrack stops by a shelf, his eyes catching something. "Ian, look at this," he calls out, picking up a small, dusty frame. He holds it up. "I think someone used to live here," he says thoughtfully, "with the dog." The photo shows a young man with striking blue hair and pointed ears, gently holding a small, fluffy white dog. Suddenly, a sharp, furious bark shatters the silence. There, in the doorway, stands the little white dog, bristling with rage. "How dare you barge into someone else's home?" it growls. Barrack jumps, startled. "You scared me!" The dog just snaps back, calling him an intruder. Ian steps forward, his voice calm. "My apologies for entering without permission. Are you the guardian of this place?" But Barrack isn't having it. "Why are we apologizing? It bit me." Ignoring him, Ian locks eyes with the dog. "I believe you wanted to speak with us. I also have questions for you. However," he adds, his tone turning serious, "before we talk, let me confirm one thing." The dog watches him, listening intently. "What is your relationship with the Ministry of Magic?" The question hangs in the air, sharp and direct. Ian clarifies, showing he's not an enemy. "I'm a mage, but I am not affiliated with them. In fact, you could say we walk very different paths." He holds up the photo. "Is the boy in this picture one of your people?" The dog's ears perk up, recognizing the traditional clothing of Astana. Ian confirms he's been there, noting the distinctive blue hair and clothes. This display of knowledge instantly earns him a bit of the dog's trust. The dog explains that the people of Astana live free in a canyon known as the Edge of the World. Ian leans in, his expression turning serious. Additionally, he lowers his voice, delivering the final piece of the puzzle. "They pass down the traditions of necromancy." The dog freezes. Ian knows everything. Ian pets the dog gently, his voice now soft. "Shall we talk? My name is Ian, and that one is Barrack." A ghostly image of the blue-haired boy appears behind the dog as it speaks. "I am Hasharang Tokuntai. You can call me Hasha." They move to the kitchen, sitting across from each other. "A pleasure, Hasha," Ian begins. "Let me ask you something. The boy from the photo, he became an undead and was with the bandits who attacked the inn. Are you working with those bandits?" Hasha rears back, barking furiously. "Nonsense! Then he wasn't your master?" Ian presses. Hasha snaps back. "No!" With a proud puff of his chest, Hasha makes a stunning declaration. "I am the boy in that photo." Barrack is floored. "What? Seriously?" He points at Hasha, confused. "But you look like a 10-year-old in the picture." Ian calmly explains that the people of Astana have long lifespans. Though he looks young, Hasha is likely over 30. "Yes, you little brat," Hasha yells, and with a sharp snap, he bites Barrack's hand for a second time. Once the chaos subsides, Ian gets back to the point. "Hasha, if you are from Astana, what are you doing all the way out here? And what happened to your body?" Hasha's anger fades, replaced by a deep sadness. His story begins with a formal invitation sent from the Ministry of Magic. By royal decree, his grandmother, the clan leader, brought him all the way to the capital city of Burial. At first, it was a dream come true. The capital was a world of wonders, and with the ministry's backing, he could study necromancy freely. But that peace was built on a lie. The head of the ministry, a woman named Wesley, made a horrifying proposal to begin experimenting with necromancy on living subjects. Hasha explains that their magic is meant for the dead. To use it on the living is a perversion of nature, a path that leads only to destruction. His people refused. His grandmother led them away from the capital, seeking refuge here in Danil. But the ministry would not let them go so easily. A footstep echoed in the past, signaling the end of their freedom. A voice dripping with contempt called them annoying Astana pests. They had been found. Agents from the ministry, clad in their green and white robes, cornered them, reporting back that their targets were secured. One of them spotted the young Hasha, hiding in fear. "Oh, this one is still a child," he said with a chilling smile. But another agent pointed out that there were no children on their list of test subjects. The first agent looked at Hasha with cold, calculating eyes. "Then perhaps we should cast necromancy on him instead?" The order was given. The necromancers who had sided with the ministry were brought in. A vision flashes before his eyes, as a swirling vortex of dark magic consumed him, twisting his body into this new, cursed form. He looks at Ian, his small face filled with a sorrow far older than his appearance. "That," he says, his voice heavy with the weight of his past, "is how I paid the price for defying the ministry." Hasha's tragic story comes to a grim conclusion. The necromancy ritual went wrong, and in the chaos, his soul was forcibly transferred into the only other living creature in the room, his pet dog, Rookie. He explains that the ministry mages never realized their mistake. They simply assumed he had died. Before leaving, they poisoned the village well, ensuring that Daniel would remain a silent, empty grave, its secrets buried forever. Ian listens, his expression hardening. It was a perfect cover-up. After slaughtering the refugees, the ministry sent a fake investigation team to declare it an accident. The conspiracy, he realizes, runs deeper and is far more brutal than he ever imagined. Hasha continues his tale. His original body, corrupted by the failed ritual, rose as an undead. Trapped in his dog's form, he could only watch over his own corpse, a lonely guardian in a dead village. He guarded it day and night until one day a group of bandits stumbled upon the village. They took his body, and in his small, powerless form, there was nothing he could do to stop them. "Did they steal it on purpose?" Ian asks. Hasha shakes his head. He explains that, at first, the bandits were terrified of the undead, afraid of drawing the attention of the local guards. They tried to destroy his body, attacking it repeatedly, but they soon discovered it was indestructible. Realizing they had stumbled upon an immortal weapon, they took it with them. Eventually, the bandits learned how to use crude necromancy, likely taught by the traders from Hasha's own clan. "Because of that," Hasha says, "I was able to see through my body's eyes." The link between a necromancer and his corpse is strong. Every time the bandits used his body, he saw what they saw. That's how he witnessed the attack on the inn. He lowers his head, his voice filled with a desperate plea. "Please, help me," he says, looking up at them with pleading eyes. "I just need someone to properly lay my body to rest." Ian just looks at him, his face a calm, unreadable mask. A plan is already clicking into place in his mind. Barrack, however, is clearly moved. "Man, that's a sad story," he says, pulling out a piece of jerky. "Here, eat this and cheer," he yelps as Hasha bites his hand again, furious. "How dare you treat me like a common dog?" Barrack explodes in frustration. He's the one who's going to be fighting and bleeding for this mission, and this little mutt can't even show a shred of gratitude. Ian cuts through the bickering, his voice sharp and focused. "All right, things are coming together now." He lays out the new mission, simple and direct. Hasha finds his body, and they find their stolen wagons. 2 objectives, 1 target. In that case, Barrack holds Hasha up. "So, do you know where the bandits are now?" Hasha perks up, a confident sparkle in his eye. "Of course I do. I do have a dog's nose after all," he declares proudly. Under a vast, moonlit sky, 3 figures ride through the dark forest, a shared purpose driving them forward. They arrive at a ridge overlooking a sprawling, well-established bandit camp. "Wow," Barrack remarks, "they're certainly living comfortably out here." Ian suggests they go back to Karenna for reinforcements, but Barrack scoffs at the idea. Waiting for the incompetent town guard is not an option. Barrack stares down at the camp, a dangerous glint in his eye. "We don't need backup. We just need to kill them all." He points out that while their mana stones are safe, the official documents are not. If the bandits burn them as evidence, their entire mission is compromised. He leans in close to Ian, his voice full of mock concern for their advisor back in town. "Poor Romandro might lose his job." Ian just gives him a deadpan look. Ian turns back to Hasha. "Can you sense your body from here?" Hasha's expression turns serious as he focuses his senses. "Yes, I can feel its energy." He pinpoints the location. "It's in the large tent right in the center of the camp." Barrack suddenly points toward the wagons. "Ian, look, they're already going through our things. They're going to burn the documents." Ian calmly tells him to relax. A wicked grin spreads across Ian's face. He gives the order. "Don't let the leader get away." Make sure this goes smoothly. Barrack draws his sword, a feral grin of his own plastered across his face. I'll clear the way, he snarls. Take your time. Down in the camp, two guards warm themselves by a fire, completely oblivious. One of them looks up into the darkness, sensing something. What is that? A figure descends from the sky like a specter of vengeance, his cloak billowing around him. Barrack lands with explosive force, taking out the first man with a single, devastating kick. The camp erupts into chaos as the bandits scramble, trying to figure out who or what just attacked them. The guard on watch grits his teeth. What kind of idiot? Before he can finish, Barrack's blade flashes, and a spray of blood paints the dirt. Who are you? The bandit screams as Barrack lands, already moving to the next target. Another bandit charges forward, swinging a heavy axe. This arrogant little punk. Barrack ducks under the clumsy swing with impossible speed. He meets the bandit's gaze, his own eyes burning with primal fury. With a flash of red light, Barrack unleashes a wave of pure mana, blasting the man backward. The bandit stares at his empty hands, completely bewildered. He looks up to see Barrack standing over him. Hey, Barrack says, his voice dangerously low. Weren't you at the inn in Karena today? A horrifying realization crosses Barrack's face, his eyes glowing with rage. I let one of you get away? How annoying, he hisses, and his blade flashes down. He turns to the remaining bandits, his voice a low growl. Are there any more? Come out! He points his blood-soaked sword at them, a terrifying grin on his face. I made myself clear earlier, he says, his voice a deadly promise. If you run, you die. Panic erupts as the bandits scream for backup. While the chaos unfolds, Ian stands off to the side, holding Hasha, but then Ian's smile fades as he watches Barrack's rampage. Hasha looks up at him, confused. Ian, what is it? Ian muses to himself. Barrack's personality is extreme. He feels no fear, only a savage joy in battle. Even for a magic swordsman, his bloodlust is unusual. It's a trait that might not serve him well in the cutthroat politics of the capital. As Barrack continues his slaughter, Ian decides it's time to make his own move. He crouches, setting Hasha down. I need to check the wagons first. Hasha nods in understanding. A bandit guard runs toward the wagons to see what the commotion is about. A brilliant flash of light erupts. A blast of golden magic sends the guard flying, knocked out cold but alive. Ian lands gracefully beside the unconscious man. He inspects the wagon, a relieved look on his face. Good. The chest and the documents are all safe. With their supplies secured, Hasha makes a break for the main tent to retrieve his body. He freezes in the entrance, his eyes wide. A massive, intimidating figure stands with his back to him. He turns slowly. What is all this commotion? A large man with a thick beard and a nasty scar across his face glares down at him. And what do we have here? He asks, his eyes narrowing. A dog? Hasha is frozen in terror, face to face with the bandit leader. The bandit leader effortlessly scoops Hasha up by the scruff of his neck. Where did you come from? He grunts, annoyed. He holds the trembling dog up, muttering that his men must be drunk to let a stray just wander into their headquarters. But then his eyes shift. He senses another presence in the tent. Standing calmly beside a stolen wagon is a small, blonde-haired boy, looking completely unfazed by the chaos. The bandit leader's eyes narrow. And who are you? Hey, he bellows, finally realizing his camp has been infiltrated. Just then, Barrack steps through the entrance, his sword dripping, a terrifyingly calm look on his face. The warm-up is over. A wicked, blood-splattered grin spreads across his face, his teeth bared like a predator's. So, you're the boss? He asks, his voice a low, eager growl. The bandit leader's eyes go wide. He recognizes the fiery red hair, the murderous aura. His face twists with rage and disbelief. You pest! Who in the world are you? He roars, realizing they're all working together. He doesn't get to finish. With a flash of steel, Barrack is on him, his blades swinging in a vicious arc. The leader grunts, barely managing to block the lightning-fast strike. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the air, and with a deafening crack, the leader's sword shatters into pieces. The two men are locked in a moment of pure, violent intensity. The bandit is stunned, while Barrack just grins, relishing the fight. You little punk, the leader snarls, shoving Barrack back with all his might. But Barrack is faster. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, slamming a brutal kick into the leader's gut. The man chokes, the air knocked from his lungs as he stumbles backward. Barrack lands gracefully, a predatory look in his eyes. Ah, I knew it, he says with a satisfied smirk. It's always more fun to beat up the strong ones. He looks at the leader, who is clutching his stomach in pain. Don't you agree? Don't get cocky, the leader roars, charging forward in a blind rage. He swings wildly, but Barrack ducks under the blow with contemptuous ease. A wild, ecstatic grin splits Barrack's face. He is having the time of his life. He catches the leader's arm, his grip like a steel trap. Twisting the man's arm, he uses his own momentum against him and drives his fist forward. The punch connects squarely with the leader's jaw. With a sickening crack, the bandit's head snaps back. A single thought flashes through his mind. This kid isn't just strong, he's completely insane. Ian watches from the side, completely unfazed, as if this is just another Tuesday. Just as Barrack raises his fist for the finishing blow, Ian's voice cuts in. "Barrack, don't kill him. I have questions." Barrack cheerfully replies, "Okay," and brings his fist down anyway, knocking the leader out cold. Ian's eyes narrow. The real work is about to begin. He looks around the tent. "Hasha?" He pulls back a heavy flap leading to an inner chamber. Inside, Hasha sits quietly before a stone throne. Slumped on that throne is his own undead body, motionless and empty. Hasha looks up at the corpse, his voice small and somber. "Oh, so this is what it's like to be dead." He turns away, a look of grim acceptance on his face. "I suppose I have no choice. It's time to let this body return to nature." Ian steps inside. "Are you sure?" he asks gently. "If we purify this body, there's no guarantee your soul will be able to remain in this world." Hasha is resolute. He doesn't want this body to fall into the wrong hands ever again. This is the only way to be sure. Ian is silent for a moment, honoring the weight of his decision. A warm, gentle light gathers in Ian's palm. "Hasha," he says, his voice soft but firm, "I will respect your choice." He releases a powerful wave of purification magic. The undead body crumbles into dust, its long ordeal finally over. For a fleeting moment, a vision of Hasha's true form appears, a single tear of gratitude on his cheek as he fades away, finally at peace with his fate. There is no turning back now. He is a soul that should have passed on but couldn't, now trapped in the body of a dog, forever separated from his own form. A lonely existence, but one he has now chosen. Outside, Barrack drops the unconscious bandit leader to the ground with a heavy thud. He looks around at the aftermath of the fight, his eyes scanning the fallen weapons. His gaze lands on the bandit leader's sword. It's a strange, beautifully crafted blade, completely black from hilt to tip. He picks it up, feeling its perfect balance in his hand. He gives it a test swing, a look of admiration on his face. "Now that's an interesting sword," he muses to himself. Ian walks out of the tent, and Barrack immediately holds it up. "Ian, I've never seen a black sword before. Do you know what it is?" Ian just shrugs. "How should I know?" He offers a few theories. A master blacksmith's signature, a rare magical ore. But Barrack just scoffs. He's not listening anymore. He's captivated. The sword feels like it was made for him, light, slim, and perfectly balanced. His eyes light up. "Ian, I want this," he declares, explaining that his own sword broke during the fight. Ian sighs. "Fine, you need a proper weapon. But there's a catch. You'll have to pay for it once we get back." "Pay?" Barrack asks, confused. Ian explains his plan. All the bandits' loot will be confiscated and used to fund their own territory. "So," Ian says with a smirk, "I'll be deducting the cost of that sword from your meal allowance." Barrack's jaw drops. "What? You're taking away my food!" He immediately wilts at the thought of smaller portions. Ian just watches, amused. He really must want it. "Does it suit you?" Ian asks. Barrack perks up. "It's black, so it won't show bloodstains. I like it." Sometimes, a warrior finds a weapon that feels like an extension of their own soul. It seems Barrack has just found his. With the camp secured, Ian gets back to business. "All right, Barrack, go get Ramondro and the defense team. We need to clean this place up. And also," he says, turning to the unconscious bandit leader. Barrack grabs the man by the hair, a vicious smile on his face. "Let's have a little chat with him." The interrogation is about to begin. The bandit leader, Luger, struggles against his grip, screaming for Barrack to let him go. But Barrack just drags him along effortlessly, telling him to save his energy. He shoves Luger to the ground, pressing the cold, flat edge of the blade against his throat. "Why don't we just talk?" he asks, his voice deceptively calm. Luger can only stare in terror at the weapon. That's my sword." Ian steps forward, his small frame commanding the scene. From now on, he says, his voice cutting through the night, you will answer all of my questions truthfully. He looks down at the captured man, his green eyes glowing with an intensity that promises a world of pain. If you don't, he warns, I will send you straight to the underworld myself. The interrogation begins. Ian gets straight to the point. How were you able to use necromancy with only the corpse? Luger just looks confused. Lying already? Ian's voice is sharp, laced with impatience. Barrack immediately presses the sword harder against Luger's neck. Luger panics, shouting, Wait! I didn't steal anything. I was just following orders. Ian crouches down, his gaze unwavering. Followed whose orders? Luger stammers that he doesn't know. Luger starts to explain. At first, he just thought he'd found a useful tool, a body that couldn't be killed. So he took the body to a slave trader, hoping to sell his immortal soldier for a high price. Ian's eyes narrow. A slave trader? And they helped you? Luger nods frantically. Yes, that's right. He explains that the traders told him he could use the body to create an army of undead. All he had to do was provide them with a steady supply of fresh corpses, something a bandit leader has no trouble acquiring. Ian puts the pieces together instantly. So you struck a deal. You provide the bodies, and in exchange, they taught you the ritual and took the new undead off your hands. Luger is desperate to save his own skin. I swear, I don't know what they did with them afterwards. We just saw it as a way to make some extra coin. What was the name of the slave trading group? Ian demands. Luger hesitates, then spits out a single name. Parkins. Barrack immediately slams his fist into Luger's face, knocking him out cold. He glares down at the unconscious man. Is that really all you've got? Luger just whimpers the name again. Barrack looks over at Ian with a proud, toothy grin, like a dog that just did a trick. See, Ian? I'm doing my job! Ian just stares back, completely unimpressed. The interrogation continues. How does the ritual work? Ian asks. Luger explains they needed about 10 bodies to make one undead, and oddly, the bodies couldn't be bald. At the mention of hair, Hasha's ears perk up. Hasha steps forward, his voice firm. That's my ritual. Every necromancer's methods are unique. Mine uses hair as a catalyst. Barrack just smirks. Well, I guess that's good news for bald people. Ian looks at Hasha. Do you need more? Hasha nods. Yes, I need to know everything. Ian turns back to the groggy bandit. Keep talking. How was the ritual performed? Luger admits he just handed over the bodies, and the traders took care of the rest. The resulting undead were hard to control, so they just kept them tied up. Then he adds a final, strange detail. After the ritual, they would gather flowers for the bodies, a sign of respect. Hasha listens, his eyes closed, processing every word. A soft, white light emanates from his paw as he puts the last piece of the puzzle into place. I'm sure of it. This is my clan's ritual. The slave traders didn't just teach Luger a generic spell, they taught him his specific, traditional magic. Ian's eyes narrow. The conspiracy is deeper and more personal than he thought. There is still so much more they need to uncover. With the camp secured, they head back to Karenna, the first stage of their investigation complete. Back in town, rumors of their victory have already spread like wildfire. I heard a single outsider took care of the entire bandit clan, one man says in awe. The townspeople exchange curious glances, wondering who this hero could be. Just then, they see Ian and Barrack walking down the street, their presence commanding attention. A woman approaches them timidly, wanting to thank them. Suddenly, they're surrounded by a grateful crowd, thanking them for making the town safe again. Barrack looks genuinely confused by the praise. Then his pride kicks in, and he puffs out his chest. Oh, of course! I did do most of the work after all. The people turn to Ian, realizing the small boy must be the leader, and shower him with thanks instead. Barrack throws his hands up in disbelief. Hey, I did all the fighting. Ian just ignores him. Let's go, Barrack. Why did they stop complimenting me? Barrack yells as they walk away, heading back to their inn. Romandro is waiting for them at the entrance, his face alight with joy and relief. Ian, Barrack, he pulls them into a tight hug. My boy, I'm so proud. I was so worried. Ian just struggles, telling him to get off. The guard captain, Ulan, approaches, giving a formal bow. Thank you for your service, sir. Ian brushes Romandro off. Enough. What is it? Ulan explains. I've brought the mayor, sir. He's waiting to meet you. Ian's expression instantly turns to ice. Tell him to wait, he commands. Let me catch my breath first. He then turns to Barrack. Go get something to eat. A short while later, a portly, sweating man in a fancy purple coat enters the room, bowing nervously.
Hello.
I am Onyx, the mayor of Karena. Ian doesn't even bother to stand. Do I need to introduce myself? The mayor bows even lower. Not at all, my lord. I've heard all about you. Ian cuts him off, his voice like steel. While bandits were terrorizing this town, what exactly were you doing? The mayor begins to sweat, stammering excuses. Come closer, Ian commands. The mayor shuffles forward, his hands clasped nervously, his face slick with perspiration. Ian leans in, his gaze sharp enough to cut glass. The mayor lets out a small squeak of fear. The mayor thinks to himself that this is just a child, but the pressure emanating from him is immense, suffocating. I smell alcohol on you, Ian says, his voice dangerously low. The mayor panics, stammering out a weak lie about an important meeting. Shut your mouth, Ian snaps. He leans back, changing the subject. According to Karena's laws, what is the punishment for captured bandits? The mayor explains that for organized criminals involved in murder and plunder, the punishment is to be burned alive. A small, satisfied smile plays on Ian's lips. Perfect. He stands. I need to speak with the bandit leader. Take me to the holding cells. The mayor looks shocked. The holding cells? Ian gives him a look that dares him to refuse. Is there a problem? No, not at all, the mayor says quickly, completely trapped. Ian's mind is already working. Luger didn't know the whole story, and he was clueless as to how the undead even came to be in his possession. This is a loose end Ian can't afford to ignore. He needs answers, and he's going to get them himself. The investigation is far from over. With the raid over, a moment of quiet falls over Karena. Inside the town hall, the mayor and the guard captain finally let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. The nightmare is over. The captain is glad their guests are leaving at dawn. The mayor agrees, still shaken. For a couple of kids, he thinks, they are absolutely terrifying. A chilling image flashes through his mind. Barrick, standing over a field of bodies, his red hair like a splash of blood. They must be war veterans, he mutters. Especially the redhead. He remembers the strange magic they used, just like the robed figures who came to investigate the abandoned village years ago. The pieces are connecting in his mind, and the picture they form is one he desperately wants to ignore. He knows one thing for sure: they have to play along. If this gets reported to the capital, their careers, and possibly their lives, are over. The captain brings up Ian's strange request to see the captured bandit leader again. The mayor's face is slick with sweat. He thinks he knows exactly what the young noble wants. He figures a prideful lord would never let a thief get away unpunished. He must want to personally beat the man to a pulp as a final act of revenge. They have completely and dangerously misunderstood Ian's intentions. Later, in the cold, damp holding cells, the mayor greets Ian with a nervous, fawning smile. "You're here!" He proudly gestures to the bandit leader, Luger, who is now chained to the wall, his body covered in fresh wounds. "I taught him a lesson for you," the mayor says, beaming. "He's passed out, but feel free to hit him more." Ian stares at the unconscious man, his expression turning to ice. "Tell me," he begins, his voice dangerously quiet, "what am I supposed to do with him now that you've knocked him out?" The mayor freezes, his smile vanishing. His mind reels in a dizzying panic. He thought this was what Ian wanted. He has misread the situation entirely. Ian doesn't have time for this incompetence. "Bring me paper," he commands. The mayor, desperate to fix his mistake, scrambles to obey. Ian knows he can't waste any more time here. The journey ahead is long. It's better to leave the interrogation to this fool, even if he has to spell out every step. The mayor returns with a notepad and pen. Ian takes it without a word. He quickly scribbles down a note. "Interrogate the bandit when he wakes up," he orders, handing it over. "Send the answers to this address. You have 2 weeks." He leans in, his eyes locking onto the terrified mayor's. "All I need to know is how the blue-haired child's body ended up in his possession." His voice drops to a chilling whisper. "If I don't receive that letter?" He places a hand on the mayor's shoulder, his grip surprisingly strong. "I will report your negligence to the palace, and if you dare speak of this to anyone, I will come back here myself." The threat hangs in the air, absolute and terrifying. "Do you understand?" The mayor can only stammer. "Why, yes, I understand." The night passes under a watchful moon, a silent witness to the new pact. Back at the inn, the group is gathered, their wagons ready for the morning departure. Ian turns to the small white dog curled up by the fire. "So, Hasha," he asks gently, "what will you do now?" Hasha's ears droop. His grandmother is gone, his body is gone. I think I'll try to return to Astana, he says, his voice barely a whisper. There's nothing else for me to do. Ian considers this. Hasha's grandmother was a clan leader. Returning home might not be so simple for him, but a connection to a powerful clan in Astana could be incredibly valuable in the future. Hasha takes a determined step forward. He looks up at Ian, his eyes wide with a desperate hope. Can I accompany you to the capital? It's on the way to Astana. Ian looks down at him. And what will you do there, in the body of a dog? Hasha's hope deflates. He has no answer. Ian reaches down and gently lifts his chin. I'll take you there, he says softly, and I will help you get home to Astana. Hasha's eyes light up with disbelief and gratitude. A new alliance is forged. A moment later, Beric is already complaining. Are you serious? The carriage is already too small. Ian just gives him a look. It wouldn't be if you sat up instead of lying down all the time. Ian sits with Hasha, a gentle smile on his face. So, Hasha, he says, don't you ever forget my name. It's a promise. A reminder of who was there for him when his old life was finally laid to rest. Hasha's tail gives a slight, happy wag. Ian, he says, testing the name. He looks up, repeating it louder, full of a newfound loyalty. Ian. Ian just smiles. Good. With their new companion accounted for, Ian gives the final order. Get ready. We leave in the morning. Dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft colors. Their carriages are packed and ready to continue the journey. Romandro does a final check of their supplies. They need to keep moving before the heavy snows set in. Beric looks around. Hey, where's Hasha? Romandro just looks confused. Who? Before Beric can explain, Ian points. There he is. Hasha comes sprinting across the town square, the old framed photo of his human self held carefully in his mouth. He couldn't leave his last memory behind. Everyone's here. Let's go, Ian says, and with their new member safely aboard, the journey resumes. As the carriages pull away, the townspeople wave goodbye. The mayor watches from a distance, sweating as Ian gives him one last knowing look. The carriage door shuts with a solid thud. Inside, Ian turns to his advisor. Romandro, he gestures to the man, who is pressed as far into the corner as possible. Are you afraid of animals? Romandro jumps. And no, of course not. With a proud little pose, Hasha introduces himself. A pleasure. I am Hasharang Tokuntai. Romandro just stares, his brain refusing to process what he's hearing. He tries to play it off, clearing his throat and apologizing. He then formally extends a gloved hand to the dog. A pleasure to meet you. I am Romandro, an advisor to the palace. Beric just laughs at the absurdity of it all as they explain the entire, unbelievable story to their stunned advisor. As the carriage rumbles on, Romandro's expression grows grim. Necromancy? He then reveals a crucial, shocking piece of information. The Ministry of Magic has been officially bringing necromancers into the capital for years. It was an official decision? Ian asks, surprised. Yes, Romandro confirms. The Royal Assembly approved it. He explains that, despite the moral issues, an undead army is a powerful military asset. The political benefits were too great to ignore. Ian's mind turns to the magic minister, Wesley. As a powerful mage herself, she should know better than anyone the catastrophic dangers of dabbling in forbidden magic. His eyes narrow, a single, burning question forming in his mind. What is her true goal? Far away, in the heart of the capital, inside a grand Gothic office, a woman with long, dark purple hair sits on a throne-like chair, surrounded by glowing purple butterflies. She calls out a name. Barretto. A man in a sharp suit appears instantly. Yes, ma'am. She gestures to a report on her desk. Get this out of my sight. Barretto looks confused. But ma'am, you've been waiting for this for so long. On the cover, the title is clear, The Research Results on Necromancy. The magic minister, Wesley, just looks down at the papers with a cold, dismissive expression. A powerful new player has just stepped onto the board, and her motives are a complete mystery. She flips through the report, each page turn echoing in the silent, grand office. Her aide, Barretto, observes that it's strange how these sorcerers, who were once sworn enemies, are now working together. Back in their homeland, they would have been at each other's throats. Without looking up, Wesley explains that they know better than to cause trouble here, in the heart of the Grambariel Empire. Their old rivalries mean nothing compared to the power she wields. She taps a long, dark nail on the report's title. She muses that since these sorcerers have dedicated their entire lives to this forbidden art, they're probably enjoying the chance to finally work on it openly, under her protection. Barreto suggests that with their combined expertise, they might finally create an even more powerful ritual. He asks if it's time to submit an official report at the next general meeting. With a heavy thud, Wesley stamps the report, dismissing it. "Fine," she says, her voice dripping with condescension. "I'm sure the old fools in the palace are getting curious." But Barreto isn't finished. He hesitates, pulling out a second, far more important document. In addition to that, he holds it out. This is the research on using necromancy on the living. Wesley takes the new report, and for the first time, a flicker of genuine, predatory interest flashes in her eyes. This is the project that truly matters to her. But as she scans the contents, her carefully constructed composure shatters, her face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "How is it possible," she seethes, slamming the papers down, "that after all these years, there's still no progress?" All Barreto can do is bow his head and apologize for the failure. He tries to explain that the fundamental differences between the living and the dead are proving too difficult to overcome, but she cuts him off, her voice rising. "That's why we're throwing mountains of money at them, to solve that exact problem." Visibly trembling, Barreto dares to offer an alternative. He stammers, "Madam Wesley, instead of necromancy, perhaps we should focus on mind control magic." He reminds her that even for Prince Gale, the throne isn't guaranteed. The mere mention of Gale's uncertain status sends Wesley into a fury. With a guttural scream of his name, "Barreto!" she slams her fist on the desk, scattering documents like fallen leaves. A terrifying silence descends upon the room, thick with her unspoken threat. She turns to him, her eyes glowing with a dangerous light. "Do you," she hisses, her voice dangerously low, "understand what you are saying right now?" Barreto immediately prostrates himself. "Allow me to apologize." He knows he has crossed a line, questioning not just her methods, but her entire motivation. Wesley's rage recedes, replaced by a cold lecture. She reminds him of the blessings of the imperial palace, an ancient, unbreakable magic that shields the royal bloodline from any form of mind control. She explains that this blessing protects not only the two princes, but the emperor himself, making direct manipulation impossible. This single piece of lore is the cornerstone of her entire desperate plan. On top of that, she continues, "Do you have any idea how cautious Prince Gale is? The man is so paranoid he won't even sleep without a mana-sealing stone nearby. He's utterly untouchable by conventional means." Her eyes narrow, revealing the core of her obsession. "That," she says with chilling determination, "is why we turned to necromancy. If she can't control his mind, she will give him an army of undead soldiers that no one can stop." For a fleeting moment, a vision of her and Gale together flashes through her mind, a fantasy of the love she so desperately craves. But she knows the truth. Her love is a one-sided obsession he will never return. The bitter questions haunt her. When he takes the throne, will he marry her? Or will another woman become his empress? The uncertainty fuels her ruthless ambition. "Anyway," she says, her voice once again the cold, calculating minister, "stop this nonsense and push the sorcerers harder. There's an important event coming, and I expect results." Barreto can only nod in agreement. As he turns to leave, she stops him with one last thought. "Oh, and that boy, Ian. Is he arriving soon?" she asks. Barreto confirms that since Ian is expected at the upcoming banquet, he must be on his way to the capital now. Wesley considers this. Traveling from his territory means he would pass through the Karenna region, the very place where her rogue necromancy experiment went so horribly wrong. She smugly thinks the situation was handled quietly, completely unaware of Ian's involvement and the chaos that actually unfolded. She scoffs, calling the exiled king of Astana a fool for falling for her deception. Barreto adds that after the great earthquake shattered his kingdom, the poor man was likely too desperate to think clearly. She warns Barreto to be careful. Prince Gale is a clever man, and if any rumors spread that he's bringing in outsiders for forbidden magic, it could ruin his reputation and his chances for the throne. She then asks which department will take responsibility for Ian. A darkly amusing image plays in her mind. All the ministry heads desperately trying to avoid the boy, knowing his new sponsor is Prince Marev, their political rival. She stands, her decision made. Just tell them to prepare for his arrival. A sly, predatory smile touches her lips. It's been a while since we've had a new toy to play with. Unbeknownst to him, Ian Virgilian is about to walk straight into the viper's nest. Miles away, the mood couldn't be more different. In a gently rocking carriage, Beric is fast asleep, snoring loudly while the little dog Hasha dozes peacefully on Ian's lap. It's a rare moment of tranquility. The carriage wheels rumble steadily onward, carrying them toward their destination. Ian's eyes slowly flutter open, his gaze calm and thoughtful. He looks over at his sleeping companions, a quiet moment of reflection before the storm that awaits them in the capital. "Beric, wake up," he says, his voice cutting through the snores. Beric groans, stretching with a massive yawn before rubbing his eyes. He glances out the window, his jaw dropping at the sight of the massive, sprawling city ahead. "We've finally arrived," Ian announces. As their carriage passes under the grand archway of the capital, Beric presses his face to the glass like an excited child. Their advisor, Romandro, sighs in exasperation, telling him to stop drooling on the window. Romandro clears his throat, attempting to sound stern. "Remember everything I taught you. From this moment on, you must be mindful of your actions." Beric just gives a cheerful, unconcerned, "Okay!" Romandro finally snaps, grabbing Beric's cheeks and stretching them. "What do you mean, okay? Have you forgotten all the basic etiquette I drilled into you?" Beric yelps, insisting he remembers. But he clearly doesn't. When Romandro quizzes him on proper greetings, Beric's answer is to ask, "Who's the boss here?" Romandro loses his mind, shouting that he's supposed to say, "Lovely morning," or "Excuse me." After his outburst, Romandro calms down and turns to Ian, asking if they'll be stopping by his home before heading to the palace. Ian agrees. Since they've arrived with time to spare, resting and freshening up seems like a good idea. Then a small, teasing smile plays on his lips. "And more importantly," Ian adds, "I'm sure you're eager to see your wife." Romandro turns bright red, his professional composure completely vanishing as he stammers that he's in no hurry at all. The carriages soon pull up to a beautiful, stately home in one of the capital's wealthiest districts. Inside, a kind-faced woman peers out the window, wondering about the commotion. Her eyes widen in disbelief. A maid rushes in, beaming with excitement. "Madam, Lord Romandro has returned." The woman gasps, her hand flying to her heart. "What?" "Really?" As Romandro steps through the front door, his wife Vivian runs to him, her face radiant with pure joy. "Honey!" He smiles back, his own eyes welling up with tears. "Vivian!" They crash into each other's arms in a desperate embrace. He asks if she's okay, his voice thick with emotion, telling her how much he's missed her. She sobs that it was so hard waiting for him. "Waiting to see you again," she finishes, and they hold each other tight, a perfect picture of love and relief. Watching this deeply emotional reunion from the doorway, Ian, Beric, and Hasha stand awkwardly, a comical aura of floating hearts surrounding them. Ian finally breaks the silence with a deadpan question. "Should we start unpacking?" Beric just lets out a tired groan. Their long journey may be over, but for them, the real battle in the capital has only just begun. Back in the warmth of his own home, Romandro proudly introduces his wife, Vivian. She greets the young Viscount and his knight with a graceful curtsy, her smile genuine and welcoming. She tells them she's heard so much about their journey through her husband's letters, expressing her gratitude for their help. Ian, ever the composed nobleman, gives a slight bow, insisting that it was Romandro who had helped him the most. He then holds up Hasha, introducing the newest member of their party. The little dog gives a cheerful hello, and Vivian gasps with delight. "Oh my, a talking dog, how adorable." Ian is taken aback by her complete lack of shock. Vivian just laughs, explaining that after working with a reconstruction mission before her marriage, she's seen far stranger things. This is a woman who clearly isn't easily rattled. She warmly gestures them inside, letting them know that rooms have already been prepared for their stay. Vivian asks if they came straight from their journey without reporting to the Imperial Palace. Romandro explains that while etiquette demanded it, their condition made it difficult. A quick flash reveals just how exhausted and travel-worn they were. Dirty, disheveled, and barely standing. Vivian's understanding, "Oh my," says it all. Without another word, she calls for a maid to prepare a bath. The weary travelers are finally getting a chance to wash away the dust and grime of the road. Outside, Romandro dismisses their escort, telling the men they've done well and to get some much-needed rest. Their long, arduous journey is finally over. He lets out a massive yawn, stretching his tired body. He figures a hot bath and a short rest will be just enough to prepare him for the palace. But as he looks over his peaceful home, a nagging feeling surfaces. He feels like he's forgetting something important, but brushes it off as his imagination. This small oversight will soon have major consequences. A little while later, steam fills a luxurious bathroom. Beric and Romandro are soaking in the massive tub, sighing in pure bliss, while Hasha gets a much-needed scrub. Beric declares that hot water is the greatest invention in the world, and for once, Romandro has to agree. Vivian enters, reminding them that, as lovely as it is, it's almost afternoon and they can't delay their trip to the palace much longer. Romandro groans, begging for just 5 more minutes. She teases him, saying their child will think their father is a whiner, which immediately makes him sit up straight. It's a light-hearted, domestic moment, a stark contrast to the world of political intrigue they're about to re-enter. Now dressed in fine, formal attire, Ian instructs Hasha and Beric to stay behind and rest. Beric, looking confused, asks, "Wait, I get to rest too?" Ian gives him a pointed look, asking if he'd rather come along. Beric's face immediately breaks into a massive, joyful grin. He's more than happy to sit this one out. With his companions settled, Ian's mind turns to his own agenda. First, he needs to find a magic device to analyze the brooch containing Hasha's testimony. He adjusts his coat, his plans solidifying. They'll need to make a quick stop at the commercial district before heading to the palace. Romandro gives him a curious look. "Ian," he asks, "have you been studying in secret?" Ian seems genuinely confused by the question. Romandro explains that the term commercial district is bureaucratic jargon. Most nobles would simply call it the central town. It's a tiny slip of the tongue, but for a keen observer like Romandro, it's another crack in the facade of the young boy Ian pretends to be. He quickly dismisses it, telling the maid to prepare their carriage and load the necessary documents. After a tender farewell kiss to his wife, Romandro and Ian are on their way, leaving the peaceful sanctuary of home behind. The carriage rolls through the pristine, bustling streets of the capital, a world away from the rugged territories they left behind. Ian gazes out the window, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He notes the changes, a new bank where an old one stood, but also the familiar streets that have remained the same through the decades. A quiet determination settles on his young face. This is more than just a visit, it's a return. As the magnificent gates of the imperial palace come into view, he thinks to himself, "We have really come back." Ian turns to Romandro and asks if they can visit the Ministry of Magic on their way back. Romandro agrees, though he warns Ian that he likely won't be allowed inside. Romandro explains the palace layout, the different sections for royals, bureaucrats, and staff. Ian listens intently, but his mind is on something else entirely. His focus is on one place, the second palace, home of the Ministry of Magic. He remembers the words of a man from his past life, Naum, who spoke of a secret building beneath the ministry, a place for forbidden magic. This is the true reason for his visit. The political games are just a means to an end. He still has so many unanswered questions about Naum, about his past, and about his own reincarnation. He wonders if the answers he's desperately searched for all this time are hidden within that very building. The carriage grinds to a halt, pulling him from his thoughts. They've arrived. Ian steps out, his eyes drawn to the grand, familiar architecture. He recognizes it instantly. This was the palace used by Crony, another figure from his long-lost past. Every corner of this city holds a ghost. They have arrived at the east wing of the first palace. A guard greets Romandro warmly, relieved to see him back safely. Romandro explains they are here to formally report their return to Prince Marev. He straightens his collar, ready to make his official report directly to his prince. But the guard informs him he'll have to wait. Prince Marev isn't currently in his office. His Highness is attending a palace social gathering, the guard explains. Romandro's face goes pale. The blood drains from his face as he realizes his mistake. He claps a hand to his head in despair. That was the important event he'd forgotten earlier. Defeated, he agrees to wait, and the guard leads them into a reception hall. As they walk, Ian asks the critical question, a social gathering of high-ranking officials. Romandro confirms his fears. It's a nest of political intrigue, a place where the Empire's most powerful players make their moves. Ian's eyes narrow. In that case, Prince Gale must be there too. The full weight of the situation crashes down on Romandro. If Prince Marev learns of their arrival, his rival, Prince Gale, will know at the exact same moment. He tries to reassure them both, saying Gale rarely attends these events, but his voice lacks conviction. Ian's skeptical look says it all. He doesn't believe it for a second. All Romandro can offer is a weak, hopeful, probably? Meanwhile, at that very gathering, the two princes are locked in a silent war, surrounded by the oblivious elite of the Empire. Prince Marev, calm and calculating, discusses art with a noble, while his younger brother, Prince Gale, watches from a distance with an air of predatory amusement. An aide quietly informs Marev of Ian's arrival. This confirms his suspicions. His brother is finally making his move in the open. He sees Gale's presence here not as a coincidence, but as a declaration of war. Just as an aide tries to approach him with the news, Marev cuts him off, turning to his brother with a perfectly pleasant, utterly false smile. "Gale, the game has begun." The aide finally gets a word in, formally announcing that Romandro and Ian have arrived at the palace. He asks if he should prepare a carriage for the prince to leave. A dangerous glint appears in Marev's eyes. "No," he says softly, "let them wait." He also orders his men to keep a close watch on everyone else. This is a test. He turns back to the noble, his smile never wavering. "Not at all," he says smoothly. "What could be more urgent than this?" But his mind is already racing. He thinks of Ian, the upstart boy who somehow conquered the desert. This is a calculated move. By appearing unconcerned, he continues to play the part of the less ambitious brother, masking his true strength. It's a perfect opportunity to see what his new, unpredictable pawn is made of. He takes a slow sip of wine. After all, in the treacherous political battlefield of the capital, the one who moves first is the one who loses. "So, what will you do, Gale?" The stage is set. The two brothers are locked in a standoff, and Ian is about to be thrown directly into the fire. As dusk settles over the imperial palace, casting long, elegant shadows, a silent battle of wits is about to unfold within its golden walls. Inside a lavish reception room, Ian and Romandro wait in silence. The air is thick with anticipation, the quiet hum of power hanging over them. Romandro groans, completely worn out by the long wait. He asks Ian how he's holding up, but Ian is perfectly still, his mind laser-focused. The wait is not an inconvenience, it's an opportunity. He had expected this. The two princes, rivals for the throne, would naturally stay behind after the party, unwilling to reveal their next moves to the prying eyes of the court. Ian's sharp eyes methodically scan every detail of the room. For him, this isn't waiting, it's intelligence gathering, a habit ingrained from a lifetime of survival. He observes the decor, noting the foreign influences that hint at the prince's political leanings. Most telling of all is a vase of beautiful, immaculate, and entirely fake flowers, placed prominently in the light. He deduces two possibilities. Either the prince has a simple allergy, or he is a far colder, more pragmatic man than his public persona suggests. A man who prefers predictable, artificial perfection over the messy reality of life. This single detail tells Ian everything he needs to know about his sponsor. A sharp knock on the door shatters the silence. A voice announces, "His Highness Marev is entering." Romandro leaps to his feet, frantically straightening his clothes, his nerves shot. A tall, imposing man with long blonde hair enters the room. "It's First Prince Marev," his smile pleasant, but his eyes cold and calculating. "Romandro," he says, his voice like smooth velvet. "It has been some time." Romandro bows deeply, offering the standard pleasantries. The prince acknowledges his service with a nod, commenting on the long journey. Then, Marev's sharp, analytical gaze shifts. It lands on the small, silent boy standing beside the flustered advisor. "And you," he says, his eyes narrowing slightly, "must be Ian." Ian executes a flawless bow, his voice unwavering and clear. "It is an honor, Your Highness." "I am Ian." The prince lets out an amused hum, a sly smile playing on his lips. "It seems Romandro has taught you our imperial etiquette well." Romandro quickly interjects with a nervous laugh, insisting that Ian is simply a quick learner. Marev gestures for them both to sit. As they settle onto the sofas, the prince begins his probing. He asks Ian's opinion of the capital, and Ian gives the perfect diplomatic answer, praising the city as the center of the world. Marev studies the boy, his expression unreadable. This is a game, and every question is a move on the board. He asks about the people Ian left behind, and Ian speaks of the unwavering support from his servants and even the heavenly warriors. He is subtly demonstrating his influence and the loyalty he commands. A flicker of a smile touches Marev's lips. "I see," he says. "It seems you are quite trusted in your territory." Then comes the first real test. Leaning forward, his voice deceptively casual, he asks, "Tell me, do you believe you have the right to be a feudal lord?" Romandro freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. It's a classic political trap. Answering no implies weakness, while answering yes displays dangerous arrogance. He has no idea how a child could possibly navigate such a treacherous question. Ian doesn't miss a beat. A calm, confident smile spreads across his face as he answers, "Yes, of course." He looks the prince directly in the eye, his gaze steady. "My position is thanks to your wise decision, Your Highness." Who would dare deny that? In a brilliant move, he turns the question of his own worth into an affirmation of the prince's power. "I am merely fulfilling your will." Marev is visibly taken aback. This is no mere child. He possesses the political cunning of a seasoned veteran, the boldness of a conqueror, and he remains utterly unfazed by royal authority. But to Ian, who has played this game for a lifetime, the prince's intentions are laughably simple. He thinks to himself, is the prince truly trying to test him based on his commoner origins? Honestly, he has far bigger concerns than the prince's petty games. Marev takes a sip of tea, recalibrating his strategy. He moves on, asking if Ian is aware of the upcoming schedule of events. Ian politely explains that he's just arrived and hasn't been briefed. "Allow me to say this in advance," Marev begins, his tone shifting to one of serious business. "This New Year's celebration is especially important." He informs Ian that not only will there be a ceremony to grant his family their title, but there will also be a public measurement of his magic. Immediately after, he will be assigned to a government department. The walls are closing in, fast. Marev then asks if Ian's required contribution to the capital is ready. Ian looks him dead in the eye and says, "No, Your Highness, Romandro nearly has a heart attack." Romandro is panicking internally. What is Ian doing? He has more than enough gold and resources to cover the contribution. Why is he deliberately lying and putting himself in a position of weakness? Ian's reasoning is cold and simple. He thinks, "It's too soon. I can't reveal all my cards to him yet. He's playing a long game, and his true strength must remain a closely guarded secret." The prince leans back, feigning sympathy. "That is unfortunate," he says. "However, I may have an interesting offer for you. Are you aware of an item called the Magic Stone?" The question is so absurdly basic, a test of composure, that Romandro literally spits out his tea. As an aide rushes to help the sputtering Romandro, Marev suggests he get some fresh air. The advisor is quickly and conveniently escorted from the room. And now, they are finally alone, the predator and his equally dangerous prey. Marev explains that when Ian is assigned a position, his preference will be considered first. He mentions that the Monostone Management Department is perpetually understaffed, a dead-end job with no real research. Then he looks at Ian. "But you seem to have a talent for investigation." He lays the trap. "If you were to be assigned to that department and investigate the rare mana stones known as Lulan, I will personally pay for your entire contribution." Ian sees the play instantly. This isn't an offer, it's an attempted seizure. Marev wants to use Ian as a pawn to gain control of the massive, untouched Lulan deposit located directly on Ian's own land. The situation is more complex than he realized. He knew his rival Gale wanted the stones, but for Marev to be involved means the political web is tangled deeper than anyone knows. This is a move to corner the market and block all rivals. This is a critical moment. One wrong step, and he could lose not just the mine, but his title and his territory. The prince is threatening his very foundation of power. After a tense moment of silence, Ian bows his head. "Thank you," he says. "I will do my best to meet your expectations." He walks into the trap with his eyes wide open. A satisfied smile curls Marev's lips. "Excellent," he says, dismissing Ian. "We're done for the day." Ian gives one last polite bow, his face a perfect mask of youthful obedience. As the door closes, a smug, triumphant smirk spreads across the prince's face. He believes he has just successfully collared a powerful but naive new piece on his chessboard. He couldn't be more wrong. Ian walks out of the room, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. Romandro rushes over, practically vibrating with relief. "We're done," Ian says calmly. Romandro lets out a huge sigh, admitting how stressful the meeting was. Ian just pats him on the back, acknowledging his hard work. When Romandro asks what happened after he left, Ian glances around cautiously. "Romandro," he says quietly, "you know as well as I do that the palace walls have ears. Also," Ian adds, "let's stop by the Ministry of Magic on our way out." Romandro quickly agrees, eager to be anywhere else. As they walk through the quiet corridors, Ian asks a seemingly casual question. "By the way, how many princes are there exactly?" Romandro seems surprised by the question. Well, quite a few, actually. He explains that besides Marev and Gale, the others hold little power. The third prince died years ago, and the fourth and fifth are still just children. He mentions they'll see them all at the upcoming celebration, but wonders why Ian is so curious. Ian just brushes it off as nothing. But as he walks, a small, knowing smile touches his lips. A memory, hazy but certain, surfaces from the depths of his past life. He recalls the face of the emperor he once knew. Although the memory is faint, he thinks, his eyes hardening with a world-shattering realization. I am sure of it. In his original timeline, the man who ultimately sat on the throne was not the calculating first prince, Marev, nor was it the ambitious rebel, Gale. It was another prince entirely, a forgotten player, waiting in the shadows, who had won the game while no one was even watching. The succession war is not a two-man race, it's a hidden conspiracy. In the capital, the succession war isn't just about the two princes in the spotlight, it's about the hidden players and alliances that truly shape the empire. Ramandro explains that the younger princes are the children of Lady Delena, the emperor's only remaining concubine, a woman so trusted she even oversees the New Year's ceremony. But, Ramandro adds, Prince Marev seems to despise her, or rather, he acts as if she doesn't exist at all. It's a small detail, but in the palace, every strange relationship is a potential crack in the foundation of power. Ian is barely listening, his mind lost in the corridors of his past life. He knows the answers he seeks about the true heir are buried deep in his memory. But he needs a trigger to unlock them, something like seeing the current emperor's face once more. The carriage rattles to a stop. Ian's gaze is fixed on something outside, a quiet determination hardening his features. He's found what he was looking for. "Please let me off here," he says, his voice firm. Ramandro is stunned, pointing out that they're still a long way from the Ministry of Magic. But Ian is already opening the door, explaining he just wants a quick look from the outside. His personal mission has just taken priority over everything else. Ramandro warns him that wandering alone could be dangerous, but Ian waves him off with a calm reassurance. What could possibly happen inside the Imperial Palace, he asks, a question laden with irony. With a final glance back, Ian turns away, his expression serene but his mind racing with a singular, desperate goal. He believes that if he can find the Ministry's annex and sense the faintest trace of his old teacher Naum's magic, he might finally find a way back to his own time, to his original life. He walks away from the carriage, a small figure swallowed by the vast, starlit palace grounds. The weight of his impossible quest settles heavily on his shoulders. A brief flicker of regret crosses his mind. If this desperate plan actually works, he should have at least said a proper goodbye to Barrack. He calls out one last time, a sincere note of gratitude in his voice. "Thank you for everything, Ramandro, and please look after Barrack." The unexpected warmth leaves the advisor momentarily speechless. Ramandro just grumbles for him to hurry back before Barrack eats them out of house and home. As Ian disappears into the night, a small, genuine smile touches his lips. His footsteps echo on the stone path, each one taking him deeper into a place haunted by memories that only he carries. He's walking toward a chance to reclaim a world he lost, a life that was stolen from him. His thoughts drift to a simpler time from that forgotten life. He remembers the man who was not only his teacher, but his only true friend. A vision of Noam, with his kind eyes and warm smile, flashes through his mind. This is the man he's risking everything to find again. But as quickly as the memory appears, it shatters. Ian finds himself standing in a dark, overgrown forest. The ground is littered with broken stones and twisted roots. Something is terribly wrong. A wave of shock washes over him. The annex he remembers so clearly is gone. He's certain this was the right place. Desperately, he tries to sense any trace of magic, but finds nothing. A chilling thought grips him. Could he be in a time before the annex was even built? The sharp crunch of a footstep breaks the dead silence. A smooth voice calls out from the shadows. "Aha! You must be Ian." Ian spins around, magic already glowing in his palm as a figure emerges. "Well, nice to meet you," the man says with a disarmingly casual smile. Ian's eyes widen in recognition. Of all the people he could have run into, it had to be him. The man steps into the dim light of his lantern, a confident, almost predatory smirk on his face. He introduces himself with a single, chilling word. "I'm Gale." The two stand face to face in the eerie quiet of the forest. The ambitious second prince, and the boy who threatens to unravel all his plans. The realization hits Ian instantly. "You were waiting for me," he states, his voice cold. Gale must have been tracking his every move since the moment he arrived. Maintaining his composure, Ian gives a formal bow. Gale seems amused by the display. "Oh, so you know who I am?" Gale's smile turns sharp as a knife's edge. "And yet you don't know the way out? You're heading in the complete opposite direction." He's not just questioning Ian's path, he's calling his entire story into question. He leans in, his voice laced with suspicion. "Did my dear older brother tell you to come this way?" In Gale's eyes, Ian is just a pawn in Marev's game, a minor annoyance. Ian stands his ground, a small orb of light shimmering defiantly in his hand. He knows he's a small stone, but he's already causing ripples that cannot be stopped. He offers a simple apology, claiming he's new to the palace and simply got lost. Gale's skeptical, "Is that so?" makes it clear he doesn't buy it for a second. Gale eyes him up and down. "You walked with far too much confidence for someone who's lost. Almost as if you've been here before." He steps closer, then dismisses the thought. "No matter," he says, changing tactics. "Let me ask you something else." He gestures to the overgrown forest around them. "How do you find the scenery? I think if we cleared it out and built a proper structure, it would be magnificent." He continues, explaining that his master, Prince Marev, insists this forest is sacred and must never be touched. He calls the idea foolish and asks for Ian's opinion, directly testing his loyalty. Ian simply watches, his face an unreadable mask, calculating every possible move and countermove in this deadly verbal duel. And in that moment, he understands. The entire conflict is about the construction of the annex for the Ministry of Magic. The two princes are at a stalemate over this very piece of land. Ian plays innocent, claiming he doesn't understand the prince's meaning, but Gale lays his ambition bare. He declares that his only master is the emperor, and he will do anything for the glory of the empire. If cutting down these trees leads to progress, then they will be cut down. His resolve is absolute. Gale smirks, admitting that for a boy from the borderlands, Ian is surprisingly skilled at playing the noble's game. He looks at Ian with a newfound interest. "I have high expectations for you, Ian," he says. He reminds him that before being a lord, he is a magician, a part of a community that must stick together. Leaning in close, Gale whispers that magicians are treated like dirt and must rely on each other to survive. It's a clear invitation to abandon Marev and join his side. Ian gives a non-committal reply, "I'll keep that in mind." As Gale walks away, Ian knows things have just become infinitely more complicated. He's now being courted by both sides of the war. Back at the mansion, Romandro nearly spits out his drink as Ian recounts the encounter. "You met Prince Gale in the garden?" He frantically asks if Ian is all right, but Ian calmly reassures him. Meanwhile, Beric and Hasha are already in the middle of their nightly dinner squabble. Ian cuts straight to the point. More importantly, he asks, "Is the annex construction still being debated?" Romandro confirms it's a major ongoing issue. He explains the deadlock. Gale is pushing for the annex to empower the magic department, while Marev is blocking it, claiming the forest is sacred ground. Ian is caught in an impossible bind. To thwart Gale's political ambitions, he should side with his sponsor Marev. But if the annex is the key to finding Naum's magic, he has no choice but to support Gale's plan. His personal quest and his political survival are now in direct conflict. As Romandro continues to grumble about the magic department, his rant is drowned out by Beric yelling at Hasha to get away from his plate. The dinner table descends into pure chaos, with Beric and Hasha screaming for Ian to intervene in their food war. Ian just sits there, completely drained by their antics, as Romandro pleads for a moment of peace. Ian updates Hasha on the situation, telling him the search for a route to Astana is on hold. Hasha, busy chomping on Beric's head, simply demands he get this idiot off him. Vivian gently interrupts, asking if this means Ian couldn't go shopping. Ian confirms he'll have to try again tomorrow. She smiles warmly and offers to join him, saying it would be a nice outing. Ian gratefully accepts, admitting he needs her expertise on the capital's latest trends. Vivian is delighted, promising to take him to her favorite shops. Beric, his mouth full, excitedly asks if he can come too. Ian sighs but agrees, and a simple shopping trip is planned for the next day. As they make their plans, Hasha looks on, tilting his head. Something seems to be bothering him. Beric asks what's wrong, and Hasha dismisses it, explaining that his new dog body has given him a sharper sense of smell, and he's just picking up unfamiliar scents. Ian glances over, commenting on how energetic Beric seems. His loyal knight proudly proclaims he feels great after a long nap. But Hasha isn't so sure. He sniffs the air again, a confused look on his face. Something isn't right. He's certain he smelled something familiar back in that forest. Meanwhile, Ian, completely oblivious to Hasha's suspicion, tells Barrick he's glad he's well rested, because he's on watch duty tonight. A moment later, Barrick's head pops over the mansion rooftop, a look of pure, bewildered betrayal on his face, his relaxing evening officially ruined. A rare day out in the capital offers a brief illusion of peace. But for Ian, trouble is a shadow that follows him everywhere, even down the sunniest of streets. The next morning, Ian gently wakes his bodyguard. Barrick's eyes snap open, still groggy from a night spent on watch duty. With a massive yawn, Barrick complains that he needs a hearty meal to recover from his all-night vigil. Ian looks at him with a deadpan expression. "Barrick," he says, "I woke up to the sound of you snoring." Later, in the carriage, Barrick insists he was awake until dawn, reporting that the night was quiet. Ian confirms this, having also set his own magical familiar to keep watch. He thinks to himself that maybe his paranoia was for nothing. But still, he can't shake a lingering sense of unease. The strange, familiar smell that Hasha sensed the night before still bothers him. He remembers Hasha brushing it off, saying his new canine nose was just overwhelmed by the city's scents. But the memory of that starry night, and the gut feeling that they were being watched, refuses to fade. Ian tries to rationalize it. His back-to-back meetings with both princes had likely put him on edge. He had probably made Barrick stand guard for no reason. Trying to lighten the mood, Vivian asks about their plans for the day. Ian lays out the simple itinerary: drop off Barrick's sword at the forge, buy some new clothes, and pick it up after lunch. Soon, the carriage pulls up to a forge, the rhythmic clang of hammer on steel filling the air. Romandro points it out as a well-respected establishment that's been around for ages. He and Vivian decide to wait in the carriage, leaving Ian and Barrick to handle the errand. With a pat on the back, Ian gestures for Barrick to follow, his massive sword slung over his shoulder. An apprentice spots them approaching, shouting back into the workshop that they have a customer. A gruff voice yells back from the roaring heat of the forge, "Yeah, I'm coming!" The blacksmith, a mountain of a man with a braided beard, steps out to greet them. Barrick gets straight to the point. "I need my sword sharpened." The blacksmith takes the weapon, and his experienced eyes immediately widen as he examines its unique hilt and blade. He can tell this is no ordinary sword. When Barrick asks about the price, the blacksmith waves it off, his curiosity piqued. "That's not the problem," he says, a puzzled look on his face. "What in the world is this thing made of?" The other blacksmiths gather around, completely baffled by the sword's strange material. They speculate about rare metals, even a monster stone, but nothing quite fits. Ian and Barrick stand by, trying to look casual. Ian thinks to himself that the bandits they took this from must have stolen something truly exceptional. The head blacksmith issues a warning. If they can't identify the material, he can't guarantee it won't be damaged. Ian, playing the part of an ignorant noble, just shrugs. "We're not experts either." With Barrick looking on nervously, Ian dismisses the concern with an air of nonchalance. "That's fine," he says coolly. "Just do your best." He places a pouch of coins in the blacksmith's hand, promising to return that evening. The blacksmith, thrilled by the challenge, promises to give it his all. As they step out of the forge's oppressive heat, Barrick fans his face, sighing in relief. The first errand is done. Ian steps back toward the street, a plan already forming in his mind. They arrive back at the carriage, the brief stop now behind them. Inside, Vivian suggests they head to the tailor's next, but Ian interrupts. He tells them he and Barrick will walk for a bit to cool down, confirming the tailor's location. This isn't a casual stroll, it's a deliberate move to bait the trap he suspects is waiting. As the carriage pulls away, Barrick starts to complain. But Ian is already walking, his commands simple and final. "You're coming with me." Ian leads them down a quieter street, telling Barrick to follow his lead. Barrick grumbles about his old sword, and Ian playfully teases him about being able to afford a new one. Barrick puffs out his chest, completely oblivious. "Of course," he boasts, "my master would be buying it for me. He has no idea he's walking right into an ambush." Suddenly, Ian stops dead in his tracks. In a flash of movement, a black hooded figure appears from nowhere, but in that same instant, Ian is gone. The attacker looks around in confusion, his target having vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Before he can react, Barrick is there, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and fury. Without hesitation, Barrick throws a powerful right hook, aiming to end the fight before it can even begin. But the attacker is impossibly fast, catching the punch with ease and stopping Barrick's momentum cold. The figure twists, using Barrick's own force against him before landing a heavy kick that sends the big man flying. Barrick, relying on pure instinct, twists his body in midair, preparing for a perfect landing. He touches down smoothly, already coiled and ready to strike back. The attacker seems impressed, calling out, "Hey, you're pretty good!" A ferocious grin spreads across Barrick's face as he embraces the chaos. "I'm Ian," he roars, charging forward and bringing his fist down like a sledgehammer. The attacker blocks the blow, the impact creating a shower of sparks. The fight becomes a blur of fists and feet. The attacker lands a clean punch to Barrick's jaw, snapping his head back. But Barrick just smirks, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. For him, this is exhilarating. He immediately retaliates with a powerful leg sweep, knocking his opponent off balance. The hooded man stumbles back, spitting blood. He clearly underestimated the raw strength of his opponent. From a nearby alley, Ian watches the fight with cold, analytical eyes. He had teleported to safety the moment the attack began. He focuses on the attacker's movements, his mind dissecting every action. He recognizes the stance instantly. This is no mere thug. Unlike Barrick's untamed power, this person is a highly trained and disciplined warrior, and that discipline is giving him the edge. Realizing his bodyguard is being slowly outmaneuvered, Ian shouts out, "Barrick, your attacks are too predictable!" He's left-handed. "Go for his right side." Ian's voice, calm and strategic, cuts through the chaos, providing the key to victory. The advice clicks instantly. A new focus sharpens Barrick's eyes. The attacker freezes for a split second, startled by the voice from the shadows. It's the only opening Barrick needs. He lunges, grabbing the man's cloak. With a sickening crunch, Barrick drives his fist straight into the attacker's face, a brutal, fight-ending blow. The sheer force of the punch lifts the man clean off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards. He collapses to the ground in a heap, the fight violently knocked out of him. Barrick stands over him, breathing heavily, as his opponent struggles back to his knees. The man's hood falls back, revealing a young man with messy blue hair. His eyes glow with a furious blue light as he snarls, finally putting the pieces together. "You must be Barrick." Ian watches from the alley, a chill running down his spine. This isn't just a trained fighter. The aura radiating from him is unmistakable. He's a magic swordsman. An explosive wave of pure blue mana erupts from the attacker's hand, surging directly towards Barrick. Barrick freezes, completely unprepared for this sudden escalation. "What the heck is this?" he screams, bracing for an impact he can't possibly block. The street is engulfed in a blinding flash of blue energy, the sheer force of the magic exploding outwards in a deafening roar.